The online game world was diverse, offering users challenging trials, countless adventures, gradual skill development, and constant leveling up. Players carefully completed missions, thoroughly analyzed tasks, collaborated with one another, and gradually moved forward, unlocking new opportunities. The city was peaceful, the streets remained quiet, passers-by went about their business at a leisurely pace, and the evening atmosphere created a sense of safety and comfort. In the next moment, everything changed abruptly after a heavy, thunderous blow that shattered the silence, causing people to look around, and the surrounding area filled with alarm. The characters instantly rushed to eliminate the monsters, coordinating their actions, using their abilities, covering each other, and holding back the enemy's onslaught. They were barely managing to cope with it, tensely fending off attacks, maneuvering quickly, expending their last reserves of strength, and trying to keep the situation under control. The mighty dragon was of a fairly high level and possessed immense strength. Its blows were devastating, and its presence instilled fear, forcing the characters to act cautiously. Its flames instantly engulfed the surrounding area, spreading in waves of heat, burning cover, and forcing the characters to retreat and seek safe positions. The players put up a fierce fight to save their lives, using their last resources, coordinating attacks, dodging blows, and not backing down in the face of danger. Everyone tried to work together to destroy the enemy, coordinating roles, exchanging signals, supporting one another, and holding the defense. There was only one thought in their minds: how to handle this task, assessing risks, devising a strategy, focusing on their actions, and not letting fear or doubt distract them. As they charged the enemy, they attacked him relentlessly, using every ability at their disposal, coordinating their strikes, and trying to quickly break through his defenses. True, at that moment, some managed to land a blow, aiming precisely and using their strength and skills, which weakened him slightly and gave hope to the others. Unfortunately, the situation turned out to be against them, and their attack only enraged the dragon, intensifying its aggression and forcing the characters to seek new ways to defend themselves. It hurled the young men in all directions to keep them at bay, using strength and aggression to scatter them across the terrain and break through their defensive lines. Lee Orim, who was a healer, was unable to help the team, finding himself trapped, helplessly watching the battle, trying to find a way to intervene and save his comrades. His panic overwhelmed all other emotions and prevented him from focusing on his actions, paralyzing his mind, clouding his judgment, and blocking any chance to help the team. Pulling himself together, the young man decided to try to help after all, gathering his strength, overcoming his fear, focusing on a plan of action, and taking a risk for the sake of the team. The Holy Mother's blessing skill for restoring stamina was used, granting the characters additional strength, improving their resilience, and allowing them to continue the fight despite their fatigue. The entire place turned into a kinesthetic hypergame, where every movement, sensation, and action of the characters was as intense, interconnected, and thrilling as possible, creating a complete immersion in the world of battle. The ergosphere was a region of the space-time continuum near a black hole where gravitational forces were extremely strong, warping space, time, and the movement of objects around it. There, players could choose characters, develop their abilities, gain experience, and explore a fantastical world, discovering new locations, secrets, and adventures along the way. If you wanted, you could become a knight capable of defeating a dragon by training your strength, honing your skills, collecting armor, and refining your combat tactics for a grand battle. Or you could become a mage capable of summoning giant golems by studying magical spells, accumulating energy, controlling mighty forces, and commanding your creatures in battle. Thus, the game's motto was to awaken a new persona in the player, fostering the development of skills, courage, strategic thinking, and a readiness for unusual challenges in a world of adventure. It was played by more than 20 million users who chose different roles, gained experience, interacted with one another, and explored countless unique adventures and opportunities in the virtual world. They all enjoyed a fantastic life, experiencing incredible adventures, discovering new worlds, and feeling the freedom and excitement of every moment in the game. The healer couldn't bring himself to help the team, remaining paralyzed by fear, losing control of himself, and unable to use his abilities at the critical moment. Everyone else was raising their voices at him because they needed him in battle, trying to get his attention, motivate him to act, and remind him of how important his help was to the team. As he lunged forward, Lee Orem tripped over a rock and fell flat on his back, losing his balance, hitting the ground, and finding himself helpless for a brief moment amid the chaos of battle. His body took quite a few hits, sustaining bruises and wounds, feeling pain, but continuing to try to get back up and not lose control of the situation in battle. The most tedious and joyless role of all was that of the healer, since one had to constantly observe the actions of others, monitor their health, and provide assistance without actively participating in one's own battles. The players also paid him no attention, ignoring his existence, focusing on their own actions, battles, and character development, leaving him outside the collective focus. The monster was already behind them, warning of an attack with a loud roar, sudden movements, and a menacing presence, forcing the characters to react instantly and prepare for battle. The team realized they were losing, feeling powerless as they watched the enemy's superiority, feeling fatigue and panic, and trying to find any chance to turn the situation in their favor. The dragon's fire and its skill engulfed the battlefield, covering the area in flames, destroying cover, forcing players to dodge, and making them feel the full force of the danger all around. Everyone suffered defeat and began to whimper from their injuries, feeling intense pain, fatigue, frustration, and helplessness, unable to continue the fight without regaining their strength. Only a few managed to escape, quickly dodging attacks, finding safe routes of retreat, and using their last resources to avoid total annihilation amid the chaos of battle. However, most players perished at the hands of the high-ranked dragon, taking devastating blows, unable to withstand its power, and left completely shattered amidst the burning battlefield. Another survivor thought that this time they should be able to pull it off, analyzing past mistakes, planning a new strategy, and hoping for better team coordination in the next battle. But everything went awry, plans fell apart, the team became disoriented, the enemy's attacks became uncontrollable, and hopes for victory quickly melted away amid the chaos of battle. Calling up the system panel, it appeared before him, displaying all available options, character information, game status, and options for further action in a user-friendly interface. He needed to remind everyone else to retreat, quickly relaying the signal, coordinating the team's actions, and making sure everyone understood the danger and was moving in a safe direction. A multitude of thoughts swirled in the young man's head, rapidly replacing one another, intertwined with fear, doubts, strategy, and memories of past defeats and possible paths to salvation. This was the level of Lee Orem, reflecting his experience, skills, willpower, and ability to survive in dangerous situations, despite all the difficulties and trials around him. In the dense forest, screams could be heard echoing between the trees, filling the air with fear and tension, and reminding everyone of the danger lurking at every turn. The character was struck in the face by his companions, feeling pain, surprise, and confusion, while the conflict and tension between them intensified the chaos around them. They couldn't accept that the hero couldn't heal anyone, feeling disappointment, anger, and fear for their lives, and blamed him for his helplessness in the midst of battle. If he had done everything right, they could have caught the enemy by coordinating their actions, using their abilities effectively, and controlling the situation, which would have significantly increased their chances of victory. Orem felt pity for not being able to help, tormented by guilt, sorrow over the team's defeat, and powerlessness in the face of the enemy's strength, which forced him to reflect on his own mistakes. However, all those words were not enough for them, because the emotional tension, fear, and pain of defeat outweighed any explanation, leaving the team confused and without support. Hen stopped their clash by intervening decisively, restraining the aggression, restoring order, and forcing both sides to heed his authority and wisdom. He also explained that they were inside the game, where the young man felt no pain, emphasizing the virtual nature of the events, the safety of the physical body, and the need to focus on strategy. So they decided to settle the matter with him at school, planning to proceed cautiously, discussing strategy, coordinating their steps, and preparing for a final resolution of the conflict. Getting up from the floor, the protagonist apologized for his actions, feeling guilt, sincerity, and a desire to correct his mistakes, trying to restore trust and peace within the team. He was sorry that they had lost, even though they could have won, feeling disappointment, a sense of lost opportunities, and guilt over the missed chances during the battle. In response, the other remained silent, saying nothing, keeping his thoughts to himself, holding back his emotions, and leaving the situation tense and unresolved. The aura around him was unfriendly, radiating a sense of threat, coldness, and aloofness, causing those around him to feel tense and cautious in his presence. Later, Hen said that games were for fun and things could go off script, explaining the unpredictability of events, the possibility of mistakes, and the importance of taking defeats in stride and with humor. Leaning forward, the young man agreed with him, realizing the truth of his words, accepting the situation, holding back his emotions, and agreeing to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The young man had another thought in mind, which he later voiced, expressing his doubts, observations, and advice, trying to bring clarity and influence the group's decision. Everyone wanted Orim to take responsibility for the defeat, expecting him to admit his mistakes, offer explanations, and show a willingness to rectify the situation before the team. He had to prepare 600 high-quality potions for everyone in just a couple of hours, carefully following the recipes, monitoring the process, and working non-stop to finish on time. The young man's eyes widened at the sheer volume of work, feeling shock, tension, and confusion as he realized the scale of the task and the difficulties that lay ahead. He had to spend over 300,000 won in cash on them and didn't know how he could handle such a task on his own, feeling doubt, pressure, and responsibility for the large expense. Unfortunately, no one cared how he was supposed to handle it, ignoring his difficulties, pressure, and fatigue, leaving him alone to face the enormous responsibility and complex task. They began talking among themselves about their own topics, discussing their own interests, sharing thoughts and ideas, paying no attention to the young man and his problems. Finally, turning back to the young man, they acknowledged him, drawing attention to his presence, trying to involve him in the conversation and take his opinion into account in their joint discussions, only to announce that they wanted to be the first to leave the game, quickly declaring their intentions, ignoring the young man and his efforts, and pursuing their own interests. And they asked him not to forget that he needed to prepare a potion, reminding him of his duty, the deadline, and the importance of completing the task on time. The system notified him that his team had left the game, informing him that the session had ended, leaving the young man alone and forcing him to deal with the consequences on his own. The hero didn't know how an ordinary healer could organize such work on his own, marveling at his patience, skills, and ability to handle such a massive workload. Even if he had played all day, he would have been able to complete only 300. Realizing the limited time, the exhaustion, and the scale of the task, which exceeded his capabilities. In the end, he would simply be beaten for failing to complete the task, left facing a threat, fear, and a sense of hopelessness due to his inability to handle it on his own. Last time, that's exactly what happened when he was punished for failing to complete the task, feeling pain, disappointment, and helplessness that left a deep mark on his memory. Orim simply hated his role and everything that was happening, feeling irritation, helplessness, disappointment, and a desire to escape from a responsibility that exceeded his capabilities. Exhausted, he opened the system window, hoping to find hints, help, or a way out of a situation that completely overwhelmed him and left him feeling lost. The young man asked to leave the world where he was a healer and move to an alternative one, seeking new opportunities, less responsibility, and a chance to start over in more favorable conditions. The system was to create a secondary character, automatically generating his characteristics, appearance, and abilities to help the young man carry out tasks in the new world. The young man stepped away from his main role as a healer, leaving the responsibility and burden of duty behind to try a new role and gain more freedom in the world. He felt incredibly exhausted every time he used a different class, because that was the only way the hero could complete all the tasks by the deadline. A supporting character in his story was a brave avenger who always intervened at critical moments to help the main character achieve his goals. Orim felt confident because all his actions and decisions seemed right, and those around him supported him at every turn. He also had to be extremely observant, because the difference in ranks could lead to severe fatigue, which threatened the completion of his tasks. Surveying the world around him, the young man carefully considered exactly where he should go to achieve his goal and avoid danger. Chaos and intense tension reigned in the high-level dungeon, as every step could be dangerous, and the heroes were constantly fighting for survival. The team fought desperately against a powerful monster, using all their skills and strategies to survive and complete the mission. Its body looked strange and unfamiliar, but at the same time it radiated an immense amount of energy, allowing it to act quickly and decisively. This force swept toward the characters in a rapid wave, forcing them to dodge frantically and seek any cover to avoid being hurt. They had to hold out until the next attack, because only then would they be able to continue moving and reach their destination safely. Instantly, the girl's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the incredible and dangerous phenomenon unfolding right before her. The enemy's massive fist was hurtling toward her, threatening to crush everything in its path, and the girl had to react instantly to save herself. The group was bewildered and frightened, for dangerous circumstances had arisen before them, threatening both their success and their safety. Some managed to dodge the blow, dodging at the last moment to avoid serious harm and remain alive amid the chaos of battle. But 2 members were killed by the Balrog at that moment, unable to dodge his powerful blow, and the group felt deep sorrow and fear. The others realized they were completely unable to cope with such incredible pressure, and every step they took was filled with fear and helplessness in the face of the mighty enemy. The young man had to take full responsibility for their survival, carefully considering every move and risking his own life to protect the team from danger. Nuna also had to use her resurrection skill at that time to save her wounded comrades and give them a chance to survive in the midst of the dangerous battle. The character activated his speed boost and moved in a completely different way, maneuvering quickly and unpredictably to evade enemy attacks and stay safe. His body, like lightning, whirled across the battlefield, instantly changing positions and striking enemies with incredible speed and precision. He had to draw the enemy's attention to himself, which would give the rest of the team a few precious seconds to prepare and maneuver. The creature didn't wait a moment, instantly attacking them with incredible speed, forcing the team to react lightning fast to avoid mortal danger. The enemy's rank turned out to be significantly higher than the group had thought, and this immediately made them realize the full danger of the situation and the need for caution. Orim appeared nearby, having resolutely decided to help them and join the battle to turn the tide in the team's favor and protect his comrades. All his skills were activated simultaneously, allowing him to attack and defend as effectively as possible, using all his strength and combat prowess. The power of his attack block was incredible, as it could stop even the enemy's most powerful strikes, saving him and the team from imminent danger. The characters didn't understand who stood before them, for the figure looked mysterious and menacing, causing everyone to feel fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, the young man was fully engrossed in the battle, focusing on attacks and defense, trying to survive amid the chaos and save his comrades. The situation shifted dramatically in the Avengers' favor when he used all his strength and strategy, forcing the enemy to retreat and gaining control of the battle. The monster's voice echoed across the entire area, announcing its presence and filling the air with fear and anxiety among all who heard it. His frustration stemmed from the fact that he had lost a limb, and this deeply annoyed him, driving him to seek a way to regain his strength and control. The hero watched his opponent closely, analyzing every move and preparing to react instantly to any dangerous attack. He had a clear plan in his mind, which he followed, thinking through every step and anticipating his opponent's possible reactions to stay one step ahead. In the next instant, the monster lost its ear, and everything happened incredibly fast, forcing the heroes to react lightning fast to avoid danger. However, the group still didn't understand who the guy standing before them was, since his abilities and determination exceeded all their expectations and imaginations. In their opinion, if the character could defeat the Balrog on his own, it would prove that he was truly an outstanding and skilled player, capable of incredible feats. They also came to believe that the young man was from an Asian server, as his playstyle and reactions differed significantly from what they were used to in their own community. The enemy's eyes glowed with a red light of hatred, radiating a dangerous energy that made everyone around him feel fear and anxiety in the face of his power. His fist, possessed of incredible strength, cracked and shattered everything that came within reach, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake on the battlefield. The attack was directed at the young men, forcing them to dodge frantically and seek any cover to avoid serious injury or death. Overcome by intense fear, they instantly shut their eyes, trying not to look at what terrified their hearts to the depths of their souls. Balrog's final blow resounded like the terrible fire of God, engulfing everything around with incredible destructive power and horror. A crimson light spread across the entire area, filling it with a strange glow that made hearts tremble with mystical awe. When his palm struck the floor, everything shattered into countless tiny pieces, leaving chaos and dust in its wake. The team held on with their last ounce of strength, feeling their bodies and spirits nearly give in under the pressure of relentless danger. The enemy could not calm down and continued to attack. His fury and unrelenting aggression consumed the entire space around him. However, Orym didn't even get a scratch from such a powerful blow. His body remained unscathed, and the calm in his eyes didn't waver for a moment. The player's innate skill aided him in battle, allowing him to react instantly to every enemy movement and predict their next actions with precision. To end the fight, he had to combine his passive skill with a powerful finishing blow, concentrating his strength to the maximum for a decisive outcome. Crimson swords appeared throughout the area, glowing with a menacing red light and filling the air with a sense of danger. At his command, the young man's weapon began to strike his opponent's body with unerring precision, cutting through defenses and delivering devastating blows. The young man was completely confident in what he was doing and in his strength, feeling how every movement was filled with determination and power. His eyes shone with the resolve behind his actions, radiating unshakable confidence and a readiness to overcome any obstacle. Meanwhile, the opponent was defeated, feeling his strength rapidly fade and his hope for victory vanish forever. After the defeat, numerous character rewards rained down from his body, scattering across the ground and evoking admiration and astonishment from everyone around. The young man simply stood quietly and watched it all, maintaining his composure while an invisible tension silently raged within him. Exhaling, the young man felt a sense of relief that it was finally over, and calm gradually returned to his mind and body. Approaching from behind, the group apologized to him for causing trouble, showing sincere remorse and respect for his strength and patience. They thanked him for his help, for without him they might have perished, feeling deep gratitude and realizing that his support had saved their lives in this deadly clash. So he could take one reward for himself, the Balrog's horn, as a symbol of victory and a reward for his incredible courage and skill in battle. If he sold it, he could buy a huge amount of high-quality potions, which would significantly increase his chances of survival in future battles. The team whispered among themselves, discussing the events of the battle and sharing their amazement at his incredible strength and skill. Moving even closer to the Avenger, they spoke up, trying to find words of gratitude and express their admiration for his incredible deeds. Specifically, they wanted to invite him to join them, hoping that his strength and experience would be a valuable addition to their team. However, Orym was still in high school and had to go to class, realizing that his academic responsibilities could not be ignored, even for the sake of adventure. So they agreed to add each other as friends, maintaining a warm relationship and the possibility of staying in touch and helping one another in the future. The hero wasn't entirely satisfied with this proposal, feeling that his own plans and responsibilities remained his top priority, despite their friendly intentions. And they thought he had rejected their offer because they were losers, unaware of his true reasons and responsibilities in life. The young man himself understood that if he decided to play with his friends, it would be hard for him to stop halfway through, because the excitement and thrill would completely consume his attention. His mind was filled with exactly these thoughts, forcing him to weigh all possible consequences while simultaneously feeling an inner struggle between duty and desire. The system displayed the exact time on the panel, clearly showing the minutes and seconds, reminding him of the limits and deadlines he had to adhere to. The young man realized it was already late, and he still had to do his homework and do the laundry, feeling the pressure of time and the need to get everything organized. So he decided to log out of the game, realizing that real-life responsibilities were more important than temporary adventures in the virtual world. The young man wanted to put his clothes in the washing machine first and then take care of everything else, planning to allocate his time and effort as efficiently as possible. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen that caught his full attention, making his heart race with surprise and curiosity. The system asked if the Avenger really wanted to leave this world of heroes, demanding confirmation before carrying out the action. The problem was that this had never happened before, and it caused him surprise and slight anxiety. The thought occurred to him that this might be some kind of mistake, and he began to think carefully before making a final decision. The system asked again if the character was sure of his decision, forcing him to pause once more and consider all possible consequences. The troubled young man didn't understand why the message kept appearing and felt a mixture of anxiety and uncertainty about what to do next. Perhaps he needed to check the server status to see if a technical issue had caused the message to keep appearing. In the real world, calm and silence reigned. No one was in a hurry, and daily life flowed steadily, bringing no surprises or excitement to anyone. Night slowly descended on the city, enveloping the streets in darkness, while the streetlights cast a faint glow, creating a strange atmosphere and a sense of stillness. The game was finally over, and the young man could take off his heavy helmet with relief, feeling the tension gradually leave his body and mind. Reaching for it, he exhaled deeply, feeling the tension melt from his shoulders as his mind gradually calmed after the long wait. During the missions, his body had been completely drenched in sweat from exhaustion, as the constant tension and danger were a consequence of the mandatory role of Avenger he had played. By then, he had to rush to get all his chores done, prioritizing his duties over his own needs. However, the boy felt quite uncomfortable, sensing a slight anxiety and uncertainty in his every movement amid the surrounding silence and calm. His body began to tremble from unexpected excitement, and the helmet around him started emitting strange and alarming sounds, which only intensified his sense of fear. His eyes were completely dry from the long game, red and tired. He could barely focus his gaze, feeling intense discomfort and fatigue. Suddenly, his body began to crumble into tiny pieces, like grains of sand flying in all directions, leaving behind a sense of horror and helplessness. Orm didn't know what was happening to him, feeling completely disoriented and terrified of the unknown, which had suddenly overtaken his body and mind. None of the events or objects in the room could be explained logically, for they seemed absurd, strange, and completely detached from reality. His limbs separated from one another, as if moving on their own, gradually growing in size and creating a gruesome and terrifying spectacle. The helmet continued to emit strange sounds, rhythmically cracking and creaking, filling the room with a sense of anxiety and unnatural tension. And then the system suddenly announced that data transmission had begun, filling the screen with rapid codes and rapidly flashing symbols. The transformation process was complete the moment the surrounding space abruptly stabilized, and the strange phenomena ceased, leaving only a heavy silence. The young man's body had changed quite drastically, taking on new shapes and proportions that were completely different from what he had been before, causing astonishment. He began examining himself in the mirror, trying to closely observe every detail of his new reflection and get used to the changes in his own body. His face had also changed. His features had altered so much that he barely recognized himself, for he had never looked like this before and had been completely different. It was as if the Avenger himself had taken over his body, and every movement, every breath felt like something foreign, yet at the same time incredibly familiar and commanding. A rather intense nausea also troubled the hero, forcing him to clench his stomach and breathe heavily, feeling his body protest against the new changes in his condition. He couldn't take it anymore, and feeling incredible pain and weakness, let it all out onto the floor, leaving behind a puddle and the smell of vomit. Everything that was happening to the young man was completely unknown to him. He understood neither the causes nor the consequences, nor how any of this had become possible. The game reported that the adaptation of the materials was 70% complete, showing gradual progress and leaving a little more work to be done before the process was fully finished. All other aspects were also in the process of being reworked, gradually changing and updating to meet the game's new requirements and conditions. From that moment on, the player's training was set to begin, during which he would have to master new skills and rules to successfully continue the game. All these words began to trouble the young man even more, echoing in his head, creating a sense of chaos and inner anxiety from which it was difficult to escape. Orem asked what the system meant, trying to understand its message and logic, since none of the explanations seemed clear to him yet. But he received no answer, left alone with his own doubts and deep uncertainty about what was happening. His body was transported to another location, where the surroundings changed drastically, filling him with a sense of wonder and uncertainty. The hero began looking around, trying to make out every detail of the surrounding space to understand exactly where he had ended up and what was happening around him. The house and everything around it were unfamiliar. Its walls, furniture, and streets seemed alien, as if he had found himself in a completely different world with no familiar features. From Nuna's room, he had moved in a completely different direction, finding himself in a new space where everything around him looked strange and unfamiliar. His subconscious simply couldn't comprehend such a sudden teleportation. His brain tried to logically explain the event, but none of the usual patterns applied here. However, a monster appeared behind Orem, huge and terrifying, ready to attack at any moment, its eyes burning with hatred and its claws glinting in the dim light. Slowly turning his head, he froze in place, unable to move, feeling a fear that paralyzed every muscle in his body. It was strange that the game's monster had suddenly appeared in the real world, defying all laws of logic and causing Orem to feel an incredible sense of shock and fear. The black monster was already charging, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Its muscles were tense, and its eyes blazed with fury, creating a sense of imminent danger. Standing rooted to the spot, the hero was so terrified that his gaze froze, his hands trembled, and his heart pounded rapidly as he stared silently into the darkness before him. The monster from the game had appeared in the real world, and he couldn't believe it. Blinking in confusion, stepping back, and trying to find a logical explanation for what he was seeing. But the battle was still going to happen, and he, mustering what little courage he had left, tensed up, preparing for the inevitable clash, realizing it was too late to retreat. The enemy's jaws were already opening at that moment, slowly baring a row of sharp teeth, and he froze, realizing the danger bearing down on him. Their sizes differed so strikingly that he felt defenseless, looking up at the enormous opponent looming over him. An explosion went off right there, and a powerful shockwave rippled out, sending dust and debris flying and forcing him to instinctively cover his ears as a deafening roar filled his head. The young man was thrown off the roof of the building and fell helplessly downward, trying to grab onto something with his hands as the wind whistled in his ears and the ground rushed toward him. His body plummeted downward suddenly, and he felt a brief flash of panic as he tried to orient himself in space, while the cold air lashed sharply against his face. A second later, after hitting the asphalt, it was clear that Orem hadn't been seriously injured, for he quickly came to his senses, breathing heavily and trying to get to his feet. After falling 5 stories, he remained alive, only to hit the ground hard, feeling pain throughout his body and realizing with surprise that he could move. It occurred to him that everything that had happened was a dream, since reality seemed blurred and unbelievable, and the events resembled nothing more than a kaleidoscope of fleeting images. The city's residents didn't know what had caused the explosion or why the building had caught fire, and they stood bewildered in the streets, watching the smoke rise above the charred structure. Their reaction was definitely real, because every gesture, scream, and startled glance reflected the genuine panic and surprise that had gripped the people at that moment. However, it was unclear how everything was unfolding, and he could only guess at the details of the events as he watched from the sidelines, the chaos and the unpredictable movements of the people around him. The monster did not leave the hero alone and had already pounced from the other side. Its huge paws lashed through the air, and its eyes gleamed with terror, forcing the hero to feel helplessness and fear. Its blow was swift and powerful, and the hero felt the force strike his body, forcing him to stumble backward, barely staying on his feet from the sudden pain. Orem was injured again and flew off to the side, feeling a sharp pain in his body as the air whistled around him and the world spun slightly out of focus. He didn't know what was happening, but he was certain he had to flee, for the danger was too close, and his heart was pounding, forcing him to instinctively seek safety. The residents themselves watched, not knowing why the earth had suffered such destruction, looking at the cracks and collapses stretching all around them and feeling helpless in the face of the catastrophe. The young man wanted to save them from the monster, gathering all his strength and courage to rush into the dangerous situation, despite the fear and pain that overwhelmed him. But when he approached and urged them to flee, they didn't react at all, standing frozen and silent, as if, in their terror, they had lost the ability to comprehend the approaching danger. The couple stood motionless, as if they didn't see him, staring silently ahead, completely ignoring his words and his panicked plea to flee. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Orem tried to get their attention, putting strength and tension into every movement, hoping to rouse them from their stupor, even just a little. However, the man didn't know what had caused such a light push, and he was suddenly sent flying backward, not having time to understand where the force that struck him had come from. After asking his girlfriend if she had noticed anything strange, he looked at her warily, waiting for an answer, hoping to gain at least some clarity in this baffling situation. Together they realized it had just been their imagination, and they calmed down a bit, realizing that there was no real danger and that their anxiety had been nothing but an illusion. The young man stood there surprised and frightened, not understanding what had happened, his heart racing as his eyes widened in sudden shock and fear. At that moment, he realized that the people couldn't see him, and this caused him even greater shock, for all his movements and words remained completely invisible to them. The monster and the Avenger himself were invisible to them, and they continued to stand calmly, unaware of any threat hanging over them, remaining completely isolated from reality. The creature did not leave the battlefield and was ready for a fight, standing on guard with tense muscles, eyes intently tracking every movement of his opponent and ready to strike at any moment. The boy knew he had to find a way to escape it, and his heart was pounding, urging him to quickly devise a plan of action, searching for any opportunity to avoid danger. Everything was difficult because the monster was powerful, and every one of its movements posed a desperate threat to the boy, forcing him to muster all his strength and think through every move. It charged forward, knocking down everything in its path, smashing through obstacles and creating chaos, while the boy had to dodge, trying to survive amidst the raging disaster. The young man's eyes widened with fear, reflecting the panic and horror that gripped him as he realized the full extent of the danger bearing down on him. A shockwave swept through the area once more, kicking up dust and debris and smashing everything in its path, forcing people and animals to instinctively scatter in all directions from the destructive force. Orem managed to protect himself by reacting quickly to the attack, blocking the blow and using his reflexes to avoid serious injury and stay on his feet amid the chaos. Closing his eyes against the attack, he tried to open them, feeling pain and disorientation, while the surrounding chaos hung over him, giving him neither peace nor time to rest. But what he saw before him only made his condition worse, and his heart pounded harder, his mind filled with fear and a sense of hopelessness, forcing him into a state of complete panic. A massive crater in the middle of the city was ablaze, sending thick smoke into the sky, while the surrounding buildings cracked and crumbled from the heat and destruction. The man lay unconscious, motionless and silent, while chaos reigned around him, and no one could tell if he would survive the devastation. Everyone else was severely injured. Their screams of pain echoed all around, and their bodies were covered in wounds, fractures, and the marks of the chaos that had engulfed the city. Chaos reigned all around. Some begged for an ambulance, while others fled the scene with trembling steps, trying to escape the destruction and danger that reigned everywhere. There were even fatalities, and their bodies lay amid the rubble and dust, a stark reminder of the catastrophe's brutality and humanity's helplessness in the face of it. The monster did not cease its battle, preparing another strike. Its muscles tensed, and its eyes watched the enemy's movements intently, ready to unleash a new wave of destructive force. The Avenger decided to flee to avoid causing even greater damage, quickly assessing the situation and trying to find a safe path that would allow him to avoid a clash with the monster's destructive force. He also thought he could hide, and he quickly searched for any shelter among the ruins to rest and avoid the monster's direct attacks without risking his life. So, dashing forward, he moved swiftly, deftly dodging danger and seizing every opportunity to escape, trying to save his life amid the chaos. The locations changed one after another, and he raced through the shifting space, trying to get his bearings amid the multitude of new details and dangers that constantly appeared ahead. The young man ran through the city streets not knowing where to stop. His heart was pounding, and his legs carried him through the chaos while destruction and danger reigned all around. His legs carried him away from the brink of death, and every step was filled with fear and panic as he tried to escape the inevitable threat that pursued him. Survival was his top priority, and all his actions, movements, and decisions were aimed solely at avoiding danger and preserving his life amid the chaos. Suddenly, a fist slammed into his face with force, and the blow shocked him, causing a sharp pain, a loss of balance, and a brief moment of disorientation. The enemy seemed not to realize that his opponent was constantly retreating, continuing to attack with the same aggression, oblivious to the tricks and attempts to avoid direct confrontation. The battle continued to go from bad to worse for the player, and every blow from the enemy put intense pressure on him, forcing him to retreat as he felt the advantage shifting more and more to the enemy. Throughout all that time, he couldn't fend off the monster at all, and every attempt to defend himself ended in failure, leaving him vulnerable to the opponent's powerful attacks. Sustaining more and more injuries, he felt the pain spreading throughout his body and his strength waning, forcing him to barely stay on his feet amid the merciless battle. The monster, in turn, did not stop, attacking without mercy or pause. Every one of its movements was filled with destructive force, forcing its opponent to feel relentless pressure and danger. The young man's body could no longer endure it, and each of his opponent's blows seemed heavier than the last, causing him to stagger, tremble, and feel complete exhaustion and pain in every muscle. Thoughts of death were already in his head, and fear overwhelmed his mind, forcing him to anticipate the worst possible outcome and feel helpless in the face of imminent danger. Each time he recalled how he had been tormented, and those memories added to his pain and anger, intensifying his despair and sense of powerlessness in the face of new attacks. Not once had he been able to defend himself, and every attempt to fight back ended in failure, leaving him defenseless against the opponent's destructive force. The whole situation reminded him of times past when he had felt similar fear and helplessness, and the memories of those moments made his heart beat even faster with anxiety and foreboding. Losing his strength, he exhaled, feeling fatigue and pain wash over his entire body, his heart pounding heavily, forcing him to pause for a brief moment to gather what little energy he had left. Orem didn't know what he had done to deserve such treatment, and he found it hard to understand the reason for the cruelty that had befallen him, leaving him with a sense of injustice and confusion. Meanwhile, the creature was drawing ever closer. Each of its steps echoed with immense power, and its eyes watched him intently, making Orem feel a growing fear and the inevitability of the threat. Using his skill, the young man managed to slow it down, deftly seizing the moment for a brief retreat and to regain his strength, preparing for the next move in the fight. His opponent's jaw snapped open from the blow, and the force of the strike caused it to lose its balance for a moment, giving the young man a small opening for a counterattack. The young man didn't even realize how it all happened and felt a confusion of thoughts as events around him unfolded rapidly and uncontrollably. The sensations in his body were strange, as if every muscle and nerve were reacting to something unknown, mixing pain, fatigue, and a strange premonition he couldn't explain. It was exactly this emotion he felt when he used his skills in the game, as the sensations of control, tension, and excitement intertwined, creating a similar adrenaline rush in his body. Subconsciously, he guessed what the whole situation was like, and this feeling forced him to compare reality with familiar events from the game, adding a strange mix of fear and familiarity. However, he still hadn't managed to destroy the enemy, and every attempt ended in failure, leaving him exhausted, wounded, and forcing him to seek new ways to confront the monster. His body was capable of launching attacks, and he tried to concentrate his strength to direct energy at the enemy, using every opportunity for an effective strike. A powerful beam of fire was directed at him, radiating unbearable heat and power, forcing him to dodge sharply to avoid a direct hit. The boy got to his feet, feeling pain throughout his body, but gathering his remaining strength, he tensed his muscles, preparing for the next clash with the enemy. It felt as though he had withdrawn into himself, and all the surrounding chaos seemed to recede, leaving only his thoughts, fears, and tension in anticipation of the next blow. But his eyes alone analyzed the situation, closely tracking the enemy's movements, searching for weaknesses and opportunities for effective defense or a counterattack. The passive skill, Blooming at Dusk, was activated, and the young man felt energy surge through his body, granting him strength and heightened senses for precise and swift actions in battle. The energy flowed into his hand and surged around him, filling him with strength and focus, ready to explode into a powerful strike against the enemy. Everything was unfolding exactly as Orem had envisioned, and his plan was gradually coming to fruition, allowing him to feel in control of the situation and use every moment to his advantage. It was unclear how, but everything related to the online game, and he felt a strange blend of reality and virtual events as if the world around him were repeating the familiar mechanics and rules of the game. There was only one way to survive the situation, and he focused all his attention and strength on executing it, realizing that any mistake could cost him his life. He had to destroy them all, and he felt the pressure of this necessity, realizing that the success or failure of the battle and his own survival depended on his actions. He was certain of this, and he felt determination in every movement and decision, never doubting the correctness of his choice in the face of the enemy. The young man stuck to his game plan, executing his moves with precision and seizing every opportunity to gain the upper hand, following a strategy that had already brought him success time and again. The creature was already wounded, and he needed to inflict even more damage to exploit its vulnerability and hasten the battle's conclusion in his favor. For his part, Orym was no longer fleeing, but stood his ground firmly, feeling confident and resolute, ready to face the enemy and continue the fight. His thoughts were solely on eliminating everyone, and he focused on this task, ignoring the pain, fatigue, and fear that overwhelmed his body and mind. The young man's gaze was confident and resolute, reflecting his firm determination and readiness to take any action to achieve his goal and defeat the enemy. The weapon in his hands glowed with its owner's energy, radiating power and tension, ready to burst forth and deliver a powerful blow to the enemy. The Phantom Sword of Vengeance skill was activated, and the sword filled with dark energy, ready to instantly attack the enemy, amplifying the power and precision of every one of Orym's movements. Defense was also reduced to 0 and was set to surge sharply for 5 seconds during a critical strike, giving Orym the opportunity to deal maximum damage to the enemy without risking his own injury. It became clear that the monster hadn't expected this at all, and its reaction slowed, giving Orym a chance for an instant and powerful counterattack. By that point, the potential outcome of the battle was in the hero's favor, and all odds of victory were now stacked in his favor, giving him confidence in his next moves. It was precisely because he had gathered his strength that everything began to fall into place. His strikes became more precise, his movements more agile, and his confidence in victory grew noticeably. Glancing back, he watched to see if the monster was moving, closely tracking its position and intentions to anticipate its next move and avoid a dangerous strike. From its condition, it was clear that the creature was defeated, and this sense of victory filled Orym with determination and relief after the brutal battle. The black monster was a mid-level enemy, and its strength and skills posed a serious threat, though Orym already had enough experience to effectively counter it. An unknown panel appeared behind him, glowing with an unfamiliar light, and it drew his attention as if inviting him to interact or unlock a new opportunity in the game. It congratulated him on completing the task, displaying a bright message on the screen that confirmed his success and gave him a sense of accomplishment. Everything was happening just like in a game, and Orym felt a strange blend of reality and familiar game mechanics, as if the world around him were recreating the rules and events he was accustomed to in virtual space. He also needed to claim his rewards for the task, and the panel displayed a list of achievements that granted power, resources, and new opportunities for further progress in the game. As he carefully studied the information, Orym was shocked, for the data on the panel revealed unexpected details that exceeded his expectations and radically altered his perception of the situation. Soon his eyes widened even further in surprise when he saw new information that completely overturned his understanding of events and left him feeling utterly stunned. He had to choose between money, points, and an unknown chest, and each option promised a different reward, forcing Orym to weigh his choice and its consequences. He carefully studied every point, examining every nuance and detail, and stood quietly in place as if time around him had stopped, observing everything. He could only receive a reward if he carefully chose one of the 3 options, weighing all possibilities carefully. However, the hero didn't understand what the points and secret boxes meant, and spent a long time trying to figure out their true significance, pondering every hint. He had only 30 seconds left to choose, and the hero felt the pressure of time because every moment was limited and could determine his next actions. Otherwise, the reward would be chosen automatically, and the hero would have no chance to influence the outcome, remaining merely an observer. Orym had no idea what to do and stood there indecisively, pondering every possible move that could change his situation. Perhaps even in moments like these, the best way to solve problems was money, which could ease difficult situations and ensure a quick solution. The 10 seconds that remained only heightened the panic, and the hero felt his heart racing as his thoughts became tangled in uncertainty and fear. The young man had absolutely no idea what to do and stood there bewildered, trying to find at least some clue or the right path in this difficult situation. In the end, he decided to choose any option without further hesitation, hoping that even a random choice would bring the desired result and change the course of events. In this case, the system agreed with him, confirming his choice and allowing him to move forward, as if acknowledging his decision as correct and acceptable. It was then that the return to the real world began, and the hero felt the illusion gradually fade away as his surroundings became familiar and recognizable. The young man seemed to begin dissolving into the air. His outline grew blurry, and his body gradually merged with the surrounding space, as if he were vanishing into the mist. The teleportation was quick and painless, and the hero felt only a slight tingling chill as he instantly moved from one place to another, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. The young man's room was empty and clean, without a single unnecessary object, and it created a sense of space and order where every detail had its place. In an instant, its owner returned to the room, appearing unexpectedly, as if materializing out of thin air, and immediately filling the space with his presence and energy. Orem himself was stunned by such a rapid change of location. His mind struggled to make sense of the events, and his heart raced with both surprise and excitement. His head was spinning from everything happening around him, and he could barely focus as he tried to make sense of the rapid changes and the chaotic flow of events. Finally, he saw that he had returned and felt a slight sense of relief, realizing that he was back in a familiar environment after all the strange events. However, it struck him as strange that this was his home, and he looked around at the familiar walls and objects in surprise, unsure whether this was true reality or merely an illusion. The game mask continued to sit quietly on the table, as if observing everything, and its calm presence created a strange atmosphere of mystery and anticipation. The next day, everything was calm, and the hero felt a sense of harmony all around him as he watched the quiet flow of life, which seemed to disturb nothing in the usual order of things. The news reported on the victims of the explosion at the building, and the hero listened to the reports with anxiety, realizing the scale of the tragedy and the loss of life resulting from the incident. Suspicions fell on terrorists, and the authorities were actively searching for witnesses, trying to gather information about the incident and identify those involved in the dangerous act of violence. As expected, everything that had happened then was not a dream or a hallucination, and the protagonist realized that he had experienced real events with all their dangers and consequences. Everything was happening in reality, and the protagonist clearly understood that every event, every movement, and every decision had real consequences and were not figments of his imagination. The young man's attention was drawn to the girl's voice, which announced that she was home, and he stopped, listening to the familiar tone that filled the room with unexpected liveliness. The young woman came inside looking quite tired. Her steps were heavy and her face showed the weariness of the day's events, which had left their mark on her mood and energy. She also asked the young man if anything strange had happened the previous night, and her voice sounded curious as she tried to uncover the truth about the mysterious events that had taken place earlier. However, her eyes widened in surprise when she saw something unexpected that abruptly changed her calm mood and made her heart beat faster from the shock. Her brother greeted her and asked how her shift had gone, listening intently to her every word and showing concern for her well-being after a long and exhausting day. The young lady, however, was troubled and strange, and her behavior betrayed an inner turmoil that prevented her from appearing calm despite her familiar surroundings. It was as if she didn't know who was standing before her, and her gaze was bewildered, full of doubt and unexpected fear toward a familiar yet suddenly incomprehensible person. So she asked him directly who he was, and her voice sounded resolute, yet with a hint of anxiety as she tried to uncover the mystery of his identity. Orem had anticipated this turn of events, foreseeing the possible consequences and realizing that everything was unfolding exactly as he had imagined it would. So he assured her frankly that he was her brother, speaking calmly and convincingly, trying to dispel her doubts and restore trust between them after the misunderstandings. Still, the young lady didn't believe him and began rummaging through her bag, searching intently for some evidence or clues to verify the truth of his words and uncover the truth. As it turned out, she pulled out a stun gun, brandishing it, and her movements were decisive, demonstrating her readiness to defend herself and not trust her brother's words without verification. The hero was frightened as he didn't want to get zapped for nothing, and his heart began to race while his body tensed, preparing for the unexpected danger posed by the object. So he began shouting at his sister again, insisting he was her family, not some stranger, trying to convince her of the truth of his words and dispel the suspicions clouding her mind. However, she couldn't believe him, because the young man looked like a burly man, and his appearance contradicted the image of her familiar brother, which only intensified her doubts and wariness. Her brother had once been as frail as a kitten in the rain, and his delicate frame had never inspired fear, which made his current burly appearance all the more shocking to her. Orem explained that he was telling the truth and had woken up that morning looking exactly like that, confirming that his changes were not a figment of her imagination, but an undeniable reality. Smiling at these words, his sister didn't believe him, and her smile was more an expression of doubt and skepticism than of genuine satisfaction or joy. She continued to attack with her weapon, moving decisively and cautiously to give her brother no chance to get close, while remaining on guard against any move. Then, deciding to act decisively, he said he could recall things that only Lee Orem knew, trying to convince his sister of his true identity and force her to stop. The next moment, he mentioned that she hated carrots and sesame leaves, and that her jaw ached from clenching it tightly at night, trying to use these details to prove he knew her. He went on to say that his sister had gone on a blind date, and then complained that it had been awful, trying to recreate moments familiar to her and convince her of his knowledge. The girl couldn't calm down and told him to keep going. Her voice trembled with emotion, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and tense anticipation, because she wanted to know more details. The hero thought about what he could recall to make her believe him, carefully choosing words and facts that accurately reflected her memories and convinced her of his sincerity. So he said that their parents' birthdays were on June 23rd and July 14th, trying to further convince his sister of his truthfulness and deep knowledge of the family. He also mentioned that they had both died in a car accident, and these words deeply affected his sister, forcing her to reflect on the seriousness of his story and the truthfulness of the details. That morning, he asked her to go to the amusement park and said some harsh things when he heard that no one was going there, showing irritation and trying to influence his sister's decision with emotional words. Even at that time, the young man regretted what had happened, feeling sadness and guilt, because the events had left a deep emotional mark and forced him to rethink his actions. The memories were painful for him, and every image from the past stirred up strong emotions, making his heart ache with sadness and regret for what was lost. The girl watched him closely, studying his every movement and facial expression, trying to understand his true intentions and the sincerity of his words. They stood facing each other, gazing intently into each other's eyes without uttering a single word, as if time had frozen around them. She didn't know what to say, for the secret her brother had just confided in her alone had completely frozen in her thoughts and soul, leaving only silence. Finally, the realization began to dawn on her that this was truly her brother, and every detail of his face and voice remained etched in her memory. He himself didn't understand how this had happened to his body, how it had suddenly become different, and every movement, every glance in the mirror brought him surprise and anxiety. At that moment, the girl carefully placed the stun gun on the table, feeling tension in every muscle and preparing for the unknown that was about to happen next. Approaching him, she cautiously asked where the wounds on his face had come from, watching his every move and trying to understand the truth. Quietly, Orem explained that the wounds hadn't been on his face when he woke up, avoiding any details, and his voice sounded calm but slightly tense. What was happening to him had to remain a strict secret, hidden from everyone, and not even the smallest details were to be revealed to anyone in order to preserve the mystery. The young lady stood still, lost in deep thought. Her eyes reflected an inner struggle, and her thoughts swirled incessantly around unresolved questions and doubts. In the end, she finally decided to take her brother to the emergency room, realizing that his condition required immediate medical attention and the care of specialists. He needed to have his body checked to understand exactly what was happening to his physical condition during these sudden and strange changes. which were becoming increasingly noticeable. Orem began to assure her that the doctors would certainly not believe him, since she herself was a nurse and understood well just how unbelievable his story would sound to the specialist. The girl was worried because she feared he might have some serious illness requiring immediate intervention, and her thoughts kept returning to that fear. The protagonist himself decided to carry on living as he was now, accepting his body and the changes that had occurred to him, and trying not to think about past or future difficulties. The last problem for him remained school and the teachers and students, who most likely would not believe his words either and would take it all as a fabrication or a joke. Then the young man decided to go to the hospital after school and undergo a full examination to confirm his condition and understand what was happening to his body. Not quite believing his words, his sister remained silent, mulling everything over in her head, but inwardly feeling doubt and fear about what might actually have happened. Her brother had always been stubborn about such matters. He never listened to others' advice and insisted on doing things his way, even if it seemed dangerous or illogical to those around him. As she urged him to go pack his bag for school, she decided to tell the teachers everything herself, realizing that this was the only way to prevent misunderstandings and danger. This plan did not please the young man at all, because he didn't want his secret revealed to others, and he was worried about the possible reaction of the teachers and his classmates. But in her sister's opinion, her words would sound much more convincing than those of a student, so she believed she could convince the teachers and convey the truth correctly and seriously. Even if she went with him, Orem had his own plan of action, carefully thought out in secret, which he had no intention of revealing even to the person closest to him, so that everything would turn out the way he wanted. Picking up the stun gun again, she turned to her brother, holding it firmly and carefully, trying to get his attention and control the situation without taking any unnecessary risks. He had a choice: either listen to his sister and do as she asked, or get zapped by the weapon she was holding at the ready, and she wasn't joking. Obviously, the young man didn't want to feel any pain at all, so he had no choice but to listen to his sister and comply with her demands, trying to avoid the electric shock. So together they headed toward the school grounds, walking cautiously and silently, each lost in their own thoughts, preparing for the conversation with teachers and classmates. Some students were filming videos for the internet, enthusiastically capturing everything around them, unaware that their actions could influence the situation and attract unwanted attention. The Orange Box channel was broadcasting live from the scene on Shindamon Street, showing every movement of pedestrians and cars, creating the impression that viewers were right there at the scene of the events. It was precisely there that the strange events reported in the news were unfolding, drawing viewers' attention and sparking rumors and astonishment among the city's residents. In any case, the cause of the explosion was a mystical story that had become overgrown with rumors and fears, and even the most level-headed people could not explain the event logically. A city resident watched the video intently, listening closely to the details and observing every movement on the screen, trying to understand the cause of the unusual events that were unfolding. She even wanted to go check out the place where it all happened, feeling a strong desire to see the events with her own eyes and understand exactly what had actually happened. Without taking her eyes off her phone, the student headed toward the school building, closely following the messages and videos, trying not to miss a single important detail of the events. On the way, she ran into a friend who noticed her worried look and tried to ask what had happened. Filled with curiosity and concern for her friend, she asked what exactly was playing on her phone, peering closely at the screen and trying to figure out which messages or videos might have caught her friend's attention. The video had appeared in her recommendations, but Kim didn't want to reveal anything more specific, keeping the information to herself and guarding the secret of the events from her friend. As it turned out, her friend mentioned that someone from her school wanted to get to know her, sharing stories about interesting incidents and new acquaintances that could change her day and mood. However, Shivel wasn't interested in such things, because her thoughts were completely absorbed by the events unfolding around her, and she didn't want to be distracted by trivialities or idle chatter. Something ahead caught her attention, and she stopped abruptly, listening to the sounds around her and trying to make out any unusual movement or detail amid the familiar schoolyard. Orem was walking down the hallway with his sister, striding calmly but keeping a sharp watch on his surroundings, as if preparing for something important and unpredictable that could happen at any moment. The young man looked completely different. He no longer resembled a little kitten at all, and his posture, face, and movements betrayed a maturity and confidence that had not been visible before. Of course, because of his sudden changes, the girl couldn't figure out who was standing before her, since his appearance and behavior were radically different from what she had known before. They whispered among themselves, saying they had never seen him before, discussing his strange appearance and behavior, which bore no resemblance to the boy they knew. It occurred to them that the student might have been transferred from another school, since his appearance and behavior didn't match what they were used to seeing among their classmates. Shivel watched him closely, listening to his every move and trying to spot signs of a familiar personality or behavior that would help her understand his true nature. For a moment, it even seemed to her that she had seen him somewhere before, and this sense of familiarity made her scrutinize every detail and movement of his. The brother and sister approached the teacher's lounge, walking quietly but confidently, preparing to meet with the teachers and explain the situation, which required immediate attention. Glancing at each other, they felt a nervousness that permeated their every movement and thought, as if an invisible tension hung between them, underscoring the gravity of the moment. The girl decided to explain that her brother was undergoing a medical examination and didn't know the reason for what had happened himself, trying to convince the teachers of the seriousness and unpredictability of the situation. The younger brother immediately agreed with her, realizing that this was the best way out of the situation, and silently supported her words, ready to trust his sister and her decision. Suddenly, his stomach seemed to start hurting, and he decided to go to the restroom, clutching his sides and trying to look natural so as not to draw unnecessary attention to his condition. In response, she agreed only on the condition that everything happened quickly, trying to speed up the process and minimize any risks or unwanted consequences. As she stepped inside, she noticed it was empty, and the silence that reigned in the room only intensified the sense of tension and uncertainty. The bewildered young man stood by the wall, trying to figure out what had happened while simultaneously controlling his emotions so as not to betray his anxiety in front of his sister and those around him. He knew that even his sister wouldn't believe the teacher, since the situation was so unusual and strange that any explanation would seem implausible to any adult. Instead, they would have attacked him with suspicion and immediately called the police, because his words and behavior seemed so strange that no one could trust them. The hero took a purple stone out of his pocket, holding it carefully in his hand and feeling its weight and energy, which seemed strange yet captivating. He recalled that at the last moment, he had used his ability during the awards ceremony, and that decision had been decisive, altering the course of events and the consequences for him. So he quickly pressed the secret button, activating a mechanism that could turn the situation in his favor and give him control over the events unfolding around him. That was the moment to use what he had received, for all the circumstances had finally aligned so that his achievement could influence the situation as effectively as possible. The crystal object allowed a novice from another class to use it only once with 60% proficiency, granting limited but sufficient power for a crucial action. Quietly, the young man declared that he was ready to use what he held in his hands, feeling both determination and tension, for the outcome of his next actions depended on it. The powerful summoner's unique skill, known as the Eye of Charm, shone brightly around him, blinding all and creating an impenetrable magical field of incredible power. As a result of these actions, an ancient and dangerous power of mind control was instantly activated, allowing him to completely subjugate the will of anyone standing near him. After that, the hero calmly left the restroom, looked around, smoothed out his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked down the hallway, maintaining a composed expression. He strode confidently back toward his sister, unhurried but resolute, maintaining an upright posture, scanning the hallway intently and thinking about the conversation ahead. The skill was used to make monsters his allies, so he didn't know how it might affect ordinary people, and he was cautiously wary of the possible consequences. If the opportunity arose, he would first try to convince the teacher, choosing his arguments carefully, weighing his words, observing the reaction, and proceeding cautiously. Perhaps the man would believe him just as he had believed his sister and accept the situation, listening attentively to the explanation, pondering what he'd heard and deciding not to deny the obvious. However, he was already standing in the teacher's lounge and couldn't make sense of anything, looking around in confusion, trying to understand exactly what was happening and why everything had changed. Only after stepping inside did Arim understand everything, carefully surveying the room, noticing the details, piecing together the facts, and instantly realizing the reason for the strange situation. There were students who changed beyond recognition after the break, but no one could change in just one night, so drastically that it seemed completely unbelievable. His sister knew what she was talking about and tried to explain everything in more detail, choosing her words carefully, explaining the events in sequence, and giving examples to make her point. However, the teacher saw a completely different person in front of him, not his student, closely examining facial features, expressions, and behavior, trying to recognize familiar traits and understand the reason for the changes. As expected, even his guardian couldn't handle such a task, trying to find a solution, weighing options, and assessing all possible consequences of his actions. He had no choice but to use his skill to make him believe them, focusing on controlling the situation, carefully guiding the other person's thoughts and emotions. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, the young man saw another man standing nearby, watching the events closely, and instantly sensed that the situation was taking an unexpected turn. He turned out to be the deputy director of the school, standing solemnly, watching the students closely and ready to intervene at any moment. So he decided it would be better to test the spell on him, approaching cautiously, intently watching his reaction, and preparing for any consequences. His status was higher, and the man could convince everyone else by using his authority, confidently expressing his opinion and controlling the situation around him. He had to hurry to get someone else on his side, quickly assessing the situation, choosing the right words, and acting decisively so as not to miss the opportunity. The skill instantly flared in his eyes, radiating strength, focus, and determination that immediately caught the attention of those around him and made them listen. Everything around him was bathed in a red light that no one could see except the young man, filling the room with a glow that created a sense of power, danger, and extreme tension. In that instant, the deputy director's gaze shifted, becoming more wary, attentive, and tense, as if he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and its potential consequences. In his eyes, there seemed to be invisible hearts that exuded charm, drew the attention of those around him, and created a sense of warmth and a magical aura around him. The man immediately called out to Teacher Chan, speaking loudly, clearly pointing out the situation and expecting a quick response and explanation from him. For his part, the teacher had no idea what might happen in a second, remaining relaxed, oblivious to the changes in the situation and the looming hidden danger. However, the headmaster listened to their conversation, carefully catching every word, assessing their intentions, and trying to figure out what steps to take next. Therefore, he decided to trust student Rim, carefully assessing the situation, weighing the arguments, and trying to avoid making a mistake in his decision. Ignoring the fact that he looked completely different, the man listened to the words, closely observed the behavior, and tried to discern the student's true intentions. Such a criterion could in no way affect his qualities as a student, for his knowledge, abilities, and diligence remained unchanged regardless of external changes in his appearance or behavior. It didn't matter what their students looked like. A true teacher would always seek out the true abilities hidden within, closely observing the actions and potential of each one. Seeing how aggressive the man was, Orim was surprised. He watched his behavior, facial expressions, and tense movements closely, trying to understand the reason for such a reaction. The sister had previously reported that the young man had fallen ill with a rare disease, describing in detail the symptoms, the duration of the illness, and the possible consequences for his health and studies. Everything was unknown, and it seemed they still had to investigate their situation, carefully gathering information, analyzing the facts, and trying to understand the true causes of the events. The man couldn't understand how anyone could be unaware of the cause in a world where dogs had already flown into space, marveling at the incredible possibilities and the incompatibility of the unknown with obvious progress. Faced with such an angry tone, the girl didn't know what to say. She remained silent, bewildered, listening to his words and trying to find the right answer to avoid conflict. Teacher Chang had to continue treating a student who had fallen ill with a rare disease, carefully monitoring his condition, selecting treatment methods, and evaluating the effectiveness of each step. But he still didn't know how to tell the other students, weighing his words, fearing their reaction, and trying to find the most cautious and understandable way to explain it. The older student agreed that this would cause confusion among his classmates, anticipating surprise reactions, communication barriers, and the need for a careful approach to explanations. Therefore, he took it upon himself to tell the other students, carefully choosing his words, preparing for questions, and trying to explain the situation as clearly and calmly as possible. Together, they headed to the boys' classroom, walking with determination, watching out for one another, and preparing to face their classmates and any questions that might arise. Teacher Chung couldn't make sense of the leader's behavior, observing his actions, analyzing his words, and trying to uncover the hidden motives or reasons behind such an unpredictable reaction. The sister, however, believed that everything would be fine, holding hope in her heart, contemplating positive outcomes, and hoping for a peaceful resolution to the situation. Then she left the young man alone in the school building, stepping back cautiously, observing his reaction, and giving him time to reflect and make a decision. Together with his senior teachers, he headed to the classroom, walking confidently, carefully observing the surroundings, and preparing to meet with the students. The man explained to everyone that they should take care of Arim due to his alleged illness, describing the symptoms in detail and emphasizing the importance of caution and support from his classmates. It was precisely because of this that the student became a completely different person, displaying new character traits, changing his behavior, and demonstrating a completely different way of thinking and attitude toward those around him. Everyone present remained silent, simply listening, watching the student closely, intently taking in his every word and trying to understand his true intentions. The children may have had some suspicions or objections, but they did not dare to go against the principal, fearing unpredictable consequences and respecting his authority and position. Unable to hold back his tears, the assistant principal could not bear the boy's fate, deeply empathizing with his suffering and feeling powerless in the face of the cruelty of the situation. This scene shocked all the students in the classroom, causing them to hold their breath, reflect on the events, and feel deep astonishment and sympathy at the same time. Orem stood nearby and simply bowed his head, silently taking in the events, feeling sadness and confusion, trying to cope with the emotions inside him. He thought the man would convince everyone with logic, but emotions wouldn't sway anyone, forcing everyone to remain composed, carefully assessing the situation and not giving in to their feelings. The teacher rushed over to the principal to calm him down, quickly assessing the situation, gently touching his shoulder, and trying to ease the tension with words and gestures. In turn, Orem was supposed to take a seat, and everything would be resolved later, calmly awaiting further developments and opportunities for explanations. The young man even had thoughts of transferring to another school, weighing new opportunities, future difficulties, and the consequences of such a decision for himself and those around him. A classmate called out to the young man as he walked to his seat, trying to get his attention, convey an important message, and offer support during a difficult moment. She wanted to find out what had actually happened to him, listening carefully to his answers, observing his behavior, and trying to understand the real reasons behind the changes. Everything was quite confusing and happened quickly, forcing everyone to react hastily, trying to make sense of the events and make the right decisions. The protagonist said he had previously heard from his sister about acute stress syndrome, which could be triggered by severe stress, explaining the possible reasons for his behavior and sudden changes. Some children still didn't believe in such drastic changes, continuing to doubt, closely observing him, and pondering possible explanations. They surrounded the student and began discussing his health, asking questions carefully, listening to his answers, and trying to understand his condition and feelings. Just as the protagonist had thought, the vice principal's speech did not work, failing to change the students' attitudes or convince them of the seriousness of the situation. Unexpectedly, Shivel said she had heard of such a disease before, listening attentively to the explanation, trying to share her knowledge and add information to the conversation. Not expecting her support, the young man watched her closely, listening to her words, analyzing her reaction, and trying to understand her true intentions. Without showing any emotion, the girl also looked at him, closely observing his behavior, evaluating his words, and trying to understand the true state of his thoughts. Everyone was waiting for details, but she explained that she had simply heard about it from her father, offering no further explanation and leaving the situation a mystery to those around her. A man living in Germany woke up one day, having grown 12 centimeters and with a completely different face, feeling shocked by the sudden changes in his body and appearance. In that situation, there was some sort of malfunction in the organ that secreted hormones, causing sudden physical changes, unexpected bodily reactions, and affecting the person's overall condition. Shivel waited for the boy to confirm her words, closely watching his reaction, trying to understand whether he agreed and whether he acknowledged the truth of her information. So, without hesitation, Orem said that everything was true, confidently confirming Shivel's words, demonstrating honesty and a willingness to speak openly about the situation. After that, everyone around him seemed to truly believe his story, listening intently to his explanation, observing his behavior, and accepting his words as the truth. In their opinion, Shivel had nothing to gain from lying. Moreover, her father was the head of a pharmaceutical company, which made her words more convincing and worthy of trust. In his mind, the protagonist realized that everything was going quite well, assessing the reactions of those around him, anticipating future developments, and feeling a sense of inner satisfaction with the outcome. At first, everyone thought it was strange, but eventually they would have to get used to the new him, gradually accepting the changes, observing his behavior, and adapting to the new circumstances. At that point, all that remained was to find out how Hen and his friends would treat him, closely observing their reactions, assessing their intentions, and waiting for possible words of support or doubt. Since they didn't react at all and didn't even turn around, the hero remained an observer, pondering their indifference and trying to understand the reasons for such behavior. The whole situation with them was quite strange, causing the hero surprise, confusion, and a constant sense of the unpredictability of the events around him. Tico Shivel gently called out to the young man, trying at all costs to get his attention and distract him from the heavy thoughts that had been troubling his heart for so long. She politely asked if he happened to have a spare pair of headphones, as she sincerely wanted to listen to some music and get in the right mindset for work before classes began. The young man felt very embarrassed by the fact that he had just used those headphones himself, and now he felt awkward. However, she didn't see anything wrong with it at all, considering the situation completely natural and even somewhat amusing, so she simply smiled sincerely at him in response. After sincerely thanking him for lending her the headphones, the grateful girl calmly said that she would definitely return them as soon as he needed to use them again. Orem seemed to be in a deep daze from such an unexpected situation, unable to utter a single word or move under her watchful and curious gaze. If he thought about it carefully, he was certainly no longer the person everyone had known before, for the hardships in the past he had endured had forever changed his very essence. The hero, who had once been quite short and thin, had been completely lacking in self-confidence. However, at this moment, his strong muscles had noticeably grown and become much larger than they had ever been. That's why people like Hen and other bitter enemies could never touch him again, realizing the incredible strength and newfound confidence radiating from this once weak boy. In his own opinion, absolutely everything around him was bound to change in the near future, opening up new, amazing opportunities and a completely different path in life for him. Like all his peers, he now had to make new friends every day and attend a regular school, trying to live the simple life he had dreamed of for so long. In his new body, which had changed so drastically recently, this young man was now supposed to feel as confident as possible in any situation. However, in reality, nothing so positive had happened yet, and he still continued to doubt himself deeply, despite all those obvious physical changes and the newfound strength he had gained. Painful situations constantly flashed before his eyes, like treacherous classmates waiting for him again in the dark corners of the hallways to mock him once more and show their superiority. His frightened gaze spoke volumes about the deep and painful experiences that still lived deep within his soul, leaving him no chance for peace or true forgetfulness. It was precisely in the presence of those three cruel tormentors that he could not overcome his paralyzing fear, feeling completely helpless. The bewildered protagonist simply did not know what exactly he should do about this unbearable state, and did not understand at all how to finally overcome himself in these terrible memories. There was only one conclusion to be drawn from this whole situation. He was still incredibly afraid of Hen and his loyal friends, who had been making his life miserable for so long. He expected that they could attack him unexpectedly at literally any moment, so he was constantly in a state of extreme tension and feared every loud noise. The group, however, clearly saw all these sudden changes in the once weak student and even laughed openly at it, not believing that mere physical fitness could actually help him in any real way. They also really wanted to see for themselves whether he could actually handle all of them in his new body, which now looked much stronger and more resilient than before. Juan's son was also extremely curious to witness the unfolding of such a devious plan, as he had long wanted to see the boy's true reaction to new challenges and threats. In the hero's mind, they had already firmly seized him by the throat, leaving him absolutely no chance to retreat or even somehow defend himself against their brute force. The young man had absolutely no chance against them in open combat, as their numerical superiority and years of experience in intimidation had a much stronger effect on him. The treacherous enemy itself openly urged him to finally try to extricate himself from such a complex battle on his own, showing complete disregard for his current efforts and newfound strength. However, to his great regret, Orem did absolutely nothing in that difficult situation, remaining a motionless and passive observer. The boy felt as if he were in a cramped, dark room, completely enveloped by his own heavy thoughts and the senseless insults of others, which, like shadows, pursued him and prevented him from finding a way out. The evening sky already signaled the end of classes as he slowly gathered his things, looked out the window, and realized that the school day had finally come to an end. The young man packed his things into his backpack, stacking his notebooks, checking his pens, and silently surveying the classroom, as if trying not to forget anything before heading home. Fortunately, nothing bad had happened, and he thought it would be wonderful if the coming days passed just as calmly, without unnecessary worries or unexpected events. Orem needed to text his sister and let her know that nothing had happened since she was worried, so he took out his phone and decided to briefly tell her about his uneventful day. A classmate called out to him from behind, quietly addressing him by name, and he stopped, turned around, and looked at her in surprise, trying to figure out why. She asked what he was supposed to do after school and whether he had to be home right away. Looking at him intently and expecting a calm answer without hesitation. Hearing that he had nothing planned, they invited him to spend time together, suggesting they go for a walk after class and chat in a relaxed atmosphere. Shivel watched the boy closely, scrutinizing his movements and facial expressions, as if trying to understand his mood and hidden thoughts. So he immediately agreed to the offer, feeling both joy and curiosity, and without hesitation, decided to join their group right after class. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone, causing him to stop immediately, unlock the screen, and read it intently, trying to figure out who had sent it and what it was about. After reading it, his eyes widened in surprise and his heart began to race, because he hadn't expected such news and was trying to make sense of the message. Baek Han had written that the student should come to the restroom on the 5th floor, and he felt a mix of excitement and curiosity before deciding to go there immediately. So the young man apologized and said he couldn't go with them anymore, explaining that circumstances had changed and he would have to stay on his own for a while. Something important had happened that required his presence, and he immediately realized he couldn't ignore the situation, since the course of events depended on his decisions. Without waiting, he ran to the location, quickly navigating the hallways and stairs, feeling the urgency and importance of what lay ahead. His classmate was left in a state of confusion and dissatisfaction, standing still and not understanding why he had left so suddenly, feeling a mixture of surprise and disappointment. Shivel herself could see that something was wrong, noticing his haste and tension, and her face reflected a slight concern and curiosity at the same time. In that room, the students immediately attacked the protagonist, surrounding him on all sides and forcing him to react quickly to avoid danger and unpredictable blows. They began to choke him, and he could barely breathe, feeling the pressure and pain as he tried to free himself and find a way to break free from their grip. Amid all this, the group began to laugh, watching his struggle, and their voices filled the room with mockery and taunts, adding to the tension of the situation. Feeling hatred toward Orem, they wanted to make him weak, continuing to press and mock him, hoping to break his spirit and force him to give in. Their plan also included showing just how pitiful he could be, forcing him to feel shame and helplessness in front of everyone present in the room. Mentally, the hero realized he couldn't muster the strength, for his neck ached terribly, and every movement caused a sharp pain that nearly paralyzed his body. As expected, nothing had changed except his body, which had endured pain and suffering, leaving his mind clear but completely physically exhausted. The boy felt lonely and deeply frightened, clenching his hands into fists and trying to hide the fear that had gripped his heart and made his body tremble. He could not muster the strength to stand up to them, feeling as though fear and pain were completely paralyzing his body and mind, robbing him of any ability to resist. He doubted himself, wondering if he truly felt that way, listening to his own sensations and trying to figure out whether it was fear and pain distorting his thoughts. The young man insisted that everything had changed completely, trying to convince himself and those listening that the situation had shifted and now looked different. This happened because Orem did nothing, standing on the sidelines and watching as the situation spiraled out of control, without intervening or defending himself. It was as if, at that moment, his thoughts began to clear, gradually moving away from panic and fear, and he began to clearly realize what he needed to do next to survive. He was no longer that weakling. He had simply been frightened, and he realized that his fear did not render him helpless, but only temporarily restrained his actions and reactions. He needed to recall how he had defeated the monster that night and muster all his strength, drawing on past experiences and memories to find the resolve and power to act now. In the end, he couldn't wait for things to get better, and he realized he would have to act on his own and immediately, relying solely on his own strength and determination. Only Lee Orem himself could put an end to the abuse, mustering all his resolve and willpower to stand up to his attackers and bring this terrible ordeal to a close on his own. At that moment, his skill of resolve to counteract was activated, filling his body with strength and confidence, allowing him to react instantly to danger and defend himself. The boy felt strength filling his body, every muscle tensed and readied for action, while his mind cleared, allowing him to quickly assess the situation. So he pushed his opponent away, shoving him off with a sharp movement, feeling a surge of strength and control that allowed him to withstand the attack without fear. Juan didn't even realize what had happened, standing there in confusion as he watched the other man suddenly change and managed to push him away without a single sign of weakness. None of them had expected such a turn of events, and they all froze in place, watching as Orem suddenly took the initiative and displayed unbreakable resolve. The hero fought him off and even inflicted damage, using every movement for defense and counterattack, feeling strength and resolve surge through his body. Heng and another of his companions watched in shock, unable to believe their eyes as Orem resolutely stood his ground against the attackers and demonstrated a strength never seen before. Seeing what he had done, Orem himself was bewildered, realizing the unexpected power of his actions and how drastically the situation around him had changed. Only steam escaped from his jaws after the battle, and his body still trembled with tension, trying to recover from the sudden surge of strength and emotion. Wiping his face, the hero reflected on everything that had happened, analyzing his actions, the fear he had experienced, and the power he had suddenly unleashed, trying to understand the lesson of this battle. He was still frightened, feeling residual fear and tension that hadn't faded even after his victory, and trying to calm his racing heart. Juan asked how the student had dared to throw him to the floor, looking at him with indignation and unexpected surprise, unable to understand where Orem had found such resolve. In the end, they became even more enraged, ready to destroy him, feeling fury and an overwhelming desire to avenge the humiliation that had just occurred. Because of these words, the hero became even more frightened, feeling fear grip his body once again, and his heart beat even faster, anticipating a new danger. So, not understanding anything, he decided to flee, feeling panic and acute fear that forced him to act instantly, without thinking about the consequences. And his enemies began to catch up with him, closing in quickly and creating a sense of imminent danger that made his heart beat even faster. It was already getting dark outside, so there was no daylight in the alleys, and darkness enveloped everything around him, making the escape even more dangerous and unpredictable. The girls were waiting for their ride home, sitting at the bus stop and watching the empty streets, reflecting on how the day had gone. Chevol held her headphones in her hands and was silently thinking about something, lost in her own thoughts, as if detached from everything happening around her. Most likely, her classmate and the owner of the equipment was on her mind, and she was hesitantly pondering their interaction, not taking her eyes off the headphones in her hands. And at that very moment, he ran down the other road across from her, quickly covering the distance and catching Chevol's attention, who couldn't take her eyes off him. Orem was running so fast that he couldn't see anything around him, focusing only on his escape and the sense of danger, completely ignoring obstacles and details of his surroundings. However, the girl was surprised and decided that something had happened, watching Orem's movements warily and trying to understand the reason for his haste. Running far, the young man reached another district, a maze of narrow streets and dark alleys, trying to hide from his pursuers and catch his breath. Without stopping, he ran from his opponents, feeling his heart racing and his legs barely keeping up with the pace, trying to escape the danger at any cost. The fact was that he didn't have enough strength to take on all three of them, and he knew that a direct confrontation was impossible, so he had to rely on speed and cunning. But at that moment, there was nowhere left to run, because all around were only narrow alleys and building walls that restricted his movement and left him trapped. Orem felt as if he were in the jaws of a monster, his chest tightening with fear as he felt every step bringing him closer to inevitable danger. Constantly looking back, he expected only the worst, tensely watching his pursuers and preparing for any unexpected blow or trap. Suddenly, his foot caught on a rock on the ground, and he stumbled, barely keeping his balance, feeling a sharp jolt of fear and pain. That was how the young man ended up on the ground, injured from the fall. His body ached terribly, and his mind was gripped by panic at the unexpected danger. He was in the worst possible state at that moment, and he was overcome by a single fear that paralyzed his body and mind, leaving him no peace. Hearing his name behind him, he held his breath, turning sharply and listening, trying to figure out who was calling him and for what purpose. Hen glared down at him with hostility. His gaze was laced with fear and anger, making Orem feel even more defenseless and humiliated. They were also furious at having to chase him so far, feeling the fatigue and irritation that fueled their aggression and desire for revenge. The students were specifically targeting him, directing all their fury and hostility at Orem, leaving him no chance to avoid the conflict. As a result, one of the sneakers flew into Orem's face, hitting him squarely and causing sharp pain and subsequent shock from the unexpected blow. The boy was thrown back a short distance and fell to the ground, feeling pain throughout his body and severe shock from the force of the blow. Juan spoke as if he had intended to let him go earlier, but the boy had run away, and his words carried a hint of irritation and undisguised anger. In their view, the student had to be molded into a worthy person by forcing him to endure fear and pain in order to build character and discipline through harsh trials. The battle raged between them, every movement accompanied by tension and caution, as strikes and parries shifted instantly, creating a dangerous and chaotic situation. The hero never defended himself against his opponent, standing there bewildered and helpless, allowing the blows and pressure to affect his body and mind, unable to find the strength to resist. And the others stood and watched, silently taking in what was happening, not interfering, and merely observing Orem's helplessness and his opponent's actions. They were also annoyed that their classmate's body had changed, displaying strength and determination they hadn't expected, and this intensified their anger and desire for revenge. To them, he was just a loser, and they made no secret of their contempt, mocking him and highlighting his weakness at every turn. They were ready to beat and mock him, disregarding his fear and weakness, striving to emphasize their own superiority and control over him. The boy endured it all, gritting his teeth and maintaining a calm exterior, though inside he was consumed by pain and fear, not giving in to his emotions. Suddenly, a girl appeared, holding a bottle in her hands, striding confidently and drawing the attention of everyone present with her unexpected arrival. With a loud crash, she fell to the ground, and the sound of the impact echoed through the room, drawing the attention of everyone present and creating a tense atmosphere. The sound drew the attention of everyone around, causing everyone to turn and watch what had happened, filling the room with surprise and tension. Shivel ordered everyone to leave things as they were, as the noise was giving her a migraine, and her voice sounded resolute, forcing those present to fall silent for a moment and listen. She had also planned to play with the hero, but they had ruined everything, thwarting her intentions and creating chaos that disrupted her peaceful pastime. In a serious voice, she demanded they let him go and stay out of her business, so firmly that those present fell silent for a moment and hesitated over their next move. Orem was shocked that she had stood up to her opponents, not expecting such resolve, and his mind went blank for a moment as he watched her bold actions. They knew her as the richest kid in school, and that reputation gave her confidence, forcing her classmates to either respect or fear her decisions and actions. In Juan's opinion, it was precisely because of her father that she feared nothing, and he believed her courage and determination stemmed from the influence of her powerful family, which had always protected her. He shouted that the student had no right to interrupt them, trying to regain control and assert his superiority, though her resolve had surprised him. He also threatened that he was ready to beat her half to death, trying to intimidate her and force her to submit, but she remained unyielding and did not back down. The young lady's gaze did not waver. It was confident, radiating calm and determination to those present, demonstrating her steadfastness in the face of the threat. She asked him to step back 5 paces, speaking calmly but firmly, forcing him to yield and retreat. The reason was that a foul odor emanated from his mouth, making close contact unpleasant and compelling her to demand distance for her own comfort. This statement made the enemy hate everyone even more, feeling rage and humiliation that intensified his aggression and desire for revenge. Anger boiled within him, and he raised his hand against Shivel, ready to commit violence. Yet her confident gaze and resolve made him pause for a moment. Seeing that the enemy wanted to harm his friend, the hero seemed to snap out of it, feeling a surge of determination and a readiness to defend her at the cost of his own safety. His eyes widened as he took in his surroundings, quickly assessing the situation and possible courses of action to find a way to protect himself and his friend. He said quietly that he knew what needed to be done, and his voice sounded resolute, filled with the determination to act despite fear and danger. There was no need for fear or flight, for he realized that he could now face the situation, relying on his resolve and his own strength. Orem was no longer Shuttle's healer, realizing that his role and responsibilities had changed, and now he had to act on his own, relying solely on his own strength. At that moment, his fists clenched tightly, preparing to strike, and his body filled with tension and resolve, ready to confront the enemy at any cost. The young man shouted for his opponent to stop immediately. His voice was sharp and decisive, forcing the other to retreat for a moment and reflect on his own actions. At that very moment, his fist flew into Juan's face, delivering a powerful blow and an unexpected reaction, causing everyone present to freeze in shock and surprise. Suddenly, the tide turned in the young man's favor, and he was no longer the one being bullied. Instead, he took control of the situation, demonstrating strength and resolve that shocked his opponents. Strength gathered in his body, fighting back for both of them, and every movement was filled with determination, forcing his enemies to feel pain and unexpected pressure. He sternly ordered the bullying to stop right then and there. His voice was loud and resolute, forcing everyone present to fall silent and submit immediately. The Avenger was no longer willing to tolerate what was happening and decided to act decisively, leaving his enemies no chance to continue the harassment. Everyone stood in silence, watching intently as Juan sat on the floor, not raising his eyes, focused and aloof, while a tense silence reigned around him. In the opinion of his friends, the hero had lost his mind, for his behavior was becoming increasingly strange. He spoke in fragments and stared past them with a troubled smile. Perhaps he had gone blind due to an illness that was gradually worsening his condition, and now he moved cautiously, trying to navigate solely by sound. Juan himself was quite dissatisfied with this situation, for it deprived him of control over events, forced him to depend on others, and caused inner irritation. He vowed that he would never let that little scoundrel get away, even if it meant pursuing him for a long time, exerting every effort and risking his own safety. In response, Orem merely watched intently, not interfering in the conversation, silently assessing every movement and word, as if trying to understand the hidden meaning behind the events. He had fallen, but one day he would still become his adversary, secretly preparing for the moment when he could take revenge and completely destroy his plans. He also told him to clench his teeth tighter if he didn't want to die, reminding him of the danger hanging over him and forcing him to fight until his last breath. The battle between them began, filling the air with tension and fear, as every move could prove decisive in this dangerous clash. The hero managed to defend himself, confidently parrying his opponent's blows, demonstrating the agility and determination that allowed him to withstand the most dangerous attacks. In response, he also struck back, accurately and powerfully, trying to find his opponent's weak spots to turn the tide of battle in his favor. Everything happened quickly and was quite confusing, as events unfolded in an instant, Blows changed direction, and the hero barely had time to react to his opponent's every move. His companions realized that the young man couldn't even defend himself properly, as his strikes were chaotic and his movements slow, making him extremely vulnerable to his opponent. In their opinion, his strength was at a minimum, since he could barely block his opponent's strikes, and had almost no chance of a successful defense or counterattack. But when the young man reached out his hand, everything changed completely, for suddenly his movements became precise and powerful, turning the tide of battle and surprising everyone around him. The damage absorption skill was activated, instantly reducing the damage from the opponent's attacks and allowing the hero to regain control of the situation at the most dangerous moment. All the power that had been in his opponent's hands transferred to him, instantly increasing his strength and stamina, making him nearly invincible and shifting the balance of the battle in his favor. Juan couldn't comprehend what had happened, because the sudden turn of events was so unexpected and unbelievable that his mind couldn't immediately grasp the magnitude of what was unfolding. The boy's attacks became much stronger and more precise. Every strike hit his opponent's weak spots, forcing him to retreat and lose his confidence. The ricochet came flying toward him and knocked the wind out of him, leaving him defenseless and powerless, making him feel fear and a loss of control over the situation. Coughing, he winced in pain, for the blows had left deep wounds, and every breath brought a new wave of agony, forcing him to endure intense discomfort. However, the hero didn't give up and decided to teach a lesson, carefully planning each of his moves to demonstrate strength and control to his opponent, leaving him with no chance of escape. The Vengeful Flower skill dealt several blows in exchange for the user's health. Each blow was powerful and precise, but it drained his body, forcing him to balance between strength and vulnerability. The skirmish escalated into something more, and a real battle began, where every move, strike, and maneuver decided the outcome of the fight, and the tension around them reached unprecedented levels. Orim stood confidently, while his enemy could not endure the pain. Every attack he made caused suffering, and this made his movements chaotic and predictable. The final attacks were the strongest, as the hero poured all his strength and concentration into every strike, trying to break his opponent and end the battle once and for all. The opponent couldn't hold on and lost his balance, as the power of the blows and the precision of the hero's attacks had completely exhausted him, leaving him defenseless against the final onslaught. His body fell to the ground, his eyes closed, silently surrendering to the force of the blows that had drained him to the limit, leaving only a sense of pain and defeat. His companions watched with their jaws dropped, unable to believe their own eyes, for the hero's strength and skill surpassed all their expectations and left them utterly astonished. No one could believe that little Orim would be able to fight back, for his sudden actions were incredibly powerful and precise, completely changing the course of the battle and shocking everyone around him. The young man himself seemed unaware of what had happened the day before, for the events were so rapid and unpredictable that his mind could not keep up with the full magnitude of what he had experienced. However, the enemy lay unconscious on the floor, his body motionless and his face pale, a testament to his complete defeat and loss of strength after the brutal clash. Despite all the pain they had inflicted on him, the young man had no regrets, for he understood that every blow had been necessary for victory and to teach his enemy the value of strength and endurance. His body seemed unable to stop and end the battle, for his inner energy and determination drove him to keep moving forward, despite the fatigue and pain that gripped every muscle. Grabbing his opponent by the collar, he watched his breathing closely, tracking every inhale and exhale to make sure he was still alive and hadn't suffered fatal injuries. And in the end, he decided to deliver one more blow, putting all his strength and precision into the movement to finally force his opponent to admit defeat and end the conflict with no chance of recovery. His fist was badly damaged, but that didn't stop him from continuing to attack with incredible strength and determination, demonstrating endurance and an unshakable will to win. Shivel, standing behind him, called out to her comrade to snap him out of it, shouting his name loudly and trying to get his attention to make sure he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Her plan worked, and he turned his attention to her, slowly looking in her direction, as if awakening from the stupor that had overtaken him after the heavy blows. At that moment, the girl asked him to stop fighting, because his arm was covered in blood, and every new blow could lead to a serious injury or irreversible health consequences. As if not noticing the state of his limb, the young man merely looked at her. His gaze was calm and cold, as if pain and fatigue had not touched his inner resolve at all. Taking her belongings, the young lady headed in the other direction, walking confidently and resolutely, leaving behind a sense of calm and closure regarding the events that had just taken place. Tico Shivel said that Arim should no longer have anything to do with them. Her voice sounded resolute and confident, leaving a sense of the conflict's final conclusion and peace. However, the enemy's other comrades prevented them from leaving the area, blocking their path and watching their every move, ready to intervene if anyone tried to leave. They rushed at Arim with sticks. The attack unfolded suddenly and aggressively, forcing him to react instantly and parry the blows to avoid serious injury. Perhaps they wanted to avenge their friend, or perhaps to demonstrate their superiority, for their actions were simultaneously filled with rage and a desire to show their strength to everyone around. The young lady merely watched the situation calmly, understanding what was about to happen, and did not intervene, allowing events to unfold on their own while assessing every movement and reaction. Suddenly, her eyes glowed with a purple light that no one could see, and this created a mysterious aura of power around her, causing everyone present to tense up and grow wary. The aura engulfed the enemy, and he lost his balance, stumbling and feeling a sudden loss of control over his body, which left him vulnerable to further actions. As a result, he fell to the floor, and the staff slipped from his hands, leaving him defenseless and completely at a loss as to what to do next. Arim didn't even realize what had happened or why it had happened that way, because events unfolded too quickly, and the power and unexpectedness of Shivel's aura exceeded all his expectations and perceptions. The young lady asked the young man to leave that place. Her voice sounded calm but firm, hinting at the danger that might arise if they stayed any longer. Their rivals watched their backs with hatred and anger. Their gazes were filled with hostility and a desire for revenge, but they did not dare to take a step forward, watching as Arim and the young lady walked away. It was already quite late outside. Lights were on in the apartments, reflecting off the dark streets and creating a sense of calm after the turbulent events that had just taken place. His girlfriend was helping him with the injuries on his face, carefully bandaging the wounds and making sure he didn't feel any unnecessary pain, showing care and support during this difficult moment. This was first aid, and then they needed to go to the hospital to have the wounds professionally treated, check his health, and prevent complications after the fight. After taking his photo, she wanted to show just how severe the injuries were, to have proof of the extent of the damage, and to remind everyone of the seriousness of the battle that had just ended. The hero watched her and felt shy, because he was uncomfortable with the attention on his injuries and wasn't used to someone watching his condition so closely. Then he quietly thanked her for her help. His voice was calm and sincere, conveying gratitude for her care and support during a difficult time for him. The girl didn't understand his words at all and replied that she hadn't given him any money. Her voice sounded surprised and dismissive, highlighting the misunderstanding between them. But it was about the simple things and the support she had provided earlier, because it was her attention and care that helped the hero feel better and cope with the stress he had experienced. Shivel also remembered his headphones, worried that they might have been lost or damaged after the fight, since they held special meaning for him. It was as if her actions were a way of repaying him for letting her use his equipment, and every gesture of care seemed like an attempt to thank him for his kindness and attention to detail. As she placed them in his hands, the young man looked at them and nodded, realizing that her care and attention were sincere, and this filled him with a sense of gratitude and warmth. Seeing the time on her phone, Shivel had to head home, hurrying so as not to be late, but at the same time carefully watching the young man walk away, leaving a sense of closure to the meeting. In fact, she wanted to talk about an important topic, but decided to leave it for the next day so she would have time to prepare and approach the conversation calmly and thoughtfully. The conversation wouldn't be a quick one, so it was impossible to start it at that moment, since the circumstances and the rush didn't allow for enough attention and calm for such an important talk. When she invited the young man to lunch, he agreed, smiling and feeling a pleasant anticipation of the conversation, which allowed them to relax after the tense events. His face was surprised and shy, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his cheeks flushed a little, betraying his inner excitement and uncertainty in this unexpected situation. After saying goodbye, Shivel went on her way, walking confidently and calmly, leaving behind a sense of closure to the meeting and a slight sadness at parting. The hero watched her intently as she walked away. His gaze was filled with curiosity and a touch of sadness, for he was trying to commit every one of her movements and her image to memory. His mind was occupied with thoughts about the important topic his friend had wanted to bring up. He was pondering the possible consequences of the conversation and preparing himself to listen to her attentively and thoughtfully. Since she was the daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company, she might be interested in research on body-altering drugs, as she had access to the resources and knowledge needed to assess the potential of scientific developments. A strange light appeared ahead, causing a sense of unease and forcing the player to slow his pace and carefully assess the situation. Suddenly, the system displayed its panel, showing numerous data points and indicators that immediately caught his attention and forced him to quickly assess the situation. Taken by surprise, the young man was startled and jumped back, feeling his heart racing in a sense of shock, as everything that was happening completely threw him off balance. As it turned out, a quest for conquest was about to begin at that moment, and he had to choose whether to accept or refuse, realizing that the future events of his life and the trials he would face depended on this decision. The information deeply shocked Orim, causing him to freeze for a moment and reassess his thoughts, as the scale and consequences of the quest exceeded all his expectations and imaginings. The boy was frightened, as he recalled that earlier encounter with the monster, and the memory of the danger and fear instantly brought back the sense of panic and anxiety that had overwhelmed him then. Deciding to refuse, he thought that no one would agree to go through this again, since the danger and tension of the quest were too great, and the experience of the past had left a deep mark on his memory. So he lightly tapped no with his finger, making his choice deliberately and trying to avoid the danger that might await him. The panel notified him that users with penalty points could not refuse the task, forcing Orim to realize that his choice was limited, and he would have to participate regardless of his wishes. The player had no idea what he had done wrong, as the system's rules were unfamiliar to him, and the panel's message seemed unexpected and incomprehensible, leaving him with a sense of hopelessness. At that moment, the character had accumulated 400 penalty points, and their sheer number immediately restricted his freedom of choice, forcing him to comply with the system's conditions without exception. As it turned out, using skills on an ordinary person, as well as for attacking, was punishable by penalties, which forced Orim to carefully weigh his actions so as not to accumulate even more points. Consequently, Mr. Orim was to be transported to the mission site, where trials and restrictions imposed by the system awaited him, making the situation inescapable. The location of the high-level conquest quest had to correspond to 400 penalty points, since the level of difficulty and danger was directly proportional to the number of points. The teleportation happened suddenly before he had a chance to look around, and Orim instantly found himself in a new place, feeling a sharp change in space and unexpected disorientation. Everything around him was quite quiet. Only a small stream flowed along, creating a peaceful backdrop that contrasted with the tension and uncertainty of the upcoming quest. Suddenly, a large splash appeared in the middle of the water, shattering the surrounding silence and signaling the start of new trials for the character. Orim teleported right there, appearing at his mission location, and instantly assessed his surroundings, preparing for the trials and dangers that awaited him in this location. Scratching his head in surprise, he surveyed everything around him, trying to understand the situation and assess the possible threats and tasks awaiting him in this new environment. The place was unfamiliar. It became clear that a river flowed through the middle, and dense trees and bushes stretched out around it, creating a sense of isolation and mystery about the location. He was indignant that the teleportation had been incorrect, and next time he wanted to land on the ground to avoid disorientation and better assess the situation. In his opinion, the game was unfair because it had given him penalty points without explaining why, leaving him feeling vulnerable and confused about the rules and consequences. A strange noise caught his attention and cut off his speech, forcing Orim to spin around abruptly and assess the source of the sound, as unexpected noises could signal danger. A magical door appeared ahead, beckoning him with a mysterious glow and creating the sensation that unseen adventures and mysteries lay hidden behind it. As he drew closer, the player was bewildered, for the doors looked unusual, and their glow and energy fluctuations created a sense of the unknown. The entrance signaled that it was about to open, and the glow of the panel gradually changed, preparing Orim for the moment when the door would grant access to an unknown quest. Stepping closer, the young man watched intently as events unfolded, listening to every sound and trying to fully understand the situation. He didn't understand what was happening or what the object was, trying to unravel the mystery that captivated him the most. Perhaps the very monster he would have to defeat was there, for thoughts of danger never left him for a moment. The system sent another alert, forcing him to react quickly and check the message so as not to miss anything important. The quest was about to begin, and he had to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming battle, checking his weapons and planning his strategy. The boy didn't know exactly what he needed to do to prepare, feeling lost and trying to quickly get his bearings in the complex situation. Suddenly, the door was flooded with a powerful light that blinded his eyes and forced him to step back from the unexpected glow. They began to shift shape, slowly transforming into something unknown, instilling fear in him and at the same time incredible astonishment at what he saw. From there emerged a huge monster whose thunderous roar filled the space and forced the boy to retreat, feeling a wave of fear and anxiety. Its powerful aura engulfed everything around it, radiating an incredible force that made the ground tremble and the air fill with tension and fear. The boy was bewildered and surprised by this turn of events, trying to make sense of everything that was happening and find a way to respond appropriately to the danger. The infected paladin Abel, that was his opponent's name, slowly approached, radiating dark energy that filled the air with a sense of mortal danger. In his game, the young man had never seen such a monster, and his heart raced with fear and awe in the face of the unknown danger. In his hands was a gigantic sword that glinted in the light and seemed so heavy and powerful that it could shatter any defense or obstacle in its path. It was also completely unexpected that such a small young man would have to fight him, for at first glance he seemed far too weak for such a dangerous confrontation. But the battle began, and the air around them filled with tension as both opponents focused, preparing for a dangerous and decisive fight. The enemy's jaw curled into a smile, displaying cruelty and confidence in his superiority, which only intensified the fear in the young man's heart before the battle. The sword was his primary weapon in that situation. The metal's gleam reflected the light, and its weight and power made it a deadly threat to any enemy. The young man's primary goal was to destroy the object that radiated dark energy, and he realized that his life and the fate of the entire surrounding world depended on it. Therefore, at any cost, he set out to fulfill his mission, risking his life and overcoming his fear, for he understood that the success of the entire endeavor depended on his actions. Everything around him descended into chaos. Even the calm river churned into a storm, churning up waves and mixing the water with debris swirling through the air. The hero employed various techniques against his opponent, swiftly changing his strategy and maneuvering to find weaknesses in the enemy's formidable defensive armor. His movements were sharp and swift. Every strike and maneuver was executed with lightning-fast precision, forcing the enemy to constantly defend and search for a counter. At times, the monster was struck from all sides, unable to react in time, which gave the young man a chance to seize every opportunity for the next powerful blow. Fortunately, defeating it shouldn't be difficult for the young man, as his skills and agility gave him the upper hand even against such a powerful opponent. Compared to beast-like monsters and animals, some had unconventional movements, while humanoid monsters acted in a straightforward and easily predictable manner, allowing the young man to quickly analyze their actions. Orim wanted to continue using his skills to slowly eliminate the enemy, carefully planning each move and choosing the most effective methods of attack. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fear when a new threat unexpectedly appeared before him, one that surpassed all previous trials and made his heart race. The problem was that his movements were blocked and he couldn't dodge or attack in time, feeling fear and confusion at the critical moment of the battle. His limbs went numb and he was unable to do anything, leaving him defenseless against the enemy and forcing him to look for other ways to fight back. His opponent didn't miss a chance and wanted to strike, using every pause the young man made to inflict maximum damage and gain the upper hand in the fight. The whole scene was tense and confusing, as the chaos of battle mingled with uncertainty, forcing the young man to quickly assess the situation and make risky decisions. The young man wanted to fight back, but almost nothing worked because the enemy moved too quickly, and his own strength was weakened by fear and fatigue. The thought that something was going wrong constantly swirled in his mind, for the circumstances were stacked against him, and hinted at a danger he could not control. Some unknown force was dulling his senses, making his movements heavy and sluggish, and forcing him to feel helpless in the face of danger. The monster's sword was already closing in on his head, radiating a deadly threat and making every moment feel like an inescapable peril. His heart was pounding wildly, and his mind was filled with chaos from fear and tension, leaving no room for clarity and forcing him to search for a way out of the situation. It was impossible to attack because his body refused to obey, and the enemy mercilessly took advantage of his defenselessness, leaving him no chance to defend himself. It seemed at that moment that the player's end was near, for the enemy loomed over him with a deadly weapon, and all attempts at defense seemed futile and helpless. A system message displayed an error, causing the player anxiety and forcing him to quickly seek a way to rectify the situation to avoid disaster. It was impossible to activate the Thirst for Vengeance skill, as his inner strength refused to obey, leaving him unable to counterattack the enemy. Even greater panic settled within Orem, engulfing his mind and body, causing his heart to race wildly and his thoughts to become entangled in the chaos of fear and despair. The hero didn't know how to act in that situation, feeling lost and overwhelmed by the circumstances that forced him to seek a way out amidst the chaos and danger. The monster attacked with all its might, charging forward with incredible speed and power, forcing the hero to desperately search for a way to avoid the deadly blow. However, he managed to dodge the sword's blade at the last second, avoiding the fatal strike and feeling a rush of adrenaline and relief. His mind worked quickly, assessing the situation, analyzing the enemy's movements, and searching for the slightest weaknesses to exploit. The young man's reflexes were growing slower and slower, and he couldn't use his skills, feeling control over his body gradually slipping away under the enemy's pressure. All signs pointed to bodily paralysis, as every movement became difficult and control over his muscles gradually vanished, leaving him defenseless against the threat. The monster's ordinary attacks were effective, reducing his body to a state where his movements became stiff and his ability to defend himself was minimized. Usually a paralysis indicator would appear in the game, but during the battle the young man didn't see it, so he didn't realize that his body was already partially refusing to obey him. He had absolutely no chance of winning if his skills were blocked, because without them, he was defenseless against such a powerful opponent. At that moment, Orem needed to calm down and think everything through carefully, focusing on the enemy's weaknesses and planning each subsequent move in the battle. It was easy to dodge the monster's slow attacks by using agility and alertness to evade the blows and find a good moment to counterattack. So the player simply had to outmaneuver the creature just as he would in the game itself, using logic, strategy, and his skills to achieve his goal. His strategy at that moment was to retreat after each attack, using the distance to assess the enemy and prepare the next precise strike. It would take a long time, but it was better to be safe than sorry, since caution allowed him to avoid fatal mistakes and preserve his chances of success in battle. The light emanating from the enemy blinded everything around, making it difficult to perceive movements and forcing the hero to act blindly, slowing his reaction time. Orem couldn't see clearly, and this hindered the battle because every move the enemy made became unpredictable, and the chance to dodge or attack correctly was significantly reduced. Only later did he realize that he couldn't see anything at all, and this feeling of helplessness further intensified his fear and uncertainty during the clash. The creature had blinded him, and the hero simply found himself as if in darkness, seeing nothing around him and trying to rely solely on his hearing and senses. So he decided to step back and wait until his vision returned, choosing a safe position to regain control of the situation. The monster, however, attacked and rushed after him, chasing his every step with incredible speed, forcing Orem to flee and seek a safe place to recover. Its blow was so powerful that the player was thrown aside, losing his balance and feeling pain and danger with every subsequent movement of the enemy. Having lost his balance, the young man flew into a pile of rocks, feeling the impact and pain, while a cloud of dust rose around him, making it difficult to breathe and see. Having sustained injuries, he clutched his head, feeling a throbbing pain and confusion, trying to figure out how to regain his strength and continue the fight. He had no idea how to handle the situation, feeling completely disoriented and helpless in the face of the enemy's overwhelming power and the chaos around him. Fortunately, his vision gradually returned, but the paralysis remained, making it impossible to attack and leaving him defenseless against the onslaught of the powerful enemy. Of course, it would have been helpful if the team had a healer who could treat him, restoring his strength and removing the paralysis to bring back his combat ability. It was at that very moment that an idea struck him, one that would allow him to find a way out of the situation, giving Orim a chance to devise a plan and use the enemy's weakness to his advantage. Orim stood before the monster, feeling fear and tension, closely watching its every move to find an opening for a counterattack or escape. The monster continued to strike with its weapon, each blow echoing with a loud rumble and forcing Orim to dodge, sensing danger at every turn. But the young man managed to slip forward between its legs, using his agility and speed to avoid a deadly blow and close in on the enemy's weak spot. If there were no healer, one could have acted differently, choosing a cautious strategy, dodging attacks, and looking for opportunities to counterattack on one's own. He simply needed to use an item to avoid paralysis, regain control of his body, and restore his ability to attack or maneuver in battle. The random chests he received as a reward in that very battle came in handy, providing the necessary items to restore his strength and the ability to stand up to the enemy. The system was set to open the 2 remaining cases, revealing valuable items and resources capable of helping Orim regain his strength and continue the battle. The hero didn't mind at all, even if he didn't receive rare items, because he needed anything that could lift the paralysis and give him a chance to keep fighting. 2 mysterious items appeared before him, their light beckoning and arousing curiosity, promising to help him regain his strength and overcome the dangerous enemy. He had to wait for them to reveal themselves, closely watching every movement of the items and preparing to use them at the most opportune moment of the battle. Holding what had been given to him, the hero was surprised, for the items turned out to be unexpectedly useful and could radically turn the tide of battle in his favor. As it turned out, it was a beautiful golden branch that crows loved, and a northern tear, a precious stone that would look magnificent even in a bathroom, stunning with its beauty. All the items were useless and had no value whatsoever, offering no advantage in battle and leaving the hero defenseless against the enemy. The monster continued to attack, not waiting for the hero to figure out his items, forcing him to dodge and act blindly under constant pressure from the danger. Orim no longer knew what to do. Chaos reigned in his mind. His thoughts were jumbled, and fear and confusion left him unable to think clearly enough to make decisions. The attack caused a small explosion that echoed across the area, sending up dust and debris, forcing the hero and the enemy to instantly assess the impact of the blow. Grabbing him by the body, one could only tell from the player's expression how much pain he was in, since his screams and movements were limited by paralysis and the enemy's strength. Everything changed in an instant, and most likely, the young man would not have been able to complete the task as the circumstances had become too dangerous and the chances of success had all but vanished. Everything around was completely destroyed and scattered, and the debris of buildings and objects lay in chaos, creating a grim picture. The young man fell to the floor with serious injuries. His body was in agony, and his face expressed intense horror and despair at the situation. Even then, thoughts of how to pull it off swirled in his head as he planned every step and weighed the possible consequences of his actions. The items that had fallen out of the boxes needed to be examined again, carefully inspecting each one so as not to miss anything important and to understand their purpose. They were in the inventory, where the owner had carefully placed them so that everything would be in order and nothing would get lost among the belongings. It didn't matter how random they were, because the whole ordeal was incredibly difficult, creating a sense of endless heaviness and an overwhelming burden. Abel didn't stop, continuing the battle with incredible determination, overcoming pain and fatigue, giving himself fully to every movement and blow in the chaotic skirmish. The boy could barely block his blows, feeling the opponent's strength pressing down on him with every movement, forcing him to expend all his strength on defense and survival. The injuries from the paralysis piled up on top of one another, so he could do nothing but constantly defend himself against his opponent's merciless assault. At this rate, it could all lead to Orim's death, because every blow and every miss increased the danger, leaving him with fewer and fewer chances of survival in this brutal battle. A way out would only be possible if there were something like a shop nearby, like in a game, where he could quickly find items and resources for survival. Previously, the system itself would remind him to prepare for the quest, promptly indicating all the necessary actions and items for successfully completing the task. However, Orem didn't know what was required for this, and so he did nothing, remaining passive and helpless in the face of a situation that was growing dangerously complex. Recalling previous situations, something occurred to him, and he began to consider possible steps that might help him avoid repeating his mistakes. So he quickly summoned the system panel, hoping it would provide the necessary information and help him navigate the complex and dangerous situation. The hero ordered the panel to summon the ravens using the golden wand, hoping they would come in handy and help him cope with the unpredictable difficulties. He also opened the battle preparation page, carefully reviewing all available options and possibilities to maximize his chances of victory in the upcoming battle. The item was used exactly as the master had instructed, following all guidelines and procedures to ensure maximum effect and achieve the desired result at the right moment. A multitude of birds appeared in the sky and circled around, creating a loud flapping of wings and shadows falling to the ground, filling the air with a sense of chaos and anxiety. Their task was to attack the enemy, circling and diving in a coordinated manner from all sides to make his defense as difficult as possible and increase the pressure during the battle. Therefore, without wasting any time, the crows began to carry out the order, instantly taking to the air and purposefully attacking the enemy from all sides. Abel, fending off the crows' attacks, no longer paid any attention to Orem, focusing entirely on the chaotic swarm of wings and sharp beaks that gave him no respite. His only priority was to fend off the pesky birds that were constantly attacking from all sides, forcing him to expend all his energy on defense and maintain his focus. The young man stood there, continuing to plan his next moves, weighing each step and its possible consequences as he tried to find the most effective way to resolve the situation. In his hands, he also held medicine that was supposed to help him regain his strength and ease the pain, offering at least some hope in this difficult and dangerous situation. The man used the battle preparation page and exchanged the tear for the paralysis remedy, carefully following the instructions to maximize the remedy's effect. So, in that very moment, he used it immediately, without a moment's hesitation, hoping for an instant effect and a rapid improvement in his condition. The liquid took effect quickly, spreading instantly through his body and easing the pain, restoring mobility and giving a sense of rapid and effective healing. After fending off the birds, Abel finally had the chance to strike, focusing all his strength and precision on the opponent, who hadn't yet recovered from the chaos of the attack. His sword struck right where the young man had been standing, forcing him to jump sharply to the side, barely dodging the fatal blow that flew past him. The creature believed it had eliminated its opponent, assuming the young man was no longer capable of resistance and that the battle was practically over in its favor. However, the young man proved to be more agile and appeared behind him, having approached unnoticed to seize the moment and deliver a surprise strike. The movements were quite fast and agile, forcing the opponent to constantly react and barely manage to parry every attack coming from all sides. From that point on, the monster's attacks could no longer affect Orem in any way, as he felt protected and confident in his own abilities, ready for any turn of events. Ultimately, he had built up a significant amount of damage to be able to use his ultimate, maximizing the attack's effect and hoping to end the battle with a single powerful strike. That was the moment everything would be decided, as the outcome of the battle depended on this moment, and every subsequent move could determine the winner or the loser. Activating his speed skill, the young man lunged at the enemy, rushing at lightning speed to strike suddenly and catch his opponent off guard as effectively as possible. The blow was so powerful that it shook everything around, sending dust and debris flying into the air and creating a sensation of explosive force that stunned everyone present. Countless swords pierced Abel's body, inflicting numerous wounds and tearing through his armor, while he suffered in pain but remained standing, unwavering in his resolve. With a mixture of fascination and shock, the hero watched the spectacle, unable to look away, struck by the scale of the violence and the unexpected twists of events. The creature was losing its balance and signs of life, swaying unsteadily and moving feebly, showing that its strength was rapidly waning and the threat was nearly neutralized. It collapsed to the ground, completely destroyed by the young man, leaving behind debris and traces of destruction that testified to the powerful force of his blow. At that moment, one might have thought the quest was complete, since the enemy had been completely neutralized, and the surrounding environment seemed to confirm the task completion. Exhaling, the young man himself truly believed he might have died had he not seen the training page, which had prompted him just in time on how to act in a critical situation. His desire to rest was overwhelming, but first he decided to take a close look at the reward, weighing its value and potential utility before relaxing. The system was designed to carry out the player's orders, responding instantly to his commands, and ensuring that everything happened exactly as he had planned, without any delays or errors. Orem didn't want to choose a random case. Instead, he considered every possible option, trying to find the safest and most effective solution for himself in this situation. Soon, instead of what he had asked for, the notification turned red, signaling danger or an error that required his immediate attention and action. It wasn't yet clear what had happened, but he immediately sensed that something had gone wrong, feeling anxiety and tension from the unpredictable turn of events. As it turned out, another user had entered the location, unexpectedly appearing in the area of operation, which disrupted Orem's plans and created a new tense situation. It seemed that these words angered him even more, since Orem had no idea that there might be other people there carrying out tasks. He was completely unprepared. However, the other person was already a short distance away from him, gradually closing in and watching his movements, preparing to intervene at the right moment. When a chill ran down his spine, the young man realized someone was behind him, sensing an imperceptible presence and heightened danger that instantly made him tense up. The stranger suddenly attacked him, without any warning or signal, forcing the young man to react instantly and defend himself against the unexpected blow. His face was hidden beneath a mask, concealing his emotions and intentions, which made his actions even more mysterious and unpredictable to those around him. Fortunately, Orem managed to block the attack and save himself, reacting instantly and using all his experience and reflexes to avoid serious injury. His resilience skill was instantly activated, granting him additional protection and boosting his stamina to withstand subsequent blows without harm. The skirmish, which was not part of the player's plans, unfolded before him, forcing him to adapt quickly and make decisions in the midst of an unexpected conflict that threatened his safety. The stranger himself had no intention of letting him go, firmly maintaining the initiative and preparing to continue the attack, leaving the young man no chance of escape. They stared at each other, standing in their defensive stances, tensely awaiting the next move, ready to react instantly to any attack from the opponent. For his part, the young man didn't understand why the other user had attacked him, feeling surprised and bewildered by the unexpected aggression that had disrupted his plans. He wasn't a monster, as he looked and moved like a human, displaying familiar gestures and mannerisms, which made his appearance all the more unexpected and mysterious. Assessing the stranger from a distance, Orem confirmed his suspicions upon noticing behaviors and movements that finally validated his assumptions about the opponent's true nature. In response, the other stood there studying him as well, without uttering a word, closely observing every movement and reaction, trying to understand Orem's intentions. His previous display resembled that of the Avengers, demonstrating the strength and abilities characteristic of characters with a high level of skill and combat training. It was then that Orem decided to ask about his rank, seeking to understand the opponent's level of power and assess how serious the upcoming clash would be. The man did not answer, but let out a brief sound that hinted at his reaction and emotional state, without fully revealing his intentions or thoughts. And then, after saying he was trash, he lunged at him, suddenly attacking with such force and determination that the young man barely had time to prepare his defense. Orem was frightened and confused, for he felt fear, surprise, and a lack of understanding of what was happening around him all at once. The stranger had no intention of stopping the fight, resolutely continuing his assault and ignoring any attempts to retreat or resolve the situation peacefully. Their weapons clashed, blocking each other's strikes, creating a loud chain of collisions and forcing both opponents to remain constantly tense and react to every movement. Even then, the hero couldn't figure out why the user was attacking him, feeling bewildered and trying to find a logical explanation for his opponent's unexpected aggression. In response, the other explained that he didn't know the reason himself, which made his actions seem even more chaotic and unpredictable. Until then, he hadn't thought about the motive behind the hunt in the game, focusing only on defending himself and reacting to immediate threats, without considering the broader context of events. The system announced the arrival of the Black Reaper, instantly grabbing Arim's attention and forcing him to prepare for a new, even more dangerous threat. Behind him appeared a huge monster looming over the area, terrifying with its rumbling and enormous size, creating a sense of imminent danger. The opponent's strength only increased, making his strikes harder and his movements faster and more precise, forcing Arim to constantly tense up and seek cover. Arim knew he couldn't handle two opponents, realizing that his chances of survival were rapidly dwindling and that he would have to find a clever way out of the situation. A blow that landed on his shoulder drew a cry that escaped involuntarily, conveying the pain and shock of the opponent's unexpected, powerful strike. The pain was intense, and the enemy did not stop, continuing to attack mercilessly, forcing Arim to expend all his strength on defense and desperately seek a way to escape. His movements were too fast, forcing Arim to barely keep up, reacting and parrying blows that rained down with incredible speed and precision. At that moment, the young man had to decide how to act in the situation, quickly assessing the risk and opportunities to make a decision that would help him avoid defeat. The enemy was already closing in from above, so time was limited, forcing him to act immediately, without hesitation, to avoid a dangerous blow. The young man's confusion was evident on his face, as his eyes and body language betrayed a mixture of surprise, bewilderment, and slight fear. Suddenly, a girl appeared from the side, employing her labyrinth with no exit technique, instantly shifting the space and trapping the opponents in a complex snare. The opponents were separated by massive walls that suddenly appeared around them, isolating each one and preventing them from quickly coming to each other's aid. They were both shocked by what had happened, and neither had expected such a sudden turn of events, which instantly changed the course of the fight. The stranger was thrown aside by a powerful wave that suddenly surged, causing him to lose his balance and momentarily lose control of the situation. Her skill provided multi-layered defensive support, creating several layers of barriers that strengthened the defense and significantly reduced the risk of an enemy breakthrough. Shivel was a master of mazes, deftly altering the space around her and creating complex interweaving passages that confused enemies and gave allies the upper hand. Smiling, she told Arim that she hadn't helped him through the headset, explaining that she hadn't heard the signals and had only just intervened in the situation. That was exactly why he had to pay for her lunch the next day, since she had jokingly hinted at compensation for her timely help in a dangerous situation. The girl also jokingly asked him to buy her the most delicious strawberry milk in the whole world, laughing and emphasizing the lightheartedness of her request, even in a serious situation. Surprised as if it were a hallucination, the hero looked at his girlfriend, trying to understand whether she was really standing in front of him and watching him in the real world. The opponent stood opposite him, stubbornly refusing to give in, closely watching every movement, composed and tense, as if he were ready to endure a prolonged standoff to the very end. Arim couldn't believe his friend was right there. Her appearance was so unexpected that he froze, trying to grasp the reality of the situation and keep his emotions in check. But she replied firmly that they would have to talk later, since now was not the time for conversation, and her serious tone underscored the gravity of the situation. She believed that if they talked during the battle, they might bite their tongues, get distracted for a moment, and lose their vigilance, which could lead to dangerous consequences. So staying focused didn't bother anyone, since everyone understood that attentiveness and restraint helped them better control the situation and avoid dangerous mistakes. The stranger lunged at them again, closing the distance sharply and raising his weapon, as if trying to seize the moment and catch them off guard with a quick attack. The master knew how to defend herself, moving with confidence and precision, parrying blows in time, maintaining her balance, and demonstrating experience and composure. Her techniques were honed to perfection. Every movement looked deliberate and precise, as if she had trained for many years, refining her skill to an impeccable level. And then the skill of the beast guarding the treasures flashed around her, creating a shimmering ring of energy that slowly contracted, restricting the space for movement. Instantly, the opponent was enveloped on all sides by claws that appeared as if out of thin air, squeezing the space around him and forcing him to retreat under the pressure. In response, he also wanted to use everything he knew, every skill and technique accumulated over years of training, to counter the unexpected and dangerous threat. In an instant, the trap closed, engulfing the player, leaving him no chance of escape and completely restricting his movements within the enclosed space. Orim was surprised and captivated by such a battle, watching the lightning-fast movements and incredible skill of the participants, feeling a rush of adrenaline and awe at the same time. The girl's strength shocked him, for her strikes were incredibly precise and powerful, and the confidence in every movement revealed immense experience and skill. Shivel saw that nothing was over yet, and the situation remained tense. Every step could change the course of events and determine the winner. So she ordered her companion to dodge the blows, constantly maneuver, and keep his distance to avoid dangerous attacks and prepare for a counterattack. He didn't understand, or perhaps didn't hear her words, because of the roar of the water crashing all around them, drowning out any attempt to hear precise instructions or warnings. The opponent was already creeping up on him from behind, approaching quietly and unnoticed, choosing the moment for a sudden attack to catch him off guard and exploit his vulnerability. Most likely, the hero spotted him too late, as the opponent was already within striking distance, ready to strike at the slightest lapse in attention. The blacklist skill was activated by the opponent, creating an invisible threat that instantly engulfed the space around the hero, forcing him to react lightning fast to avoid danger. A black aura enveloped the young man, tightly wrapping around his body, radiating cold power and making him feel pressure and danger from all sides. But without losing faith, he continued to fight, gathering all his strength and determination, casting aside fear and relying on his own skills and experience in this critical situation. And then he managed to leap backward, reacting instantly to the danger, maintaining his balance and control over his movements to evade the opponent's attack. It all took place in the very same river where the young man had teleported. Water splashed all around, creating a chaotic backdrop for the swift and dangerous movements of the combatants. Nothing had changed with him when he looked himself over. His body remained intact, his clothes were undamaged, and his appearance looked the same, despite the fierce battle raging around him. Shivel was shouting to get attention, her voice cut through the noise of battle, trying to warn an ally or distract an enemy from a dangerous maneuver. The problem was that the hero had to open the reward page and choose what he wanted, but the chaos of battle and the pressure of time prevented him from focusing and making the right decision. The time limit for making a choice didn't count down when another user joined the location, as the system automatically paused the timer, allowing him to react to the changing situation. Therefore, the only way to finish the quest was to choose a reward, since only this choice could trigger the completion of the task and unlock the next stage of the adventure without any unnecessary complications. The enemy didn't want to just watch as the young man chose whatever he wanted, so he actively intervened, trying to hinder him and force him to make decisions under the pressure of danger. So he instantly appeared nearby to strike, moving with lightning speed that left little time to react and put the hero in serious danger. Orim was focused and acted strictly according to plan, carefully executing each step, assessing the situation, and anticipating the enemy's actions to minimize risks and achieve his goal. The attack was intended to slice through the player, moving with incredible speed and force, capable of piercing any defense and inflicting serious damage. Things didn't go as the user intended, as unpredictable circumstances and the opponent's actions quickly disrupted his plans and forced him to improvise under the pressure of the situation. Orim remained unharmed and continued his mission, confidently carrying out his task, maintaining his composure and focus even amidst the chaos and dangers around him. Shivel remarked that he hadn't mastered the skill well enough to use it, and therefore any attempt to employ it could result in a mistake or unwanted consequences in battle. The place where he stood was the area of the skill where she had set up a maze during teleportation, restricting movement and forcing the hero to navigate intricate passages and traps. The maze was filled with traps and barricades cleverly placed along the path, forcing everyone to move cautiously and think through every step to avoid danger. Also, their time was limited to 90 seconds, and every moment ticked away relentlessly, forcing them to act quickly, make decisions instantly, and avoid mistakes. The opponent had to remember that information while there, because any lapse in memory could lead to mistakes, wasted time, or falling into the traps that awaited the unwary. The system announced that the character's return to the real world was about to begin, warning of the session's end and the need to prepare for the transition from the virtual location. The enemy hadn't expected this at all, as events unfolded unexpectedly, shifting the balance of power and putting him at a disadvantage, which demanded a swift response. He also promised that when he met them next, he would eliminate them without hesitation, setting his sights on final victory and retribution for his failure. From that moment on, he memorized their faces so he could recall them later, analyzing their features and expressions to ensure he didn't miss a single detail at their next encounter. He also threatened to make them live in fear, constantly feeling danger and awaiting his return, which kept them on edge and prevented them from relaxing. He called them masters of the labyrinth and claimed that Orym was a worthless fool, belittling their abilities and trying to undermine their confidence in their own strength. The hero stood quietly, watching his opponent, closely studying his movements, analyzing his strategy, and looking for the best moment to act, without giving any sign of his presence. And so it happened that the system flung them back into the human dimension, instantly transporting the heroes from the virtual battle to the real world, where a new reality and familiar surroundings awaited. It was already quite dark outside, and twilight enveloped everything around them, creating a shadowy atmosphere in which the outlines of objects became blurred and visibility was limited. After being transported, Orym found himself in the middle of the street, where the silence and darkness created a sense of isolation, and the surroundings demanded quick orientation and caution. At first, he began to examine himself, checking to see if everything was intact, inspecting his body, clothes, and any possible injuries from the trials and dangerous events. His attention was drawn to his phone, which began to ring, sharply breaking the silence and forcing Orym to react quickly to find out who was trying to contact him. Glancing at the device, it became clear that it was Shivel, and his heart tightened slightly with surprise, as the call could bring important news or instructions. Answering the call, the hero immediately asked what was going on, trying to quickly get information and figure out what actions needed to be taken next. In response, she said he needed to go home, and the conversation and explanations were put off, leaving the hero in uncertainty and forcing him to rely on his own logic. The blacklist skill, which was used to track the enemy's location, allowed him to pinpoint the target's position, even amid chaotic movements and obstacles. Therefore, for 8 hours, he had to remain hidden while it was active, avoiding any contact and staying unnoticed so the enemy wouldn't discover their location. The location was imprecise, so it would have been fine if Orym had simply stayed home, avoiding unnecessary risks and not drawing the enemy's attention to himself. The guy who had attacked them earlier was a player who killed other players using banned techniques and skills, posing a deadly threat to anyone who crossed his path. Shivel added that instead of earning rewards for quests, people were collecting other players' bonus points, breaking the game's rules and prioritizing personal gain over properly completing tasks. It was best not to go against them if the young man didn't want to kill people, since any conflict could lead to serious consequences and violate his moral principles. It's important to know that there was no way to get past such individuals, because their strength, skills, and experience made them nearly invincible, and any attempt could end in defeat. Shivel also asked to talk tomorrow, since danger awaited him that evening, and any delay or wrong decision could lead to serious consequences. The hero asked about his friend, whether she had also been spotted, trying to figure out if she needed help or protection. Since she had helped him and might also be in danger, the hero felt responsible for her safety and tried to figure out how to minimize the risks for both of them. In response to his words, the girl replied that she was perfectly capable of defending herself, demonstrating confidence in her own abilities and her capacity to face danger on her own without outside help. Unable to calm down, the young man worried that she might also be in pain, as the danger and risks of the previous battle lingered in his mind and made him fret for his friend. In response, she remained silent, mulling over her options, weighing possible actions and consequences before voicing her opinion or making a decision. And then she suggested they stay together all night, just to be safe, ensuring each other's safety and reducing the risk of unexpected dangers in the dark. Orym hadn't thought of that at all. On the contrary, he wanted to act together in the future, planning joint steps and strategies to more effectively face dangers and achieve their goals together with her. It sounded as if he wanted to be on her side, striving to stay close and act together, sharing responsibility and support in their joint tasks. If they stayed together in reality, he would be only too happy, for his friend's presence by his side would provide a sense of security, support, and shared strength in difficult situations. Orym said he could trust her, feeling confident in her honesty and ability to support him in any dangerous or difficult situation. To which the young lady replied that one cannot trust a person with whom one had only just begun communicating that day, emphasizing the need for caution and getting to know each other gradually. Her response surprised him and seemed to sadden him, as he had hoped for mutual trust and a warmer attitude, and her caution left him feeling slightly disappointed. What they discussed the next day was not much different from that conversation after the quest, as both conversations were filled with caution, planning, and discussion of future actions. Then Cheval decided that after the conversation, she wanted to receive a message with her friend's address so she would know where he was and be able to contact him quickly or come to his aid if necessary. That evening, she wanted to sleep at his house so she could stay close and feel safe, reducing the risk of dangers during the night and unforeseen events. These unexpected words came as a bolt from the blue and instantly jolted the young man, snapping him out of his stupor and bringing him back to the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, the young man cautiously approached his house, looking around and listening for any strange sounds in the darkness of the night. He was already standing in the hallway of his house, eagerly waiting for his girlfriend, glancing at the door and thinking about what they would do together. His thoughts were constantly swirling in his head, covering a wide variety of topics, from small daily matters to big plans for the future. Cheval didn't keep the young man waiting long and suddenly appeared before him, smiling and radiating joy at their reunion after a long day. She was in an exceptionally good mood, and it showed in every movement and in the smile that lit up her face, filling the atmosphere with warmth and joy. The same couldn't be said for the young man, as he remained nervous, constantly glancing around and clenching his fists tightly, trying to contain his excitement. Upon entering the apartment, he noticed that everything looked as if she were under his care, with perfectly tidy belongings and a cozy atmosphere all around. Quietly, Oram addressed her, trying to hide the nervousness in his voice. His words sounded gentle, yet tinged with the uncertainty that tormented him. The host couldn't believe she was actually supposed to sleep in his apartment. His mind was filled with surprise and a slight flutter of excitement at the unexpected turn of events. Because of this question, she thought he didn't like her, and her heart filled with doubts, anxiety, and a slight sense of disappointment that was hard to hide. The young man quickly assured her that this was not the case, trying to calm her anxiety and show that his feelings remained sincere and unchanged. After everything that had happened, they had plenty to talk about, and they discussed every detail with curiosity, laughter, and a mutual desire to grow closer to one another. In any case, the young lady first needed to take a bath, relax, and freshen up, and only then attend to all her other tasks, planning her day carefully and thoughtfully. She also politely asked for some clothes to change into, and the young man hurried to pick out a suitable outfit for her so she would feel at ease and comfortable. A note was waiting for the brother on the kitchen table, neatly placed among the dishes, which immediately caught his attention and made him lean in with surprise to read its contents. His sister had written that her schedule had changed and she was working the night shift that day, so she wouldn't be able to join the family during the day and would have to stay at work until morning. This situation unsettled the young man even more, and his confidence wavered, leaving his heart filled with doubt, anxiety, and uncertainty about the future. He couldn't believe why he had to be left alone with his girlfriend at that very moment, and his mind was filled with excitement, surprise, and nervous anticipation of what would happen next. Later, Cheval emerged from the bathroom with a contented sigh, her face glowing with satisfaction and relaxation after a long soak in the warm water. His sister's clothes fit her quite well, accentuating her style and flattering her figure, making her feel both comfortable and confident at the same time. Deciding to ask about his life, the girl cautiously inquired about who he lived with, listening carefully to his answers and trying to understand his daily habits and the atmosphere of his home. They had previously lived in a relative's house, but when the older sister got a job, they began living on their own, adjusting to a new routine and responsibilities in their own space. Cheval also asked what had happened to his parents, phrasing her questions carefully and trying to understand his past and family history, which might have influenced his life. Bowing his head awkwardly, the protagonist said that his parents had died, and his voice betrayed the sorrow and pain he had long tried to hide from those around him. Faced with such an unexpected answer, Cheval didn't know what to say. Her eyes widened in surprise and her mind scrambled to find words to comfort him. It all happened back in his childhood, so he was already used to such questions and answered them calmly, hiding his pain and remaining composed despite the memories. In response, his friend said nothing, only looked at him silently. Her gaze was filled with compassion and a quiet understanding of what he had gone through in the past. She knew that this whole story had been incredibly difficult for him and his sister, and her heart filled with compassion as she imagined the trials and losses they had had to endure. So she asked when she was supposed to return, listening carefully to his answer and trying to figure out how much more time they could spend together without interruption or worry. The hero replied that there had been changes in her schedule, so at that moment she was supposed to be at work all night, and his words sounded calm, though a slight disappointment was visible in his eyes. It seemed that such events pleased the young woman more, and her face beamed with interest in a slight smile that betrayed genuine delight at the unexpected turn of events. Moving closer to him, the girl decided to press on, feeling a mix of curiosity and caution, and each of her steps reflected determination and eagerness to learn more. Their close proximity made the young man feel shy, and he felt his cheeks flush instantly, his heart beating faster from the unexpected embarrassment and excitement. She just smiled. Her gentle smile radiated warmth and friendliness, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and quiet delight at their closeness. It seemed as though these actions were deliberately intended to make Orem feel awkward, and this gentle teasing caused him to smile nervously and blush. His face was so red, almost crimson, that anyone looking at him could see the obvious embarrassment and inner turmoil he couldn't hide. Suddenly, the system interrupted them, and a loud signal abruptly filled the room, forcing both of them to lose focus and shift their attention abruptly, forgetting their previous closeness and conversation. The girl wanted to send a request to the user closest to her, hoping to quickly establish contact and receive a response without unnecessary delays or misunderstandings. As it turned out, it was an invitation to a group, and the protagonist immediately panicked. His heart began to race, and his thoughts were filled with anxiety and uncertainty about what to do next. The panel that appeared on the screen explained that a choice had to be made, and the protagonist looked closely at the options, feeling a slight flutter of excitement and the pressure of time to make the right decision. Shivel sent him a request to join the team, and the hero felt a mix of surprise and joy as he prepared to make a decision that could change their relationship. But first, she wanted to tell him something before he made his choice, to explain all the details and share important information so he could make a well-considered and correct decision. She was ready to share all the information she knew and was prepared to do everything possible to support him, provide assistance, and create a sense of security. In other words, she was ready to give everything she had, sparing neither time nor effort to help him and ensure the success of their joint endeavor and their safety. But the problem was that if Orem betrayed her or ran away, all her efforts and trust could turn out to be in vain, leaving her disappointed and lost in the face of the unknown. Then the young lady was ready to blend him in a mixer and make a smoothie, jokingly imagining how she would punish him for his betrayal, and her eyes sparkled with a cheerful, slightly mischievous determination. The hero immediately understood everything, and his eyes widened in surprise. His heart began to race, and his mind instantly assessed the situation and her intentions. He had to think very carefully before deciding, weighing all the consequences of his actions, the possible risks, and how his choice would affect their relationship in the situation as a whole. Glancing back at the panel, the young man scratched his head, feeling a mixture of indecision and tension as he tried to figure out which choice would be the best and most correct in this situation. It wasn't long before the system reported that Orem had accepted the command request, and his heart filled with a slight flutter, while his face reflected joy and relief at the choice he had made. The angry girl had wanted him to think it over, but he had acted immediately, and her eyes shone with a mixture of irritation and surprise, for his swift action had defied her expectations. In response, he explained that he hadn't even considered that such a thing required much thought, and his voice sounded sincere, with a touch of surprise and vulnerable honesty. He lacked sufficient understanding and information about the entire situation, and so he acted spontaneously, unaware of all the nuances and possible consequences of his decision. Meanwhile, he was also being hunted by users who wanted to kill players, and his thoughts were filled with anxiety as danger crept up unnoticed, forcing him to act cautiously and quickly. Furthermore, Orem had no way of extricating himself from the situation on his own. In other words, he was on the brink of the game's end, feeling the pressure of time and the limitations of his actions. That is precisely why Shivel was the best choice, and the only one he could rely on, for her experience, knowledge, and willingness to support him guaranteed him a chance to survive and successfully navigate the difficult situation. It became clear that the young lady was pleased after hearing these words, and her face lit up with a slight smile that expressed joy, calm, and inner satisfaction at what she had heard. Suddenly, she grabbed her friend by the collar, and his body jerked at the unexpected touch, his eyes widening in surprise and mild excitement. He was shocked by her sudden decision. His heart was beating fast, and his mind was trying to quickly understand her intentions and assess the situation that had arisen unexpectedly. It all happened only because the young man was so bold. His confidence and courage provoked the young lady into unexpected actions, forcing him to constantly react to her moves. She felt silly for taking it so seriously, and a slight blush spread across her cheeks as her thoughts swirled around what her reaction must look like from the outside. Confused, Orem didn't know what to say. His mind raced in search of words and his heart beat fast, feeling a mix of surprise, indecision, and slight excitement. The friends could have put aside those pointless conversations and started devising a strategy, focusing on planning their actions, discussing possible options, and determining the steps that would guarantee success in a difficult situation. It was precisely such a plan that would help them fight the users who were eliminating players, allowing them to coordinate their actions, anticipate the enemy's moves, and increase their chances of survival and successful completion of tasks. Soon, Shivel began working on the control panel, quickly and confidently pressing buttons and switching options, focusing all her attention on configuring the system and planning their next moves. Only later did she announce that there was something far more important, and her voice sounded serious, commanding attention and forcing everyone to focus on the new, critically important information. She held the message in front of her, reading every word carefully, analyzing the information, and preparing to pass it on so that everyone would understand the gravity of the situation and could act appropriately. And then it appeared before the player, and his eyes instantly focused on the screen, filled with curiosity, excitement, and a slight tension from the information received. Orem was seeing such an object for the first time, and his gaze lingered on it, filled with surprise and curiosity, as he tried to understand its purpose and potential uses. It turned out to be a major event, the exact date of which no one knew, and it was called Horizon, evoking in everyone interest, anxiety, and a sense of anticipation for something extraordinary and important. They were going to take part in the event and devise a strategy to take first place, discussing the details, assigning roles, and planning every step for maximum success. The plan was quite ambitious, and this excited the boy, making his heart beat faster and his mind actively mull over all the details, possible risks, and steps for its successful implementation. In another dimension, everything was different, and his every step felt unfamiliar. The space and the laws of the world seemed alien, which sparked wonder and cautious exploration. Vast expanses and stone chambers towered over everything, creating an impression of power and grandeur, and their walls reflected the light, adding an air of mystery and enigma to the atmosphere. Creatures moved around one another, cautiously navigating the space. Their movements were coordinated yet unpredictable, creating a sense of constant tension and surveillance. The largest monster, which suddenly appeared in their path, had two enormous heads that growled incessantly and emitted thick steam, striking true terror into every witness. All the players instantly realized they were in an extremely dire and dangerous situation when they saw the majestic figure of the King of Death with their own eyes. They frantically thought about fleeing as quickly as possible before this terrifying and relentless undead creature could seize them with its bony hands, forever robbing them of their last hope of salvation. In response to this question, his companion merely muttered something incomprehensible under his breath, trying to avoid direct eye contact and hide his true feelings. All his numerous thoughts were so chaotic and confusing that he couldn't focus on a single important detail, feeling completely at a loss. And then the character's weapon suddenly glowed with a completely different light, one that was much brighter than before, and signaled the awakening of a hidden power within the blade. The sharp arrows were clearly aimed at the numerous enemies who had already begun their rapid advance, forcing every defender of the fortress to hold their crossbows firmly. However, all his anxious thoughts at that very moment were about something else entirely, for he could not shake the strange feeling that something inevitable was approaching. Specifically, he kept recalling that grueling battle with Arim and his incredible strength, which had seemed to him a true challenge requiring maximum concentration and total dedication. The dragon-slaying skill was instantly activated, filling the warrior's entire body with incredible energy and ancient power, allowing him to withstand. A powerful technique instantly engulfed everything around him, filling the space with a blinding glow and forcing everyone present to feel the incredible pressure of magical energy emanating from the very epicenter of the events. Numerous enemies were instantly thrown to the sides by this incredible shockwave, which swept away everything in its path and left the opponents no chance to stay on their feet. Every arrow fired hit its intended target, piercing the air at incredible speed and confirming the skill of the marksman, who never missed a single shot. All the other players were truly shocked by such a sudden and powerful attack, which unfolded right before their eyes, causing everyone to freeze for a moment at the unexpected spectacle. The player felt incredibly powerful among everyone else present, as his new hidden power had finally awakened and given him complete confidence in his own victory. Losers were meant to behave exactly like true losers and crawl meekly across the cold ground, realizing their own worthlessness. That was exactly what he was thinking. Pekin Hyen confidently transformed from an ordinary archer into a ruthless executioner, demonstrating to everyone around him his new and terrifying role, which demanded a complete lack of mercy toward anyone. The hero was still piecing things together, slowly reconstructing fragments of events that had scattered like mist, and trying to understand why his heart beat faster with every new memory. He wanted to understand what had happened at that event. Horizon, recalling snippets of conversations and blurry faces, trying to reconstruct the sequence of events that was slipping from his memory. However, no information was available, and he merely skimmed through the blank entries, staring at the pages where the answers should have been, but only vague hints remained. The only thing the girl was certain of was that first place came with 20 billion won and the fulfillment of any one wish, and that was precisely what drove her forward without hesitation. Such a sum could have made his eyes pop out, for he had never imagined such money, and the thought of it left him speechless and bewildered as he tried to grasp the scale of the possibilities. However, the promise of a wish coming true also sounded rather implausible, so he merely shrugged skeptically, not daring to believe the promises that seemed too generous. At first, she had the same thought, and the sum seemed impossible, but the longer she thought about it, the more she began to believe that a chance did exist after all. But she had to consider their experience, for previous events had shown that the organizers had proven the reality of their promises more than once, and had gradually dispelled her doubts. The previous battles had already been beyond logic, so he couldn't rule out the possibility that this time, too, the rules would be just as absurd and yet dangerously real. Then completing the task might be possible, because if previous events had defied all laws of logic, there was no reason to doubt the reality of the promise. If that wasn't the case, however, Shivel was thinking of making a wish to leave the game. Otherwise, the risk of remaining in a hopeless situation seemed too great and dangerous for her. Orem was curious where she had gotten such information, since her words sounded confident, and he couldn't tell whether she really had a source or if it was just intuition. In response, the girl explained that she had received an invitation in the form of a letter after completing 10 quests, and it was this very fact that confirmed her knowledge of the events and gave her confidence in her own words. He too might have received it after the trials, since successfully completing the tasks could open the way to an invitation just as it had for the girl. She had been completing them since the winter break of her third year of study. There were 17 in total, and in 5 of them she had nearly died, which made her experience both extremely dangerous and valuable at the same time. All the trials lasted far too long, exhausting the participants' physical and mental strength and forcing them to constantly battle fatigue and fear for their own lives. She also didn't know how things had changed or why it was all happening, since the events and trials were constantly altering the reality around her, leaving more questions than answers. The girl even went to the chat room created by the game company, but there they treated her like a madwoman, and no one wanted to listen to her explanations about the events and trials she had gone through. The young man wondered if her parents had said anything about her changes, since he couldn't figure out whether her family had noticed the transformations that had taken place in her after the trials. It turned out they wouldn't even have noticed if their daughter had disappeared or been cut to pieces, because to them, her participation in the game meant nothing and had no impact on their lives. Those words shook the young man, forcing him to reevaluate his own perceptions of the seriousness of the situation and assess the danger looming over the girl. Shivel's appearance hadn't changed much, unlike her friends. The most noticeable difference was her hair color, which immediately caught the eye and made her look completely different from before. The young man's face hadn't changed much either, but his body was the first to undergo transformations, acquiring new features and strength that were immediately noticeable. Their attention was drawn to a loud knock on the door, which abruptly broke the silence and made both of them turn around warily, wondering who or what might be behind them. The group feared it might be assassins and instantly tensed up, preparing for any turn of events that could threaten their lives. Using her skill, the young lady decided to check what was happening out there, carefully directing her senses and trying to detect any signs of danger or the presence of outsiders. Watching her closely, Orem didn't know what was about to happen, and his mind tried to anticipate events that could drastically change the situation. The watchtower of the labyrinth technique revealed an invisible structure that had suddenly appeared amid the fog and seemed imperceptible to those around them, but clearly existed on the device's screens. A bright beam swept through the apartment and out onto the roof, illuminating the furniture, walls, and every corner, creating the sensation that the space had become transparent and subject to the light. The tower was massive, but no one could see it, and only special equipment allowed one to detect its existence and assess the scale and power hidden within. Thanks to this ability, one could see users who were killing players if they appeared unexpectedly, which gave a chance to anticipate their actions and prepare for an attack. What surprised the hero was that they couldn't see her ability if they were together in the same building, since this gave her a significant advantage and made him ponder the hidden possibilities. As it turned out, the Reapers couldn't possess such abilities to see that, and their powers were limited to mere physical presence and standard observational capabilities. Holding his shoulder, the young man remained silent, trying to cope with a wave of emotions while simultaneously pondering what to do next in this unpredictable situation. His friend studied him closely, watching his every movement, facial expression, and behavior, trying to understand his thoughts and true intentions. Unable to bear it any longer, she drew his attention to herself, abruptly changing her posture and tone of voice so that he would finally focus on her and stop getting distracted. To begin with, she asked him to take off his outer clothing, explaining that this was necessary to complete the next stage of the task or test. The shoulder injury needed to be treated strategically, taking into account not only a quick recovery, but also future mobility and the ability to perform complex movements without complications. To begin treatment, she needed to remove his shirt to have free access to his shoulder and perform all necessary procedures accurately and without hindrance. The boy felt even more embarrassed and didn't want to do it, trying to delay the moment, even though he understood that it was necessary for the proper treatment of the injury. As a result, he sat in front of her, preparing for treatment, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and fear, but at the same time understanding the importance of this procedure for his recovery. The technique would not have worked if he had moved even once, and so he had to sit motionless, trying to suppress any impulse to move so as not to disrupt the healing process. Oasis in the desert labyrinth was the technique that was supposed to work, providing the necessary conditions and resources for the successful completion of the trial and the restoration of the participants' strength. A strange light enveloped the hero's body. It felt both warm and pulsating, creating a strange sensation of energy, and at the same time, an unknown force penetrating deep within him. The whole spectacle amazed him, making his heart beat faster and his mind struggle to comprehend what was happening around him, for the event seemed incredible and unpredictable. It took some time to heal all the wounds, gradually restoring his body and strength, and only then could he continue with the next tasks. She wasn't a healer, but this skill allowed her to increase the master's endurance, improving his physical condition and ability to withstand difficult trials without quickly becoming exhausted. Unexpectedly, Orem turned to his friend. His voice sounded resolute yet cautious, as if he were seeking support or confirmation of his own thoughts. He was troubled by the question of why the girl wanted to form a team with him, since he couldn't understand her motives or what exactly had prompted her to trust him specifically. She already held a high rank, so there was no benefit to be gained from it, and that's why he was surprised by the sincerity of her intentions and her unusual desire to collaborate with him specifically. Shivel didn't want to give a frank answer, guarding her true motives and leaving him in the dark about the reasons that prompted her to form the team. So she replied that it was all done to make it easier for him to give orders, emphasizing her control over the situation while simultaneously hinting at her own advantage in the partnership. In reality, at first, the girl wanted to figure out what kind of user he was, as this helped her assess his abilities, intentions, and potential role in future tasks. However, she then recalled something that changed all her plans, forcing her to rethink her strategy and make a decision in a completely different direction than she had originally planned. She asked him to recall the event of the opening of Purgatory, trying to piece together his memories and understand exactly what he remembered from that moment. It had been a difficult task during his sophomore year of high school, requiring maximum concentration, composure, and the ability to make complex decisions quickly. Not even 5% of users were able to complete it, which attested to the incredible difficulty of the task and the high level of skill required for success. It was the most difficult event of extreme difficulty in history, presenting participants with incredible challenges, and only the strongest were able to overcome it without losses. At that time, Shivel supported the guild as a mercenary, carrying out tasks that required her experience, skill, and strategic thinking to succeed. The battle was grueling and long, sapping the participants' strength and forcing them to constantly adapt to unexpected attacks and changes in the situation. Then her gaze caught someone's attention, and she instantly sensed the presence of an outsider watching her with curiosity or hidden intentions. Standing next to her was that same young man, and his presence immediately changed the atmosphere, adding tension and forcing her to be more attentive to every movement. It was then, in the classroom, that she remembered meeting him in that place, and the memory instantly came alive in her mind, bringing back every detail of that encounter. Shivel was 100% certain that it was Arim who had been there in that battle, and this conviction compelled her to carefully analyze every memory to confirm her hunch. While everyone else had been helplessly killed due to the absurd complexity of the situation, Orem had remained alive, which only deepened Shivel's astonishment and respect for his skills and resilience. The young lady recalled meeting him as he ran across the battlefield with no hint of surrender, demonstrating incredible composure, determination, and courage amid the chaos and danger. Her eyes could not look anywhere but at him, as if everything around her vanished, leaving only his figure, his movements, and his presence, which completely captivated her attention. It was precisely that fierce determination to stay alive and destroy his enemies that drew her attention, revealing remarkable resolve and the ability to act under the pressure of mortal danger. Orem gave it his all in that incident, using all his strength, skills, and strategies to survive and fight his enemies as effectively as possible. Listening to her story, the young man said nothing, remaining in shock, for the details of the events surpassed his conception of what was possible and forced him to rethink everything he had known before. That was precisely why she wanted to team up with him, because his endurance, determination, and skills made him an indispensable ally in difficult trials. She needed him because he was just as much of a crazy gamer, and their shared passions and understanding of the risks made their actions synchronized and effective. Besides, Shivel herself wanted it to happen that way, because her decision was dictated by her own convictions and desire to control the situation to her advantage. The young lady had always wanted a confidant to whom she could tell everything about herself without fear, for she needed support and understanding without judgment or suspicion. In her opinion, the young man was also saddened by the fact that he had no one with whom to share his thoughts, for he too needed understanding and support in difficult situations. In response, the young man nodded in agreement, showing his understanding and sympathy for the young lady's words, confirming that he shared her feelings. The night in the city was quite long and drawn out, enveloping the streets in darkness and silence that accentuated every sound and movement, creating a sense of unhurried yet tense anxiety. On the other side, battles with creatures were raging, and their screams, blows, and explosions filled the air with chaos and fear, reminding everyone of the danger that reigned all around. The players used their skills to confront them, combining strategy, quick reflexes, and strength in an attempt to survive and neutralize the threat closing in from all sides. A threefold increase in strength thanks to Andastor's power helped him for a moment, providing extra power to attack and parry enemy blows, but the effect quickly faded. The monster opened its jaws in pain, and its roar echoed loudly, showing that the attack had dealt it significant damage and temporarily disoriented it. Other players appeared from behind, quickly joining the fray and providing support, forcing the enemies to divide their attention and fight on multiple fronts simultaneously. Each player had their own combat technique, reflecting individual skills, style, and strategies, allowing them to interact effectively as a team and make the most of their own strengths. In an instant, the monster was decapitated and its body fell sharply, demonstrating the effectiveness of the player's coordinated attack and the element of surprise in their actions. The user executed the attack so effortlessly that it destroyed the enemy, demonstrating his mastery, precision, and ability to use his skills at a critical moment in battle. Yan Sinha, a Duan class, completed the quest, demonstrating the high level of skill, endurance, and strategic thinking required to successfully complete a difficult task. Her partner, Kang Ik-ju, a soul fighter, remarked that the task was easy, emphasizing his own confidence and experience, which allowed him to pass even the most difficult trials without difficulty. Together, they decided to choose status points as their reward for the task, as this allowed them to level up, gain additional benefits, and strengthen their position in the game. There was a palpable sense that something was wrong, and the tension in the air was rising, forcing all participants to be on guard and prepare for unexpected events. Yun immediately noticed and alerted her companion, trying to quickly convey the information and warn of possible danger or suspicious activity. Even though there was no quest nearby, someone was using their abilities, which instantly caught the player's attention and caused tension due to the unexpected activity. Kang immediately wanted to pounce on them, filled with determination and fighting spirit, ready to use all his skills to neutralize the potential threat. However, his partner stopped him, since there were only 50 seconds left. And besides, they didn't know who those players were, and any rash move could lead to unpredictable consequences. They simply needed to observe to determine whether these users would be a blessing or a curse for their guild, as a proper assessment of the situation would help them avoid rash decisions and unwanted consequences. The team decided to mark the coordinates so they could return to the location another day, planning to prepare thoroughly and assess all possible risks before their next visit. Orem carefully observed his surroundings, trying to memorize the details of the terrain so he could better orient himself and not lose his way in an unfamiliar place. The place was completely unfamiliar, so he cautiously surveyed the surrounding objects, trying to figure out where he was and whether there were any familiar landmarks nearby. His eyes widened in surprise, for what lay ahead seemed utterly terrifying and evoked a strong sense of anxiety and danger in him. A monstrous creature of strange form was slowly heading straight toward him, emitting eerie sounds, and with every step it drew closer, intensifying the tension and fear. Saliva dripped from its mouth, as if it truly wanted to devour him, and this sight made the creature even more menacing, causing him intense fear and tension. And atop the creature was something resembling a player, holding on confidently and directing its movements. And it looked as though he was in complete control of the situation. Orem didn't understand what he was seeing before him, so he stared blankly at the strange scene, trying to process what he saw and figure out if it was real or just an optical illusion. From the monster's side, the figure suddenly launched an attack, closing in rapidly and displaying such determination that it seemed he was eager to engage in battle immediately without hesitation. Realizing the young man was in danger, he immediately began to flee, glancing back and trying to increase the distance between himself and the threat as quickly as possible. Without looking back, he hurried forward to reach a safe zone as quickly as possible, feeling fear driving him to move faster and faster. The enemy advanced at a fairly high speed, leaving a trail of dust behind and radiating a sense of imminent threat and danger from the surrounding environment. For his part, the young man didn't waste a moment either, running forward at full speed and trying to use every second to get as far away from the dangerous threat as possible. He moved toward any spot where there might be something to hide behind, carefully scanning every corner and trying to find the safest place to take cover. A large door with a red light signaled the exit from the building. Its light stood in stark contrast to the darkness around him and gave him hope of salvation. As he tried to open it, he realized the lock was secured, and his heart began to race with despair and the realization that there was almost no time left to think. Arim decided to look out the window to see what lay beyond, carefully standing up and peering into the darkness, hoping to make out at least some signs of safety or danger. As it turned out, a young man was sitting there, closely watching what was happening around him, and he seemed tense and ready for any unforeseen events. From his appearance, Arim guessed that it was Peck in Hen, recognizing his facial features and mannerisms, which left no doubt as to his identity even in the dim light. The hero shouted for him to help him escape, simultaneously trying to get Peck in Hyen's attention. Realizing the situation, Peck in Hyen quickly opened the door, letting him in. But the little boy seemed not to hear a thing, sitting silently and intently, unresponsive to the hero's cries and oblivious to the urgency of the situation around him. As children, they had been friends, spending a lot of time together and sharing secrets. But when they grew up, their paths diverged and they became irreconcilable enemies. Therefore, he had no desire to help the boy, deliberately ignoring his cries and pleas, displaying coldness and detachment in this dangerous situation. Over time, Peck's body matured, his facial features became more defined, and his posture grew confident and manly, reflecting his transformation from a young man into a mature adult. Even back when they were in school and at odds with each other, Peck had an air of confidence and determination, displaying a maturity and strength that set him apart from his childhood self. His former companion asked who his friend was, trying to understand the reasons for their conflict and restore at least some of the trust that had once existed between them. And then he turned around, revealing his face, which was half merged with that of a monster, creating a terrifying and gruesome sight that blended the human and the inhuman. From such a shock, the hero finally awoke from his sleep, opening his eyes wide and feeling his heart pounding wildly from the nightmare he had just experienced, leaving an echo of fear in every nerve. His condition had worsened after the ordeal, for the accumulated anxiety and fear would not let him rest, leaving him with a sense of exhaustion and helplessness. Barely regaining his senses, the young man sat up in bed, catching his breath and trying to make sense of the nightmare he had just experienced, feeling weakness throughout his entire body. Still thinking about what had happened, Arim did nothing, sitting motionless and lost in his own thoughts, trying to understand the horror he had experienced and its meaning. Suddenly, his girlfriend's voice asked if he'd had a bad dream, causing Arim to startle and feel a slight tremor from the unexpected intrusion into his thoughts. The young man was quite surprised to find her there, as he hadn't expected to see her at that very moment, and he felt a sudden wave of surprise and confusion. However, the young lady didn't seem to see anything wrong with it, smiling calmly and confidently, as if everything that was happening was perfectly natural and not worth paying attention to. At first, she had planned to sleep in his sister's room while she was at work, intending to spend her time quietly and discreetly so as not to disturb him or draw unnecessary attention. As it turned out, Shivel couldn't fall asleep in someone else's bed, feeling uncomfortable and restless, so she decided to find another place where she could rest peacefully. She also asked about her companion's sleep and how it had been, listening attentively to his answers and trying to understand his feelings and emotional state after the nightmarish experience. Still in a state of surprise, he remained silent, unable to find the words to respond, and simply stared blankly ahead, trying to cope with his emotions and impressions. The girl seemed to be teasing him about his embarrassment, smiling ever so slightly and adding a touch of playfulness to her demeanor, which made the atmosphere a little less tense. Arim's face turned bright red, reflecting his shame and embarrassment, and his heart pounded faster from the unexpected emotions and the girl's attention. They finally woke up when the morning light streamed through the window, filling the room with warmth and brightness, forcing them to leave their sleep behind and fully embrace the new day. Later, the group had already headed out onto the street, gathered and determined, ready for any eventuality and joining forces for the tasks ahead. They decided that Shivel would choose the quests, so the hero had to study the skills, honing his abilities and preparing to face any assassin who might suddenly appear. Finishing his breakfast, the young man agreed, chewing each bite slowly while simultaneously pondering the upcoming tasks and the potential dangers that awaited him. It was also important not to use techniques unnecessarily, since the reward would be small and any penalty would significantly reduce the points earned and make the task less profitable. Arim remembered that the money he had chosen as a reward had disappeared, and realized that this could have happened precisely because of the misuse of techniques or a penalty he had received, which had affected his bonuses. One penalty point was worth about 10,000 won, so even a small mistake could significantly affect the reward amount and reduce the financial benefit from completed tasks. Also, when the player participated in a quest, the girl, as a member of his team, had to be with him, supporting him and helping with the tasks, ensuring greater efficiency and safety. Having understood everything, he promised not to use technology unnecessarily, deciding to act cautiously and rationally to avoid penalties and complete the tasks as effectively as possible. His answer satisfied her, as he clearly explained his intentions and actions, demonstrating an understanding of the rules and a willingness to act prudently in any situation. Shivel decided to go home to change, and after saying goodbye, assured him that they would see each other again at school, leaving behind a feeling of warmth and anticipation of their next meeting. Watching her walk away, the young man called out to her, trying to catch her attention one last time and make brief contact before she left. He wondered what she would have wished for if she had won first place in the event, imagining possible scenarios and pondering her personality and desires. Joking, his friend said she would build her own heavenly harem with her favorite idols, laughing and emphasizing her unpredictability and cheerful nature in conversation. Seeing her friend's eyes, she began to insist that it wasn't true, trying to quickly retract her words and lessen his surprise or possible outrage. She also promised to tell him if he did well on the next quest, encouraging him and motivating him to put in his best effort to succeed. Avoiding further questions, she walked away, moving quickly and decisively to leave the conversation behind and not continue the discussion. Meanwhile, as the friends talked, a car watched them, quietly tracking their every move and creating a sense of a secret threat from unknown observers. Everyone inside kept a close watch on their classmates, carefully observing their actions and movements so as not to miss a single important moment or suspicious sign. Yeon Sinha was pleased to have finally found them, feeling a sense of relief and satisfaction that her search efforts had been successful. The Avenger and the Maze Master were still school children, despite their abilities and skills that set them apart from their peers and made them stand out even in a typical school setting. The Queen's Guard skill allowed her to see the progress and stats of other users and monsters at a short distance, giving her a strategic advantage and helping her plan her actions in battle or during quests. If they hadn't been so lucky, they would have had to search for them all day, wasting energy and time, and risking missing important moments or getting into dangerous situations. Kang didn't understand what their plan was, sitting motionless and watching the others' actions, trying to grasp the logic and purpose behind their moves. His colleague, however, explained that there had been a lot of people that morning and they weren't important enough to receive penalty points, reassuring him and explaining why their actions hadn't affected the scoring system. At that time, the students were from classes that weren't in their guild, and because of the Horizon incident, they could even be accepted into the team, expanding the group's capabilities and strengthening its potential for future tasks. For his part, Kang wanted to intimidate the younger members into surrendering, demonstrating strength and resolve, and trying to force them to submit without unnecessary resistance. The main thing was for the users to be skilled and follow instructions, completing tasks accurately and efficiently, which ensured the quest's success and avoided unnecessary penalties. No one could know what lay behind the innocent facade, for true intentions and abilities remained a secret, capable of surprising or frightening anyone at an unexpected moment. In conclusion, the group decided to bring someone into their ranks and observe them, closely monitoring the new participants' actions and reactions to assess their abilities and reliability. It was not too late to think about how to take care of them afterward, considering ways to support and assist them to ensure their safety and comfort after completing the task. The young man's day passed quietly and peacefully, filled with calm and ordinary activities, without any unexpected adventures or troubles, allowing him to rest and gather his strength. Orem was walking home from school, strolling through familiar streets and reflecting on the day's events, feeling a slight sense of fatigue and calm after class. He thought about learning techniques and how the source could be used with the Ergosphere online system, pondering training opportunities and the effective mastery of new skills. Shivel was a master of the labyrinth, possessing exceptional navigation and strategic skills, which allowed her to confidently manage the situation and successfully overcome any challenge. She possessed quite a few useful skills that allowed her to effectively solve complex problems, adapt to various quests, and provide valuable assistance to her companions. Her techniques, such as traps, would work well with the Avenger in his other attacks, creating effective combinations and increasing their chances of success in battle. In his opinion, it was a perfect match, and they would make a great pair, complementing each other with skills and abilities to achieve maximum effectiveness during combat or while completing tasks. Suddenly, an unknown voice called out to him, causing him to startle sharply and turn around instantly, trying to identify the source of the voice and its intentions. They asked if he was the same Lee Orem from high school, watching his reaction closely, trying to confirm their guess. The young man quietly confirmed that he was, speaking carefully and trying not to draw unnecessary attention to himself in the presence of strangers. They wanted to step aside with him for a moment, but for some reason, they moved cautiously, exuding an air of mystery and hidden intentions. And then, pressing a knife against his side, he threatened to move, forcing Orem to submit and stay put. Feeling the danger and tension from the unexpected threat, the boy was frightened by such a sudden attack. His heart began to pound violently, and his body tensed, feeling fear and the unexpected threat that had arisen instantly. It was getting dark outside, and visibility was already poor in the dark alleys. The shadows were growing thicker, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to find one's way due to the lack of light. After shoving the young man inside, they all followed him in, moving quickly and cautiously so as not to lose their pace and to remain alert to potential dangers. The protagonist quickly tried to assess the situation, carefully scanning the room and looking for possible threats or exits to figure out how to proceed. 4 more strangers stood ahead, calmly watching him and creating a sense of tension and potential danger in the room. However, one of them was still recognizable by his face, as his features and mannerisms remained familiar, evoking in Orem a mixed feeling of surprise and wariness. Yuminho wanted to strike up a conversation, approaching confidently and showing interest in the conversation, which forced Orem to focus on his words and intentions. The group had been tasked with beating up Orem, preparing for the confrontation and devising a strategy to carry out the order and ensure the mission's success. They looked quite confident, standing tall and resolute, demonstrating a readiness for action and no doubt in their own abilities. They also threatened that if he ran away, he would only make things worse for himself, trying to intimidate him and force him to submit without resistance. The plan was that after the beating, everyone would go their separate ways, leaving no trace of the conflict and avoiding drawing unnecessary attention from those around them. The hero didn't know what to do, as he couldn't use his skills, feeling helpless and tense in the face of the approaching danger. He needed to do something to ensure they would never bother him again, devising a plan of action that would force them to back down and deter them from launching further attacks. Without using any techniques, Orem was ready in that very moment to put an end to the bullying, feeling desperate and determined to end the injustice and pressure. To everyone's surprise, the young man instantly counterattacked his opponent, demonstrating incredible speed, determination, and remarkable courage in battle. The clash began very quickly, and everyone present was stunned by the unexpected intensity and the turbulent events unfolding around them. The hero was serious. His gaze and posture radiated determination, readiness for any hardship, and unwavering courage. Mino's group rushed at him, executing their carefully devised plan, coordinating every movement and action to achieve their goal as effectively as possible. The young man managed to stand up to them all at once, displaying incredible agility, composure, and determination that impressed everyone watching his fight. His movements were swift and composed. Every step and gesture was executed with precision and control, demonstrating mastery and refined combat technique. The confidence in his eyes frightened his opponents, causing them to doubt their own strength and carefully weigh each of their next moves under his watchful gaze. None of them expected Orem to fight back, for his resolve and unwavering courage proved far stronger than anyone could have imagined. One by one, his opponents lost their balance, unable to react to the swift and precise strikes that made them stagger and fall under the onslaught of his skill. The player became convinced that winning the battle was possible as he observed his opponent's minor mistakes and realized how his actions could lead to victory. No matter how many of them there were, they were all human. And compared to the monsters he had fought before, they seemed frail and utterly defenseless. Weak opponents. There was no need to rely too heavily on skill, as in the one-on-one battle last time, because now the situation demanded greater caution and strategic thinking. Even a fraction of the Avengers' power would be more than enough to easily handle all the opponents standing before him, without exerting unnecessary effort or taking risks. The young man's thoughts were solely on eliminating them all quickly and ruthlessly, without being distracted by anything else and fully focused on the fight. According to the plan, victory was supposed to be on his side, since all actions had been carefully planned, and every move his opponents made was predictable and under his control. The other team members and their leader stood on the sidelines, watching the clash with tension and curiosity, assessing every move and strategy the young man employed. They didn't understand what was wrong with the young man or why his power had manifested so strongly, since no one had ever seen his abilities on such a scale or with such intensity before. None of that was supposed to happen, for events were unfolding much faster and more dangerously than anyone could have foreseen, keeping everyone on edge. Meanwhile, Minho stood there, afraid more than anyone else. His body trembled with fear, and his eyes widened as he tried to figure out how to stand up to the young man's incredible strength. His gaze scanned everything around him, and most importantly, his opponent, carefully noting every movement, position, and potential weakness so he could exploit them at the right moment. Without pausing, Orem continued to fight back, relentlessly attacking his opponents with incredible speed and precision, leaving them no chance to retaliate. There was quite a lot of chaos and noise around him. Blows, shouts, and the clanging of weapons created an incredible commotion that even the most observant person would have struggled to make sense of. His opponents refused to give up and attacked again and again, expending all their strength in an attempt to break through the young man's defense. But his reactions were instantaneous and flawless. However, this had no effect on the hero. He remained calm, focused, and confident, continuing to fend off his opponent's attacks without a single mistake. With a calm demeanor, he sent out counterattacks. Every movement was precise and calculated, demonstrating complete control over the situation and superiority over his opponents. After a particularly strong blow, a sob escaped from the opponent's throat, revealing his pain and helpless resistance, forcing everyone around to realize the hero's superiority. As a result, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, feeling sharp pain and dazed, while everyone around watched his helpless fall. Minho quietly crept up from behind, intending to strike the boy, trying to exploit his moment of vulnerability. But he didn't account for the hero's agility and alertness, who was ready for any attack. His swing was quite wide and the injury from the object could be severe, so every movement required precision and strength, as a mistake could be costly. However, Orem understood his opponent's motive and blocked the attack, reacting instantly to the swing and seizing the initiative, leaving his opponent with no chance. The pipe in his hands was bent, which caused surprise, as no one expected to see such a weapon in battle or its unexpected effectiveness. What the player hated most was being insulted, as any attempt to humiliate him instantly awakened his determination and desire to fight back. That is why the strongest attack was directed against Minho, as the player decided not to tolerate insults and to show who was truly in control of the situation. The bewildered opponent was the one who had set the ambush, and now his plans had completely fallen apart, as he had not expected such determination and strength from his adversary. At that moment, he got what he deserved, feeling the full force of the blow and the consequences of his actions, which had finally caught up with him with no chance to dodge. However, he still refused to believe that he had lost to such a weakling. His pride and contempt prevented him from accepting reality and admitting his own defeat. In that situation, Orem showed that he was not someone to be mocked, demonstrating determination, strength, and an unyielding will, forcing everyone to respect him. In their opinion, he couldn't just let it go like that, because they hadn't seen his true strength and were convinced that the hero would limit himself to a warning or restrained actions. Minho threatened that he would have to call all the seniors and destroy him, trying to intimidate his opponent and restore his own authority through fear and numerical superiority. The whole time, he kept shouting that he was ready to kill a high school student, trying to intimidate those around him and show his resolve, though in reality his words betrayed his fear. Calmly, the Avenger replied that they should try to do at least something if they could, demonstrating confidence and control over the situation, showing no fear whatsoever. Minho didn't like those words at all, as they highlighted his powerlessness and left him no chance to intimidate or control the Avenger. Deciding not to waste any more time on them, the hero walked away, leaving his opponents in confusion and disappointment, demonstrating his superiority without unnecessary words or actions. He left the scene under the enemy's wide-open gaze, calmly striding forward, leaving him in a state of shock and the realization of his own defeat. Still, one of them took a chance and lunged with a knife, trying to catch the hero off guard and deliver a surprise blow, though his actions were filled with fear and indecision. The player's reaction was instantaneous. He dodged the knife in a flash, maintaining his composure and complete control of the situation, leaving his opponent no chance. His gaze was like a scanner, sweeping the surrounding space, instantly analyzing all threats and the opponent's movements, leaving them no opportunity for a hidden maneuver. Outside, it was a quiet evening. The air was calm and cool, and a light breeze gently rustled the leaves, creating a sense of comfort and tranquility. Her sister was already on her way back from the night shift, tired after long hours of work, but still attentive to everything happening around her on the street. Checking the grocery list, she realized that it should be enough for a snack, providing herself with a small but satisfying meal after a long day. Lately, she had been too busy to cook for her brother, and now she needed to seriously think about his health and a balanced diet. Unexpectedly, on her way, the girl ran into the person she had been thinking about, and her heart instantly began to beat faster, evoking a mixed feeling of surprise and joy at the same time. Such an unexpected encounter shocked her, making her heart beat faster, while her mind frantically tried to make sense of the situation that had arisen completely out of the blue. She was also surprised to see that the younger man was covered in sweat. His face and clothes were damp, indicating physical strain and exhaustion. Thinking quickly, Orem wanted to come up with some nonsense about his appearance, trying to hide his surprise and find a reason to divert attention from the situation. At first, he said that everything was fine and that her worries were unnecessary, trying to calm her down and hide his own fatigue and anxiety over the events. Pointing to the house, he explained that his friends had asked him to play soccer with them, trying to make his actions seem logical and justify his sudden departure. At the same time, he kept quiet about the fact that he had single-handedly fought off a whole group of attackers, not wanting to worry or frighten those who cared about him. Meanwhile, they were all lying on the floor, unable to move due to injuries and bruises that left them completely helpless and forced them to watch the young man in utter helplessness. His sister seemed to believe that such a condition could result from playing soccer, unaware of the true cause of his bruises and injuries. In reality, the young man was sweating so much because he had run from that place so she wouldn't see anything, hiding the true reason for his loss of strength and exhaustion. Taking her bags and changing the subject, he asked what she had bought, trying to distract her attention from the real events and create the impression of an ordinary day. When he saw the pork loin, he wanted to grill the meat, imagining the aromatic and juicy result they could share for dinner. Orem's actions and words were exactly the same as always, calm, confident, and level-headed, demonstrating his usual demeanor and control over the situation. For the girl, only his appearance had changed, for his look struck her as fresh and unusual, though his behavior and mannerisms remained familiar and unchanged. Distracting his sister from her thoughts, the hero gently shook her, making her smile and focus on him instead of the worries and anxieties that troubled her. The reason was that she still hadn't gotten used to his appearance, which differed from the usual, causing surprise and a slight sense of rejection. His facial features revealed everything, reflecting the hero's emotions and thoughts, which he did not hide for a moment, allowing everything to be seen through his gaze and expressions. The brother could read and understand everything, catching every emotion and intention of the hero, even without words, perceiving them intuitively and accurately. Suddenly, various thoughts flooded his mind, shifting rapidly and confusing his thoughts, forcing him to reflect and choose his words and actions carefully. He thought that the guardian wanted him to look the same as before, maintaining a familiar appearance and not causing undue surprise or anxiety among those who knew him. After giving his words sincere thought, the young lady dismissed the idea, deciding not to take them literally and to maintain her own understanding of the situation, refusing to let her emotions influence her. She liked her younger brother in any case. The main thing was that he was healthy, happy, and felt her care and support. After thanking him for his words, they moved on, continuing their journey with ease and calm, leaving misunderstandings and doubts behind. The woman was suspicious, and a question was on the tip of her tongue as she tried to understand the true intentions and thoughts of those around her. Unable to hold back, she asked if by any chance the younger one had brought any of his friends home, trying to clarify the situation and find out the truth. Since while cleaning in the morning, she had found many long chestnut-colored hairs, her surprise and suspicions only intensified, forcing her to seek an explanation for these findings. To her, they were too long and the shade was unusual, so she thought it might be his girlfriend's hair, which added to her anxiety and suspicions. Surprised and embarrassed, the guy started sweating even more, feeling flustered and pressured by a situation that was quickly spiraling out of his control. The woman realized that her guesses were correct, and this evoked mixed feelings of surprise and disappointment in her, because now she could grasp the true nature of the situation. On the other side of town, a light came on in an apartment, dispelling the darkness and drawing attention to the fact that someone inside was beginning a new phase of their evening. Barely able to stand on his feet, Manhwa walked into his home, feeling the fatigue and tension that had built up after the events and trying to hide his emotions. His body ached terribly. Every movement sent a sharp pain through him, forcing him to move cautiously and feel the aftermath of the recent altercation. He was so angry at the time that without even taking off his shoes, he started calling someone, trying to urgently resolve the problem or voice his dissatisfaction. Music from the phone echoed throughout the room, filling the space with loud sounds and making everyone around feel the rhythm and mood dictated by the situation. It was hard to hear her because the party was in full swing, the music was blaring, and the surrounding noise made any attempts to speak almost futile. However, the host picked up the gadget, calmly raising it to lower the volume and regain control of the situation, demonstrating confidence and authority. Stepping away from everyone, he answered the call, focusing on the task at hand and preparing to act decisively, without being distracted by the noise and commotion around him. Manhwa asked Baek-hyun to deal with Orim, attempting to shift the responsibility onto the stronger party and control the situation through someone else's strength. It was he who was to personally teach the young man a lesson so that he would know his place, demonstrating authority and forcing the younger man to respect the established rules and hierarchy. His companion agreed without saying another word, since he wanted to show him the difference in their levels anyway, while keeping the situation under his own control. The school day was coming to an end and he slowly gathered his things, glancing back at the emptying classroom, where tired students were silently leaving the room. Shivel suggested that the young man walk home with her, explaining that they could talk calmly on the way and discuss the day's events. Everyone who heard her words was shocked. They exchanged glances and remained silent, unable to believe what they'd heard, since no one had expected such a bold statement from her. Their friend also wanted to go with them, so she hesitantly took a step forward, hoping that her presence wouldn't interfere with their conversation on the way home. But the team had completely different plans, so they quickly began discussing their next steps, ignoring the suggestions made earlier and insisting on their own. The players wanted to discuss something they didn't want others to hear, so they stepped aside and began to confer quietly, making sure no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. If everything went well, they promised to share the news with the rest of the group, emphasizing that they would do so only after they were certain of a successful outcome. Leaving their friends behind in shock, they set off together, discussing all the details of the upcoming plan and the possible consequences of their decisions along the way. The students began discussing when their classmates had started dating, recalling the strange glances between them and trying to pinpoint the moment when it might have begun. In-hyun didn't believe the rumors because Shaiwol and that loser didn't look like a couple, and he considered it just the usual fabrications of classmates with no evidence. When they reached their spot, dusk was already falling outside, and shadows were slowly enveloping the courtyard, creating a quiet and somewhat unsettling atmosphere. The friends were lost in their own thoughts as they finished their lunch, silently observing their surroundings and occasionally exchanging wordless glances with one another. Suddenly, the girl suggested they start dating, and this unexpected statement made everyone freeze, not immediately knowing how to react to her words. Shocked and bewildered, the young man didn't understand where such thoughts had come from and tried to find a logical explanation for her unexpected words. It would be good for them to start dating, since at school no one would ask where they were always going, and their walks together wouldn't raise any unnecessary suspicions. Instead, Shivel, as if she wanted this, asked him again, looking intently into his eyes and waiting for an answer that could change their relationship. In response, Arim explained that he needed to think about such an invitation because he wasn't sure of his feelings and wanted to make a well-considered decision. So they decided to talk about something else to ease the tension between them and steer the conversation back to a calmer, more familiar tone. That day at lunchtime, the girl received a quest that suddenly appeared on her phone and immediately caught her attention with its strange condition and mysterious content. The goal was a competitive team challenge, where participants had to work together to outdo other teams and fulfill a difficult condition. This meant that others could also participate, making the competition much more intense, as everyone tried to gain an advantage over their rivals. However, the reward for this was even greater, making participation even more appealing and causing many to wonder whether it was worth the risk. In addition to 20 million, one could earn 12 status points, and for them, this was a wonderful chance to level up and significantly increase their potential in the future. The task, of course, was much more difficult, as it required not only strength and endurance, but also strategic thinking and complete coordination among the participants. They could also face off against other contestants, which made the competition even more intense and unpredictable, as everyone was determined to win at any cost. Therefore, there was a high chance that there would be strong contenders who would need to be dealt with immediately, defending against them and trying to eliminate them as quickly as possible to maintain the upper hand. Previously, the hero hadn't worked in a team with Shivel, and the competition was expected to be difficult, so he felt nervous and unsure about how they would be able to work together. The young lady saw his anxiety and suggested waiting until an easier quest came along, so they could prepare better and act with more confidence. After reassuring himself and her, the player firmly decided to act, gathering all his willpower and resolving to see the trial through to the end without hesitation. He also analyzed their skills and decided that together they could handle it if they divided roles correctly and acted in unison during critical moments. There was no need to worry about the hitmen since they had dealt with them before and already had enough experience to confidently face such threats. His friend joked that on that day, the usually hapless Orim was quite confident, and this even surprised everyone who was used to seeing him as indecisive. So they agreed to meet at the quest's starting point that evening to prepare together, discuss a plan of action, and tackle the mission as seamlessly as possible. Darkness fell over the city, and the streets gradually emptied, sinking into a quiet nighttime atmosphere lit only by the occasional streetlight. The hero was already waiting for his friend, standing near the meeting spot and glancing from time to time toward the road from which she was supposed to appear. He was getting himself in the right frame of mind for the task, focusing on possible scenarios and trying to mentally prepare for any surprises. The one he was waiting for approached from behind, appearing silently in the darkness and stopping beside him to begin preparing for the mission together. Knowledge and planning could give them an advantage, allowing them to anticipate their opponent's moves in advance and choose the most effective strategy for completing the mission. But everything around them was unfamiliar, so they had to look around, carefully studying the area to avoid falling into a trap and to better orient themselves. Also, if the team found the black doors, it would be easier to plot a route, since they could serve as landmarks and help them find the right path faster. Shivel didn't understand what her companion was talking about, so she stared intently at him, trying to grasp the meaning of his words in the context of the conversation. Precisely because he had been on a mission before, he thought the monsters came out through the doors, and so he scrutinized every passageway, expecting danger. The young lady, however, had never seen anything like this before, so she watched his actions with curiosity, trying to understand how it all worked and what to expect next. Perhaps there were other ways and starting points for quests that they didn't know about yet, and this forced them to be more attentive and not miss any clues. The system displayed panels to the players, which appeared before them as transparent interfaces with information about the task and available options. It stated that the trial was about to begin, and this made them focus even more intently as they prepared for their first actions in the quest. Her friend decided to continue the conversation later so she could focus on the task at hand and not get distracted from preparing for the trial. The battle preparation page opened, and parameters, inventory, and hints appeared before them, helping them get ready for the upcoming trial. The participant carefully studied everything there, slowly reviewing each item and trying to figure out which actions would give her an advantage in the upcoming challenge. She was deciding whether she needed to purchase additional gear and medical supplies, weighing the risks of the upcoming battle and possible losses during the challenge. Not forgetting about the guy, she asked if he needed anything, watching his reaction closely and waiting for his answer before making a final decision. He said he'd like something for healing and for speed, since he understood that it could help him better cope with the challenges ahead. This is exactly how the team prepared for the trial, carefully discussing strategy, allocating resources, and trying to anticipate all possible difficulties. A notification from the player's inventory appeared, indicating that new items had been added, automatically included after preparation, that could come in handy during the trial. 2 panaceas, which fully restored defense and stamina, and a hunting hawk's feather, which quadrupled speed for 5 seconds, appeared in the inventory as new useful items. Instead, the young lady wanted him to buy her strawberry milk and a sausage roll the next day, jokingly adding this to their plans and lightening the tense atmosphere before the trial a bit. The time allotted for preparation had ended, and the system announced the start of the trial, forcing the team to spring into action immediately. The system announced that the quest had begun, and the first tasks appeared before the participants, requiring quick reactions and coordinated actions. At that moment, a mighty monster appeared above them, looming in the darkness and forcing everyone to instantly prepare for battle and consider their next moves. The maze master spotted it immediately, quickly assessed the situation, and began coordinating the team's actions, pointing out possible escape routes. Orim, however, realized that the monster was known for its speed, and so he watched its movements intently, expecting any sudden attack. Indeed, its movements were lightning fast, and it appeared in different places so quickly that even experienced players had a hard time keeping up with it. The swift wolf Vaham was a tribal god, and its primary attack was a rapid lunge that tore enemies to pieces, forcing all opponents to act with the utmost caution. The group had to pull themselves together and catch up to the enemy, and if they didn't, the wolf would be the first to deliver a fatal blow, using his speed. The hero realized there had to be another way, because if something went wrong, the creature would drag them all over the city, leaving them no chance of survival. Thoughts spun in his head like gears, rapidly connecting possible solutions and forcing him to constantly reassess the situation in search of a way out. At that moment, he decided to set a trap, hoping to stop the creature and gain the upper hand in the decisive battle. It was the girl's skill that was supposed to help with his plan, while the young man himself would lure the creature to where the trap for the decisive blow had already been set. Shivel understood that such actions were quite risky for her companion, so she watched the situation closely, ready to intervene at any moment. But he was ready because the Avengers grew stronger when attacked, and this gave him hope of using their strength against the creature itself. The master was to signal when she was ready, and then the hero was to lure the enemy into the trap, waiting for the signal to make the decisive move. Unwilling to listen any longer, Orim rushed after the wolf, leaping abruptly from his spot and trying to catch up to it before it vanished into the darkness. His friend was furious that he was putting himself in danger and tried to stop him, realizing just how dangerous this reckless chase was. The plan was that he would handle the most dangerous parts on his own, taking all the risk upon himself, while the others supported him from a safe distance. Orim felt strength in his body and a rather combative spirit that propelled him forward and compelled him to act decisively, even in the most dangerous moments. Among the monsters, Vaham was the fastest, but not as strong physically, so he relied mainly on swift attacks and agility. Victory could be secured if the creature fell into the trap that the team had carefully prepared for the decisive moment of the battle. Suddenly, another user ran past the boy, moving quickly in the same direction and momentarily distracting his attention from the main objective. The hero hadn't expected anyone to appear at all, and for a moment he was thrown off balance, trying to figure out whether this was an ally or a potential threat. His speed was staggering, and he moved so swiftly that it was hard to even keep up with him with a glance. The user was Huang Ri, of the class that runs with the wind, and his movements were so light and swift, as if the wind itself were pushing him forward. The girl was also curious whether the young man was a knight or a swordsman, and she watched his fighting style closely, trying to figure out his class. None of it mattered because compared to her, everyone else was slower, and she easily outpaced them in every move and decision. Orim realized she was using her skills to gain an advantage. closely watching her actions and trying to figure out exactly what strategy she was employing. Therefore, he couldn't stand still either, and he was forced to keep moving forward so as not to lose momentum and end up at a disadvantage. In that instant, the time of revenge skill activated while the enemy was still alive, and the space around them seemed to slow down, allowing the hero to deliver the decisive blow. The city was quiet and peaceful, with the streets remaining almost empty and the residents going about their usual daily lives. Huang continued running to arrive first, not stopping for a moment, striving to outpace all her rivals and reach her goal as quickly as possible. She was almost catching up to the beast ahead, which continued to run with all its might, refusing to lose pace or the distance to its prey slipping away. He was in the right place at the right time, allowing him to seize the opportunity that suddenly arose and changed the course of events. Using the skill of the Ice Wind Blade, he launched an attack that pierced the air with cold and struck the target with a powerful, sharp blow, leaving a trail of icy energy in its wake. The wounded wolf began to howl, filling the forest with a piercing cry that carried far among the trees and caused alarm in all who heard it. However, the user was not yet finished, continuing her actions without pause, as if there were still many important steps and decisions ahead that needed to be made. She had quite a few techniques in her arsenal, which she skillfully employed in battle, constantly changing her style and finding new ways to defeat her opponent. The creature was taking increasingly powerful blows, which with every passing moment weakened its resistance and forced it to retreat under the relentless pressure of the opponent, who showed no signs of stopping. Its demeanor was aggressive, and it reacted sharply to any movement nearby, as if constantly on edge and ready to attack. Huan was able to throw it off balance with her final attack, abruptly changing the rhythm of the fight and causing the enemy to lose its concentration at the most crucial moment. Her comrade, Yan Sun, came to her aid, ready to send the enemy flying with his impulse, bursting into the fight and altering its course with his strength. His builder class allowed him to perform certain actions, creating and altering objects around him, using special skills for rapid construction and reinforcement of structures. The heavenly wall technique resonated through the air, filling the space with energy and creating a sense of powerful protection unfolding before the enemy's eyes. Confidently, he charged at the wolf without hesitating for a second, fully focused on the battle and ready to deliver the decisive blow at the perfect moment. The quest was easy because the creature's power wasn't too high, and the player quickly completed the task, expending almost no effort or resources. Therefore, the players executed their attacks confidently, coordinating their actions with one another and never doubting their own decisions, which allowed them to effectively control the course of the battle. When Sun's eyes looked up, they widened in surprise, for he suddenly saw something that made him freeze for a moment and lose his concentration. Behind the animal, Orim had already taken aim, holding his weapon at the ready and closely watching every movement of his prey so he could deliver a precise strike at the right moment. Having caught up to his opponents, he was ready to act, intently assessing the situation around him and looking for the best moment to launch a decisive offensive in the battle. Huan was also surprised that the young man with the sword had managed to catch up to her, as she hadn't expected such speed and stamina from her opponent in this clash. However, thanks to his agility skill, his speed increased by 1.5 times as his defense gradually decreased, but he continued to move quickly until the balance shifted in the battle. At that point, his defense was at 20, so he had no room for error, as even the slightest miscalculation could lead to defeat at a critical moment in the battle. He had only one chance to use the Vengeful Spirit Sword technique, so he focused all his strength and attention, preparing for the decisive strike that could turn the tide of the battle. The creature lunged at him, rapidly closing the distance and trying to knock him off his feet, but he remained focused and ready to counterattack. After landing the strike, everything around him became a blur. Space seemed to warp from the impact, and for a moment the clarity of events vanished, leaving only chaotic sensations. The wolf was injured but remained on the battlefield, continuing to growl and stay on his feet despite the pain and fatigue, unwilling to retreat. Orim was constantly analyzing what he needed to do and how, quickly assessing the situation in battle, calculating the enemy's possible moves, and looking for the best moment to strike. Most likely, his chance for a critical strike had diminished due to the enemy's high agility, which allowed him to react faster and dodge the most dangerous attacks in battle. On the other hand, Huan was not pleased that the young man was ruining her plan, as his actions forced her to change her strategy and lose her advantage in the fight. Of course, she wanted to take him down to claim the reward, continuing the pursuit with determination and not letting her rivals get ahead of her in achieving her goal. However, Orem didn't understand the difference because they were in a competition, and he saw it all as a fair fight where everyone was trying to prove their superiority and win. In response, the girl shouted that he had no manners, sharply expressing her dissatisfaction with his behavior during the skirmish, which had annoyed her. The hero was surprised, as he hadn't expected such a reaction, and was momentarily flustered, trying to understand the reason for her sharp displeasure. Eventually, he agreed that he had indeed acted poorly, admitting his mistake and acknowledging that he could have been much more careful and polite in that situation. He added that he promised not to do that next time, trying to make amends and show that he had learned from his mistakes and would take them into account in the future. He then rushed after the creature, wasting no time and focusing all his attention on the chase so he could catch up to it faster and continue the fight. Juan was furious at his brazen behavior, which had disrupted her plans and forced her to react even more sharply and aggressively during the clash. However, her partner agreed that this was a competition and that annoying the opponent was part of the game. So he took the situation in stride and continued to act without unnecessary emotion. Therefore, they too did not need to be overly polite, focusing on winning the competition and using every permissible means to achieve their goal. The group was ready to use the game's mechanics to their advantage, carefully analyzing the rules and seeking the most effective ways to gain an edge over their opponents. The royal family's stone palace skill glowed in his hands, forming a powerful energy aura around him that symbolized strength and hereditary power. Orem hadn't expected this from them, and for a moment he was taken aback, watching their actions, which completely changed his perception of the situation. It was an emergency shelter designed to protect people in case of danger, where one could safely wait out the most critical events. That was precisely why they used this ability to stop him, reacting quickly to the threat and trying to neutralize his movements to gain control of the situation. The boy couldn't break through it at all, despite all his attempts and strikes, because the object's protection proved too strong and resistant to any attacks. Most likely, they had to wait until the spell's duration expired, because only then would the effect of the technique fade on its own and the protection weaken. But by then it would be too late to fight the wolf, as he could take advantage of the pause and deliver a decisive blow, leaving them no chance of victory. So the young man wanted to try to destroy the wall with red spikes to make the barrier disappear, concentrating all the power of his attack on a single point to break through the defense. This ability could penetrate the interior and deal damage from the outside, passing through the defense and damaging both the internal structure and the outer shell of the object. It would take some time, but it would still be faster than doing nothing, so he decided to act and gradually work toward the desired result. Orem wanted to get out of there and catch up to his opponents, realizing that every moment lost distanced him from the chance to influence the outcome of the confrontation. The protective barrier stood in the middle of the road, where nothing was happening anymore, blocking the path and creating a strange silence around it, as if time had temporarily stopped there. After some time, the player still couldn't break it, despite persistent attempts and the use of various attacks that didn't yield the desired result. Later, the situation changed, and a faint crackling could be heard, gradually growing louder, hinting that the barrier was beginning to lose its strength. Thanks to the power of the red spikes, Orem managed to free himself, breaking through the barrier and finally getting the chance to continue chasing his opponents. It all happened faster than he'd expected, so the chance to catch up to his opponents was still within his grasp, and he immediately moved forward so as not to lose his advantage. His body lunged toward where his rivals were, moving swiftly and decisively, as if every step brought him closer to the decisive clash. He hadn't gone far when his eyes widened as he suddenly noticed an unexpected scene before him, forcing him to freeze in place. As it turned out, the users were standing right in front of him, completely blocking his path and forcing him to stop abruptly as he assessed the new, unexpected situation. Completely baffled as to why they were standing there, the young man looked around, trying to find an explanation for their behavior and assess what was happening ahead. However, he decided to ask what had happened and whether they had lost the creature, staring intently at their faces and trying to figure out if the situation was already over. Sun looked quite strange. His behavior and appearance immediately drew attention, evoking mild surprise and curiosity from those around him. He said he was certain the monster had been fighting them, insisting on his interpretation of events and trying to explain why he had come to that conclusion at that moment. However, he suddenly vanished, leaving behind only an empty space and a sense of sudden uncertainty for those watching him. Orim didn't understand a thing, looking around in confusion and trying to make sense of what had just happened, but the situation remained incomprehensible to him. Behind them, the wolf was already closing in for the attack, rapidly closing the distance and preparing to pounce on its target with maximum force at any moment. All the players took up defensive stances, closely watching the enemy's movements and preparing to repel any attack that could prove decisive. As it turned out, Vaham used teleportation, instantly moving to another location and leaving his opponents completely bewildered by his sudden disappearance. In the game itself, the creature didn't possess such a skill, so the players were certain that this wasn't its ability, but something else related to the game system, which raised suspicions. However, in their quest, its power was completely different from what they expected, making the situation significantly more complicated and requiring a quick tactical reevaluation. Chaos reigned in the middle of the battlefield, with flashes tearing through the air in bright explosions, forcing all participants to constantly change positions and react to new threats. The wolf showed no mercy to anyone. Sun was the first to fall into its jaws as it attacked him without hesitation, forcing everyone else to abruptly change their tactics. The poor man was bitten through the flesh, and he felt a sharp pain that forced him to retreat and try to defend himself against further attacks. Orm didn't know how to react after witnessing such a spectacle, watching the events unfold in confusion and trying to quickly find the right solution at that critical moment. Juan herself saw that she was losing her comrade, and this made her hesitate for a moment as the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Not knowing what to do, the girl used a technique that quadrupled her attack speed for 18 seconds, abruptly switching to the most aggressive fighting style to turn the tide of the battle. Rushing toward her friend, she wanted only to save him, ignoring the danger all around and focusing entirely on reaching him in time to help at that critical moment. Her eyes burned with vengeance and the desire to harm the monster haunting her thoughts, and she moved forward without hesitation, looking for an opening to strike. Rocks, dust, and everything beneath her feet swirled upward, forming a chaotic whirlwind that obscured her view and added even more tension to the heat of battle. Looking around anxiously, the young lady suddenly realized that no one was nearby, and this oppressive feeling made her heart race much faster from an inexplicable fear. Orim, who had been standing silently to the side the whole time, calmly confirmed that the player and the mighty monster had suddenly vanished, leaving behind only an empty space. No one around had any idea where to look for them now or what to hope for in this difficult situation, since all the usual clues had suddenly vanished. She was quite furious because she couldn't do anything to help her companion, and this helplessness in the face of danger burned inside her, forcing her to clench her fists until her knuckles turned white. The situation was dire, and the hero himself had not expected such a sudden turn of events, which had jeopardized all his previous plans. If Vaham could teleport freely, it clearly meant that their carefully prepared trap was useless, since the enemy was capable of instantly leaving the ambush site. In that case, Shivel found herself in mortal danger, as she was left completely defenseless against a sudden threat that could arise from any direction. Instead, the girl quickly finished setting the trap and waited patiently for Orim, staring intently into the darkness and hoping that her efforts would not be in vain. They stood silently, tensely awaiting the enemy, peering into the darkness ahead and listening for every rustle, ready to act decisively at any moment. If the hero had failed to figure out the teleportation mechanism in time, the entire carefully prepared trap would have been completely useless and yielded no results. First, they had to carefully disable Vahim's dangerous ability, and only then use a ruse to lure him into Shivel to finally strip him of his advantage. Suddenly and without warning, a strange creature appeared right in front of them, causing them to freeze in surprise and stare warily at its incomprehensible form. Its massive jaws brutally clamped down on the still living but already wounded player, who helplessly tried to break free, feeling unbearable pain and the approaching danger. Just then, with a loud thud, it threw him violently onto the hard ground, causing his body to crash and roll helplessly, leaving a trail of dust and pain in its wake. Her companion suddenly spotted Yen Sun in the crowd, her gaze immediately focused on him, and surprise appeared in her eyes along with a wave of relief and joy. However, she couldn't even move, as she had just performed the exhausting typhoon dance, which had drained all her strength and left her body completely immobilized. Meanwhile, the enemy was already preparing to attack, slowly closing the distance and carefully biding its time for the right moment to strike suddenly. Its teeth were extremely sharp and enormous, glinting in the darkness and striking fear into anyone who dared to approach. The players, in a panic, didn't know where to go to save themselves, frantically searching for an exit and any chance to escape the inevitable danger. Juan was so terrified that her body trembled, and her heart pounded wildly with fear, barely keeping her on her feet. So at that moment, she closed her eyes tightly, trying not to see the horror around her and to shut out everything that was happening. The skill activated automatically at the right moment, reacting to the threat without conscious thought and triggering a protective mechanism. Orim decisively shielded the girl with his body at the last moment, taking the blow himself and protecting her from certain death at the cost of his own risk and pain. When the young lady saw his action, she was deeply surprised, not expecting such self-sacrifice and courage at the most dangerous moment. None of those present could understand why he had acted that way, for his actions seemed illogical and unexpected in that critical situation. The hero's gaze was confident and strong, radiating determination and inner strength that left no doubt about his readiness to see it through to the end. From that moment on, he vowed to keep a close eye on his behavior, so he faithfully carried out everything he said, never going back on his word. The creature refused to stop and only attacked with greater ferocity, intensifying its assaults with every passing moment and giving no chance for rest. Suddenly, its movements changed direction sharply and headed in another direction, as if it had instantly refocused on a new target or threat. The players clearly saw the enemy fleeing rapidly from the battlefield, leaving chaos and confusion in its wake as it tried to avoid defeat. Orim tried to figure out why he hadn't teleported, assuming that he had likely suffered significant damage and lost the ability to escape. The young lady could have caught up to him, but at that moment her abilities were on cooldown, forcing her to hold back and miss her chance to pursue him. It was then that the hero realized that Vaham also had a cooldown, during which he couldn't use teleportation, opening up an opportunity for a counterattack. He was suddenly snapped out of his thoughts by the sharp ring of a phone, forcing him to return to reality and pay attention to the new development. Shivel calmly reported that the trap had already been fully prepared, tested, and was ready to be activated at any moment the enemy appeared. The young man was quickly formulating a new plan in his head, thinking through every step and possible consequences so he could act with maximum precision and without mistakes at the critical moment. Suddenly, he turned to the young lady with a proposal to make a deal, looking at her intently and awaiting her decision in this tense situation. In return, he was ready to give her the panacea if she agreed to help, closely watching her reaction and waiting for her decision. However, it was an ordinary item that could easily be bought with money, and there was nothing valuable or unique about it. Her attention was suddenly drawn to a groan from her companion nearby, causing her to turn sharply, warily searching for the source of the sound. Yen's son lay on the floor, severely wounded, barely breathing and trying to gather his strength as pain spread throughout his body. The character was on the brink of life and death, barely clinging to consciousness and feeling his strength slowly leaving his body. Huang, for her part, had nothing with which to help him, watching helplessly as the situation rapidly became critical. The problem was that she had panicked and used the dance at the very moment the creature suddenly bit her partner, causing her to lose control of the situation. Orim didn't like to gamble with people's lives, but his own life was on the line, so he couldn't just hand over the panacea. He weighed every decision with cold caution. Juan also sincerely wanted to protect her friend, even despite the fear and confusion that overwhelmed her at that critical moment. The deal was to be structured so that, in exchange for her help, she would receive the necessary medicine that could save the day. However, the girl hesitated because they were in the middle of a competition and any decision could affect the outcome and their future. Unable to bear the tension, Yen Sun himself turned to her with a plea to agree to the deal, realizing that there might not be another chance to save the situation. In the game, their lives hung in the balance. The competition was tough and brutal, but to survive, they had to agree to any terms. So they had to take this risky step, as there was almost no other way out of this critical situation. At that moment, Huang was still hesitating with her answer, torn between fear, duty, and the desire to save her friend. But seeing her partner's condition, she finally agreed and was ready to do everything possible to avoid harm and help him. This turn of events pleased the hero, as he felt relief and hope that their plan was finally beginning to pay off. Since he would have been in far greater danger on his own, the joint decision significantly increased their chances of survival. The quest continued, and every step they took brought them closer to the next challenge, where their fate would be decided. All the players were already in position, ready for the next phase of the mission, closely watching for any movement from the enemy. The first part of the plan involved using live bait to lure the enemy out and create the perfect conditions for a subsequent attack. As the young man explained, she needed to provoke the creature by pretending to be hunting it in order to make it slip up. Only then would they lure it into a fork in the path, and that is when the second part of the plan would begin, where the outcome of the battle would be decided. Sitting in her position, Juan suddenly spotted her target, closely watching its every move and preparing for the next action. Instantly, she began to act according to the plan, reacting quickly to the situation and not giving the enemy time to react. In response, Huang unleashed the blade of the frenzied storm against him, unleashing a powerful whirlwind of strikes that sliced through the air and forced the enemy to retreat. The force of the shockwave threw the girl back, causing her to lose her balance and momentarily be out of the fight. The enraged monster stood before her, tensely awaiting the next attack, ready at any moment to lunge forward and tear apart the space around itself. If she attacked again, the creature could instantly teleport, evading the blow and repositioning itself for a counterattack. Taking advantage of the downwind, she rushed toward the meeting point, slicing through the air without pausing for a moment. Falling for her trap, the creature sprinted after her, completely focused on the chase and oblivious to the hidden danger ahead. Fortunately, it was simply moving at normal speed, not using teleportation, which gave him a chance to keep the situation under control. The second part of the plan was to corner Waham, limiting its room to maneuver and cutting off its escape route. Jensen was to carry out all these actions, taking on a key role in the final phase of the plan and controlling the course of events. His sentry castle wall technique aided in this, creating a solid defense and thwarting any attempts by the enemy to break out of the encirclement. The creature did not expect this turn of events at all, reacting in confusion to the change in the situation and losing the initiative in the battle. It had nowhere to retreat, as the player had created the perfect arena for the battle, completely restricting its space and forcing it to accept the fight. The hero was in complete control of the final part of the plan, which was to decide the outcome of the battle by completing the strategy at the right moment. It consisted of hunting down Waham, relentlessly pursuing him and giving him no chance to escape or regain his strength. With his skills, he delivered powerful and precise strikes that gradually wore down the enemy and forced him to lose his advantage in the fight. Striding confidently toward the final point, he did not stop for a moment, moving forward with focus and drawing closer to the end of his path. By that time, the hunt was not yet over, and the players continued the pursuit, giving the enemy no opportunity to break away or hide. In this game, the actions themselves took up a lot of Orum's time, as his attacks failed to achieve the desired result due to the enemy's high agility, which constantly allowed him to dodge the blows. Therefore, to successfully complete the hunt for Baham, it was necessary to lure him into Shivel's trap and lower his stats so that he would be unable to effectively resist. However, before that, the hero had to force him to use teleportation to create a critical opening in his defense for a subsequent attack. His plan was clearly laid out in his mind, every step thought out down to the smallest detail, and ready to be executed at any moment. Apparently, the creature could only teleport twice in a row, after which it needed to recover its strength before using it again. In other words, if they could withstand all of its attacks, they would be able to launch a counterattack at the right moment and destroy it. Orim waited for his opponent's moves with clear focus and confidence, closely watching every one of its movements and preparing to react instantly to any change in the situation. The sword in his hands was an extension of his limb, responding obediently to every movement and allowing him to act quickly and precisely in battle. The young man was not afraid of getting hurt at all. He boldly moved forward, completely focused on his goal and heedless of the danger. Since it was precisely through injuries that his body grew stronger, he viewed pain as part of the path to his own development and did not stop. The Flame of Vengeance skill activated and energy flared around him, intensifying his attacks and resolve in battle. On the other side of the battlefield, a movement appeared that immediately caught everyone's attention and made them watch the situation warily. The other players closely observed the young man's actions, trying to understand his strategy and predict his next move in the battle. They didn't believe he was capable of handling it alone or of luring the beast into a trap, doubting his chances of success in this dangerous endeavor. The guildmaster himself ordered them to watch, as they needed to determine whether Orym was truly the player capable of opening the black door. The battle unfolded across vast fields, forests, and fortified positions, where each side struggled to gain the upper hand under harsh conditions. Each attack's critical hit reduced health by 18%, but strength increased 2.5 times during combat where clashes took place. So the hero launched his first attack, breaking through the enemy's defenses and using his accumulated power for a swift and decisive strike. The creature gave him no chance of victory, mercilessly pressing its strength and forcing the hero to retreat under a barrage of attacks. Its eyes widened at the player's attack, which was so sudden and powerful that it momentarily lost control of the battle. And then the massive jaws opened, threatening the character, who found himself trapped before the creature's terrifying maw as it prepared for its next strike. The young man did not give up and fought stubbornly against the beast, despite his fatigue and the danger, continuing to strike with the hope of victory. Some of his blows managed to inflict damage, piercing the opponent's defenses and gradually weakening its resilience in the protracted battle. The monster was a formidable opponent and was being defeated slowly but surely under the pressure of the hero's relentless attacks, who refused to back down. That is why he suddenly teleported, dodging a fatal blow and instantly changing his position to turn the tide of the battle. One more strike, and everything would have gone according to plan, for the final blow could have decided the battle in the hero's favor. Since Orym didn't know how Vaham would attack next, he had to rely on luck, closely watching his opponent's every move. Without moving from his spot, the young man waited for the enemy's next move, intently watching every movement and preparing to strike. The opponent appeared behind him and bared its fangs, looming over the young man and creating a sense of imminent danger in that moment. He didn't have to wait long, as events unfolded rapidly, and the enemy's next attack came almost immediately after the pause. The creature seized Orym by the body, squeezing him with immense force, and leaving him no chance to break free or change his position in the fight. Finally, it bit him, dealing decisive damage and definitively turning the tide of battle in favor of its merciless attack. This was exactly the turn of events the young man had anticipated, so he remained calm and ready to deliver a decisive response at the critical moment of the battle. The skill of the Pavan for the Dead thundered through the air, its echoes reverberating through the dark corridors, causing enemies to freeze in fear and anticipation far away once more. The beast had no idea of his opponent's decisive actions, remaining confident in his superiority and oblivious to the preparations for the strike. Orym, however, knew everything down to the second, coldly calculating his opponent's moves and preparing to exploit the slightest mistake. The explosion that thundered across the battlefield was deafening and reverberated all around, stunning everyone involved in the fight and raising clouds of dust. The boy was thrown back a considerable distance, forcing him to somersault through the air and crash painfully to the ground after the powerful blast. Opening his eyes, he immediately looked around, trying to quickly assess the situation and figure out where he was after the explosion. The monster that had been ahead of him had vanished, leaving behind only empty space and traces of destruction on the battlefield. Vaham had used up all his teleportations, exhausting himself to the limit and no longer able to change his position in the next battle. Feeling better, Yen's son shouted that the enemy was nearby, warning his allies of the danger and trying to quickly assess the situation. Right in front of them, he stood completely unharmed, as if he hadn't just been in a fierce battle and hadn't suffered any injuries. However, it was clear that swords were stuck in his back, indicating serious wounds despite his outwardly calm and steady demeanor. Fleeing from the players, he darted to the side, trying to break free from pursuit and find cover among the battlefield debris. The team had almost pulled it off, but the final part of the plan went awry, and because of a single mistake, the entire strategy fell apart at the last moment. Orym hoped they hadn't lost, because the creature was running toward Shivel's trap, where a decisive ambush had been set to end the battle. The group would have won if the player had destroyed it inside the trap, completing the plan at exactly the right moment and preventing the enemy from escaping. So the boy waited to see what would happen next. watching the enemy's every move intently and preparing for any turn of events. The girl, running with the wind at her back, rushed after him, not stopping for a moment and trying to catch up with her target through the dust and chaos of battle. She decided she had helped the young man, so she wanted to deliver the final blow herself to end the battle and claim victory. The hero did not expect such betrayal from her, feeling shocked and bewildered by the unexpected turn of events at the decisive moment of the battle. However, the young man was not at all disappointed, maintaining his cool composure and readiness to continue the fight despite the unexpected turn of events. In response, he declared that in such a contest, they would be the first, looking ahead with confidence and never doubting his impending victory. He boosted his defense with a panacea and his speed with the feathers of a hunting hawk, preparing for a swift and decisive next move. Moreover, he possessed a skill that increased his speed at the expense of defense, allowing him to move significantly faster at the cost of his own protection. The time for revenge was approaching while the enemy was still alive, and every second brought him closer to the decisive blow that would change the course of the battle. The player's speed was so high that everything around him blurred, and the world seemed to slow down, as if frozen in a haze of motion. Having almost caught up to Juan, he needed just a few seconds to finally close the gap and end the chase with a decisive strike. Glancing back, she hadn't expected this at all, seeing an unexpected turn of events that made her pause for a moment. In an instant, Orem sprinted past her, leaving behind only a gust of wind that scattered the dust and momentarily knocked her off balance. The young man with the sword was a mystery to them, for his movements and intentions remained incomprehensible even in the heat of battle. Since his strength and speed should not have developed in such a way, his abilities seemed unnatural and difficult to explain to observers. Seeing the enemy ahead of him, the hero realized he had found him and instantly focused on preparing for the decisive clash. Having fallen into a trap, he stood in the middle of it, carefully assessing his surroundings and looking for a way to break out of the enclosed space. As if he had gone mad, Baham screamed and thrashed about, losing control of himself and trying at all costs to break free from the trap. The maze reduced the victim's defense and agility until they left the area, gradually exhausting them and stripping them of their combat advantages. She didn't even need to activate her skills, as the situation was already completely under her control without any extra effort. According to his calculations, the girl would have to activate attack buffs to shift the balance of the fight and try to break through his defense. Shivel confidently navigated her labyrinth, precisely directing the traps and controlling every movement of her opponent within its confines. Her skill was magnificent, impressing with its precision, control, and ability to instantly turn the tide of battle in her favor. Under no circumstances could the creature escape the trap, as every move it made only dragged it deeper into the enclosed space. Meanwhile, Orem dealt damage to it, attacking relentlessly and seizing every opportunity to weaken the enemy in battle. There wasn't much time left to eliminate the enemy and win the quest, and every subsequent strike brought the team closer to final victory. After analyzing his actions, the hero acted as he saw fit, confidently adjusting his strategy and never doubting his own decisions. The sword was a quite effective weapon in his hands, allowing him to attack and defend effectively in the fierce battle. If things had not gone according to plan, the rewards in the quest would have been lost, and the entire team would have lost the fruits of their training. If not for the speed he had increased, he would not have been able to land the final blow that decided the outcome of the entire battle. After everything that happened, Shivel asked how he had found out about everything, trying to understand how he had known the entire situation in advance. Since he had previously purchased an upgrade, it was as if he had guessed about the speed quest, preparing in advance for the trial and increasing his chances of victory. Orem replied that he hadn't even guessed that their opponent would be the one who ran with the win, and this had been an unexpected turn of events for him. He had been thinking about something else entirely, focusing on his own strategy and not suspecting that the situation would unfold quite differently. Specifically, he had thought that if Shivel were in danger, his speed would allow him to support her by arriving in time to help at a critical moment. That was precisely why he had asked to improve his speed, so that at the right moment he could quickly reach Shivel and assist her in battle. The girl was very pleased to hear these words as they confirmed his concern and strengthened the trust between them after the battle. The team completed the quest thanks to the hero sticking his nose into everything, constantly intervening in situations and finding the right solutions. In the end, she praised him, noting his contribution to the victory and his important role in completing the quest. A panel appeared before the players, displaying the results of the task and confirming their joint victory. The system congratulated the users on taking first place in the competition, officially confirming their victory and successful completion. Since they completed the secret quest in 45 minutes, they received 3 high-quality boxes as a reward for their speed and coordinated teamwork. The teammates were delighted with the news, as the reward confirmed their efforts and their joint victory in a difficult challenge. The system displayed the battle results and rankings, detailing each participant's contribution and providing an overall assessment of their performance. The young man was somewhat surprised by what he saw, as the results contained unexpected details he hadn't anticipated in the battle summary. As it turned out, they were first among the 3 other teams, confidently outpacing their rivals based on the results of the completed quest. Orem hadn't seen anyone besides Juan and her partner, focusing his attention solely on their actions during the decisive moments of the battle. Most likely, in their opinion, another group was hiding somewhere that could have influenced the course of the battle or remained unnoticed during the clash. Indeed, those who were observers worked for the guild, carefully recording the course of the battle and the results of each team. They found that the Avenger had good intuition, and the Master of Labyrinths had a good grasp of her skills, effectively controlling the battlefield. However, this did not yet prove what they were ultimately capable of to join the guild, and required further trials to confirm their level. Vaham was a unique opponent who had the ability to teleport, making him extremely unpredictable in battle. Considering how many of their people had died at the hands of such monsters, in the opinion of one of them, the young men had done quite well, despite all the difficulties and losses. He gave each of them nearly 10,000 points, but the evaluation criteria were unknown, which raised questions about the principles behind the scoring. His colleague realized that he had a strange train of thought that didn't quite fit the logic of the situation and required rethinking. Without answering, he stood calmly and remained silent, maintaining a cold expression and not reacting to the questions around him. Since he didn't want to rush his assessment, he carefully observed and analyzed the situation before reaching a final conclusion. The man wanted to decide this after the battle was over, so he could assess the situation without the influence of emotions or the heat of battle. It turned out the quest wasn't over yet, because a player killer was supposed to appear then, capable of changing the course of events and testing their readiness for the finale. After some time, the team was to return to the real world, aware of all the difficulties awaiting them ahead, and preparing for new trials and decisions. But at that moment, they were thinking about what kind of reward they would like to receive for their efforts, imagining possible options and discussing them among themselves during their break. In the young man's opinion, she should have chosen points to level up, as this would allow her to develop faster, become stronger, and open up new opportunities for future achievements. She assured him that she had chosen the funds because she wanted to purchase a time difference generator, which would help her gain an advantage and achieve her goals more effectively. It was a rather expensive first-level item that was difficult to obtain even in the game, as its rarity and high value made acquiring it a real challenge for most players. With its help, one could turn back time for a single target, so it was particularly useful in battles against dangerous enemies, allowing one to avoid fatal mistakes and alter the course of events. In other words, it was like having 2 lives in the game, which gave a tangible advantage during difficult trials and allowed one to correct their own mistakes without significant losses. Orem agreed that it would be much easier to act if he knew in advance about the existence of a second chance, since such confidence would allow him to take risks more thoughtfully and fear mistakes less. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by loud applause that rang out right nearby, causing them to look around, distracting them from their thoughts and drawing their attention to the events unfolding around them. The group of those running with the wind accepted their utter defeat, realizing the inevitability of their loss and the loss of their chances, and resigned themselves to a result that could no longer be changed. She thought she could land the final blow and turn the tide of the battle, but in the end they were still defeated, leaving a sense of missed opportunity and bitter disappointment from the loss. Orem explained to her friend that these were the very opponents they had faced before, and so their appearance caused tension and brought back memories of past difficult battles. Juan herself saw the young lady the Avenger had mentioned earlier and immediately recognized her from the description, feeling mixed emotions and curiosity about this unexpected encounter. She reminded him of his words about the woman he was supposed to save, forcing him to recall once again the promise and the responsibility that had weighed on him from the very beginning of this story. Orim immediately felt a wave of shyness that suddenly overwhelmed him due to the unexpected situation, causing him to momentarily lose his composure and avoid making direct eye contact with others. Yunsun thanked him for his help and for the fact that, thanks to his actions, they had survived, feeling sincere gratitude and relief after the danger they had faced. That's why he wanted to add the young man as a friend, hoping to establish further contact with him and stay in touch for possible future adventures and mutual support. The boy didn't know what to say, flustered by the unexpected proposal and trying to quickly gather his thoughts so as not to say anything out of place in this situation. Shivel explained that if it was just about being friends, then everything was fine, and she saw nothing wrong with it, trying to calm the situation and ease the tension. But she warned them not to count on cooperation because they didn't know what these people were really like, cautioning against excessive trust and the possible consequences of careless decisions. In reality, it wasn't because they wanted anything from them, but because of caution and distrust, which forced them to keep their distance and not rush to conclusions about other people's true intentions. They simply enjoyed the game as an extreme sport, and they couldn't even participate in difficult quests, opting instead for easier challenges and enjoying the process itself without excessive risk or pressure. Jensen was looking for companions with whom he could play together, share experiences, and spend time in the game, enjoying shared adventures and mutual support. In Orim's opinion, they were decent young men who, despite certain mistakes and differing views, still commanded his respect and did not strike him as dangerous or suspicious. Shivel, however, did not want to interfere with his choice, respecting his decision and giving him complete freedom to act as he saw fit, without pressure or imposing her own opinion. She also asked him not to put it in writing, because the fact that they were in the same group was enough, and that was sufficient for them to work together without additional formalities or obligations. The hero agreed, accepting this decision without unnecessary objections and acknowledging that this option was the best in the given situation, so he calmly agreed to the proposed terms. There wasn't much time left to choose a reward, so he hurriedly evaluated the available options, trying not to make a mistake with a decision that could affect his future development and results. Suddenly, the system flashed a red signal, signaling a critical error or danger, and forced all participants to immediately focus on the situation that had abruptly changed. It turned out that another user had entered the battlefield, suddenly shifting the balance of power and forcing all participants to be on high alert, preparing for an unpredictable turn of events. He appeared right behind the guys without a sound or warning, causing them to tense up instantly and spin around sharply, trying to figure out who exactly was standing next to them. His appearance was quite eerie, causing anxiety and tension in those who saw him, as every detail of his appearance added a sense of danger and the unknown. The players realized he was a killer, and the tension rose sharply as his appearance signaled a real threat and a possible quick end for anyone who crossed his path. So they prepared for attacks and an assault, quickly taking up combat positions, assessing the distance to the enemy, and bracing themselves to repel any sudden aggression. The wall of the century-old castle loomed before Sun, towering with its massiveness and ancient stone texture, which evoked a sense of grandeur and unease at the same time. He wanted to hold him off while the others gathered all the rewards, trying to buy his team a little time and secure an advantage in this situation. It was absolutely necessary to do this, as the further course of events and the success of the entire operation depended on it. Therefore, any delay could lead to serious consequences. However, the player hadn't even finished his thought when his defense was destroyed, and he was forced to abruptly switch to defense, realizing that the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Jensen did not expect such a strike, which caught him off guard and caused him to lose his balance, abruptly changing the course of the battle and putting him at a disadvantage. Huang appeared behind the enemy, moving stealthily and swiftly, and her sudden appearance forced the opponent to tense up and abruptly shift his attention to the new threat. She wanted to destroy him to save everyone, realizing that only such a radical step could stop the further threat and protect her allies from danger. The activation of her techniques was automatic, reacting instantly to the threat and triggering defensive and offensive abilities without the player's conscious control, allowing for a rapid response in battle. Thus, a wave tactic surged through the air, engulfing the surrounding space, altering the course of the battle, and creating the sensation of a large-scale, coordinated assault, pressing in on the enemy from all sides. Surprised and shocked, the young lady continued to fight, despite the sudden turn of events in her inner tension, maintaining her concentration and trying not to lose control of the situation. The enemy did not retreat and sought to destroy them, persistently continuing the attack and using every opportunity to break through their defenses and gain the upper hand in battle. After the blow, Juan sustained an injury that caused her to lose her concentration for a moment, but she still tried to stay on her feet and continue the fight despite the pain and exhaustion. Before she could catch her breath, her opponent appeared right beside her, forcing her to react instantly and go back on the defensive, with no time to recover or prepare for the next strike. She tried to figure out why he was so fast, analyzing his movements and trying to find weaknesses in his technique to anticipate his next move and gain the upper hand. She was also concerned that the spearmen could match the speed of those running with the wind, as such an equal balance of power would make the fight significantly more dangerous and unpredictable for all participants. Chains instantly wrapped around his body, halting his attack, restraining his movements, and preventing him from continuing his advance, which drastically changed the course of the battle. Shivel had forgotten that she had left another trap, and only realized it at the very last moment when the situation had already begun to unfold in a direction she couldn't predict. It was as if one had to watch one's step during battle, for any carelessness could cost the victory, so every movement demanded maximum attention and caution. But it would have been even better to make the opponent look at what was happening above his head, for that would distract his attention and could give a decisive advantage in the fight. There, Aurum was already closing in on his opponent, carefully closing the distance and preparing to strike, closely watching every move the enemy made so as not to miss the moment to attack. The Master of Labyrinths had granted the hero additional bonuses to his speed and the effectiveness of any technique, which significantly enhanced his capabilities and gave him an advantage in combat. At that moment, the assassin lost one of his limbs, which drastically reduced his mobility and forced him to change his combat tactics, leaving him in a significantly more disadvantageous position. Such a strong and coordinated attack surprised him, as he hadn't expected such coordinated actions from his opponents, causing him to momentarily lose the initiative in the fight. It became clear that the enemy himself did not know how to act at that moment, having become disoriented under the pressure of the situation and lost a clear plan for his next steps in the battle. Therefore, he decided to flee the battlefield, retreating quickly to avoid defeat and preserve a chance to regroup and return later under more favorable conditions. The players immediately saw through his plan, quickly figuring out his intention to flee and acting in unison to prevent him from breaking out of the encirclement. The team of those running with the wind was in poor condition, exhausted by the prolonged battle and the loss of resources, which complicated their next moves and forced them to act more cautiously. Aurum ordered his friend to heal them, realizing that without a quick recovery of his allies, they would be unable to continue the fight and risk losing the battle for good. Shivel was unhappy that the young man wanted to chase after him on his own, considering it a reckless and ill-advised decision that could put him in even greater danger. However, she needed to keep an eye on and distract the enemy until everyone was back to normal, buying time for her allies to recover and not letting the enemy take advantage of their weakness. The somber girl stood there pondering his words, weighing every detail of what she had heard and trying to find the hidden meaning in what he had said, which caused her to sink even deeper into her thoughts. And then she said she completely disagreed with him, clearly stating her position and rejecting his arguments as inconsistent with her own view of the situation. The risk was too high, and a single mistake could cost a life, so every decision required the utmost caution, precision, and cold calculation. If Aurum wanted to fight, there was no need to drag things out. He simply had to destroy his opponent, acting decisively and without hesitation to quickly end the battle in his favor. If he returned unharmed, Shivel would agree to tell him what she had wished for back then, fulfilling her promise and sharing her true intentions after he completed his mission. This condition suited the young man, for it seemed fair and acceptable to him, and he was ready to accept it without unnecessary objections or doubts. So he rushed after the enemy, wasting not a single second, to close the distance and prevent him from escaping or regrouping. Looking around, he saw no one nearby, and the surrounding space seemed empty and tensely quiet, as if all traces of presence had vanished in an instant. And then a silhouette appeared ahead, gradually emerging from the semi-darkness and forcing him to be on guard, preparing for any possible turn of events. As he got closer, it became clear that it was the same hitman, whose presence immediately filled the space with tension and made him even more wary. However, his mannerisms were completely different, and this immediately put him on guard, as the hitman's behavior did not match his previous expectations and seemed unpredictable and strange. The man knew the Avenger was coming for him, so he was on high alert, listening intently for every sound and waiting for the moment he would appear. Holding his loaded weapon in his tightly clenched hands, the protagonist stood unwavering, feeling with every fiber of his being that he was fully prepared to repel any treacherous attack. The powerful and precise strike he delivered against the enemy proved to be quite good and surprisingly effective, allowing him to instantly seize the initiative. The hired hitman behaved so flustered and uncertain, as if he hadn't expected such a rapid turn of events at all, that he froze for a moment in silent stupor. Losing his balance due to a sudden weakness in his legs, he fell heavily onto the cold floor, trying to grab onto something, but his efforts proved futile. In truth, Orem had no desire whatsoever to inflict physical or emotional harm on anyone, regardless of who his current opponent was or how hostile they might be. However, no matter how hard he tried to restrain his emotions, he simply could not stand by and watch as some worthless scum harmed innocent people. So he calmly offered him two completely different options for how events would unfold, giving him the chance to choose his own path or to resign himself forever to the inevitable outcome. The first option was to quietly walk away and start a new quiet life, never to be seen again, while the other choice was a brutal battle in which he would undoubtedly be defeated as a monster. After the hero, without a moment's hesitation, severed his limb with a single precise movement, a faint glimmer of hope finally appeared in the desperate man's eyes. But just as he had suspected, Orem turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary player who knew nothing but how to flaunt his excessive strength, lacking any real experience. The strange and completely unfamiliar object in his tightly clenched hands suddenly flared up, instantly illuminating everything around him with a cold glow. The protagonist watched everything happening around him with extreme attention, so as not to accidentally miss a single important detail that could significantly change the course of events. However, he had absolutely no idea and could not even imagine what exactly he was holding in his hands, since the strange object emitted such a powerful light that it blinded his eyes. Most likely, this mysterious device turned out to be a powerful time difference generator capable of instantly warping space and altering the usual flow of reality. It was precisely this rare and extraordinarily powerful artifact that possessed the amazing ability to turn back time, allowing its owner to correct past mistakes. Until the very moment the brave spearman finally activated his protective energy field, a tense silence reigned, foreshadowing the start of a decisive battle. It was a unique skill for one-on-one combat, allowing one to fully focus all their inner energy on a single opponent without being distracted by any external stimuli. From the very beginning, they had a clearly thought-out plan and a carefully calibrated strategy of action, rather than simply attacking without a second thought. At that very moment, the treacherous enemy still had two eyes and two functioning hands, which he could freely use to launch his next attack on the protagonist. He was finally ready to truly destroy this insolent young man, leaving him no chance of survival and unleashing all his hidden destructive power to do so. As he lunged at the young man, the killer was focused on carrying out his mission, cold-bloodedly preparing to quickly and mercilessly eliminate him without hesitation. Their clash began suddenly and intensely, as both opponents, without hesitation, threw themselves at each other, demonstrating determination and complete readiness to fight to the end. After all the talk, the young man remained quite sluggish and exhausted, for the tension and emotions he had endured had completely drained his strength and robbed him of his usual energy. In the man's opinion, Orem couldn't just cut off his arm again for no reason, as that seemed too cruel and senseless a move without a valid cause. However, the hero was determined to win. Despite his fatigue and difficulties, he gathered all his strength and continued to move forward without fear. Due to the effect of the one-on-one skill, his speed and strength had noticeably decreased, which significantly affected the course of the battle and forced him to act more cautiously and deliberately. All of this occurred precisely because he was inside a special field that affected his condition, limiting his capabilities and altering the conditions of his surroundings. Moreover, the opponent was fast enough to fight against those who moved even faster than the wind, easily managing to react to any of their attacks and maneuvers. With such an opponent, he couldn't afford to let his guard down, because any momentary loss of concentration could end the fight and lead to inevitable defeat. The hero carefully analyzed every move his opponent made, trying to anticipate his actions and find the slightest opening for a counterattack in this tense battle. His opponent, meanwhile, employed his own techniques, combining swift attacks and cunning maneuvers to throw him off balance and deny him time to respond. His attacks were indeed powerful and devastating. Every strike posed a significant threat and forced the hero to constantly defend himself, leaving him no chance to relax. After a while, the young man sustained an injury that caused him to lose his balance and retreat for a moment, feeling pain and fatigue from the prolonged battle. Suddenly, something seemed to click in his mind, and he instantly refocused, pushing aside his doubts and pain to act even more decisively and cold-bloodedly. As far as he knew, Alabarda's skills had no effect that would allow him to ignore defense, so he carefully searched for another way to break through his opponent's defense and find his weak spot. Most likely, there was something he hadn't noticed, some small detail in his opponent's behavior or technique that could explain the unusual effectiveness of his attacks. His opponent didn't let Orim dwell on his thoughts for long, constantly pressing with attacks and forcing him to react instantly, leaving him no time to think. So he lunged at him again, rapidly closing the distance and trying to seize the initiative to prevent his opponent from having time to counterattack or regain the pace of the fight. Most likely it was the totem's effect, which was subtly boosting his defense or regeneration, shifting the course of the battle and giving him the advantage at the decisive moment. He had good base stats and a keen understanding of when to use a skill or item, allowing him to act as effectively as possible in any combat situation. Most likely, the assassin had been playing for a very long time, accumulating significant experience that allowed him to act confidently, coolly, and almost flawlessly in any combat situation. If his suspicions were true, the young man would have a tough time, because then he would have to face not only a strong opponent, but also the hidden mechanics of combat that he did not yet fully understand. The confrontation continued, the tension mounting with every passing second, and neither opponent was willing to back down, keeping the fight in constant motion in a precarious balance. The hero decided to close the distance between them to deny his opponent room to maneuver and try to force a close-quarters fight where he could better control the situation. The killer mocked him and hinted that he wouldn't survive with such skills, emphasizing his superiority and trying to psychologically break his confidence in battle. The spearman's tactics struck like lightning as he abruptly changed position and attacked, using precise and swift movements that forced his opponent to react instantly to the new threat. His weapon was like an arrow slicing through space, moving with incredible speed and precision, leaving behind a sense of danger and destructive power. The explosion that occurred ahead only further intensified the atmosphere, filling the air with dust and tension, forcing both opponents to act more cautiously and tensely than before. The man was certain that the young man had been torn into many small pieces, for the explosion was so powerful and destructive that it left no room for doubt regarding his death. But looking back, he saw that the young man was running behind him, alive and unharmed, continuing the pursuit with even greater determination and speed than before. In his opponent's view, the young man simply wanted to flee because he couldn't handle the pressure of the fight and was looking for a way to avoid a direct confrontation, hiding his weakness behind retreating maneuvers. Continuing to mock him, he tried to throw the young man off balance, playing on his emotions and making him doubt his own decisions right in the middle of a tense battle. The spearman's other tactic kicked in, instantly changing his fighting style and making his movements even more precise, aggressive, and unpredictable to his opponent. At that moment, the weapon flew straight toward Orim, slicing sharply through the air and forcing him to react instantly to avoid the dangerous and unexpected strike. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that he had to escape, for the situation was growing increasingly dangerous, and every second of hesitation could cost him his life. The assassin, however, wanted nothing but his death, continuing to press him mercilessly and leaving him no chance of escape or retreat in this deadly confrontation. A second explosion occurred in the middle of the battlefield, tearing through the air with a roar and a cloud of dust, causing both opponents to momentarily lose their vision and bearings in the chaos of battle. He waited quite a while for the dust cloud to clear, intently watching every movement in the hazy space, ready at any moment for a new attack or defense. Time passed slowly and painfully, stretching out every second of waiting in the tense silence, where any movement could signal the start of a new attack or a decisive blow. And then his eyes widened in surprise when he saw something he hadn't expected at all on this tense battlefield, and for a moment he lost his concentration from the shock. Orm stood there, unharmed and unscathed, as if the explosions hadn't touched him, and this only intensified the tension of the battle, forcing his opponents to reassess the situation. His body absorbed the damage, as if he possessed a special defensive ability that allowed him to withstand even the strongest attacks without visible injury or loss of combat effectiveness. The hero knew that his opponent would use the wire if he tried to leave the battlefield, so he kept a close watch on the area and looked for a safe moment for any movement or escape maneuver. His opponent was a master among assassins, and it was clear that he was using standard skill combinations perfected through years of practice and combat experience. Anticipating his opponent's moves, the hero used Unbreakable to absorb damage, maintaining his composure and preventing the attack from breaking his defense or throwing him off his rhythm. He was also able to compensate for the weakening of his attack's effectiveness in one-on-one combat by adapting his fighting style and maintaining sufficient strike power to avoid losing effectiveness in the confrontation. The man was quite surprised by his plan, as it turned out to be far more sophisticated and dangerous than he had expected, forcing him to quickly rethink his own combat tactics. The eye for an eye skill paired with Unbreakable, creating a combination that allowed him not only to withstand attacks, but also to respond with counterattacks, enhancing the hero's defensive and offensive potential. Orym couldn't escape the field with the fixed effect, but he was ready to return everything he'd received to the enemy, using every opportunity to counterattack and turning defense into a counterattack. Just then, his own spear flew toward him, sharply changing its trajectory and forcing him to react instantly to avoid taking a critical hit from his own weapon. In shock, the man stood frozen, unable to move, watching as the situation spiraled completely out of control and changed right before his eyes. And then the weapon pierced his body, abruptly ending the moment of tension and leaving behind a sense of instant and inevitable defeat. A groan escaped his mouth, a testament to the intense pain that pierced his entire body and caused him to momentarily lose control of himself and his movements. But he did not give up and continued to persistently try to finish off the young man, despite his own injuries and the critical situation in battle. Licamanca's powerful conquest of the world technique was capable of breaking through the defense and boosting it by 270% for 18 seconds, drastically shifting the balance of power in the battle and granting a decisive advantage in the attack. The man was certain that the young man's end was near, for the attack's power seemed absolute, leaving no chance of survival or escape. Orym himself stood confidently, refusing to betray his tension, maintaining a calm expression and controlling every movement in the tense standoff. The force of the blow coursed through his body, causing him to feel sharp pain and tension, but he still held his ground, not allowing himself to fall or lose his concentration. Blood flowed from his mouth instantly, but he still mustered what strength he had left, continuing to stand and not retreating before the next wave of the attack. In the killer's opinion, everything that was happening must have been quite painful, and he watched his opponent's reaction closely, expecting him to break under the pressure. Only then, addressing the player directly, did he order him to flee, realizing that the situation had become critical and that direct confrontation no longer offered any chance of survival. However, Orym did not give up and stood his ground, despite the pain and pressure of the battle, maintaining his resolve and preparing for the next move without taking a single step back. He merely said quietly that there was only 1 second left, as if counting down to the decisive moment after which everything was about to change in this battle. The battlefield began to glow and grow more transparent, as if reality itself were losing its density, revealing the hidden structure of this space and its boundaries. The man realized that the duration of the one-on-one effect was ending, and the tension in the air began to shift, foreshadowing the inevitable changes in the balance of the battle. His time could only be used for 200 seconds, and each one brought the inevitable end of the effect closer, forcing both of them to act even faster and more decisively. Given certain differences, that should be enough to turn the tide of the battle in his favor and execute his plan at the decisive moment. It would be more than enough to ensure he didn't lose to the hero even after his stats were reduced, since he had thought through every detail and considered all possible outcomes of the battle. The young man's goal was to eliminate the assassin, and he mustered all his resolve to see the fight through to the end and leave his opponent no chance to escape or recover. He used every opportunity available, applying his skills, items, and tactical advantages as effectively as possible to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Without traps and his own skills, the man was no match for the young man, and this became increasingly obvious as the battle progressed, with the advantage gradually shifting to the younger opponent. That is precisely why, at that moment, he took a powerful blow that sent shockwaves through his entire body, causing him to momentarily lose his balance and control of the situation. His body fell from the horse he had been riding and hit the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust and bringing his rapid flight through the air to an end. Lying on the ground, the opponent was dissatisfied, for he realized that the situation had spiraled out of his control and the advantage had definitively shifted to his adversary. The young man's footsteps drew ever closer, echoing in the tense silence of the battle and relentlessly closing the distance between them with every passing second. Orim warned him not to use any items, since he should have known better if he'd been playing for a long time and understood all the rules and hidden mechanics of combat. The difference in their abilities couldn't be bridged by just a few items, since it was determined by experience, technique, and overall skill, which accumulate over time. At that moment, the man felt quite miserable and hated the young man, for defeat and helplessness only intensified his anger and inner tension. In turn, Orim wondered if even he had done the same, trying to understand the logic behind his opponent's actions and find hidden patterns in his behavior. Even if he was a player killer, this was no longer a game but reality, a genuine murder, where every decision had irreversible consequences and the price of a life. Perhaps he received something valuable as a reward, or perhaps he simply enjoyed tormenting people, and that was precisely what made him an even more dangerous and unpredictable opponent in battle. At such guesses, the man merely smiled, calling the young man an optimistic fool, as if to emphasize the naivety of his ideas about the true nature of this confrontation. In response, he asked if his family members had recognized him, trying to provoke his opponent with words and throw him off balance. And his own life had been taken from him, and this thought hung in the air like a cold, final verdict, leaving no chance for continuation. After he began to look like a video game character, his friends and family did not accept his appearance at all, feeling alienation and fear toward his new, unnatural appearance. It felt as though he had died to others, yet remained alive, as if existing between two worlds, where he was no longer perceived as the person he once was. He didn't know what was happening, so in his despair he wanted to destroy everyone, driven by chaotic rage and a sense of complete loss of control over the situation, and only then put an end to the quests, trials, and all that, striving to finally conclude this stage and break free from the endless cycle of battles and tasks. Before he could finish speaking, the man exhaled deeply, as if resigning himself to the fact that the situation had already spiraled out of control and any words had lost their meaning. Orim was shocked by what had happened and froze for a moment, trying to comprehend the sudden change in the situation and the consequences of what he had just witnessed. A familiar weapon had destroyed the man lying before him, and Orim froze for a moment upon recognizing it, unable to believe what had just happened right before his eyes. Glancing around immediately, the hero realized who was about to appear before him and tensed, preparing for a new encounter that could change the entire course of the confrontation. Walking slowly, he approached, as if deliberately stretching out every movement to heighten the tension and make his opponent feel the inevitability of their encounter. The young man's skills and tactics surprised him, for they proved far more flexible and well thought out than he had expected, forcing him to rethink his own battle strategy. The Reaper himself appeared ahead, stepping out of the shadows and immediately drawing attention with his presence, which drastically altered the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. Orim was far from pleased and deep down frightened by his appearance, feeling the tension and anxiety rapidly mounting in the face of this new danger. In response, the Reaper merely stared defiantly at him, making no attempt to hide his confidence and arrogance, as if he had already decided the outcome of their confrontation in advance. The hero stood in his confident stance, closely watching his opponent's every move, intently awaiting the inevitable attack and preparing for an instant response. The Reaper received half of the points awarded, as well as all the items belonging to the slain player, taking advantage of his victory over his opponent in combat. It was precisely for this reason that Arim was genuinely surprised, not expecting such a turn of events, for the situation had changed too suddenly and disrupted his previous assumptions and plans. Next in line was a young man who was nervously shifting from foot to foot, waiting for his turn, unaware that he was already under close scrutiny. That was precisely why his reaction was so restrained yet tense at the same time, as he tried to hide his emotions so as not to reveal his true intentions and inner state. In response, the hero calmly asked if that stranger was the same one, staring intently at his interlocutor, trying to catch the slightest changes in his behavior. Perhaps he was also killing everyone without exception, because he had once lost everything because of this game, and now his actions were driven by despair, pain, and a desire to regain control of the situation. The man had no idea what the conversation was even about, looking at his interlocutor in confusion and trying to gather his thoughts to at least somehow respond to what he had heard. As it turned out, she had absolutely no compelling reason to hunt, since her actions weren't driven by necessity or threat, but rather by a random coincidence of circumstances. Whether in reality or in the game, she did everything solely for the sake of victory, focusing entirely on achieving her goal, regardless of difficulties, losses, or moral doubts. So she lunged at the young man without a moment's hesitation, acting decisively and swiftly to gain the upper hand immediately. He managed to block the blow and, thanks to his quick reflexes, avoided the dangerous attack, maintaining his balance and preventing his opponent from gaining the upper hand right away. The Reaper was much faster than before. Her movements had become sharper and more precise, allowing her to easily outmaneuver her opponents and control the flow of the fight with even greater confidence. Most likely, she had improved her skills through constant training and refinement, which allowed her to become stronger and more effective in every fight. In response, the young man used the Red Thorns technique, activating it abruptly at a critical moment to stop his opponent and turn the tide of the battle in his favor. It was precisely this ability that helped him in the battle, as it allowed him to quickly adapt to the situation, maintain his advantage, and turn the tide of the fight in his favor. The girl hadn't expected this, so she was momentarily thrown off balance, losing the momentum of her attack and forced to react quickly to avoid losing control of the situation. The problem was that she didn't know her opponent at all, so she couldn't predict his actions and was forced to act at random, constantly adapting to new circumstances. Upon seeing a large skull in the sky behind him, the hero froze in place, feeling the cold breath of fear and an unknown threat that suddenly loomed over him and caused him to lose his confidence. He had no idea what it was, so he just stared up at the sky in confusion, trying to understand the nature of the mysterious phenomenon that filled him with anxiety and wariness. While he was pondering, he received a sudden blow that caught him off guard and caused him to lose his balance, abruptly bringing his attention back to the real fight. One thing was clear: the Reaper did not possess such skill at all, for her movements looked unnatural and at odds with the technique typically used by experienced fighters. Suddenly, another girl appeared nearby, bursting out of the shadows and immediately drawing the attention of everyone present with her unexpected appearance and confident demeanor. She realized she had missed because she had gotten too worked up, and as a result, she had lost her accuracy at the decisive moment, which affected the outcome of her attack. Most likely, she was a necromancer in that battle, using dark forces to control the battlefield and raise creatures to gain an advantage over her opponents in the decisive duel. Another character appeared from behind, suddenly coming into view and immediately shifting the tension of the situation with his presence, causing everyone to grow wary and reconsider their actions. He stood there and called the mage a complete failure, mocking him defiantly and trying to humiliate him in front of the others, demonstrating his own superiority and self-confidence. They began a friendly banter between themselves, exchanging jokes that, though sharp in tone, carried more of a friendly rivalry than genuine hostility. Arim didn't understand what was happening around him or who these people were, looking around in confusion and trying to make sense of the chaotic events unfolding before him. A weapon appeared before the butcher, as if materializing out of thin air, and he instinctively reached for it, preparing for the next phase of the clash. He didn't understand what the Reaper intended to do, watching her actions in confusion and trying to anticipate the next move in this baffling situation. Most likely they were on the same team, acting in unison and covering each other, which indicated a shared plan and trust between them in battle. The entire encounter was accidental, and they were there for the spearmen, not expecting a clash with the other participants, which is why the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The terms of their agreement were that they would not touch each other's spoils, adhering to a clear understanding that allowed them to avoid conflict and maintain the fragile balance between them. The young lady was dissatisfied with this answer. Her gaze grew colder and more tense, for she had expected a different explanation and made no attempt to hide her irritation. They too wanted to deal with the Avenger, for he had taken their spoils, and this compelled them to act decisively, driven by insult and the desire to restore justice in their own eyes. The hero stood alone against them all, feeling the pressure of his opponent's numerical advantage, but not retreating and maintaining his inner focus, preparing for the inevitable clash. The Reaper was confident that she alone could cut off his head, firmly believing in her strength and skills, never doubting her own superiority over her opponent. From there, she lunged at the boy, rapidly closing the distance and going on the offensive, trying to end the fight with a quick and decisive blow. Using his sword, Orem managed to defend himself, parrying his opponent's attacks and holding his ground, despite the enemy's numerical superiority and their constant pressure. The necromancer on the other side was preparing an attack, focusing her energy and gathering dark power to deliver a decisive blow to her opponents at the right moment. The Bone Spikes ability appeared around her, and sharp bone spikes suddenly emerged from the darkness, aimed at the enemies, causing the battlefield to change instantly. And then the attack was directed toward the player, abruptly changing its trajectory and targeting him with renewed force, forcing him to react immediately. The butcher, also without hesitation, wanted to strike, lunging forward sharply and trying to outmaneuver his opponent to deal decisive damage. Orem watched with complete concentration, hiding a heart that felt as though it might burst from his chest at any moment, maintaining outward calm despite his inner tension. At that moment, a critical blow could have struck, deciding the fate of the battle, shifting the balance of power, and placing one of the combatants in an extremely dangerous position. There was no plan in his head, only emptiness and chaotic thoughts, which is why he was forced to act instinctively, relying on reflexes and experience. So, when the player lunged at him, there was a sudden explosion that tore through the battlefield with a flash of energy and forced everyone to retreat, losing control of the situation. The young ladies were pleased with this outcome, watching the events unfold with a sense of victory and calm, as if everything had happened exactly as they had planned. But they had no idea what lay hidden beneath the ashes, where a latent threat remained that could change the course of events again at any moment. The Avenger stood in his stance as another user knelt before him, unable to rise and tensely awaiting his next move. He was surprised and even a little flustered that he was forced to fight in his pajamas, which made the situation seem more absurd than dangerous. Still, he was pleased with how he had landed, feeling control over his movement and stability after the fall, which allowed him to quickly refocus on the fight. His Dragon Sword Alter ability nullified all physical attacks within a 5-meter radius, creating a protective zone where his opponent's strikes lost their power and failed to reach their target. Studying him with his gaze, Orem realized who stood before him, and a tense realization flashed in his eyes that the situation was becoming far more serious than he had expected. This was that rare class of which there were only 3 players in the country, a dragon hunter, and his very appearance immediately signaled a dangerous level of threat. Seeing him and even getting to speak with him came as a surprise to the hero, as he hadn't expected to encounter such a rare and influential player in this situation. In Ergosphere Online, advancement classes were granted based on the player's weapons and skills, point distribution, and completed quests, which shaped the individual development of each character. For example, if a character chose Warrior as their starting class, they could later become a Butcher or a Swordsman, depending on the weapons they used and how they developed their skills. Since the player's playstyle determined everything, there were many possibilities and players identified 54 classes, allowing for the creation of unique builds and combat approaches. Because of the sheer number of classes, the method for creating a dragon hunter and a few others was unknown to many, which is why they were called rare. The requirements for obtaining them remained hidden from most players. In the stranger's opinion, Orym must have been one too, since his fighting style and skill progression pointed to the potential of a rare class, which immediately sparked both interest and wariness. Not many chose a class as demanding as the Avenger, since it required high skill, precise calculation, and a willingness to take risks in every battle. They decided to talk later because the Dragon Hunter had come to the rescue, and the situation demanded immediate action rather than lengthy conversations. He was ready to fight all the parasites in that place, determined to destroy any threat and not let the enemies gain the upper hand in this skirmish. The frightened butcher didn't know how to save himself, looking around in confusion and searching for any chance to escape the inevitable danger that was rapidly approaching. Such a powerful fighter could stun them with a single blow, instantly breaking their combat rhythm and gaining complete control of the situation. The young man's gaze was confident and serious, filled with inner resolve and focus, leaving no doubt as to his readiness for any challenge. The dragon's silence technique thundered forth, engulfing the entire battlefield and blanketing it with a wave of pressure and energy that caused all combatants to freeze for a moment. The opponents fled as best they could, retreating chaotically, seeking cover, and trying to dodge the blows raining down from all sides without pause. However, it was difficult to stand against such a class, as its unique abilities and advantages on the battlefield far surpassed the capabilities of most opponents. Everything around was in chaos, where screams, explosions, and frantic movements intertwined into a single mixture of tension and danger that reigned on the battlefield. The hunter shouted for Orym to choose his reward, offering him the right to determine the reward for his participation in the battle and the strength he had displayed. They needed to wrap up the quest, as it would be difficult to handle, and further delay would only complicate the situation and increase the risks for all participants. The hero remembered that his friend and the others were still on the mission, which momentarily distracted his thoughts from the battle and made him worry about their fate. However, there was no need to worry about them, as they had handled the task well and were in control of the situation, not letting danger get close to them. The hunter's companion, a monk, was helping them with blessings, bolstering the allies with spiritual energy and boosting their stamina in battle. So there was no need to worry about them. Instead, he should choose a reward and complete the quest, securing the result of the completed task and receiving the appropriate reward. The monster was closing in on the hunter. Each of its steps echoed with menace, causing the air around them to tense in anticipation of the inevitable clash. As it turned out, the Reaper had managed to do what he wanted, carrying out his plan to the end and leaving a tangible impact on the course of events. It was difficult to withstand his power, for it overpowered most attacks and forced his opponents to constantly retreat, searching for any opportunity to counterattack. Perhaps the technique that destroyed the demons would have worked if it had been used in time and at the right moment, capable of turning the tide of battle against such a threat. That is exactly what happened when his defense broke down, exposing a vulnerable moment through which the technique was able to fully take effect and deliver a decisive blow. The player helped them cope by quickly intervening and providing the necessary support, allowing them to stabilize the situation and continue the fight. The team cheered joyfully, celebrating their victory and feeling relieved after the intense battle that had finally ended in their favor. Shivel ran up behind them, calling out to the young man, trying to get his attention and make him stop amid the chaos around them. They checked each other for injuries, assessing their condition after the battle and making sure no one had been seriously hurt in the skirmish. Everything was fine, and they needed to finish the quest quickly so as not to waste time and make it in time to receive the reward for the completed task. The hero agreed and got to work, decisively taking action and focusing on quickly completing the task at hand. The young man's curiosity outweighed everything else, so he asked why the hunter and his partner had helped them, trying to understand the true motives behind their participation in this skirmish. Because of this, the hunter forgot to tell him everything, distracted by the events around him and losing his train of thought in the whirlwind of unexpected circumstances. And then he said that they were the Resin Guild, a unique organization that served as an intellectual hub and coordinated complex tasks and strategies. They also promised to meet with them again later to continue the conversation and discuss all the details more calmly after finishing their current business. Since his friend had helped them achieve a perfect score, the situation had turned out in their favor, and everyone was satisfied with the result of their joint effort. The next day, a warm sun shone over the city, gently illuminating the streets, houses, and trees, creating a peaceful and cozy atmosphere for the city's residents. Residents were relaxing in the city complex, enjoying the quiet, comfortable seating areas and pleasant atmosphere while spending time with their families. There was also a girl with a wing tattoo on her back who was calmly observing the people around her in the atmosphere of the city complex, savoring the moment. After finishing her swim, she got out of the water, slowly walking toward the pool's edge, carefully brushing her wet hair away from her face and catching her breath after swimming. The digital clock signaled a notification with a short beep, which caught people's attention and prompted them to check their notifications or calls. Han Sing was supposed to recount how the dinner had gone, recalling the events and details of the meeting to convey a complete picture of what had happened. They followed everything as required, closely monitoring every step of the process and ensuring that no detail was overlooked during the task. The young lady was only interested in whether the students would be useful to them, carefully assessing their abilities and potential for future collaboration and the completion of assigned tasks. The partners discussed everything and agreed that the Avenger and the Master of Mazes could hold their own, given their experience, skills, and ability to act independently in complex situations. Moreover, the young man was not afraid of danger at all, boldly and decisively accepting any challenges that might arise in his path, never backing down in the face of difficulties. It seemed he faced hardships not only in the game, but also in real life, constantly encountering challenges that demanded endurance, strength of character, and perseverance from him. To be more specific, he was like a wild beast with highly developed intuition, which allowed him to sense danger in advance and react quickly to any changes around him. The hero could be useful both for developing strategies and for managing items, effectively planning actions, allocating resources, and finding the best solutions in various situations. Therefore, there was no need to delay recruiting them to the team. It was better to do so before they became stronger and even more skilled in their abilities. It was unusual for the young lady to see Hen Sin so active during the recruitment of new members, since he usually behaved with restraint, but this time he showed particular interest and initiative. His friend understood that he liked those who played on the highest difficulty level, as such players demonstrated endurance, strategic thinking, and true mastery under challenging conditions. The user also had to report something else important that could significantly influence the course of events and required immediate attention and discussion. He said quietly that chaos was rearing its head again, feeling anxious about the signs of instability that were becoming increasingly noticeable in the surrounding events and situations. This news shook the girl, causing her to freeze for a moment in surprise and deep inner turmoil at what she had heard. Han Xin was confident in his words, fully aware of what he was saying, and having no doubt about the correctness of his own decisions and conclusions, which he was voicing. They had to prepare for a confrontation between the guilds, carefully planning their strategy, assigning roles, and strengthening their positions for the difficult battles ahead. She immersed herself in her thoughts, completely detaching herself from the outside world, analyzing events and searching for answers to the questions that troubled her. And then she reported what needed to be communicated to the other participants so that everyone would be informed and could prepare together for future events and decision-making. The monsters of chaos had no idea what was happening, acting haphazardly and chaotically, as if they were truly devoid of any plan, logic, or awareness of the situation around them. If they decided to reveal their lairs, they had to be hunted down, denying them any chance to retreat in order to quickly and decisively stop their aggressive actions. In the evening, when the streets were dark, the guild operated covertly and in unison, using the darkness to their advantage to carry out their tasks and covert operations. A man sat in a chair in a quiet room, lost in his own thoughts, calmly observing the surrounding silence and pondering his next moves. Another stood over him like a watchman, closely monitoring his every move and not allowing him to be distracted or violate the established rules of conduct in this situation. It turned out they were waiting for him to speak, closely observing his reactions and patiently awaiting the moment when he would finally begin to explain the situation. But even after they had deprived him of sleep for 100 hours, he remained silent and was prepared to die, maintaining his steadfastness, composure, and unyielding will to the very end. The woman realized that nothing could be done with him, for he remained unshakable in his convictions and did not respond to any methods of influence or persuasion. Lifting her foot, she kicked the chair, moving it from its place with a sharp motion, which broke the silence in the room and drew the attention of everyone present. The man, losing his balance, fell to the floor, hitting it hard and momentarily disoriented by the unexpected fall and loss of control over the situation. Holding a knife to his neck, the lady decided to explain the rules once more, coldly emphasizing the gravity of the situation and the necessity of strictly following her orders. She was prepared to use force repeatedly to make him talk and obtain the necessary information at any cost, without wavering from her decisions. He had 5 chances to give the right answer and change the course of events, but each one could be his last in this tense situation. If the captive answered their questions, he would win. If not, death awaited him, for his future fate depended entirely on his words. The first question was where the chaos base was located, and his answer would determine whether they could obtain critically important information about the enemy. The next was personal information about their leader, which they were trying to obtain to better understand his weaknesses and future intentions. The prisoner knew nothing, for he was merely an assistant who had never even seen the leader, so he could not provide any useful information about their organization or leader. In their game, there were no exceptions to the rules, and every participant had to adhere to the established conditions without any leniency or the ability to alter the course of events. The young lady said she had grown quite bored, as they hadn't had any interesting quests in a long time that could captivate her and make her feel that thrill and curiosity again. The deadly poison seemed like a clever and playful attempt to get him to talk, though in reality it was a brutal method of pressure aimed at obtaining the necessary information at any cost. The captive remained silent, not uttering a single word, maintaining a cool composure and ignoring all attempts to make him speak. The school day had ended, and the students began gathering their things, gradually leaving the classrooms and heading home after a busy day of classes. The classmates were leaving school, lively as they discussed the day's events, laughing and making plans for how they would spend the rest of their time after class. The hero was curious about the people in the Resin Guild, as they seemed like decent folks to him, and he wanted to better understand their goals, values, and opportunities for collaboration. Chival replied that they were among the top 3 in the game, and their guild had about 800 members, making it one of the most influential and powerful. Previously, they had focused solely on raids and guild battles, but that didn't mean they hadn't changed their goals, as their priorities could have evolved significantly over time. Given that the Horizon event was about to begin, they might be focusing on other things, concentrating on preparation and strategic adjustments ahead of the upcoming events. People lost their minds when such stakes were involved, so the team wanted to watch them from a distance, carefully observing the situation so as not to put themselves in danger. Baek In-hyun approached the young man and called out, drawing his attention with a calm but confident voice, as if expecting an immediate reaction to his words. They hadn't expected to see him at all, so they were momentarily taken aback, unsure how to react to his unexpected appearance before them. But he just wanted to talk, to calmly and without tension figure out the situation and hear his interlocutor's thoughts without conflict. The girl raised her voice because she didn't understand how he could approach them after what had happened, feeling tension, distrust, and emotional turmoil over the past events. In response to her words, Baek In-hyun ordered them not to interfere in their affairs, coldly and confidently making it clear that the situation did not require outside intervention. The young woman was furious, feeling intense outrage over the situation that had arisen, and barely held back her emotions, trying not to lose control of herself. Quietly, the hero took a step forward, as if agreeing with the enemy, hiding his true intentions and closely observing his reaction. His friend was shocked by his choice, not expecting such a decision, and trying to understand what exactly could have influenced his unexpected move. But he replied that she should have listened to him and understood what he really wanted before jumping to conclusions and judging his actions. Even if something bad had happened, the player could have handled it using his experience, skills, and composure to quickly adapt to any difficult situation. So he decided to call Chevol as soon as everything was over to tell her the results and discuss what to do next once the events were over. They went around to the other side of the building, moving cautiously in the shadows of the walls so as not to attract unnecessary attention and remain unnoticed by those around them. Orem wondered what they wanted from him, trying to understand the true intentions of his interlocutors and the reason they had approached him in this situation. Juan's son had been seriously injured and was in the hospital following their fight, recovering under medical supervision and gradually regaining consciousness after his injuries. This was the first time the young man had heard such information, so he was surprised and tried to quickly process what he had heard in order to understand all the details and possible consequences. He had a broken bone, so the student had to stay there for a long time, undergoing treatment and gradual recovery under the supervision of specialists. The fact was that his parents, due to the young man's actions, wanted to file a lawsuit considering the situation serious and requiring official legal proceedings. The shocked young man understood that it had been a simple fight and nothing significant had happened, but the situation had already gained serious publicity and led to unnecessary consequences. Baek In-hyun explained that his friend had wanted to pursue a career in professional sports, so he did not report the incident to the police because it might have hindered his career. But over time, he likely changed his mind about the situation. Several weeks had already passed, and it was unclear what the authorities were supposed to do. But they could have launched an investigation if they had decided to officially take the case under their control. At best, Orem could be expelled from school, and at worst arrested, depending on how law enforcement agencies would classify his actions and the circumstances of the case. The word simply shocked and threw the young man off balance, causing him to momentarily lose his bearings and his confidence in his next steps and his own conclusions. Standing quietly behind the wall, Chevol eavesdropped on everything, listening intently to every word and trying to piece together a complete picture of what was happening nearby. In his rival's opinion, there was always a way out, because even in the most difficult situations, a solution can be found if one keeps a cool head and acts thoughtfully. Sin-hwan's parents had come to seek advice from his father's law firm to better understand their options and possible courses of action in this situation. This meant that one of his staff members was already handling the case, reviewing the details of the incident, and preparing possible legal steps for how events might unfold. For Orem, there was a chance to get off scot-free by using the situation to his advantage and trying to avoid serious consequences. Baek In-hyun could persuade the lawyer to convince his friend's parents not to take the young man to court and to insist on an amicable resolution to prevent the situation from escalating further. The protagonist, however, understood that he would have to do something in return, since such assistance could not be free and required a certain level of responsibility and reciprocal action on his part. With a sly smile, his opponent was ready to put in a good word for him with his father, hoping to use his connections to resolve the situation in his favor. In return, Orem had to go to Sin-hwan and apologize to him, even getting down on his knees to demonstrate the sincerity of his intentions and his willingness to admit guilt. Enraged by these words, he couldn't believe what he'd heard, feeling a mix of anger, insult, and refusal to accept that he'd have to agree to such terms. It didn't make sense to him to apologize to someone who bullied the weak, as this contradicted his ideas of justice and right conduct. The hero began to recall all their past fights, analyzing every detail and trying to understand how these events had influenced the current situation and his decision. For Baek In-hyun, everything was simple. Just one action, and the boy would be saved if all parties agreed to the proposed solution without further escalating the situation. In their opinion, Orem was in the wrong and to blame in that situation, since it was his actions that caused the conflict and its subsequent consequences. The words struck his head like stones, causing intense pressure and confusion, as if every sentence he heard echoed in his mind like a heavy blow. The young man simply couldn't process the entire speech, trying to parse every word and understand the hidden meaning of what he heard, which seemed far too complex and confusing to him. His body trembled with the rage and hatred that overwhelmed him from within, forcing him to barely restrain his emotions and not lose control of himself at that moment. The enemy wanted to see that look on his face, as if deliberately provoking him to elicit a reaction and test how well he could control his own emotions. His face was marked by a sense of defeat, as if he had already accepted failure, and lacked the strength to hide his disappointment, which was reflected in his gaze and features. He felt it precisely when the world was unfair to the student, and this thought stirred deep inner indignation and a sense of powerlessness in him. That was exactly how Pekin Hyen remembered him standing beside him, and this image perfectly suited someone like him, etching itself into his memory as part of their interaction and shared experiences. No matter how strong he was or how well he fought, this state remained constant, as if an inner burden constantly accompanied him regardless of the circumstances. If someone lacked power and money, all he could do was apologize even for things that weren't his fault, forced to put up with injustice in the circumstances. His opponents always saw the hero as a loser, underestimating his capabilities and strength, even though he had repeatedly proven the opposite through his actions. In response, Orem said they could take him to court, demonstrating confidence in his position and a willingness to defend his rights. He had no intention of apologizing and no desire to do so, remaining firm in his stance and refusing to compromise his principles. Moreover, Shin Huan not only mocked him, but also repeatedly provoked conflicts, which only intensified the tension between them and complicated the situation. He also tried to hit Shawul, who wanted to help her friend, which further escalated the conflict and made the situation tense and dangerous for everyone involved. He could endure a lot, but that situation was unforgivable, as it crossed the line of what he considered acceptable and left a deep mark on his attitude toward everything that had happened. The young man could endure his own suffering, but he did not want to tolerate others' suffering because of him, as this contradicted his principles and made him feel guilty and responsible. In the end, he told Juan that if he wanted to sue him, Orem wouldn't object, demonstrating his willingness to accept any outcome and not shirk responsibility. Behind the wall, the girl continued to eavesdrop intently on the conversation, trying to make out every word to understand the hidden meaning and intentions of the speakers. The hero wasn't the least bit concerned about what might come to light during the complex and convoluted investigation, for he had long since come to terms with any possible consequences and the truth. In fact, what he meant was that he didn't want to bow down to his opponents, remaining true to his own convictions and principles, even under the pressure of circumstances and threats from them. Ultimately, if they were to investigate the causes of what had happened, Sun Huan would also have to explain everything he had previously done to that young man. His comrade, better than anyone else, should have understood who exactly and in what situation would suffer more, given the circumstances, risks, hidden motives, and consequences of every decision. Inhyun said nothing and remained silent, avoiding any explanations or emotional reactions, as if he were deliberately keeping his thoughts to himself and did not want to reveal them. Turning around, RM calmly warned that he had said all he needed to say and had no intention of changing his position, remaining steadfast in his decision despite any further pressure. Quietly, his opponent pondered how to change his mind and influence the course of events, weighing various arguments and possible means of pressure to ultimately achieve the desired result. So he asked what would happen to his sister then, trying to hint at the possible consequences of such a decision and force his interlocutor to reflect on his own actions. If the police got involved, they would find out about the abuse of his brother, and that could break her completely, causing her to lose faith in people and her own strength. The protagonist did not expect direct threats to be directed at him and was surprised by the abrupt change in the tone of the conversation, which suddenly became much more tense and dangerous. The woman had worked very hard to give her brother a decent life, constantly working and sacrificing her own comfort for the sake of his future and the family's stability. In the end, he turned out to be the one who was constantly beaten and humiliated at school, and these memories from the past deeply influenced his character and future life. That is precisely why such a truth could shake her so deeply, for it shattered her usual perception of the situation and forced her to rethink everything she had previously believed in. The young man could barely control himself, trying to hold back his emotions and not lash out with harsh words, though inside he was seething with tension and irritation. It turned out that In-hyun knew everything about his family, keeping it hidden until the right moment so he could use the information for his own purposes and influence the course of events. Supposedly, this was because they had attended the same school, where their paths had crossed more than once, and hidden bonds and a mutual understanding of the situation had gradually formed between them. Orem, however, knew that things were far from how others tried to portray them, and that the real reasons behind the events were much more complex and hidden from most people. So he couldn't hold back and grabbed his former friend by the collar, giving in sharply to his emotions and the desire to find out the truth immediately, without further explanations or delays. He shouted, demanding to know why the other man had remained silent all this time, seeking explanations and trying, through his emotions, to understand the reasons for his prolonged silence and the hidden truth. The question was unclear and only caused even more confusion, forcing everyone present to try to grasp its true meaning and hidden subtext. The protagonist explained that he knew what had happened to him and his sister and had simply been watching the whole time without interfering in the events, even though he understood the full gravity of the situation and the consequences of his actions. Peck could have stopped them and put an end to the bullying, but he deliberately chose not to intervene, watching events unfold and letting the situation run its course without taking responsibility. His position at the school allowed him to act this way, granting him a certain influence and authority among the students and staff, which he could use to his own advantage. Shivel's gloomy expression showed that she didn't like the whole situation, and she felt a sense of unease watching the events unfold around her. The boy continued to hold the other firmly by the sweater, not letting go even for a moment, as if trying to maintain control of the situation and prevent his interlocutor from walking away from the conversation. All the anger he had been bottling up for a long time was in his hands, and he was barely holding back from letting it burst out in the form of rash actions and words. In-hen didn't understand why he had to stop everything. After all, he saw no point in it and couldn't fathom why anyone would expect him to intervene in the events at all. Things used to be different, and now that difference was especially palpable in every decision, word, and glance, as if the past and the present could no longer coexist side by side. Classmates were best friends, spending a lot of time together and supporting one another in various situations, which made their bond particularly strong and trusting. Therefore, he might have felt sorry for Orem if he had allowed himself to step back from his rigid stance and see in him not just an opponent, but a person with his own history and pain. Ultimately, if only for his sister's sake, he could have changed his decision, considering her fate and the consequences this would have for her life and future. The young man, however, did not want to do anything, avoiding any involvement or responsibility, as if trying to distance himself from events and remain on the sidelines of everything happening around him. He never considered the hero his friend, maintaining an emotional distance between them and preventing a genuine, trusting bond from forming even in shared situations. It was as if the young man was completely his inferior, and this difference was felt in their communication, their views, and their attitude toward one another, emphasizing the inner chasm between them. Peck had everything, while the player didn't even have parents, which only intensified the sense of inequality between them and made their life paths completely different and incompatible. That's why the boys were completely different, with opposing experiences, values, and outlooks on life, which constantly drove them apart even in shared situations. Only occasionally did they play together, when one of them felt sad, finding in these brief encounters a little joy and a distraction from loneliness and everyday problems. In his opinion, Shivel acted the same way, sharing similar views and inner feelings, although she never spoke directly about it and kept her thoughts to herself. She too had it all, for she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, enjoying from childhood the privileges, comfort, and opportunities that others could only aspire to. At the time, the young lady seemed to be playing along with Orem because she found him amusing, viewing their interaction as lighthearted fun without any deep intentions or serious feelings. That's why Peko didn't care about his former friend or his feelings, and he didn't give a thought to how his words or actions might affect other people, focusing only on his own interests. He and his sister were simply orphans with nothing to look forward to in life, no matter how hard they tried, and this hopelessness only intensified their sense of loneliness and struggle for survival. In his view, their lives were worthless, devoid of meaning and prospects, and he saw his own existence as a hopeless struggle with no real chance of a better future. Adding that from his vantage point they weren't even visible, he emphasized his own superiority and detachment, as if their existence held no significance for him in the broader picture of events. Every word only further irritated the young man, intensifying his tension and causing him to lose his self-control more and more in this difficult and emotionally charged conversation. Unable to take it anymore, He punched him in the face, and this sudden outburst of emotion instantly changed the atmosphere around them, making the situation even more tense and unpredictable. His opponent lost his balance and flew backward, staggering under the force of the blow, and for a moment completely lost control of his movements and the situation around him. Orem had always thought that his friend had fallen in with a bad crowd, which had gradually influenced his decisions and behavior, changing his views and distancing him from his former principles. It turned out that everything was completely different, and the real reasons behind the events differed significantly from what he had previously imagined and taken for granted. In reality, he had found people just as depraved as himself, and this environment only reinforced his behavior, making him even more ruthless and unprincipled in his own decisions. In response, he merely sneered, not taking what was said seriously and showing contempt for his interlocutor's words, as if all of this merely amused him and did not affect him in the slightest. And only then did he launch an attack, rapidly closing the distance and moving from words to action, completely ignoring any attempts to stop the conflict. The hero didn't need his apologies or anything else at all, remaining cold and detached, as if this conversation had long since lost any meaning for him. He merely clenched his fist quietly in anger, holding back his inner irritation and trying not to let his emotions completely take control of him in this tense situation. Then swinging his arm, he struck the enemy with such force that the air was knocked out of his lungs, and he momentarily lost the ability to breathe normally, staggering backward from the sudden pain. His eyes widened in surprise, and he froze for a moment, unable to immediately grasp what had just happened or how to react to the sudden turn of events. Orem did not regret his actions at all, remaining confident in what he had done and feeling no doubts about his decision, despite the possible consequences for himself and others. The blow revealed what the young man was feeling inside, as if all the pent-up pain, anger, and frustration had burst out in a single sharp and uncontrolled outburst of emotion. Squinting his eyes, the young man vowed to settle the score within him, firmly resolved not to let the situation go unanswered and to uncover all the hidden details of their relationship and the events that had unfolded. One day, the time would come when Orem would look down on him from above, standing much higher than he had ever been, and this vision gave him the inner motivation to keep moving forward despite all the difficulties. The evening darkness slowly descended on the city, enveloping the streets in a soft gloom and erasing the sounds of the day, as if hiding everything that had happened that day under the cover of night. Leaving that place behind, the young man headed home, walking slowly through the familiar streets, lost in his own thoughts about what had just happened and what lay ahead. His head was filled with a multitude of thoughts that wanted to burst out, intertwining with one another and creating chaos that prevented him from calmly focusing on his way home. Shivel crept up quietly from behind, moving almost silently so as not to reveal her presence, and stopped just a few steps away from him, watching his reaction. Holding her finger to her companion's throat, she ordered him to raise his hands, speaking sharply and confidently, as if she were in complete control of the situation and left him no room for objection. The frightened young man didn't even understand what had happened, looking around in confusion and trying to quickly assess the situation he found himself in, unable to find any clear explanation for the events around him. As if firing from her finger, she complimented her perfect shot, jokingly noting the precision and confidence of her own movement, which looked both playful and defiant. Her words that the back of his head was practically begging for a bullet baffled him, causing him to lose his confidence for a moment and ponder the true meaning of this strange and sharp phrase. The young lady never offered an explanation, leaving him in complete uncertainty and forcing him to guess the true meaning of her words and intentions on his own. She asked if he and Peck had really been friends as children, closely watching his reaction and trying to understand the true nature of their old relationship. Only then did she apologize for having followed him and overheard everything, admitting her guilt and trying to explain why she couldn't resist doing so. He didn't want to accept her apology because he didn't consider her at fault, and calmly explained that he saw nothing in her actions that required an apology. It wasn't really such a big deal. Orem was simply ashamed that he had trusted such a person, and this feeling weighed heavily on him, forcing him to rethink his own decisions. Shivel asked how close they had been, closely watching his reaction and trying to understand the true depth of their former relationship. They had attended the same elementary school together, and then both continued their studies at the same middle school, which meant their paths had crossed many times over the years. As children, they played together every day after school and were practically best friends, spending a lot of time together and sharing childhood joys and adventures. But when they started high school, Peck began hanging out with the popular boys, and a rift seemed to form between them, gradually driving them apart and changing their former relationship. From what the young woman said, she realized that the bullying had started later on, and this information made her seriously reflect on what had actually been happening during that period of their lives. At first, he invited the protagonist to join the group of popular boys, but then everything changed, and his former support turned into alienation, which gradually destroyed their relationship. Her friend asked her not to blame herself, since there was no point in the victim suffering over what had already happened, and emphasized that the past cannot be changed, but there is still a chance to move forward. The one who betrayed should feel that bitter emotion, not the one who trusted, and this thought further underscored the injustice of the situation and left an unpleasant aftertaste in his soul. The young man agreed with her profound words, sensing the truth in them, and silently accepted her perspective, reevaluating his own feelings and attitude toward the situation. The lady looked at him intently, as if trying to read his thoughts and understand the hidden emotions he was diligently trying not to show. Those words about her being a wealthy student kept spinning in his head, and he couldn't shake off these thoughts, which kept coming back and forcing him to see her in a new light. However, she decided not to say anything more on the subject, leaving the conversation unfinished and not continuing the discussion to avoid further misunderstandings. Instead, she asked if he had any plans for the evening and invited him over to her place for ramen, suggesting they spend time in a more relaxed and casual atmosphere. The offer shocked the young man so much that he couldn't say a word, momentarily completely flustered and unable to find the words to respond to such an unexpected situation. It was just that Arim didn't understand what was going on, because the topics changed so quickly that he couldn't keep up with them and was only trying to grasp the general gist of the conversation. Cheval explained that there was no particular reason. She simply wanted to cook dinner for the two of them, as if it were a normal expression of care and a desire to spend time together. Besides, he was about to be sued, and she wanted to help him with that so he wouldn't be left alone with the problem and could better prepare for the possible legal consequences. Orim wanted to deal with his problems on his own, without relying on others and trying to find a way out of difficult situations by himself, even when it was hard and exhausting. The situation was also important to the young lady, since his arrest could leave her without a team, which put additional pressure on her and forced her to find a way to influence events. Therefore, they had to figure it out together, joining forces to find a way out of the situation and minimize the potential consequences for both parties. Faced with such a threat, the hero quietly agreed with her, having no other choice and realizing that resistance would only complicate the situation even further. Meanwhile, the apartment buildings glowed with warm indoor light that softly spilled into the evening darkness, creating a sense of calm and life behind every window. The lobby of the residential building had little lighting, but enough for the soft light to spread evenly throughout the space and emphasize its calm, almost empty atmosphere. The players led the Reaper with his hands bound, keeping him firmly under control and giving him no chance to break free or change direction. They were glad he had come, greeting him with warmth and attention, as if his arrival were a pleasant surprise that had transformed the atmosphere around them. He, however, wanted to see the leader of chaos with his own eyes, to assess him personally and understand what exactly lay behind his reputation and influence. However, no one wanted to remove the ropes from his hands because he possessed many skills that would be difficult for even experienced players to handle, so they continued to keep him under careful control. In the end, Genya was deceived with the promise that once he arrived at the base, he would be free. But in reality, this promise turned out to be nothing more than a ploy to lure him out and take him under their control. A deep male voice ordered the restraints to be removed, and a tense silence fell over the room for a moment as the players hesitated before carrying out the order. The guild president appeared on the stairs, descending slowly and drawing the attention of everyone present with his confident posture and commanding presence. Speaking, he made it clear that the Reaper could not drink tea with his hands tied, and therefore ordered either to remove the restraints or to set aside any polite formalities until the situation was resolved. Those present were dissatisfied with this decision, exchanging quiet remarks and tense glances, as it contradicted their expectations and sparked distrust regarding further actions. The player himself had no desire to drink anything, remaining on guard and focused on the situation, more concerned with his own safety than with any formalities. He understood that standing before him was the very leader of the chaos of the Emperor class, and this conscious presence weighed so heavily on him that he involuntarily tensed up, assessing every movement and word of his opponent. His wish to meet him had come true, but instead of the expected calm or answer, he felt only the realization that this meeting was changing everything he had prepared for. It became known that the man also wanted to see Hong Ki-hyo, and this mutual interest only underscored the significance of their meeting and the tension hanging over the situation. The hot drink was already on the table, filling the room with a pleasant aroma of freshness and warmth, creating a cozy atmosphere as it slowly cooled. The man wondered if his guest really didn't want to drink the tea, and watched his reaction closely, waiting for an answer and, moreover, eagerly awaiting an explanation. Its aroma diminished each time the lid was lifted, so he didn't drink it very often, since the drink lost some of its fragrance each time and became less appealing. The player didn't want to hear anything about those leaves, persistently avoided any conversation about them, and turned away every time someone tried to bring up the subject. He was only interested in the reason why he was standing there, and he constantly tried to find a logical explanation for the situation without getting distracted by minor details. The man said he simply wanted to talk to his ally and explain the situation to him in order to better understand the next steps and strengthen their cooperation. An irritated Kicho didn't believe a word of it and threatened to destroy their base if they continued to hide the truth and try to manipulate the situation to their advantage. Perhaps it would be better to break their agreement and kill the leader to finally put an end to a partnership that had long since lost trust and begun to threaten both sides. In fact, the man had been told that the user could lash out at anyone, so everyone around him was constantly on edge and tried to keep their distance. He liked such assistants who created a narrative in a rather gray world, adding depth and meaning to events, even when uncertainty and chaos reigned all around. Even at that moment, Kicho was in a bad mood, silently observing the events around him and avoiding any conversation, remaining detached from the general atmosphere. And the senior seemed to be mocking him, continuing the conversation and emphasizing every phrase with a touch of irony, as if deliberately provoking a reaction from him. His smile showed all 32 teeth, looking overly confident and even a bit defiant, as if he were completely satisfied with the situation and in control of it. Kicho was a second-year student at Osen High School, in the third class of assassins, where he was taught daily about survival, tactics, and making cold, calculated decisions in the most dangerous situations. Unexpectedly for the young man, who knew so much, he lunged at him, acting impulsively and driven by a sudden burst of aggression and distrust. His desire was to destroy the man, and he focused entirely on that goal, ignoring all other thoughts and trying to find the quickest way to do it. The leader, on the other hand, felt quite confident, calmly assessing the situation and showing no signs of fear, as if he were in complete control of the unfolding events. Holding out his hand, which radiated light, he stopped his opponent at a distance and created a bright barrier that caused everyone around to freeze in astonishment. Instantly, a completely different aura and power shone around them, completely changing the atmosphere of the space and causing everyone present to feel a sharp shift in energy and tension. This meant that the leader had employed his technique, demonstrating the hidden power he had long kept secret and turning the tide of events in his favor. A force gripped the young man's body, preventing him from moving, completely immobilizing him and making him feel powerless against the invisible pressure that was growing by the second. Kia was seeing such a skill for the first time, and it made him freeze for a moment, carefully analyzing every move of his opponent and trying to understand the principle behind this force. A truly skilled thief had to have a well-thought-out plan that stood out from the rest, took into account the smallest details of the situation, and allowed him to always stay one step ahead of his opponents. It also had to be one that could instantly destroy all of his rivals' plans, shattering their strategies before they even had a chance to carry out their schemes and change the course of events. No matter how skilled a hitman was or how he used his abilities, each was part of a system that controlled their actions, set the rules of the game, and prevented them from stepping outside the established boundaries. The man called him a thief waiting for his turn, and it even sounded funny, causing a brief pause in the conversation and a slight tense smile among those who heard it. As for their mission, the leader had a request regarding their next steps, one that demanded careful execution without any deviation from the established plan. If he accepted his offer, the elder was prepared to reward him by teaching him how to unlock certain doors that granted access to hidden knowledge and secrets inaccessible to ordinary people. This would allow him to break free from the chains of the system that held back his development and forced him to act according to imposed rules, opening the way to greater freedom and control over his own destiny. Upon hearing this, Kicho was lost in thought, weighing every word and trying to grasp the hidden meaning of what he'd heard without revealing his true emotions. He could also refuse the offer, but only after fully understanding the situation, carefully analyzing all the consequences of his decisions and the possible future outcomes. On the other side of the city, footsteps could be heard in the building's stairwell, echoing through the empty hallways and creating a sense of tension and anticipation of an unknown event. Her friends were already entering the young lady's home, carefully stepping over the threshold and looking around, as if trying to immediately gauge the atmosphere and her mood. While she went to change, the protagonist looked around, carefully examining every detail of the interior and trying to memorize the arrangement of objects in the room. His attention was drawn to the soaring ceilings, which created a sense of space and grandeur, compelling him to look up involuntarily and take in the scale of the room. It was as if he had stepped into a TV series, where every detail seemed carefully crafted and the events unfolded too perfectly to be coincidental. A family photo hung on the wall, immediately catching his attention and making him stop to study the people's faces closely, trying to figure out their relationships. Back then, Shivel was still in high school with short hair, looking completely different from how she did now, her face still bearing a youthful, carefree expression. As it turned out, the girl was the only child in the family, which explained her parents' special attention to her and her habit of independence from an early age. Snapping out of his thoughts, Orim heard that he was already being called, and he quickly came to his senses, focusing his attention on the voice and the situation unfolding around him. The hostess asked how many packs of ramen he wanted, and he replied that 4 would be enough for 2, considering their appetites and the length of the evening. If he sat down and thought about it, the team always talked only about the game, discussing tactics, strategies, and match results, hardly ever straying into other topics. The young man asked nothing about his girlfriend's life, limiting himself to short answers and keeping his distance, as if avoiding excessive personal involvement in the conversation. It was intriguing why a girl who lived in such a beautiful house would risk her life playing a game, as if seeking in it what she lacked in her safe and secure reality. Perhaps she wanted something unusual, as she had said before, striving to experience new emotions and step outside the boundaries of her familiar life, which had long seemed too predictable to her. Looking at her, the young man said nothing, merely watching silently, as if weighing every word and in no hurry to break the silence between them. He was curious about Shivel's thoughts and tried to understand what she was feeling, closely observing her behavior and searching for hidden emotions in her words and gestures. After a while, the food was already on the kitchen table, filling the room with a pleasant aroma and creating a cozy atmosphere of anticipation for their shared dinner. The friends enjoyed a delicious dinner and were satisfied, exchanging brief remarks and smiles, feeling a pleasant sense of fullness and calm after their meal together. The girl admitted that she always felt better when she ate ramen at the end of a hard day because it helped her relax and feel calm after stressful events. The young man looked at her in surprise, as such kindness seemed strange to him. It was as if he couldn't immediately accept the sincerity of her words and was trying to understand their true meaning. Getting up from the table, he wanted to help with the dishes to show his gratitude for the dinner and share the household chores, not leaving all the work to the hostess. However, the young lady decided to do everything herself, insisting that she could manage without help and would quickly clear the table, not allowing others to interfere. Orim asked when her parents were due back, looking at her intently and trying to figure out how much more time they would spend alone in the house. It turned out that they always came home very late, returning only when the city had already quieted down and a quiet nighttime atmosphere remained in the house. There were days when this happened earlier, but that was a great rarity, and usually their schedule remained unchanged, underscoring the constant busyness and unpredictability of their lives. In the young man's opinion, she must have had a housekeeper who helped with cooking and lived with her, but he saw no signs of such a presence in the house. These words angered the girl because her friend thought the family lived like in the movies, and she took it as a misunderstanding of her real life and circumstances. There were people who helped with the housework, but they didn't come every day, so most of the chores were still done on her own at other times. The guy explained that he was surprised because he had assumed that every evening the family would gather together, share news, and spend time chatting at the table. He could never have imagined that his girlfriend would wash the dishes herself, since it seemed to him that in a household like that, someone else usually did it, or the task was divided among the family members. She quietly asked him not to say such things anymore, to avoid misunderstandings and not create unnecessary tension in a conversation that was already becoming increasingly emotional. In reality, the girl was not at all what others imagined her to be, and behind her outward calm, she hid a complex inner world with her own feelings and thoughts. Although she had lived more comfortably than others from birth, she would never have looked down on others, remaining polite, reserved, and attentive to the feelings and boundaries of those around her. Money didn't solve everything in her life, because even with her wealth, she faced her own struggles, choices, and inner difficulties that couldn't be bought or avoided. Shivel never thought of the boy as a cheerful little creature, perceiving him rather as a serious and complex personality with his own thoughts and hidden emotions. The mood in the room changed abruptly, and instead of light conversation, a tense silence fell, forcing everyone present to pay closer attention to every word and movement. The hero realized that his friend had been disappointed by Baek In-hen's words, and she had withdrawn into herself, trying to hide her true emotions and not show her hurt. They were spoken just as the confrontation took place, and those words only intensified the tension among those present, altering the course of events at that critical moment. The former friend seemed to have said them on purpose, emphasizing every word to provoke those present and escalate the already tense situation. Standing in the kitchen, the young man didn't know what to say and just stared silently ahead, trying to gather his thoughts and find the right words. Then he admitted that he had never thought Shivel could do such a thing to him, and this confession came out quietly, but with palpable hurt and confusion. In his view, she was completely different from what he had imagined before, and this forced him to rethink all his previous impressions and conclusions. She had always helped him and agreed to his plans during the quest, and someone who considered herself better than others would never have acted that way. So this made him doubt his own perceptions. Even if everyone around him thought of her as a rich kid, Orim wasn't one of them, because he saw her as an ordinary person with her own feelings and choices. The reason was that he had first met her as a maze master, and it was this image that shaped his first impression, which influenced his subsequent perception of her behavior. Blushing at his words, the young lady felt embarrassed and looked away, trying to hide her confusion and find a way to quickly change the subject. She was worried that her companion had thought about their wealth and their housekeeper, and she feared that he might have misunderstood their way of life and drawn the wrong conclusions. However, that wasn't what he had intended to say, nor was that the tone he meant to strike, for his words were merely a clumsy attempt to explain his own surprise and were in no way meant to offend her or her family. To be honest, the hero had never imagined her in an apron in the kitchen, and this unexpected thought made him rethink his perception of her daily life and her usual roles. However, when he saw her like that, he realized that it suited her perfectly, and this simple image only emphasized her naturalness, making her seem even more alive and genuine in his eyes. Such a compliment made Shivel even more embarrassed, and she began to get angry at him, trying to hide her confusion behind sharp words and looking away. Toward evening, everyone returned to their homes, tired after the day, dispersing along the city's various streets, where lights were gradually coming on and the daytime noise was dying down. In-henna was no exception, and he too was returning home with everyone else, maintaining a calm demeanor and reflecting on the events of the past day. His gaze sharpened on the person ahead, and he froze for a moment, carefully examining every detail, as if trying to recognize or assess that person's intentions. The stern man stood waiting for the elevator, glancing impatiently at the floor panel and maintaining a cold, focused expression. The young man's father was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice him, completely immersed in his inner reflections and oblivious to his surroundings. He explained that he had arrived on time, handed him the bag from his grandmother containing a handmade gift, holding it carefully as if he were passing on something very precious and important. In-hyun was puzzled because usually the housekeeper handled such tasks, and this unexpected change made him wonder about the reasons for such a deviation from the usual routine. His father was passing by the house, so he decided to stop in, and he was curious to see how his son managed his daily life on his own, observing his independence and habits in everyday life. After a while, he noticed a wound on the child's face, which immediately caught his attention and caused him concern, prompting him to take a closer look at the situation. But Peck didn't say anything, claiming there was nothing to worry about, trying to downplay the incident and avoid unnecessary questions and concern. Of course, his father didn't believe his words, and a look of suspicion appeared in his eyes, for he sensed that his son was hiding something and not telling the whole truth. Later, he said quietly and with hatred that the boy was just like his mother, and these words sounded cold and sharp, leaving a tense silence in the conversation. The words pierced In-hyun's body like swords, forcing him to freeze in place and feel a sharp inner pain from what he had heard, which was difficult to hide. The head of the family had never expected anything good from him, and this attitude was felt in every glance and word, as if predetermining his future. He sternly asked his son not to force him to apologize to anyone on his behalf, emphasizing his irritation and weariness from such situations, which were not happening for the first time. Bowing his head, the student showed that he understood the man's words, accepting them without objection and silently agreeing with the remark. He was even offered the chance to transfer to a better school, where the learning conditions would be more favorable and broader opportunities for development, and the future would open up. Alternatively, the son of such a man could go to study abroad, where he would gain access to a prestigious education and a completely different level of opportunities and connections. The head of the family always demanded that the young man behave like the son of the elite, adhering to strict rules of conduct, restraint, and a demeanor befitting the family's high status. Gritting his teeth, In-hyun agreed with his father, hiding his inner resistance and accepting his decision without further objection. The young man, who regularly filmed videos for his YouTube channel, addressed his fans with a sincere message about important changes in his work. While in a mysterious location where a powerful explosion had recently occurred, he drew attention and gathered viewers who watched the events around him with interest. Some of his viewers even seriously considered unsubscribing from the channel due to the overly monotonous content, which no longer held their interest. This is exactly how various mysteries were investigated, gradually, step by step, revealing hidden details and getting closer to the truth that had long remained unknown. The young man would have spoken his thoughts and intentions aloud, but he too had grown tired of the monotony of daily events and repetitive actions that had lost all meaning for him. There was nothing left to look for or see at the scene, since all the important clues had long since vanished, and the remnants merely created an illusion of significance without any real value. So that day, he carefully prepared something truly special for his viewers, trying to surprise them with a new approach and rekindle their lost interest in the channel. The entire dish was generously covered in cheese, which people enjoyed every day, savoring its delicate flavor, aroma, and familiar texture. He began to think carefully about it, first as an ordinary object and later as a full-fledged product, analyzing its properties, origin, and possible uses. During the live stream, the number of viewers gradually increased as more and more people joined the broadcast, interested in what was happening in real time. They decided to wait for the explanation of the theory, which actually turned out to be not as interesting or appealing as its flashy and enticing name had promised, creating false expectations. In other words, the universe was like a block of sliced cheese, where everyone lived as if on a thin slice of reality, which was also influenced by another universe, intertwining events with one another. People were curious how all this differed from the idea of parallel worlds and where such a story was leading, forcing them to rethink their usual notions of reality. According to the young man, another world, one they hadn't even suspected existed, was constantly influencing them, subtly altering their thoughts, events, and daily reality. The student sat in his room listening to the live broadcast, paying close attention to every word and trying to grasp the hidden meaning of the host's story. But his mind was completely absorbed in the game he was playing, so he barely reacted to what was happening on the live broadcast. In that universe, everything was completely different, with different laws, events, and logic of existence that sharply differed from the reality he was accustomed to. Inan himself personally eliminated the monsters that threatened the safety of the surrounding world, acting decisively and without hesitation at the critical moment. With a weapon in his hands, he was completely confident in his strength at that very moment, feeling in control of the situation and ready to face any threat. Issues and problems with his father faded into the background, giving way to more urgent events and new challenges that demanded his immediate attention. Behind him, another user had appeared, quietly approaching and watching his actions, revealing no intentions and remaining in the shadows. He shouted, begging the other not to shoot him, desperately trying to stop the attack and save his own life in the tense situation. The young man abruptly pulled his weapon to the side, stopping his aim and looking away for a moment, assessing the situation and the possible consequences of his actions. The frightened stranger's expression changed instantly. His face became tense and bewildered, as if he were trying to figure out what to do next in this situation. He saw that Inhen had managed to kill the ogre on his own, a task that usually required 5 players, which filled him with genuine surprise and disbelief. Completing this quest offered a fairly good reward, which attracted many players and motivated them to take on the difficult task. However, the young man didn't want to hear any of it and asked to be left alone, as he couldn't care less about the conversations and offers, which only annoyed him. He also had no desire to talk to anyone, so he remained silent and aloof, avoiding any contact or unnecessary explanations. In the stranger's opinion, the player was having a bad day and was in a bad mood, which is why he was acting rudely, aloof, and reluctant to engage in any conversation. As a result, he apologized, acknowledging his rude behavior and trying to rectify the situation to avoid further misunderstandings between them. It was as if Inhen had been expecting exactly this response, calmly accepting the apology and showing no unnecessary emotion in response to the situation. In reality, the user wanted to rob him, using his skill that allowed him to take everything belonging to anyone after their death. Peck, however, didn't even let him get close, instantly sensing the threat and keeping his distance, preventing his opponent from carrying out his plan. Blocking the attacks caused him immediate pain, as if every blow was transmitted through his defense and left an unpleasant sensation throughout his body. The stun effect hit the opponent instantly, completely disorienting him and causing him to lose control of the situation for a brief moment. As a result, he fell to the ground with a cry, losing his balance after the stun and trying to recover from the sudden blow. Such movements and the force of his actions truly frightened him, causing him to doubt his own abilities for a moment and retreat under the pressure of his superiority. His eyes widened in surprise, for something incredible was unfolding before him, something that went beyond the bounds of ordinary experience and logic. Standing calmly, a mighty monster appeared behind Peck, whose presence immediately changed the atmosphere around them and created a tension in the air. Such an ability was granted only to the Executioner class, making it unique and extremely rare among other game classes. The bandit began begging for help and mercy, desperately pleading with him in the hope of avoiding punishment for his actions and saving his own life. If he killed him, he would become a killer and receive a penalty that would negatively impact his future progress, reputation, and overall opportunities in the game. Inhanna wasn't interested in such game rules at all. He ignored restrictions and penalties, focusing only on his own goals and what he believed to be right. The desire for revenge and for everyone to know and leave him alone was far stronger than any doubts, completely dictating his subsequent decisions. The executioner quickly closed in on his opponent, rapidly closing the distance and eliminating him with a precise and merciless strike. Where the player had stood moments before, only a pile of rubble remained, testifying to his disappearance in the end of the brief but intense skirmish. The system notified him that Peck had attacked another user and blocked his access to the city's shops for 56 hours as punishment for violating the rules. If he continued to strike players and accumulate penalty points, he would eventually be transferred to Chaos Island as punishment. He needed to heed the warning and follow the game's rules to avoid further sanctions and retain access to all its features. It annoyed him that stupid people were constantly meddling in his affairs and wouldn't let him live in peace, invading his personal space and disrupting his plans. He heard a voice behind him that suddenly broke the silence and made him alert, instantly changing the atmosphere around him. Another user was slowly approaching him, closely watching his every move and assessing the situation, as if preparing for a possible conflict or conversation. He was surprised that Peck was eliminating the enemy without regard for the consequences, acting cold-bloodedly and without hesitation in any situation. If he had some free time, the stranger had a proposal for him that he wanted to discuss calmly and without undue pressure. Cat didn't even want to talk to them and made threats, keeping everyone at a distance and demonstrating complete readiness for decisive action in case of danger. The stranger, in turn, assured him that he had no intention of fighting anyone, trying to ease the tension and avoid further conflict. On the contrary, he wanted to get to know the young man better, to understand his motives and true intentions, rather than engage in conflict or argument with him. Unable to restrain himself after those words, the young man launched a sudden attack, acting impulsively and succumbing to the emotions that had completely overwhelmed him at that moment. He was almost sickened by such a monster. The feeling of disgust and revulsion was so strong that he could barely contain his emotions. Without him even expecting it, the man appeared behind him, captivated by his antics, as if observing everything with curiosity and hidden surprise. On guard, he didn't even move, listening intently to the surrounding space and trying to anticipate the potential opponent's next moves. The stranger, enveloped in an unfamiliar aura, slowly rose upward, feeling the force around him alter gravity and lift him off the ground. As it turned out, he was a recruiter for a guild who was looking for strong players to join and was assessing their skills during chance encounters. They had been watching him for a long time and considered his abilities quite good, so they wanted him to come in for an interview and join their guild. In response, the guy shouted that he wasn't interested in such a partnership, sharply rejecting any offers and demonstrating a complete refusal to negotiate. Instead, if he agreed to the offer, they promised to tell him something very interesting that could change his perception of the game and open up new opportunities. For example, one topic concerned an event with a 20 billion won reward, which immediately caught his attention due to the scale and extraordinary value of the prize. Or a very rare opportunity to bring his game character into reality, which sounded almost unbelievable and sparked even more interest. In-hun didn't believe such nonsense at all, viewing such promises as fabrications or an attempt to deceive him without any real basis. He had to pay for additional information, and this immediately made him suspect that the real details were being deliberately concealed. Finally, the recruiter told him that he needed to go to Chaos Island if even a single thing he'd heard piqued his interest, leaving him with a choice and room to think it over. The task was to kill all the assassins, reach the top of the tower, and obtain the next part of the story, which revealed hidden information about the event. Of course, he had to make an effort to obtain valuable materials that could significantly influence his future decisions and progress in the game. Using teleportation, the stranger vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint flash of energy and a sense of sudden emptiness in the space. In-hun just stood there. His state was unclear. On one hand, he was intrigued, and on the other, he was bewildered, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. Thoughts about the sudden change in appearance and a ream swirled in his head, giving him no peace and forcing him to return to what he had seen again and again. The next day, students were getting ready for school, packing their textbooks and backpacks, and gradually filling the hallways with the usual morning bustle. The young man and his girlfriend were also heading there, discussing their plans for the day along the way, and occasionally shifting their attention to the commotion around them. The young lady asked her cousin, and she replied that if the hero could prove the bullying had taken place, there would be no arrest. In other words, everything could be resolved thanks to Shivel's testimony, which could confirm the truth and turn the tide of events in his favor. There was no need to worry, and the hero exhaled with relief, feeling the tension gradually leave him after receiving the information. He hadn't slept all night, thinking about how he could have ended up in prison, constantly replaying the possible consequences and scenarios in his head. Up ahead, the girl noticed something quite unusual that immediately caught her attention and made her stop warily, scrutinizing the details. Parked in front of the school was a rather expensive sports car, which immediately drew the students' attention with its design, shine, and presence. Unusual for a school. Joking, Shivel remarked that it was as if it were a gift from a rim for her, smiling and trying to lighten the mood with her light-hearted tone. Raising her hand, the stranger beckoned them over, gesturing for them to approach and drawing their attention with a certain confidence. She stood with her assistant and greeted them, exchanging a few brief words and confirming her readiness for further conversation. In the woman's opinion, the students had arrived early, as she had expected to see them only during the second class, when the scheduled meeting time was to begin. The team had no idea who was standing before them, not even suspecting this person's true identity or their significance to the events. Only Orem quietly analyzed who the woman might be, closely observing her behavior and trying to piece together a logical picture of her true role. After his words, it gradually began to dawn on Shivel what was happening, and she started to assess the situation around her more carefully. The people were representatives of the Resin Guild, which immediately explained their organization, confidence, and the hidden purpose of their appearance at this meeting. They also wanted to take a walk and calmly discuss everything that interested them, without rushing or unnecessary tension. In response, the young man smiled easily, while Shivel was completely dissatisfied, clearly not sharing his carefree attitude toward the situation. The woman expected the students to agree to go to their base, counting on their interest and willingness to learn more about the proposal. The sports car moved swiftly down the road, covering long stretches of the highway at high speed with confident, dynamic handling. Inside were the students and guild representatives, who were traveling together in the spacious vehicle during a field trip and were currently carrying out a joint task. Shivel was naturally anxious since they were with strangers. After all, the situation demanded caution and constant vigilance regarding everything happening around them. In the young man's opinion, they could have attacked them at any moment since they knew a lot of personal information, which caused him constant tension and distrust toward his companions. But they didn't do that, which meant the goal was simply a conversation, without hidden intentions and without any threat to those involved at that moment. In any case, the players wanted to listen to them to understand their true intentions and the circumstances of the events that could influence the situation's future development. And if they were lucky, to obtain more detailed information about Horizon, which could explain their actions, connections, and hidden motives in this matter. Soon the car pulled into the parking lot, slowly slowing down and looking for an open spot among the other vehicles in the spacious urban area. They were invited as guests into the reception area inside the office, where silence reigned, and there were many security guards and surveillance equipment around to monitor the situation. The woman wanted to introduce the players to other guild members and asked where they would like to talk in order to create a comfortable setting for further conversation. Shivel chose a private setting because the cafe was too loud and uncomfortable, so she preferred a quiet place to talk without unnecessary noise. The daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company could boast of life experience gained in various situations that had shaped her character and understanding of complex processes. Therefore, the head was ready to gather everyone in a private room to discuss important issues in a calm atmosphere and avoid outside interference. Orem asked if his friend had been in that unfamiliar place, trying to understand the circumstances of her stay and the possible risks during that situation. In response, she said that she and her parents had visited that area every summer when she was little, because her father liked to relax there, and those memories still felt warm and familiar to her. With warmth in her heart, the girl recalled those carefree summer days spent with her parents in a familiar place, filled with joy and peace. The hero was surprised that she seemed to imply that time had come to an end, and he listened intently, trying to grasp the hidden meaning of her words in this conversation. The elevator chimes signaled that those present could go up to the 8th floor, where the next part of the meeting and the continuation of the important conversation awaited them. The characters were about to enter the office, where a further conversation with guild representatives and a discussion of important matters awaited them. It turned out that everyone else was already waiting for them there, watching their entrance closely and preparing to begin the scheduled meeting with the full group. Upon seeing them, the young man was surprised, as he hadn't expected to encounter so many familiar faces in this place and under such unusual circumstances. All the people before them were members of the Resin Guild, who were watching the new arrivals closely and preparing for an important conversation. There were fewer of them than expected. They had anticipated meeting 30 or 40 people, but only a portion of the guild members had gathered before them in the room's calm atmosphere. The woman explained that the guild was indeed large, but not everyone had been transported, so only those who had managed to arrive on time for the meeting were present. When a person in real life became their in-game character, it was called transportation, and this process altered their perception and connection to the reality around them. Shivel was curious about why this was happening, as she was trying to understand the mechanism of transfer and its impact on people in this situation. However, none of them understood these events, They wanted to make sense of them and shared information, discussing possible explanations and trying to piece together the full picture of what had happened. As far as the leader understood, having an account among the top 100 players was a condition for the transfer, and this rule determined exactly who the system could move into the new reality. Although not everyone had been transferred, they considered this to be the main reason, and it was the only thing that united their various versions of events and explanations of the situation. The students saw that everyone in the room was on the list of the top 100 players, which immediately explained their high level and importance in this system. There was no reason to be surprised since they themselves were there, so they took the situation in stride, understanding their place among the best players. Orim was in 89th place, and Chevol was in 47th. In the ergosphere, such a list existed to flatter others' egos while simultaneously fostering competition among players. The hero did not participate in the dungeon team quest, which helped players quickly rise in rank, and was unique in that he had climbed the ranks solely through individual trials that required self-reliance. On top of that, he didn't even participate in ranked battles because he didn't like fighting people. Even in games, he avoided conflict and chose other ways to develop his skills and achieve his goals. Some in the guild didn't understand what he was capable of in a real fight and believed he wouldn't even stand a chance of winning, since they were skilled players and judged his abilities solely based on combat experience. Monsters weren't the only ones he had to fight, because sometimes the real trials arose among people and circumstances that demanded no less determination and strength. However, Orim managed to take down a Chaos Spearman who was heavily equipped, using his tactics and attentiveness at the decisive moment of the battle. This outcome and the information surprised everyone, as no one had expected such effective action in such a complex situation. Judging by what they saw, intuition and situational awareness alone were enough for the hero to rise in the rankings, as his decisions were precise and timely, even without excessive force. If the guild hadn't taken him in, they would have lost out big time, since his skills and unconventional approach could significantly enhance their capabilities in difficult tasks. Chevol shouted for everyone to stop talking, and the room immediately fell silent, forcing everyone to focus on what was to follow. The topic they had raised had long since veered off in a strange direction, and the participants in the conversation had begun to lose the clarity of the discussion and return to the original point. She was surprised that they had been summoned to the office to be invited into the guild, as she hadn't expected such a formal and serious approach to this proposal. Smiling, the woman thought it was obvious, but she was wrong, as the reaction of those present showed that the situation was not at all clear to them. Judging by what the leader saw, the companions' classes and skills would be a good addition to the guild, so they decided to invite them to strengthen the team and expand the guild's capabilities. Given that no one knew what to expect during the event, they needed to expand their ranks to have a better chance of handling any unpredictable challenges. Orim asked if the woman was referring to the Horizon event, trying to clarify the true reason for the gathering and the scale of the upcoming events. The answer was affirmative, which confirmed his assumption and immediately made the situation much more serious for everyone present. It was also beneficial for the apprentices to join them, since everyone shared not only information about quest rewards but also discussed the transfer and the game itself. Chevol immediately realized that they hadn't been told everything, and this made her even more suspicious of the guild's true intentions. The woman stated confidently that the only way to find out more was to join the guild, since that was the only way they could gain access to classified information and the organization's true goals. They would also have the privileges of adults that the students could only dream of, including access to restricted tasks, resources, and information unavailable to ordinary players. The organization was ready to pay for completing quests on a monthly basis and provide medical care. VIP access to a hotel would serve as their base, allowing them to operate much more effectively and safely. The top priority was protection against chaos, so all resources and efforts were directed towards strengthening defenses and preparing for possible attacks. The young man didn't understand what this was or who they were, and tried to piece together all the facts he'd heard to clarify the situation even a little. His information field contained only materials about the island where players were forcibly sent for murder, and because of this, his understanding of the system remained very limited. The woman explained that it was also a nickname for the killers who murdered players and had devised a horrific plan, and that was precisely why the word evoked fear and tension among the participants. In reality, it was their guild, which officially operated under that name and carried out covert missions within the system. Orem realized that they operated together as a true organization, coordinating their actions in unison and adhering to a common strategy. The leader calmly awaited their response, maintaining a confident expression and showing no sign of haste or tension. They had two options. The first was to join, and the second was to leave and pretend the conversation never happened, each with its own consequences and risks. The hero understood that there was nothing wrong with the guild, and the game would even become easier compared to when they were playing as a duo, since team support and resources could significantly simplify the gameplay. Interrupting his thoughts, his friend asked about the rewards in Horizon, trying to understand exactly what bonuses and benefits could be obtained in this event. She was concerned that only one guild member could end up in first place and make a wish, which made the competition even more intense and strategically important for all participants. In response, she was told that the money would be split among everyone, and the wish would be a shared one for all, so one person's victory would automatically become an advantage for the entire guild. She was also worried about what would happen to them if they rejected the offer, as the uncertainty of the consequences made her approach the decision with particular caution. The leader assured her that nothing would happen, but during the event, if they encountered each other, it would be best not to interfere so as not to upset the balance of power and provoke unwanted consequences. Still, they planned to win under any circumstances and against any opponent, focusing entirely on victory and achieving their goal. The young lady didn't know what to do. On the one hand, their chances of winning the trial were increasing, but she would have to give up her own desires, which forced her to weigh the risks and potential losses. On the other hand, if they didn't join, they could forget about winning, because without the guild's support, their chances of victory were practically zero. Moreover, the Rezon Guild was one of the top three, so to speak, veterans of the game, who had extensive experience and influence in most key events. It was unlikely their group could win, and their lives would be on the line. For without the support of a strong guild, they would have to face a much higher level of danger. Shivel had already mentally accepted a positive response to such a proposal, though she hadn't voiced it aloud yet and continued to weigh all the consequences. Suddenly, Orem announced that the two of them were giving up everything, which immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room. The woman was upset by this outcome, as she had clearly been counting on a different decision and was losing important potential allies. The hero explained that they had a desire they wanted to fulfill and therefore could not pass up the opportunity to use it to achieve their own goal. There was no point in playing if they would have to give up the grand prize, since in that case, victory would lose any practical value for them. The guild members were quite surprised by the player's ambitions, as his decision contradicted their expectations and forced them to rethink his motivation. The leader asked about his intentions, as they might align with theirs, and they could reach an agreement by reconciling both parties' interests for a mutually beneficial outcome. At first, the young man hesitated over whether to speak up, weighing his trust in those present against the potential consequences of revealing this information. His girlfriend also had no idea what he was going to say, so she watched his reaction closely, trying to anticipate his next words. Instead, the young man quickly said that they wanted to create a kingdom where each of them would have their own harem of favorite idols, recalling his girlfriend's speech. The words rang out like thunder in the room and put everyone in an awkward position, causing those present to exchange glances and momentarily lose confidence in the conversation that followed. Shivel was the most embarrassed. She could barely contain her excessive excitement, feeling the tension in the room rise rapidly after hearing those words. Her only desire at that moment was to stop her friend so he wouldn't say anything else and make the already awkward situation in the room even worse. Having barely calmed down, her body was still trembling, and Shivel tried to steady her breathing to regain control of her emotions in this tense situation. Still, unable to hold back, she lashed out at him, saying it was a joke and that he shouldn't have said such a thing, sharply expressing her outrage and trying to quickly ease the tension in the room. Orem understood that even if she didn't want to, she still had her own desires, which remained important to her decisions and influenced her subsequent actions. And that was indeed the case, confirming that each of them was guided by their own goals and inner motivations in making decisions. Rising from his seat, one of the organization's members concluded that the players were still children who did not yet fully grasp the seriousness of the situation and the consequences of their decisions. He had previously warned the guildmaster that such individuals needed to be taught a lesson so they wouldn't meddle in the game, believing that only harsher measures could change their behavior. Indeed, at that time, she agreed with her assistant, acknowledging his arguments as valid and deciding to take them into account in her future actions. Therefore, rather than wait for Horizon, Ikju was ready to deal with them right then and there, demonstrating her determination and desire to quickly take control of the situation. If they were acting on such a trivial reason, then the guilds were unnecessary, as such motivation seemed insufficiently serious to warrant their involvement in their plans. Kang Ikju held the rank of a 13th rank spiritual warrior, which identified him as an experienced fighter with advanced combat and spiritual abilities within the system. Leorim himself was an Avenger, and his rank, 89th, kept his opponents on edge, as his unpredictability made him dangerous even to stronger foes. The Elder's gaze was penetrating and serious. He watched every detail around him intently, as if trying to understand more than met the eye. The Bear's Paw technique, which shattered the moon, was activated the moment he focused all his strength, and a powerful destructive energy began to rage around him. Chevol had no idea why he had suddenly lunged at his companion, since just a moment ago there had been no signs of conflict or underlying tension between them. The master mentioned that they were also involved in other matters besides just hiring employees, hinting at a broader range of activities that almost no one had previously suspected. One of their priorities was hunting down players who could hinder their guild and help others leave the game, which posed a serious threat to their plans and goals. Orim concluded that they were just like Chaos, who attacked everyone indiscriminately, leaving no chance of survival and sowing only destruction and fear. One member explained that the difference was that they didn't kill people, trying to act more cautiously and avoid extreme measures even in the most difficult situations. They simply broke them down mentally to the point where they had no motivation left to keep fighting or moving forward, gradually losing faith in their own abilities. This operation could be considered similar to the system within the game itself, where the rules were strict and every action had serious consequences for those trying to survive. The organization also fought in one-on-one matches, and the losers were punished, that is, sent into retirement, where they could no longer participate in battles and lost their influence. The hero wondered what would happen if he refused to accept the punishment, as this could change the rules of the game and call into question the very system of their decisions. However, the organization already knew everything about the player, including his skills and habits, which made his actions predictable and left him almost no room for unexpected decisions. In reality, they couldn't force anyone to leave the game, as they had neither the time nor the resources to constantly monitor all players and control their every move. Therefore, such a battle simply forced them to surrender, and then the users could no longer resist them in the future, gradually losing the ability to offer any resistance. Their companions listened to their stories attentively and with skepticism, trying to figure out what was true and what was exaggerated, and not to miss a single important detail. The woman asked once more what their final answer was, insisting on clarity in the decision and leaving no room for any ambiguities or doubts. Orim himself was categorically opposed to such cooperation, considering it dangerous and likely to lead to unpredictable consequences for the entire group. He also issued an ultimatum. If he lost the battle, he would agree to become a member of the guild, accepting their terms and rules without further objection. In exchange, the organization had to promise something that would guarantee compliance with the agreements and ensure a balance between both parties to the deal. Confidently and loudly, the hero announced that in the event of their defeat, everyone had to join him and his girlfriend, accepting their terms without any objections. The master didn't understand why they had agreed to such foolish terms, considering them too risky and unreasonable for any sensible deal. Having heard it all, the young man knew that otherwise they wouldn't have been able to stop them, and this agreement was the only way to avoid total failure. Even if they lost, they wouldn't give up or lose their motivation. On the contrary, they would become the first in the new quest, overcoming everything that stood in their way. That was precisely why the only way to stop the young men was to force them to join them, to deprive them of the ability to act independently and resist in the future. Smiling at his resolve, the woman asked if Chevol also agreed with his words, closely watching her reaction. The girl understood she had no choice, and since things had turned out this way, she agreed to their terms, accepting the conditions despite her inner doubts. Besides, she wasn't weak enough to grovel before anyone, so she held herself confidently and refused to let her dignity be compromised, even in a difficult situation. To all the guild members, the young men seemed amusing and quite young, which is why they were perceived more as inexperienced newcomers than as a real threat. So she accepted their terms, agreeing to the proposed deal, though she remained cautious about the possible consequences. In a one-on-one battle, the losing side became subordinate to the victors, forced to fulfill their conditions and obey the established rules. Orem asked once more if they were satisfied with all the terms, closely watching their reactions and trying to understand their final decision. In unison, the companions agreed with her, confirming their joint decision and leaving no room for further arguments or doubts. Some players were unhappy with this turn of events and with the fact that the coach had agreed to the children's proposal, considering it a highly risky and ill-advised decision. The director assured them that there were more of them and that at any moment they could turn the situation around, controlling the course of events and holding the advantage. Later, everyone went to the Resin Guild's training base, where they were to continue their preparation and familiarize themselves with the new training conditions and the organization's rules. The players prepared for battle, carefully checking their equipment, practicing tactics, and getting mentally ready for the upcoming confrontation. It consisted of a single match with no time limit and no use of items, where only the participants' skills and strategy would be decisive. Shivel was worried that someone might actually die, as the situation was becoming increasingly serious and the battle's outcome seemed unpredictable. However, the woman produced a doll, assuring them that such an item would be used during the clash, and this was meant to change the rules of combat and reduce the risk of serious consequences. The Marianne doll restored health that had dropped to 1% by 15 points, giving the participants a chance to continue the fight even in a critical condition. It wasn't used often because you could only have one, and for that reason, it was saved for the most critical situations when there was no other way out. The battle was supposed to end when the doll disappeared, so everything was supposed to go according to plan, without unnecessary risks and with a clearly defined outcome. The guild also had a top-tier healer who could quickly heal the wounded and significantly increase the team's chances of survival in battle. Yen Chong had a 56th rank angel class, making him one of the guild's strongest support players. By that time, the opponents were supposed to be ready for the fight, fully focused and prepared for a swift and decisive confrontation without hesitation. No one was to signal the start. The players themselves decided when to act, guided solely by their own readiness and the situation on the battlefield. Ikju was a spiritual warrior and used his reputation to intimidate the young man, attempting to put psychological pressure on him ahead of a possible confrontation. He also shared this information to ensure fairness, since they already knew Orem's class and didn't want to gain an advantage through hidden information. The hero appreciated this, but he had learned his rank earlier, so he already had enough information not to reveal his hand while preparing for battle. At the hotel, he had watched Orem use his skills, closely observing his technique and assessing its power and potential. Charging at his opponent, Orem sought victory, pouring all his strength and determination into the very first strike to immediately turn the tide of the battle. Spiritual warriors had a short attack range but powerful combos that allowed them to deliver rapid and powerful flurries of strikes in close combat. He had to prevent him from closing the distance, so the hero attacked constantly, keeping his opponent under pressure and not letting him get close. Eventually, the first blow landed on the young man's face, causing him to lose his balance for a moment and feel the force of his opponent's attack. He couldn't figure out what had gone wrong, trying to quickly analyze the situation and understand the reason for his mistake in battle. The opponent had stepped into his attack to close the distance, using that moment to quickly close in and transition to close combat. Avengers were a close combat class and were always on the front lines with their combos, delivering a series of fast and powerful strikes in the thick of the battle. But this style was not unique to them. Spiritual warriors also employed it, combining close combat with their spiritual techniques for greater effectiveness. The werewolf's claws had transformed Ikju's limbs at that moment, giving them a beast-like form and drastically enhancing his offensive capabilities in close combat. With the hatred of a beast, he lunged at the student, who was not as experienced as he was, trying to quickly break through his defense and end the fight in his favor. The young man withstood the assaults and attacks directed at him, maintaining his defense with focus and gradually adapting to the rhythm of the fight. Even a warrior's heavy skills could be contained if one reacted in time and properly withstood the pressure of his attacks in battle. There were times when the hero sustained many injuries, falling to the floor after brutal blows and failing to brace himself during the fall. Each time things played out differently, but in the end, Orem suffered, bearing the brunt of every new clash and gradually wearing himself down in the fight. For Ikju, such a battle was quite easy, as he confidently controlled the pace of the fight and did not let his opponent dictate the terms. After a while, his eyes widened in surprise when he noticed an unexpected turn in the fight that caused him to lose his concentration for a moment. Suddenly, an unknown wound appeared on his body, forcing him to pause for a moment and assess the situation, not understanding where the blow had come from. Orem remarked that the warrior's style was based on using the skill, "The ancestors watch over me," to enhance his defense and stamina. As it turned out, the hero was also simply weathering the attacks, waiting for a chance to counter, patiently withstanding the pressure, and looking for the moment to deliver the decisive blow. In close combat, they matched each other, neither yielding in stamina nor in the exchange of blows, which kept the duel even and tense. For an 89th rank fighter, this was impressive, demonstrating high skill and confident mastery of combat techniques at his level. Looking back, the young man began to analyze everything that had happened, trying to quickly piece together the details of the fight and understand how events would unfold. His opponent had become faster and more agile, sharply increasing the pace of his movements and making his attacks harder to predict. As a result, the warrior was ready to attack the student from behind, that is, from his blind spot, trying to seize the moment and end the fight with a sudden strike. However, everything happened so quickly that the young man did not expect it and momentarily lost control of the situation, unable to react to the change in the pace of the fight. Stepping back, he stood and waited, closely watching his opponent and preparing to go on the offensive again at any moment. He struck later, but it had no effect, as his opponent had managed to prepare a defense and neutralize the attack. The opponent kept his distance and didn't attack from the blind spot, so perhaps the young man had misjudged his intentions. Instantly, a burly creature appeared behind him. Its heavy frame and sudden appearance seemed to compress the air around them, abruptly shifting the balance of the fight and forcing him to be instantly on guard. The Forest King's technique, which lasted for 80 seconds, allowed him to alternately boost either his attack power or his speed, enabling him to flexibly change his fighting style depending on the situation. With every passing second, a sense of unease built in the air, intensifying the tension between the opponents and making each subsequent move even more unpredictable. None of the onlookers watching the battle could guess who might emerge victorious, as the opponent's strengths seemed nearly equal and the outcome remained unpredictable. Orem decided not to worry since his range of attack was greater, so all he had to do was wait for the right moment to deliver the decisive blow. Nevertheless, even then he was unlucky, and a fist flew into his face, sharply breaking his concentration and forcing him to take a step back. His body was thrown backward. He lost his balance, and for a moment he lost control of his movements as he tried to quickly regain his footing after the blow. In Ikju's opinion, the young man took too long to prepare for his attack, causing him to lose the momentum of the fight and giving his opponent extra time to react. His own preparation took 0.02 of a second less, which allowed him to compensate for the difference in attack range, gaining crucial moments in close-range exchanges. The warrior was much stronger than the spearman the player was fighting, forcing the latter to constantly look for weak spots and prevent the opponent from unleashing his full power. His hybrid attacks with the help of the King of the Forest were powerful, combining various speed and strength boosts for unpredictable and powerful strikes in battle. He also used cunning to throw his opponent off balance during an attack, forcing them to make mistakes and miss the right moment to defend. Such a chaotic playstyle could only be seen when fighting a human, not a monster, since fighting monsters required more structured and precise tactics. The hero gripped his sword tighter and tighter, feeling the tension of the battle rise and knowing that every next move could be decisive. Seeing what he planned to do, the guildmaster was baffled, unsure whether it was a risky maneuver or a well-thought-out strategy. On the other hand, Shiva was even more worried about her comrade, closely watching his every move and anxiously awaiting the unfolding events. As for the opponent himself, he was pondering the next course of events, evaluating possible courses of action, and trying to anticipate his opponent's next move. Before he could make sense of anything, Ikju took the first blow to the face, which caused him to lose his concentration for a moment and step back. The force was so great that stars danced before his eyes, and for a moment his vision went dark, causing him to lose his bearings. The hero didn't stop and decided to fight with his fists, continuing to press his opponent in close combat without using weapons. A thought swirled in Shivel's head about what her foolish friend must have been thinking when he decided to attack so recklessly, without weighing all the risks. The young man decided to act differently and employ a new style in his battle against the man, adapting his tactics to his opponent's style and changing his approach to the fight. He displayed a combination of a swordsman's style and that of a martial arts master, blending precise sword strikes with close quarters, hand-to-hand combat techniques. As a result of the intense confrontation, the opponent sat helplessly on the cold floor right in front of him, trying to recover from the sudden and devastating blow. His face was crimson with the hateful situation, forcing him to suppress the anger and helplessness that were slowly boiling inside. Finding no outlet, Ikju had not expected such a turn of events from the young man, who had seemed weak and indecisive but suddenly displayed unexpected strength, determination, and stubbornness. But the young man had simply lost his balance because he hadn't expected such a sudden and swift attack, which threw him off guard and prevented him from reacting in time. When a class like the Avenger, who usually wielded a sword, suddenly struck with a fist, it looked unexpected and threw opponents off balance. In a battle against a spiritual warrior, all of this was almost equivalent to him going into battle completely naked and defenseless against the danger looming over him. The battle between them raged on without pause, the tension mounting with every passing moment, and neither side was willing to yield, maintaining control of the situation until the very end. Each stared the other straight in the eyes, never looking away, trying to read the opponent's intentions and hidden emotions in the tense silence between them. The tension in the air only grew with every passing second, making the atmosphere heavy and almost palpable, as if reality itself around them was contracting with anticipation. The skill of a powerful attack activated instantly, filling his body with sharp strength and energy, preparing the next strike with maximum destructive power. That was why the opponent received another blow, which caused him to lose his balance and feel his rival's advantage even more keenly in this unequal clash. His comrades realized he was gradually losing ground and watched with alarm as the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly difficult for him. The punches from the Avenger and the warrior's basic skill that he used could not have been enough to complicate the battle to such an extent, yet their unpredictability still changed the course of the fight. It didn't matter how much damage a simple punch dealt. What mattered was that Orem used not only his sword but also other methods of attack, changing the rhythm of the fight and forcing his opponent to constantly adapt. The enemy couldn't guess whether the hero was ready to counterattack with a sword or a fist, so he hesitated and paused for a moment before his attack, losing the initiative in the fight. The young man's tactics changed every second, forcing his opponent to constantly readjust his defense and leaving him unable to anticipate the next move in the fast-paced and intense battle. Ju himself looked nervous because he couldn't do anything, feeling the situation slipping out of control and every attempt he made to influence the fight proving futile. The ancestor's strike crashed into his body with incredible force, causing him to lose his balance and feel every muscle tense under the weight of this powerful attack. The young man's gaze was confident and serious, radiating a cold focus and determination that made it clear he was fully prepared for any turn of events in the fight. To win, one must feel exactly as he did, maintaining calm, confidence, and inner resolve even in the most difficult moments of the fight. Ikju was still unable to respond or strike back, feeling the pressure of the situation paralyze his movements and deprive him of the ability to counterattack. When his opponent lost his rhythm, Orem saw an opening and instantly seized this microscopic pause to seize the initiative in the fight. For the decisive attack, he employed the tactic of the Raging Flame's vengeance, which crashed down upon his opponent in a barrage of swift and devastating strikes, leaving him no room to defend himself. The sword transformed into a crimson flame, pulsing with energy and enveloping the blade in a glow that made every movement even more menacing and destructive. From the pain in his body, the opponent exhaled sharply and heavily, momentarily losing his concentration and feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him after the blow. That wasn't all the young man had planned, and he wanted to use his improved agility to react more quickly to his opponent's attacks and change the trajectory of his movements in battle. In an instant, it seemed as though there were many of him on the battlefield, appearing in different places and creating the illusion of numerous figures moving in sync, throwing the opponent off balance. The strategy was to keep the enemy at a distance with punches and counterattacks, while landing precise strikes when he lost his balance and left himself open to attack. He increased his agility using the points he received as a reward, likely because he had reflected on the nature of the gameplay and decided to change his fighting style. Ultimately, the faster a player was, the easier it was for them to cope with differences in attack range and ambushes, as high mobility allowed them to avoid danger and control the distance. The battle continued at this pace, with every second filled with tension, rapid maneuvers, and a constant shift in the advantage between the opponents. Ikju took blow after blow, which gradually wore him down and made him lose confidence in his ability to turn the tide of the fight in his favor. Falling to the ground, he bowed his head, trying to catch his breath and gather his strength after a series of heavy blows that had knocked him off balance. Shivel was too worried about her comrade, closely watching his every move and feeling anxious about how difficult the situation on the battlefield was becoming. However, the woman explained that the battle was not over yet, and there were still decisive moments ahead that could completely change the course of the confrontation between the opponents. Healer was supposed to report how many seconds had passed, keeping a close eye on the time to precisely coordinate the team's actions and not miss any critical moments of the battle. Chong said that 342 seconds had passed, and this was the moment when it was necessary to change tactics and move on to decisive actions in the battle. This would have been the case if Ikju had fought at his usual pace, maintaining his customary speed and sequence of attacks, without sudden changes in tempo or unpredictable maneuvers. The atmosphere around him shifted, and light suddenly illuminated his figure, highlighting every movement and making his form even more distinct against the backdrop of the intense battle. The player had changed and looked more confident, holding his posture calmly and with focus, as if he were in complete control of the situation and no longer hesitated in his actions. Orem knew that this was the Spirit Warrior's ultimatum skill, and understood that once activated, the opponent became significantly more dangerous and unpredictable in his actions. Soon a creature appeared behind them, signaling the advance of a higher god, enveloping the space with a sense of pressure and a foreboding of something far more powerful and inevitable. Shivel shouted that this was impossible, since the opponent had been holding back the whole time, concealing his true strength and not unleashing his full potential in battle. Beside him, the girl explained that the opposite was true, and the actual situation in the battle differed significantly from how others perceived it at that moment. The fact that he had decided not to go all out and to use such a technique meant that from the very beginning, he understood the opponent's strength and the need to act cautiously and strategically. Ju didn't hold back or underestimate them just because they were children, taking every opponent seriously and responding to their actions with full concentration. The next 5 attacks were amplified by 600%, gaining extraordinary power and speed, making them nearly impossible to defend against with ordinary techniques. After 5 attacks, agility and defense were reduced by 20% for 1 minute, significantly weakening defensive capabilities and reaction times in combat. The opponent acknowledged Orem's strength and understood that if he joined the guild, he could handle even 100 opponents thanks to his unique skill and tactical thinking. But he was nowhere near the level of a guild master, so he was ready to end it all in 5 strikes, relying on his speed, accuracy, and decisiveness at the decisive moment. The first attack had already been launched, sharply breaking the silence of the battle and forcing the opponent to react instantly to the unexpected and swift strike. Indeed, the opponent's strength had increased several-fold, and his movements became much harder to predict, shifting the course of the battle in favor of an unexpected advantage. As a result, he was thrown backward by the powerful force of the blow, causing him to lose his balance, and for a moment, completely lose control of the situation in the battle. The hero hadn't even expected such a turn of events, and this surprise caused him to hesitate for a moment as he assessed the changed situation on the battlefield. The second and third attacks were a veritable barrage, crashing down in a continuous wave of strikes, giving the opponent no chance to catch his breath or regain his footing. As he took damage, the young man didn't even have time to react. The onslaught of attacks was so rapid and relentless that it completely disrupted his fighting rhythm. As a result, he sustained injuries that further complicated his situation and reduced his ability to effectively continue the fight against his opponent. However, he understood that he needed to pull himself together and continue the fight, gathering his remaining strength and not allowing fear or pain to influence his next moves. Gripping his sword firmly, he took a firm stance, focusing all his attention on his opponent and preparing for the next phase of the battle with the utmost determination. He could not use his ultimate move because the Elder God's attack blocked the techniques associated with it, so he had to do whatever it took to prevent him from completing his action. He needed to find something that would turn the tide in the young man's favor and force the course of the battle to swing in his direction despite his opponent's advantage. The fourth attack was already approaching, and it was futile to flee, so he was forced to focus and take the blow, preparing for an immediate counterattack. With his sword, the player activated the Barrier of Vengeance, creating a defensive technique that momentarily held back the onslaught of the attack and gave him a chance to maintain his position in the fight. Ikju knew that his actions were futile, as they did not yield the expected result and only exhausted him in a situation where the advantage remained with the opponent. Even such a defense did not help in the attack, as the opponent's strength and speed proved too great, and the defensive techniques could not change the course of the battle. In an instant, Orem was sent flying again, hurled aside by the powerful force of the blow, causing him to lose his balance and control of his position in the fight. The woman remarked that spirit warriors could pierce through defenses and barriers of any kind, and that was precisely why their power was considered so dangerous and unpredictable. There was only one strike left, and everything would be over, for it was this strike that would decide the outcome of the entire battle and determine who would emerge victorious. The guild was curious to see what Orem would do, as his next move could completely change the course of the battle and determine the outcome of the confrontation. The struggle between them was heating up. The tension was rising with every passing moment, and each new exchange of blows made the duel even more intense and unpredictable. Warrior Ju had already prepared his fifth attack, focusing all his strength and attention on the decisive blow that was to be the culmination of his combat sequence. He politely asked the young man to grit his teeth to endure the pain and not lose his concentration during the next strike. His fist sliced through the air between them with force, leaving behind a palpable trail of speed and tension that forced his opponent to react instantly. The hero's sword lay abandoned, motionless on the battlefield, as if mirroring the tension and loss of control in the unfolding clash. Those present held their breath, awaiting the outcome, and the tension in the air reached its peak as everyone watched intently to see how the decisive moment of the battle would end. His comrades placed their hopes in their partner, watching the battle closely and believing that he would be able to turn the tide and lead them to the desired result. Ju himself was focused solely on victory, fully concentrating on the fight and casting aside any doubts that might prevent him from achieving his goal. In an instant, his expression shifted to one of confusion and shock, reflecting the sudden realization that the situation had unfolded quite differently than he had expected. The mastery of damage absorption was activated by the Avenger, surrounding him with a dim energy that softened the blows and allowed him to withstand significantly more damage than usual. He easily figured out what his opponent intended to do, and thanks to this, he was able to prepare in advance for his next moves in the fight. It turned out that the young man had an ace up his sleeve at that moment, which he had been hiding until the decisive moment to unexpectedly turn the tide of battle in his favor. The player thought that the barrier was his absolute limit at that point, relying entirely on it as his last line of defense in this critical situation. From the very beginning, Orem had decided to conceal his skill, using it only as a last resort so as not to reveal his true potential to his opponent. Since this was a chance to turn the spiritual warrior's tactics against him, he waited patiently for the moment to exploit his opponent's weakness to his own advantage. By deliberately taking the fourth blow, the young man acted according to plan, using this moment as part of a strategy to open up an opportunity for a subsequent counterattack. Because only in that case would the final attack be a simple strike, without additional effects or complications, allowing for a more accurate prediction of its outcome. To those present, it seemed that victory was on the guild's side. But in an instant, everything turned sharply, and the course of the battle took a completely different, unexpected turn. On one side stood a self-assured Avenger who was intently controlling the situation and did not lose his composure even in the most tense moments of the battle. On the other stood a disoriented and unbalanced spiritual warrior who was trying to regain control of himself, but could no longer keep up with the changing situation in the battle. It became clear that the latter had failed in his tactics, as his plan did not work against the opponent's unexpected actions. Feeling intense pain in his body, he cried out, unable to contain his emotions and momentarily losing his concentration due to the sudden and severe injury. The doll, which restored health, immediately appeared above him, emitting a soft glow and gradually stabilizing his condition after the injuries he had sustained. Later, having completed its task, it thanked him for playing with it and announced that its time was up, after which it gradually faded away with a glow. Rising upward, it dissolved into the air, leaving behind only a faint glow that quickly faded into the silence of the battlefield. Ikju came to his senses as his health returned and fully recovered, slowly realizing that the pain had vanished and his body obeyed him again, as if, after a long and exhausting battle, he had been given a second chance. Orem stood over him, closely studying his opponent's condition and assessing his readiness to accept defeat, analyzing his every movement and breath. Only then did he realize that victory was within his grasp, and that seizing the moment could have ultimately changed the outcome of the entire duel. From the sidelines, a joyful voice celebrated the win, filling the air with emotions of triumph and relief after a tense and exhausting battle. Shivel rushed to him with open arms, unable to hide her joy and relief that he had survived and emerged victorious. Her friend began jumping up and down and rejoicing, sincerely delighted by their condition after the fight. Now that the tension had subsided and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Overcome with emotion, Shivel was on the verge of tears, for she already knew that her friend was all right, and this brought her both relief and intense emotions. Overwhelmed by her emotions and hugs, Orem stood motionless, in a daze, as if he hadn't yet fully realized that the battle was over and the sudden shift from tension to calm had taken place. In an instant, the girl came to her senses, quickly regained control of her emotions, and stepped back slightly, realizing the situation and regaining her usual composure. Pulling herself together, she said that none of this would have happened if the young man hadn't blurted out a lot of nonsense back then, which only complicated an already tense situation. The guild members asked Yan Sin He what was supposed to happen to them, trying to understand how serious the threat had been and how they had managed to avoid the worst possible outcome. Not expecting such an outcome to the battle, the master didn't even know how to proceed, momentarily at a loss in the face of the unexpected turn of events and their consequences. She decided that they needed to wait and see what the young men would say before making final decisions regarding further actions and assessing the situation. In their opinion, the children might ask for funds or certain items. Otherwise, the organization was prepared to either compromise or simply expel them. If the comrades truly decided to take over their guild, the players would be forced to do the dirty work, and even Sinha herself would be ready to intervene to protect her interests. The healer began his work to restore their strength under difficult conditions, following the team's prolonged exhaustion, helping everyone return to a combat-ready state more quickly. Health and defense were instantly restored to full, and attack was increased by 20%, which significantly boosted their combat effectiveness going forward. For the first time, the hero witnessed an angel's healing ability. Players could attain this class by leveling up correctly and developing their skills in combat and team support. Healers weren't the most popular class, so it was difficult for them to progress on their own, but they became strong players when backed by a strong and coordinated support team. The young man immediately realized that the past was not his fault, but that of the group, which had been terrible, and he began to rethink the events, understanding the team's mistakes and their impact. Approaching them, the woman asked about their plans for the near future, closely observing their reaction and expecting a clear answer regarding their next steps. All that remained was to fulfill the terms of the agreement, which had been discussed in advance by the parties and required strict adherence to all clauses to conclude the arrangement without conflict. Senna wanted to see what the children would decide in this difficult situation, observing their choice and waiting for their final answer without interfering. However, Cheval announced that they had decided to change the terms of the agreement after discussing it among themselves, seeking to find a more advantageous and fair option for all parties. Confidently, the young lady wanted to change the guild's name to Kim Shivel and her subjects, and also ordered all team members to get a tattoo in a font 2 centimeters in size. After hearing her terms, everyone was shocked by such an unexpected proposal, which radically changed the guild's rules and caused the team great surprise and confusion. The master took her words too seriously, refusing to accept such terms and remaining steadfast in her decision regarding the guild's rules and name. The team also had a backup plan for such a response, which they had prepared in advance in case their proposal was rejected and for subsequent actions. Extending his hand, Orem wanted to form an alliance with them to strengthen their positions and jointly overcome future threats in a challenging environment. He had no intention of hijacking the guild, as he understood that working together was essential there, fostering teamwork and trust among all members. Nor did the young man want to fight them. He simply sought to form a team and work together, helping one another and developing shared skills to achieve their goals. Cinna made her own adjustments, explaining that once the event conditions were revealed, everyone would be on their own and would have to make decisions independently without team support or assistance. This didn't matter to the young men, as they were confident in their victory, relying on their own strength, experience, and a well-prepared battle strategy. Confused by the children's attitude, she remained silent, trying to understand their confidence and why they were taking such a difficult situation so calmly. The woman's loud laughter echoed through the area at Orem's self-assurance. She was surprised by his confidence and by how seriously he took his own abilities. She hadn't expected him to propose an alliance, let alone gather the courage to go up against an entire guild, demonstrating excessive boldness and complete confidence in his own abilities. However, she was pleased to see such young men after all the monsters of chaos who had left nothing but destruction and chaos in their wake during past conflicts. The terms were accepted and the two groups became allies, joining forces for a common goal and future trials in a complex and dangerous world. The young man was delighted with this outcome, feeling relief and confidence in the correctness of the decision to form an alliance between the groups. The guildmaster suggested exchanging contact information to stay in touch and coordinate further joint actions between the allied groups. The reason was that they would often need to communicate by phone for quick coordination of actions and alignment of joint plans between the allied parties. Shivel suggested taking her number, as she considered herself the main leader and wanted to personally oversee all important matters between the allied groups. Cinna explained that she wanted to communicate with Orem because she preferred talking to men and found such conversations more interesting and easier to understand. She didn't like the girl's words, and it was precisely because of this attitude that she didn't want them to communicate, considering it wrong and inappropriate in their situation. Because of this jealousy, the hero realized that the alliance wouldn't last long, as internal conflicts among the members were gradually eroding trust and team unity. Ikju approached the young man and warned him to be careful with chaos during quests, as their actions were often unpredictable and dangerous. No one knew what might happen, and their group 34 could be wiped out by a group of enemies at any moment due to unpredictable combat circumstances. Moreover, it had recently come to light that their numbers were growing, which further complicated the situation and increased the threat level for their allies. The guild also wanted to host a group dinner to share information and better discuss future actions in an informal setting. So the team decided together when to do this, agreeing on a convenient time for all participants and preparing for the joint meeting. The woman was ready to send them the location and time for the meeting, to organize further coordination and finalize the details of the gathering. She also emphasized, raising her voice, that everything would be handled through Shivel's phone to avoid confusion and ensure clear coordination among the participants. After saying goodbye, they went their separate ways, each heading off to their own business and preparing for upcoming events and new challenges. The situation was resolved, but things didn't go perfectly, leaving behind some misunderstandings and unresolved minor conflicts between the parties. Shivel was concerned that the killers had their own guild, as this made it harder to control the situation and increased the risk of future conflicts. There was nothing surprising about that. The group needed to complete the quest as quickly as possible and level up to improve their chances in future battles. Feeling anxious, the hero mulled over his question in his head, trying to find the right words and the best moment to voice it without making a mistake. However, unable to hold back, he asked if he could ask his friend, trying to overcome his nervousness and get an answer without delay. He quietly asked if he needed to dress up to go to a restaurant, since he'd seen that in TV shows and wasn't sure about the right choice of clothes. On the Island of Chaos, in Ergosphere Online, it was quiet and eerie, and this silence only intensified the sense of danger and tension among the players. A little further from the starting position, a battle was raging where players had already encountered enemies and were forced to actively fend off attacks and coordinate their actions. Peck fought off the enemies as best he could, using all his skills and quick reflexes to stay in the fight and avoid defeat. His gaze analyzed the opponent like some kind of system, quickly assessing movements, weaknesses, and possible options for the next move in the battle. Soon, that opponent was quickly eliminated thanks to the coordinated actions of the team, which seized a moment of weakness and delivered a decisive blow without wasting any time. Behind them, more enemies were advancing, gradually closing in, trying to surround the team and capitalize on any mistake in their defense. They didn't wait for anything. They attacked immediately at full speed, trying to break through the defense and seize the initiative in battle without delay. The player had previously increased his katana level to gain more strength and stamina, which allowed him to more effectively confront enemies in difficult battles. His bird cutting through the storm technique gave him a chance to dodge attacks, allowing him to quickly change position and evade his opponent's strikes in battle. Then the Dragon Slayer's next ability thundered through the air, creating a powerful burst of energy that forced his opponents to retreat several steps back. All the enemies, caught off guard, lost their balance and took powerful blows that threw them backward and disrupted their formation. Peck and Hyun exhaled, realizing there was no one around, and the brief pause allowed him to regain his strength and quickly assess his next moves in the danger zone. It wasn't long before something passed behind him, causing him to snap to attention and look back, sensing the approach of a new danger in the darkness. The Chaos Guild recruiter assessed his battle and applauded, acknowledging the skill and potential of the fighter who had managed to stand his ground against numerous enemies under difficult conditions. He saw that the apprentice had tried very hard, and given his level, they felt it would have been necessary to allow more time to reach that location without risk. The leader was hidden in a box behind a mask, carefully concealing his presence and observing the events without revealing his true identity. Only his voice echoed around, and he ordered that when the young man entered the flow, that is, a special psychological state, he must be stopped immediately. Event Horizon was supposed to happen very soon, and this caused tension among the players, who were rushing to prepare for the upcoming trials and possible dangers. The assistant agreed and was ready to take the young man away from there as soon as the right moment came, to prevent dangerous consequences for him. After waiting for some time, there was still no response from the executioner, and this forced them to wait in tense silence, unsure of his intentions or the situation. All he could do was wait for Peck to reach the tower, since he had permission from above and could carry out the task without further obstacles. However, not everyone who made it there could enter the real world, as this required fulfilling strict conditions and passing difficult trials. So he quietly wished the player good luck, hoping that he would be able to overcome all the difficulties and return with the task successfully completed. Meanwhile, it was a calm, quiet evening in the city, as the streets slowly sank into twilight and people headed home after a busy day. In the hotel restaurant, guests were enjoying their meals, chatting with one another, and spending time in a peaceful atmosphere after a busy day. Cinna and the young men sat together at a table, discussing the day's events and planning their next steps in a calm and focused atmosphere. They talked about how they had become a group, where the hero needed information about the game, and she needed a strong partner for mutual support in difficult situations. Given that the game had become reality and incredible things were beginning to happen, the guild had no choice but to unite for survival in a common struggle. Shivel was curious about what had happened to those who hadn't been transported into reality, and she tried to find out their fate and the reasons for this division. As it turned out, this information was unknown to the other guild members, and the woman simply told them to contact her if anything strange happened in the game so she could react quickly. After she completed her first quest following the transfer, she completely forgot about the game, and she became interested only in real-world matters, which now defined her daily life. Orem found it strange that she wasn't interested in quest rewards, since most players usually sought to obtain the maximum amount of resources and upgrades. Clearly, everything was much more complicated than they had thought, and the situation required deeper analysis and a more cautious approach to every subsequent step. Sheehan approached them just in time, and the director immediately called her over to discuss important matters and clarify the next steps in the situation. She was their main damage dealer, and she was quite shy, though in battle she showed confidence and dealt significant damage to enemies. The woman wanted her to show her colleagues the photo before the transfer, but if she didn't want to, she could refuse without any pressure or coercion. Taking out her phone, the girl explained that there was nothing there to hide and calmly showed the contents without any unnecessary anxiety or hesitation. The young men began to scrutinize the photo to see what was there, carefully examining the details of the image and trying to understand the context of what they were seeing. Their shock and confusion, and at times even pity, flashed across their faces as they realized what they were seeing and tried to make sense of the photo's meaning. No one understood what was wrong with Chien's legs, and this caused even more surprise and questions among those looking at the photo. As it turned out, in the accident, her bones had been shattered by a truck, and the doctor had said she would never be able to walk under any circumstances due to the severity of her injuries. But after the transfer, everything changed, and the girl could run, jump, and even fly, as if her body had completely recovered and gained new capabilities. This piqued the woman's interest, as the system could make the impossible possible by altering physical limitations and unlocking new potential abilities for players. If the Alliance could figure out how it worked, the world would change, as they would gain the ability to use the system to bring about radical changes in reality. Sinha wanted to create a new world where there would be no illness or sorrow, striving for an ideal environment for all participants in a harmonious existence free from suffering. Then Orim realized that their desire was to understand the principle by which the game system functioned, so they could use this knowledge to control and shape events in the new world. This might have been against the rules, much like asking a magic lamp for another one just like it, since such systems usually have clear restrictions and prohibitions on duplicating wishes. She also wanted to add one more piece of information to all of this, considering it important for a fuller understanding of the situation and future decisions. It seemed that this information was more important than the previous topics, and it could significantly influence future decisions and the understanding of the entire situation. The guild leader asked if the player had seen any black doors during quests or battles with monsters, doors that might appear as anomalies in the game. Shivel immediately recalled that when her friend told her about seeing a strange entrance, it had alarmed her and forced her to analyze the situation more closely. Even the usually quiet Chien exclaimed that she was surprised such an object actually existed, making no attempt to hide her shock at what she had heard and seen earlier. Frowning, her friend wanted to hear more information from them, trying to sort out the details and understand the true scale of the situation. The master replied that they had heard all of this during the interrogation of the Chaos People, and that the events had occurred by accident, without prior planning or deliberate intervention. According to their information, that door led to the next stage of the game, or rather, to what had been cut out of it, and this raised even more questions within the guild. The path to the transcendent class. That was the definition of the black door, which it was assumed granted access to a hidden, higher level of character development. The next time, the team was already participating in the quest and demonstrated good teamwork and speed in completing tasks during the game. A terrifying monster slowly approached the frightened girl, just as darkness and silence reigned all around, intensifying her fear. She knew she had to follow their plan and strictly carry out all instructions to avoid danger and preserve her own life and safety. The trap was activated. Everything happened quickly and confidently. The mechanisms triggered instantly and changed the course of events at a critical moment without delay. Instantly, the monster landed on the spikes, and it tried to break free, but they held it in the trap amidst the darkness of the arena during the dangerous test. Its scream could be heard throughout the entire testing area, and it echoed so loudly that the reverberations bounced off the walls, instilling fear. The time had come for the final blow, and it was to be delivered by Orium, who gathered all his strength and precision to strike a decisive blow against the monster, which was still breathing. A young man appeared behind the monster, acting swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, using the element of surprise to turn the tide of the dangerous battle in his favor at the decisive moment. Agreeing with his friend, the hero flew toward the enemy, who was approaching at tremendous speed, preparing to strike and gathering all his strength for the decisive clash in the dangerous skirmish. The Ring of Inevitable increased the skill's effect by 28%, amplifying every strike and magical action of the hero, making him significantly more dangerous in battle. The sword sliced the enemy in half, eliminating him instantly. And the blow was so powerful that the enemy didn't even have time to react, falling to the ground without any sign of further resistance. One half flew off to the side, leaving a bloody trail behind it, and fell to the ground with a heavy thud, while the other had already lost all signs of movement in the silence of the battlefield. The young man looked at the result of his actions, carefully assessing the aftermath of the battle, and realized that every step he had taken had led to this victory, which would alter the course of events to come. And then he remembered how they had sat together with the guild at dinner, sharing stories after the battles, laughing, discussing plans, and that peace seemed distant against the backdrop of the recent battle. They thought the black doors were the gateway from which monsters emerged, attacking suddenly and without warning, bringing chaos and destruction to every trial that lay ahead. It was as if chaos was deliberately spreading such rumors, misleading everyone to sow fear, make them doubt the reality of events, and control the behavior of those undergoing the trials. Given the anomalies, this could also have been a possibility, since the instability of space and time created conditions under which any information could be distorted. Monsters like Baham, whom the heroes had recently encountered, were difficult to predict, as their appearance was always accompanied by energy and devastating consequences for the entire surrounding space. Creatures that were monsters in the game but possessed different abilities in reality, or those that didn't exist in the game at all, appeared unexpectedly, changing the rules of the trials and complicating every encounter. Given this information, there was a possibility that the players could also be something more than just characters in the game, and their abilities could extend beyond the established game limitations. Orim realized he had seen this with his own eyes, and he emerged from the black doors that opened silently, releasing a creature that defied all known rules of this world of trials. A new partner appeared before them, Kim Remy, a magical archer, and her arrival immediately changed the atmosphere of the battle, as she held her weapon confidently and was ready to support the team at any moment. Shivel was also curious about how to open the black doors, as she suspected that the key to understanding lay hidden within them, a key that altered the course of the trials and influenced the appearance of monsters in the world. The guild had no such information, and most likely Chaos didn't know it either, which made the situation even more unpredictable, and any attempts to understand the nature of the black doors remained without clear answers. Hearing her leader's words, Chi-Yin fell deep in thought, carefully analyzing what she'd heard and trying to find hidden meaning in every detail of the conversation that might alter her understanding of the situation around her. Later, she said she thought the issue lay in their subconscious, which could influence their perception of reality, altering what they saw during trials and encounters with anomalies. When the girl first transported, she moved like a character, and the next day she ended up in the hospital, where doctors tried to figure out the cause of her strange condition following the inexplicable transport. Once she realized she had become a character, she began to move with ease, and perhaps the key was her subconscious, which allowed her to adapt to new conditions and control her actions in this world. Orim agreed because he understood that he had been in a similar situation, and this made him perceive events differently, since his own experience confirmed her words about the influence of the subconscious. Of course, he had no injuries or fractures, and this further emphasized the strangeness of what was happening to him, since physically he remained completely unharmed despite the difficult events. The exchange of experiences could be considered a success, and they could be certain that the Black Door truly existed, since their observations and experiences matched, confirming the reality of the anomaly. Cinna also thought there was a possibility that the one who could open it was sitting right in front of her, and she watched his every move closely, trying to find hidden clues in his behavior. She offered again for him to join their guild, closely watching his reaction, and hoped he would agree, since his abilities could significantly strengthen their team in future trials. She knew she could help him in every way, supporting him in difficult decisions, and together they could more effectively overcome any difficulties that lay ahead. This topic made Shivel incredibly nervous, and she blushed, feeling the words stir her emotions, and tried to hide her agitation so as not to reveal her inner state. Everything was getting on her nerves, and her mind was filled with thoughts of destroying the entire organization, and she tried to restrain herself so as not to give in to the impulse and lose control of the situation. The guildmaster, on the other hand, was delighted to be teasing the children in a good-natured way, and she did so with light humor, as if trying to defuse the tense atmosphere and cheer them up. Returning to reality, the group completed the task and successfully finished all stages of the trial, gathering the necessary data and proving their ability to work together seamlessly. In the end, they killed 5 greedy Enki spiders, finishing the battle with maximum coordination and ensuring that the threat in this area was completely eliminated and no longer posed a danger. The creatures were too weak to withstand the anomalies and therefore quickly lost their advantage in battle, unable to endure the effects of the unstable space and the destructive conditions prevailing around them. The high-quality items they obtained after killing Waham helped quite a bit, significantly increasing their combat effectiveness and allowing them to face the enemy with greater confidence. Shivel agreed that they had been lucky last time, and this realization made her more cautious in her future actions, since not every encounter could end as successfully. Among those items were also some useless ones that could be traded for something useful next time, which allowed them to plan future upgrades to their equipment. The system notified them that they needed to listen to additional quest messages, and the players immediately paid attention to the new instructions so as not to miss any important details of the upcoming task. Players who completed the trial without taking any damage are given the opportunity to complete an additional quest that unlocks new tasks, rewards, and trials. This was a difficult task designed to boost morale, and upon completion, users receive a special reward instead of money, items, or boxes. The team heard about the additional task for the first time and considered their decision, discussing the potential risks and benefits to determine whether it was worth accepting the new challenge in their situation. The system explained that a response was needed immediately, as the offer had a strictly limited time frame and would no longer be available once the deadline passed. Shivel said she didn't want to participate and preferred not to take on unknown tasks that she was certain could lead to injury and danger. Pondering her words, the young man struggled for a long time to decide how to proceed. Torn between caution, doubts, and the need to take an important step forward. However, he confidently decided that he needed to act immediately, without delay, and take responsibility for the course of events, despite his doubts and the risks. A special reward could be valuable information that opened up new opportunities, gave an advantage in future actions, and could significantly change the course of future events. His friend also considered this option for a reward, viewing it as possible and useful, since it could bring important knowledge and advantages in future actions. Orem simply wanted to believe that he could obtain what he had failed to acquire through ordinary trials, hoping for a special opportunity and a better outcome in the future. Even if it wasn't useful, as long as they had it, they could trade it for something else in other guilds, securing a profitable exchange. His companion had already thought everything through. The plan was fully prepared and meticulously laid out, taking into account possible risks, potential scenarios, and subsequent actions to achieve the goal. Seeing his determination, she was ready to agree to anything to support his decision, avoid conflict, and preserve trust between them in this difficult situation. In any case, Orem could end up on the front lines, since his decision and the circumstances were leading to participation in dangerous events where every step mattered for the outcome. At her words, the young man's confidence visibly wavered, and he began to doubt his decision, weighing the possible consequences and trying to find a safer way out. There was less than a day left before the start of the additional quest, and the participants slowly began to prepare, checking their gear and considering possible scenarios for the upcoming challenge. It was already getting dark outside, and the sky was slowly darkening. People were finishing their workday and returning to their homes, hurrying through the city streets where the lights were gradually coming on. The young man stood on the platform, staring at his phone, occasionally looking up to keep an eye on the surrounding traffic as he waited for his ride amid the evening crowd. His sister was working the night shift just as the quest was about to begin, so she couldn't be there and had only briefly encouraged him before the event started. Sojin spotted a classmate and paused for a moment, recognizing the familiar face in the crowd, then cautiously greeted him, reminiscing about their school days and past events. Shivel was at a consultation, so he was returning alone, following his usual route and reflecting on the day's events and his plans for the near future. In response, the girl smiled, showing a touch of friendliness and calm, as if confirming that she understood the situation and had no objections or negative feelings. And then, out of the blue, she asked if they had kissed, abruptly changing the subject and forcing her companion to think, bewildered about the unexpected question. The question nearly made the hero's eyes pop out of his head, and he was completely taken aback, not expecting such a direct and unexpected question, which threw him off balance. He barely managed to say that they weren't dating and that everyone had misunderstood the situation, trying to calmly explain his position despite the confusion and awkwardness of the moment. Usually, Sojun's intuition didn't fail her, but in this case, she was wrong, misjudging the situation and drawing the wrong conclusion about the relationship between the people involved. She also mentioned that In-hyun was planning to change schools, transferring to another institution to start a new phase of his education and change his usual surroundings. Everyone thought he had long since left due to his prolonged absence from school, since he hadn't shown up for classes and hadn't given any word of himself for a long time. But the teachers explained that he was transferring to a prestigious school for wealthy students and was moving to a different neighborhood altogether, so his absence from his old school was entirely understandable. For Arim, this situation was advantageous, as it opened up new opportunities, reduced risks, and gave him more leeway to make advantageous decisions regarding his future actions. June asked if they had ever been close, since there had previously been a certain level of trust and shared memories between them, which made her doubt the current state of their relationship. Frowning, the hero replied that this was not true, trying to clearly refute what had been said and distance himself from the false assumptions that had arisen due to a misunderstanding. In the girl's opinion, her classmate's face looked terrifying with rage, as his tense gaze and sharp features gave the impression of intense anger and inner tension. So she decided to quickly head to the subway to avoid upsetting him further, trying to prevent further tension and leave the situation without unnecessary conflict. Orim, however, understood that In-hyun wanted to run away from responsibility, avoiding the consequences of his actions and trying to quietly slip away from the situation that had arisen. He told himself to forget everything and not think about that person, trying to calm his emotions and push away the unpleasant memories that caused anger and tension. All those fights and threats were supposed to remain in the past, for he had decided to let go of the conflicts, focus on peace, and not return to old grievances and dangerous situations. Night fell quickly, enveloping the city in darkness, and gradually silenced the daytime noise, leaving only the quiet sounds of the evening and the occasional lights in the windows of the houses. The players were teleported to the quest location, where they found themselves suddenly without warning, ready for new trials and unknown tasks that lay ahead. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked around, carefully assessing their new surroundings, searching for potential threats, clues, and landmarks to guide their next steps in this unfamiliar place. The buildings looked familiar, which meant the team was very close to the school, recognizing the surrounding streets and navigating the already familiar urban environment. The quest was about to begin, and the participants needed to familiarize themselves with the conditions and carefully prepare for the upcoming battle, checking their gear and planning their moves. The group paid close attention to every detail, carefully analyzing their surroundings and potential clues so as not to miss anything and to better prepare for what was to come. They had to defeat the 8 exiled princes of the Ash Kingdom in 15 minutes, acting quickly, in unison, and with no room for error in the harsh conditions of battle. The hero was confident they could handle it, and those creatures weren't particularly tough opponents, so he calmly assessed the situation and prepared for battle without undue anxiety. First, they needed to prepare, as the creatures might use strange techniques, perhaps even anomalous ones, which required attentiveness, caution, and quick adaptation to unfamiliar attacks. The young man decided to take the speed enhancement, as it might come in handy in the upcoming battle, ensuring faster reactions and an advantage over their opponents. Shivel had previously enjoyed the story of the Ash Kingdom, as it was interesting, eventful, and full of mysteries and legends that captivated her imagination. A sudden noise caught their attention, causing them to instantly become alert and turn toward the source of the sound, ready for any changes in the situation. The trial might begin sooner than expected, so they needed to check everything, carefully assess their preparations, and make sure no details were overlooked. The wind at the location was gradually picking up, creating increasingly noticeable gusts that affected their movement and forced the participants to pay closer attention to their surroundings. Walking against it, the team remained on guard, watching every movement closely and ready to react quickly to any potential threat. Barely making out something ahead, they spotted a creature that was gradually taking on clearer contours in the darkness, causing everyone to tense up and prepare for a possible encounter. The exiled prince of the Ash Kingdom looked terrifying. His appearance inspired both fear and revulsion, as his distorted features and dark aura gave the impression of a dangerous creature. When the hood slipped slightly from his face, a multitude of eyes glowing with a red light became visible, creating a chilling impression and causing everyone around to freeze in tension. The young man prepared for battle, carefully checking his equipment and steeled his resolve before the fierce and decisive fight. Due to the challenges, they sometimes had to split up and communicate by phone to stay in touch and continue working together from a distance. There was little time left before the quest began, so the participants hurried to finish their preparations and gather the necessary items before the adventure started. The team was ready to meet up after the quest and promised each other to take care of themselves and stay in touch even under the most difficult circumstances. The system signaled the start, and all participants immediately focused on their tasks, preparing to act quickly and in unison under conditions of limited time and high tension. The creature was already waiting for them ahead in the darkness, closely watching their every move and preparing for a possible confrontation in the tense atmosphere. Eyes like scanners scanned the surroundings, quickly analyzing the slightest changes in air movement and shadows to detect any hidden danger nearby. Orim rushed in from above where there was a blind spot, using the element of surprise to attack quickly and decisively, trying to gain the upper hand in the battle. The sword of the vengeful spirit blazed in his hands, emitting a dark flame that sliced through the air and made the space around him tremble with its power. In the end, the enemy was eliminated after a tense battle, and the team was able to regain control of the territory, ensuring there was no further threat. The young man waited to see if his body would revive or not, listening intently to every signal from the system and feeling the tense anticipation of a possible restoration of vital functions. He called his comrade to report that he had destroyed one of them, briefly describing the situation and warning of possible further danger from other enemies. Suddenly, the next monster appeared, emerging from the darkness so quickly that the participants didn't have time to react immediately to its sudden and menacing appearance. It was already standing in front of him, waiting for the fight, motionlessly watching every move of its opponent and preparing for the inevitable clash. The creature also held a sword in its hands, which glinted in the dim light, signaling its readiness for battle and its ruthlessness in the coming clash. Through his headset, the hero asked his friend to wait and not intervene until he had sorted out the situation himself and assessed his next moves in the fight. Orim acted quickly and confidently, unafraid of the enemy, precisely calculating every move and using his advantage in reaction time and combat experience. By that time, 2 monsters had already been destroyed, which attested to the team's effectiveness in their gradual approach to the end of the dangerous skirmish. For her part, the girl had not yet managed to successfully strike any enemies, remaining focused and attentive to every movement of the opponents in the tense situation. In her opinion, her companion acted quickly, confidently, and decisively, taking the initiative into his own hands and not allowing the enemies to gain the upper hand in the battle. Soon, as they ran further, they could see 3 creatures standing in the darkness, slowly moving toward them, preparing for the inevitable clash. They stood nearby, weapons in hand, closely watching the space ahead and ready at any moment to launch a decisive attack. The moment they thought of them, they appeared, and it was unclear whether this was due to the young lady's luck or something else that might have influenced the course of events in this mysterious situation. Upon seeing her, they rushed forward, rapidly closing the distance and attempting to seize the initiative in battle immediately, leaving her no time to react. Raising her spear, Shivel prepared her attack, closely watching her opponent's movements and calculating the moment for a precise and powerful strike. In response, she used the blind spot technique, abruptly changing her trajectory and forcing her opponents to lose their bearings in space during the fight. A magical barrier appeared before her, glowing with a dim light and instantly halting her advance, forcing her to assess the new dangerous situation in the battle. Her demeanor was serious and determined. She stared intently ahead and did not allow doubts to influence her actions during the dangerous and tense battle. The chain sarcophagus trap joined the attack, suddenly restricting the opponent's movements and creating an additional advantage in battle for her subsequent decisive actions. This ability could destroy 3 enemies at once if used at the right moment and with sufficient force, providing a significant advantage in a fierce battle. The Minotaur's mastery allowed him to wield the Spear of Lightning for 17 seconds, unleashing a powerful energy that struck enemies and reinforced his advantage in battle. Everything around glowed with light that spread through the space, illuminating every detail of the battlefield and creating a sense of a tense and decisive moment. Instantly, lightning engulfed the creatures, piercing their bodies with bright bursts of energy and causing them to shudder from the powerful electric shock. Throwing herself at them, she acted swiftly, calculating every move with precision and leaving her opponents no chance to defend or retreat in the tense battle. Within seconds, having eliminated them, Shivel rejoiced in her victory, feeling a sense of relief and confidence in her own abilities after the intense battle. 3 clean kills were executed flawlessly, demonstrating a high level of skill, precision, and composure during the dangerous fight. Hearing the information through his earpiece, the boy was surprised by her strength, realizing how quickly and effectively she had dealt with several dangerous opponents. As a result, only one enemy remained, standing aside and observing the battlefield, preparing for the final and decisive clash. The girl decided to search for her using her tower ability, focusing on her sense of space and trying to pinpoint her exact location. The situation was strange because such enemies attacked the players directly rather than hiding somewhere, acting openly and aggressively, which set their behavior apart from standard tactics. It was possible that there were places the young man hadn't been to yet, and it was precisely there that new threats or clues might be hiding, ones he hadn't had time to investigate along his path. There were 12 minutes left until the end of the quest, and every second became more and more tense, forcing the participants to act as quickly and focused as possible. The team had enough time to complete all necessary actions, think through their strategy, and confidently reach the final goal without rushing. They weren't dealing with anomalies, which meant they could kill the monster quickly. They also needed to carefully scan their surroundings so as not to miss any hidden threats or important details. To get through everything faster, the hero decided to run through the location, carefully inspecting every corner and trying not to miss a single detail or hidden threat. Meanwhile, his friend observed through her ability, closely tracking the enemy's movements and relaying important information to help them avoid danger. The system alerted them that time was running out, forcing them to speed up their actions and make decisions without hesitation in the tense atmosphere. Anxiety crept up on them slowly, intensifying with every second of waiting and forcing them to listen intently to every sound around them. Finally moving forward, he spotted an enemy ahead, standing in the shadows and watching motionlessly, preparing for the inevitable final confrontation. The hero also stated that he was ready to take him out himself, confidently assessing his own strength and unwilling to expose his companion to unnecessary danger. There was plenty of time, so the young man decided to use skills he didn't usually employ, aiming to gain the upper hand and end the fight as efficiently as possible. Turning around, the prince watched him, carefully assessing every move of his opponent and preparing for the decisive moment of the upcoming clash. Attacking him unexpectedly, the body was sliced by the sword in a swift and precise strike that left the opponent no chance to defend himself. The young man's speed with the new technique was impressive, allowing him to move instantly and strike with such precision that his opponents couldn't react in time. His gaze, too, had grown more serious and hateful, reflecting his inner tension and determination to bring the fight to a victorious conclusion. Everything around him was confusing, and the team waited for the mission to end, remaining tense and focused as they awaited the system's final signal. For 15 seconds, the hero could attack everyone around him with 300% increased power, delivering extremely powerful and rapid strikes in battle. It didn't matter who stood before him, for he acted decisively and without hesitation, focusing solely on completing the assigned task in battle. The ability was useful for such direct confrontations, but it was best to use it only in extreme cases so that people wouldn't get caught in the crossfire and suffer accidentally. Later, the young man called out to Shivel, who had eliminated the last enemy, signaling the end of the battle and confirming that the situation on the battlefield was safe. They wanted to claim their reward and return home, having completed the mission and finally receiving their well-deserved reward after all the trials they had endured. The problem was that the timer wouldn't stop, continuing to count down even after the task was completed and creating additional tension for the participants. Orem thought the issue lay with the system itself, suspecting a malfunction and trying to find a logical explanation for the unstoppable timer. As it turned out, the trial wasn't over. and the task was to eliminate 7 monsters, which forced the team to refocus and continue the battle in full readiness. It turned out there was one left, and it was standing behind the young man, quietly creeping up in the shadows and preparing for a surprise attack from behind. What was strange was that the same black doors appeared behind the prince, suddenly materializing behind him and radiating a sense of threat and the unknown. The situation frightened him, forcing him to be on guard and instantly assess his surroundings, looking for possible routes of retreat or defense. The monster declared that it had finally found their utopia and horizon. Its voice sounded menacing and echoed through the space, creating tension in the air. Suddenly, its form shifted to become almost transparent, as if its body had lost its density and begun to dissolve into the light, becoming less and less visible to the eye. Orem didn't understand how the enemy had turned into water, watching as its form spread out and changed its state right before his eyes. Only then did the creature's words about the horizon come to mind, and this could be the very event that explained the opponent's strange transformation and the unusual course of events. Pulling up his earpiece, he quickly asked if the girl remembered the entire story of the quest of the Prince of the Ash Kingdom, trying to quickly figure out the key details of the situation. Everything had to be told briefly, so she began, quickly summarizing the most important facts of the story and trying not to miss a single key detail. When the kingdom was destroyed for blasphemy, all the princes abandoned it and set out to seek their utopia on the horizon, hoping to find a new home and a future. The creature standing behind the hero now looked completely different, as if it had changed its form and state, adding even more tension and uncertainty to the situation. Just as the young man had suspected, the quests were not random but meticulously planned by the system, indicating a hidden agenda and a sequence of events. They all continued the unfinished stories within the game, gradually revealing hidden events and interconnected plot lines that formed a unified picture of the world. By that time, the monster had 3 faces and many limbs, each holding a weapon, giving the impression of a chaotic and extremely dangerous creature in battle. Its attacks against the young man were fierce, forcing him to constantly dodge and look for an opening to counterattack in the tense and fast-paced battle. If they had realized what kind of monster the anomaly was, they could have gotten a clue about the horizon, which might have opened up a new direction for completing the quest. Orem knew he had to act in a way that would ultimately eliminate it, carefully planning his moves and leaving the enemy no chance of survival. As a result, he asked the system to open the battle preparation page so he could quickly check his available skills and equipment and choose the optimal tactics. The player wanted to trade the high-quality item he had received last time for the Eye of the Sage, hoping to obtain a more useful artifact for the rest of the quest. His request was fulfilled quickly, and the system confirmed the exchange, providing him with the desired item without delay within the game. Then the panel notified him that it had activated his item, and faint light effects appeared around him, signaling the launch of new abilities. Spotting the enemy with his own eyes, Orem couldn't fathom what had happened to it, noticing strange changes in its form and behavior that defied ordinary explanation. The monster truly looked terrifying and quite powerful, radiating a palpable threat and forcing even experienced fighters to be as cautious as possible. Its attacks with swords only heightened the tension, making the air around them seem to thicken with every swift and dangerous movement. An unknown leg appeared out of nowhere and looked strange, as it was golden in color, sharply contrasting with the dark surroundings and drawing all attention to itself. The limb struck the ground and shattered the surface, leaving cracks and debris in its wake, as if its weight far exceeded ordinary physical strength. The shockwave knocked the young man aside, causing him to lose his balance and quickly regain his bearings to avoid another blow. Even the monster's name mattered, for it hinted at its nature, origin, and hidden abilities that could influence the course of the battle. The young man saw that his opponent was the 5th guardian of the horizon and realized that he was facing not an ordinary enemy, but a part of a larger system of trials. His eyes were hidden behind a mask, but his gaze cut through with such intensity that it felt as though he could see through any defense or shadow. The battle raged between them, filling the air with fierce blows, swift maneuvers, and a constant sense of danger that grew with every passing moment. Opening its jaws, the creature prepared a hidden attack, concentrating its power for a sudden and devastating strike at the least expected moment. A torrent of flame surged toward where he stood, instantly engulfing the area in fire and leaving behind a scorched and smoke-filled patch of the battlefield. Fortunately, the Avenger managed to retreat and avoid the trap, reacting quickly to the danger and regaining control of the situation at the last moment. The enemy's stats were also surprising, far exceeding expectations and forcing a serious reevaluation of the strategy for the rest of the battle. Compared to Balrog, who was of the highest level, the creature's health was 3 times higher, making it an extremely resilient and dangerous opponent in battle. The task was to kill it within the time remaining, so every second became crucial and demanded maximum concentration and quick action. At that moment, the player had 2 minutes, and that was too little time to calmly devise a strategy, so they had to act as quickly and recklessly as possible. The rivalry continued with greater intensity, gaining momentum with every passing moment as both sides poured all their strength into outdoing one another. The hero knew there was no need to panic, since the enemy's defense was far superior to Balrog's, so he assessed the situation calmly and adopted a cautious strategy. Given the damage he was dealing, it was possible to win in the minutes remaining if he acted with focus and precision, without wasting precious time on unnecessary mistakes. In an instant, the young man managed to sever the creature's limbs, acting with lightning speed and without hesitation, using all his strength, agility, and determination at the decisive moment of the battle. First, he had to deprive it of its arms so it couldn't block his attacks. So the hero chose a precise and well-thought-out tactic, trying to quickly throw the enemy off balance. The monster stood there without them, but it wasn't bothered at all, maintaining a chilling calm and demonstrating cold endurance, even after losing its own limbs. Because in just a moment, the lost limbs were fully restored, and it looked so terrifying that even the boldest observer would feel a real cold horror. This situation unsettled the young man even more, and he began to visibly worry, trying to find a way out of the dangerous situation and not lose control of his actions. The enemy's attacks did not cease, rolling in one after another without pause, forcing the defenders to constantly maneuver, strain their strength, and look for the slightest opportunity to counterattack. Moreover, he was spewing flames from his jaws that scorched everything around him, creating an even greater threat and forcing the enemies to retreat under the onslaught of the fiery wave. Sparks flew in all directions across the battlefield, scattering through the air and intensifying the chaos of the clash, where every movement was accompanied by light, smoke, and the clanging of metal. They were like lava, or perhaps rays of light, cutting through the darkness of battle, creating the illusion of something unreal amid the chaos and the ceaseless clash of forces. All around, destruction and chaos were spawned by the very creature that, with every movement, obliterated everything in its path, leaving behind a devastated battlefield and a sense of hopelessness. However, the young man decided to attack from behind, choosing the moment when the enemy was least guarded to deliver a sudden and maximally effective strike from a favorable position. If he couldn't sever the limbs, he simply had to keep attacking and not give the enemy a chance to retaliate, pressing the attack continuously and not allowing the enemy to regain control of the battle. Orim acted according to this plan, methodically attacking the enemy without pause, giving him no opportunity to regroup or launch a counterattack. The mask covering the prince's face began to crack, slowly crumbling under the strain of battle, revealing the true essence hidden behind his cold exterior. The Avenger understood that at that moment he must not stop but press on, so he kept moving, not allowing doubt or fatigue to halt his decisive actions. Thanks to his techniques, destroying the enemy was much easier, for every movement was honed and precise, allowing him to effectively overcome any resistance in battle. Everything happened quickly, to make it in time, and every action was executed with maximum precision and decisiveness, without unnecessary delays at the critical moment. Orim had to keep going in the same vein, and the enemy would have been eliminated if the pressure and speed of the attacks hadn't let up for a single moment of the battle. The young man's fighting spirit helped him cope with everything, giving him strength, determination, and endurance even in the most difficult moments of the clash and danger. For a moment, the monster froze and didn't even move, as if assessing the situation and waiting for the right moment to attack again. Subconsciously, the hero knew what such a reaction signaled, and he instantly grew wary, realizing that the lull could mean the approach of even greater danger. Shivel, standing at her location, read the system message, carefully analyzing every line, trying to understand its hidden meaning and the consequences that would follow. The panel indicated that time had run out and they had failed, which meant the mission was a failure and inevitable consequences for all participants in the event. The creature's teleportation occurred right in front of the player, suddenly changing its position and creating dangerous situations that required an immediate reaction and concentration. He didn't know what would happen since they had lost, and the uncertainty of the future forced him to wait warily for the consequences of defeat. Meanwhile, the team had already gathered to solve the problem, quickly discussing possible actions and searching for the best way out of the critical situation. The thought was that those who lost might face punishment, and this forced them to carefully consider every next step in the uncertain situation. None of them knew what to expect, since they had never left a quest unfinished, and this uncertainty created a tense anticipation of what would happen next. They didn't have to wait long. The panel appeared almost immediately, suddenly materializing before them and drawing all their attention to the new information. As usual, it no longer congratulated them on their victory. On the contrary, it coldly announced the consequences of defeat, emphasizing the change in the situation and the tension of the moment. Fortunately, they had managed to complete 50% of the quest and thus received another chance to finish it, which gave them hope to correct their mistakes and complete the task. This opportunity was to appear in 12 hours, that is, the next day at 4 o'clock, forcing them to wait and carefully prepare for the continuation. This timing troubled the heroes as they usually carried out their tasks at night, and now the daytime schedule forced them to adapt to new conditions and change their usual tactics. A decision had to be made right then, without delay, as further procrastination could lead to a lost opportunity and a worsening of the situation. The companions stood in the middle of the battlefield, each silent, feeling the tension after the events that had just unfolded and pondering their next steps in this difficult situation. The young man was lost in his thoughts, analyzing the events of the battle and trying to find the best solution for how to proceed in this difficult situation. But then he quietly said that he would like to withdraw from the trial, acknowledging his own fatigue and doubts about his readiness to continue down this path. Up until that point, the chance of encountering ordinary people had been slim, since everything had taken place at night, but by 4 in the morning, there were already enough residents on the streets going about their business. If the quest had also taken place on the main street, dozens or thousands of innocent people could have been harmed, making the situation even more dangerous and fraught with responsibility for the participants. There was no need to take such a risk for the sake of the task, as the consequences could be too serious, and this made one question whether the chosen path was the right one. Shivel simply wanted to destroy all the monsters before anyone showed up, acting quickly and decisively to avoid unnecessary witnesses or risks. However, she then fell silent, thinking everything through carefully, weighing the possible consequences of her actions, and trying to make the wisest decision in this situation. In the end, she agreed with her companion, finding his arguments more convincing and deciding to act together according to the agreed-upon plan. However, the curiosity about what the reward might be still lingered in her mind, causing her to return to the possible options and consequences from time to time. For that answer, Orem had to buy her strawberry milk and a spicy chicken burger at school, which she took as a playful but very concrete reward. Regardless, the team still learned that Horizon was related to the game's plot and that they needed to go through it again and review everything carefully. Morning heralded the start of a new day, filling the space with soft light and creating a sense of a fresh start and new possibilities. The students slowly made their way to school, taking their time and discussing the events of the day ahead, gradually blending into the morning bustle. Some of them were already sitting in the classroom, discussing something, quietly sharing their thoughts and plans, while the rest gradually entered the room. As she was leaving the restroom, Shivel ran into a friend who had suddenly appeared beside her and immediately caught her attention with a brief conversation. They were deciding where to go after school, discussing various options and trying to find a place where they could spend time together. Sojin suggested they go shopping together to spend time together and pick out something new for themselves after school. She agreed and also wanted to stop for lunch together, turning an ordinary walk into a shared break filled with conversation and plans. After agreeing to call each other later, everyone went to their respective classrooms, parting ways in the hallway and returning to their studies after a brief conversation. As her friend walked away, the girl watched her go, watching her disappear down the hallway before heading off in her own direction. She liked June, who was a sweet and kind young lady, always attentive to others and able to create a warm atmosphere around her. After classes ended, the friends met to discuss their plans for the evening and decide where they would go next after school. They shared information about the game's plot, specifically regarding Baham and his teleportation, trying to better understand the mechanics of the events and the related plot details. Once he broke the rule forbidding the killing of people in order to protect his beloved shaman from bandits, so he was locked in a tower on the 46th floor, but God allowed him to see her. And this promise became the teleportation skill, which symbolized his connection to a higher power and allowed him to occasionally overcome the limitations of his imprisonment. It all ended with the players having to subdue Baham, stopping his actions and restoring balance to events that had spiraled out of control. Shivel believed it was all true, and all the stories she had watched turned out to be connected to reality in one way or another, which made her doubt the line between the game and reality even more. This meant only one thing: that the game's main storyline was also unfolding in the real world, gradually blurring the line between the virtual and the real. There wasn't all that much information. Heroes and monsters who had gained the power of the gods appeared in the lands of the Ergosphere, and that was exactly what this game was like, filled with myths and dangerous events. Although Orem did notice something while reading through all the information, paying attention to small details that might point to hidden connections in the plot. The issue was with the NPCs, non-player characters who spoke of God, and these mentions caught players' attention as potentially important plot clues. At the time, they were referring to a black hole in the sky, which they perceived as a sign or anomaly that might be connected to events in the game world. According to him, the girl didn't notice anything strange, taking the situation as ordinary and not paying attention to the hidden details. Orem, however, thought it might be a clue about the horizon, since such a phenomenon was considered a gateway to another universe, and this prompted him to analyze what he saw more closely. There were too many threads to keep track of, and the young lady was already exhausted, worn out by the constant analysis of events and the endless stream of new information. Suddenly, a message popped up on her phone, immediately catching her attention and forcing her to shift her focus away from her previous thoughts. Her friend was waiting for her at the main gate, and she had to hurry so as not to make her wait too long and not to miss their planned meeting. Orem also had to head home and cook dinner for her and her sister, so they could finish all their tasks by evening and spend time with the family. They didn't want to share the information with the guild because they weren't sure about it themselves and wanted to verify everything thoroughly first. Shivel wanted to keep everything hidden until the very end, and then use the information since she was going to such lengths for it, counting on the benefit at the right moment. The boy himself asked her not to be so harsh on Reason, because they were, after all, their allies and needed mutual support in this difficult situation. Suddenly, the system panel appeared next to them, instantly grabbing their attention and interrupting the conversation with the abrupt appearance of an information window. The game asked if they accepted the offer for an additional quest, which was to begin right where they were and required an immediate decision. The companions realized they had turned it down yesterday, and this made them briefly reconsider their previous decisions and the consequences of their choice. As it turned out, another user had agreed to take it on, since it had originally been their quest, and she asked again if they would like to try it one more time. Once agreed upon, the challenge would become a competition, and ultimately the players would receive rewards for their efforts and the results achieved. In the event of a refusal, it would be considered interference in another's task, which could have certain consequences for the participants and their future status in the game. Orem asked who their opponent was and whether he was at the school, trying to figure out the details of the situation and assess the potential threat. However, the system did not provide answers to such questions, keeping the information hidden and forcing the players to search for the necessary details on their own. Shivel shouted that they agreed, shocking the young man with a sudden change of heart that he hadn't had time to process. There was no point in deliberating, the quest had already begun, and they had to complete it as quickly as possible, focusing on action and not wasting time on doubts. Only then could they be sure that those who remained at the school wouldn't be caught in the crossfire, since completing the task quickly reduced the risk of danger to those around them. First, the girl had to find the user and inform the hero about him so they could react faster and coordinate their next steps. It could also be a hitman or even a member of the Chaos Guild, which made the situation even more unpredictable and dangerous for all participants. The system's offer for an additional quest was accepted, and the mission officially began, altering the course of events for everyone involved. In that instant, the players were transported to the location of the trial, where they immediately found themselves in a new environment, ready for the mission to begin. The school corridor instantly became empty, as if all the students had just vanished, leaving behind only silence and a strange sense of emptiness. There wasn't a single living soul there, and only a deafening silence filled the space, emphasizing the complete absence of any movement or presence. It later became known that someone was standing at the other end of the hallway near the exit, quietly observing what was happening. Most likely, it was the very same unknown user who had agreed to the quest, staying on the sidelines and not drawing unnecessary attention to himself. The two students walked slowly down the long school hallway, chatting about the day's events and occasionally glancing at the closed classroom doors. On their way home, they debated whether they should stop by the internet cafe to spend some time there, playing games or browsing interesting websites. One of them remarked that he wasn't good enough to spend every day there, since he considered it a waste of time and saw no benefit in it. A strange sound suddenly echoed through the room, causing those present to look around warily, trying to figure out where it had come from. But there was absolutely nothing around that could explain what they had heard, and the silence that followed only heightened their tension. His friend also asked him not to tell his mother that he went to the cafe to play a bit after class and spend his free time there. Suddenly, he flew sharply to the side for no apparent reason, as if something had pushed him, and this caused everyone around him to freeze in confusion and look at him in surprise. Both were at once bewildered and frightened, not understanding what exactly had happened, and simply looked at each other in silence, trying to collect their thoughts. The injured student felt very unwell, experiencing severe pain and dizziness, which made it difficult for him to stand on his feet and focus on what was happening. His friend didn't know what to do and looked around in shock, frantically searching for help and unsure how to act in this situation. Only later, after recovering from the shock, did he start shouting loudly, trying to attract attention and express his fear and pain from what he had experienced. The creature behind them swung its sword sharply, preparing to strike, and its movements were so fast and abrupt that they created a sense of imminent danger. Orem quickly approached them to save the young man, moving confidently and decisively, as if he knew exactly how to stop the danger. Just in time to cleave the monster's body in two, he halted its attack, and everything ended successfully, with the danger finally eliminated. He stood there for a moment, then suddenly vanished from the battlefield, leaving behind only silence and the astonished gazes of those who had witnessed it. One of the students had been wounded, however, and he felt a sharp pain, forcing him to stop and hold his wound. The hero ordered the other to flee the school immediately, for it was deadly dangerous to remain there, and every second of delay could cost them their lives. But he asked in confusion what exactly had happened and who could have done such a thing, trying to understand the cause of the events that had just disrupted their peace. Ordinary people couldn't see the monsters, and because of this, the boy couldn't quickly explain the danger and organize the evacuation of everyone in the building. At that moment, the emergency alarm also suddenly went off, filling the room with a loud sound that caused everyone to panic and scramble even more. Shivel approached her friend, carefully surveying everything that was happening around them, trying to assess the situation and understand what exactly had led to such chaos. It turned out that she had deliberately set off the alarm so that people would leave the building as quickly as possible, allowing them to find and stop the monsters without hindrance. They ran quickly down the hallway, trying not to waste any time, and their every step echoed in the empty space, heightening the sense of urgency. This time, the team decided not to split up but to stick together so they could react quickly and support each other in case of danger. To defeat the anomalous creature and make it in time, they had to work as a pair, because only through joint efforts could they overcome its power. At the beginning of the corridor stood monsters, already waiting for the players, as if they knew their route in advance and were preparing for the inevitable clash. The group was fully ready for battle, focused and composed. Each of them understood their role and was determined to win despite the danger. Shivel immediately activated her Maze Master skill, using it to quickly assess the area and find the most advantageous path for the team. This action boosted all the users' stats, granting them a temporary enhancement of their abilities, which allowed them to act more effectively in combat. So the young man moved quickly, advancing confidently and eliminating every enemy that crossed his path, giving them no chance to resist. Half the job was done, and 4 opponents had already been eliminated, giving the team hope for a successful conclusion to the battle and further progress. Two more students lay in the corridor, wounded and unable to move, waiting for help amid the general chaos and danger. Not much time had passed since the quest began, yet they had already managed to reach so many children that the situation seemed far more serious than expected. Orm understood that to save everyone else, they needed to move even faster, not wasting a single moment and staying one step ahead of any new threat. Suddenly, a scream rang through the room, sharply shattering the tense silence and causing everyone to freeze for a moment in anticipation of a new danger. The sound came from the upper floor, and the team, without hesitation, immediately headed there, realizing that a new threat could be lurking there. The girl sat against the wall, trying to make sense of what was happening around her, and watched the chaos unfolding in the hallway with fear. Her friend was lying on the floor, but the problem was that the monsters standing nearby were invisible to her, so she didn't understand the true danger. One of them had already raised his sword at the student, preparing to strike, and only a moment separated her from a dangerous wound. The prince's multitude of eyes made a truly terrifying and eerie impression, sending a chill down the spines of even the bravest, forcing them to step back. Managing to get in front of him, Orm thrust his weapon forward sharply and blocked the blow, stopping it at the last moment and preventing it from reaching its target. Chival was to carry out the next step of their plan, focusing and quickly assessing the situation to act precisely and without error at the critical moment. Pointing her spear toward the enemy, she lunged forward and attacked, putting all her strength and speed into this decisive strike. The spiked trap suddenly clanged through the air, emitting a sharp sound that echoed down the corridor and made everyone instantly alert. The ashen creatures were immediately enveloped by their aura, which radiated power and pressure, causing the enemies to lose their balance and retreat. The student was already safe, and Orm ordered her to flee the school immediately without looking back so as not to fall into a new wave of danger. But she couldn't move because she was too terrified, and fear literally paralyzed her body, preventing her from taking a single step. Everything was going badly. No one wanted to listen to the hero, and his words were lost in the general chaos, finding no understanding among those around him. His thoughts kept circling around the events that had unfolded, and he couldn't figure out what to do next, frantically searching for a way out of this difficult situation. A strong wind picked up and startled her with a sudden gust. She ran out of the hallway, trying to escape the danger as quickly as possible. Next, they needed to check the main building, since that was where the main danger or other participants in the events might still be. When the young man spoke to his friend, she didn't hear him at all, because the noise around them drowned out his words and she was too focused on the events unfolding around her. Seeing what she was looking at, Orm also froze, frightened by what he saw, and for a moment couldn't believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Sojun lay on the floor, wounded and unconscious, unresponsive to the surrounding noise, while others tried to assess her condition and find a way to help. The girl knew her friend was supposed to be waiting for her at the main gate, but for some reason had stayed at the school, and this filled her with anxiety and confusion. Her hand gripped the spear even tighter from nervous tension, as if she were seeking support in it so as not to succumb to fear in this situation. Orm urged them to pull themselves together and not panic, emphasizing that Sojun was still alive, and they needed to act quickly to help her. If they administered a potion or used a healing skill, she could still be saved, but they had to act immediately before her condition became critical. But for such actions, they could either be punished or, conversely, be given an additional quest, depending on how the system assessed their intervention in the situation. Nothing else mattered anymore, and Orm firmly ordered that they heal their classmate immediately, regardless of the possible consequences or risks. Even if they were given an additional quest, the team would stay together and handle everything, relying on their coordinated efforts and mutual support. Chival's task was to heal everyone she encountered along the way, responding quickly to injuries and not overlooking a single person in need of help. There were only 8 minutes left, and considering that the school consisted of several buildings, he didn't have time to wait for his friend to save everyone, so he had to act immediately. The swordsman decided to go to the main building and wait for her there, hoping she could quickly finish her part of the task. In response, the young lady shouted loudly for him to be sure to take a certain item with him, without which their plan might not work. The young man couldn't figure out what she meant and tried, bewildered, to make sense of her words while the situation around them grew increasingly tense. Soon, one of the high-quality items she had received last time appeared in his hands, and this immediately changed his options in the situation. Shivel wanted to trade it for something else, since it seemed useless at first glance. But in this quest, things worked differently, and the item had hidden value. The objective of the trial was to destroy all creatures, including the anomalous one, and only after the area was completely cleared could the participants consider the mission complete, promising that everything would be fine and that they would definitely see each other again later. The boy turned and walked on without looking back. It was getting dark outside and the sun was slowly sinking below the horizon, painting the sky with warm hues and enveloping everything around in a soft twilight glow. One of the monsters was out on the street waiting for the players, standing motionless in the twilight as if patiently biding its time to strike. Countless eyes watched every movement intently, creating a sense of constant surveillance and tension that made it hard to concentrate. Suddenly, Orym launched a swift attack, quickly and precisely eliminating the enemy without giving it a chance to strike back. As a result, only one anomalous enemy remained, standing before them, and the tension in the air grew even stronger. The quest would end once the team finally dealt with him, for it was this last enemy that determined the conclusion of the trial. Running around the room, the boy tried to find it, carefully scanning every corner and listening for the slightest sound around him. The monster was standing right outside the window, very close, and its presence was so palpable that a cold fear instantly gripped everyone in the room. The anomalous monster had transformed quite early on, drastically changing its form and power, which made it even more dangerous for the team. The player had absolutely no time to worry, as every second demanded quick action and left no room for doubt or fear. He had to act very quickly before the creature noticed him, using every second to close in and deliver the decisive blow. Pouncing from behind, the boy wanted to finish the trial as quickly as possible, attacking sharply so as not to give the enemy time to react. One could say he was completely focused solely on victory, casting aside all extraneous thoughts and acting with the utmost decisiveness and precision. Various techniques whirled through the air, intertwining with one another and creating a chaotic stream of energy that filled the entire battlefield. The fury of the vengeful spirit swept through the entire area with a deafening roar, causing the air to tremble and heightening the sense of danger. Vengeance was a raging flame that burned ever brighter, consuming everything around it and leaving behind only a sense of tension and destruction. At times, the creature sustained injuries and each blow gradually weakened it, though it remained dangerous and aggressive. However, his strength was formidable and his skills were highly honed, allowing him to hold his own in battle and stand up to even powerful opponents. The young man knew he was in danger and remained constantly on guard, closely watching every movement around him so as not to miss any threat. By attacking him, the enemy seized the initiative and managed to tip the scales of victory in his favor, taking advantage of his opponent's momentary weakness. The situation was still unresolved, and the tension grew with every passing moment, as the outcome of the battle remained uncertain for both sides. The battle was only gaining momentum, and each subsequent strike became even faster and more powerful, gradually turning the clash into utter chaos. The anomalous creature pressed harder and harder on the young man, closing the distance and forcing him to retreat, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. There were only 30 seconds left until the end of the quest, and every moment became crucial for completing the mission and achieving victory. Orym realized that there was very little time left, and every second could be decisive for the success of the entire operation. He needed to end the fight with a single precise attack to quickly finish the battle and give the enemy no chance to respond. First, his passive skill activated, making him invulnerable while significantly increasing the damage he dealt to enemies. Then the dragon's soul given to him by Shivel activated, further amplifying his power and infusing his attacks with destructive energy. That item, which seemed useless at first glance, actually multiplied damage by 5, significantly boosting every attack he made in battle. After that, for 5 seconds, all his stats would drop sharply by half, and if he didn't succeed during that time, there would be no second chance. The counterattack was to be the final, decisive move that would either end the fight or completely deprive them of any chance of victory. With only a few seconds left, the young man lunged forward, using his last ounce of strength for the decisive strike. All of the opponent's swords were aimed directly at him, posing a deadly threat and, at first glance, leaving no path for retreat. A powerful explosion rang through the corridors, echoing off the walls and causing the space to tremble from the shockwave. As a result, the anomalous monster was eliminated and its presence vanished completely, leaving behind only silence and traces of destruction. Its body split into two parts, which was undeniable proof of its demise in the end of the battle. Turning his head, the Avenger realized that the quest might already be over, and this realization brought him a brief sense of relief amid the tension of the battle. An extraneous noise that suddenly appeared afterward immediately caught his attention, forcing him to be on guard and reassess the situation around him. Only then was the bewildered young man attacked, and he barely had time to react, trying to dodge the blow at the last moment. Of course, he managed to defend himself, but not completely, and part of the blow still hit him, forcing him to retreat and lose his balance. Seeing a familiar face before him, Orim asked what he was doing on the battlefield, trying to understand his presence in such a dangerous situation. Baek In-hyeon stood in front of him, pointing his weapon at his former comrade, and a tense silence hung between them, promising an inevitable clash. A hateful gaze was fixed on the hero, closely watching his every move, as if waiting for the slightest mistake to strike. Eventually, his expression changed. The seriousness gave way to a defiant smile, which only intensified the tension between them. The Chaos territory looked completely devastated and shattered after numerous events, with debris from buildings, dust, and traces of past destruction left behind following a major catastrophe. The player himself lay in the middle, exhausted after a prolonged battle in the dark expanse of the arena, where silence reigned and there was not a single movement around him. The recruiter slowly approached and congratulated him on completing the mission in a dangerous zone, where every step required caution and attention to the surroundings. Reaching the tower in such a short time was sheer madness, even for experienced travelers, as the path was full of dangers and unpredictable obstacles. The young man must have felt like the strongest and youngest assassin among all who had undergone similar trials, for his skills and cold calculation set him apart from the rest. Pointing his weapon at him, Baek waited for the story of how to become a character in real life, closely watching his every word in the tense silence. Pointing his weapon at him, Baek waited for a story about how to become a character in real life, as well as why Orim had changed under the influence of events and inner turmoil. It turned out that someone else from the real world had passed through the broadcast and found themselves inside the system, breaking the established boundaries between reality and the game space. In-hen didn't understand exactly what the conversation was about, since all the events and explanations seemed confusing and difficult for him to grasp at that moment. Such a term was used in molecular biology, and it was unlikely the young man could make sense of it without specialized knowledge and training in this complex scientific field. Simply put, it's like assembling something from a construction set according to instructions, where each element has its place and role in creating a complete structure that functions properly once assembled. The young man couldn't take anything away from that conversation because all the explanations were too complex and didn't match his level of understanding of the situation or his prior experience. The man knew that he should have explained everything in full from the start to avoid misunderstandings and allow others to properly assess the situation from the very beginning. It wasn't just a virtual reality game, but an alternate universe where the laws of existence differed from the familiar ones, and every action had real consequences for those involved. It was disguised as a video game because people are only familiar with three-dimensional space, and it was easier that way to explain the unusual phenomena that went beyond their understanding of reality. The young man listened intently to the entire story, trying to grasp every detail and piece the information together into a coherent picture of what was happening around him at that moment. Eventually, Baek decided to leave because he didn't want to listen to fairy tales and believed it was better to focus on completing the quest, which was more important for his further progress in the mission. The young man also didn't want to play along with chaos, refusing to accept its rules and trying to maintain his own will and control over his actions in a dangerous environment. His thoughts were that he had wasted so much time on some fool, and this caused him irritation and a desire to return to more important matters and tasks as soon as possible. The man himself saw the student's despair and understood that there was no other option, so he decided to continue his explanation, hoping that the student would eventually be able to accept the reality of the situation. The boy's eyes widened at the sudden realization of what he had heard, and he froze for a moment, trying to process the new information that had completely changed his perception of the situation around him. The elder's hand passed through his body, and something unusual began to swirl around him, creating a strange sensation of spatial instability and a disruption of the usual laws of reality. Peck had to experience everything firsthand to understand the true nature of this world and the consequences of each of his decisions in a dangerous and unpredictable environment. Anger and hatred mingled on his face, manifesting intense features and a cold gaze that betrayed inner conflict and intense irritation. After analyzing the player's statistics, he saw that his flow rate was 87%, meaning he had been in the game for a long time and was deeply immersed in the process. Because of this, the problem was that the young man could die, since a high level of engagement and exhaustion significantly increased the risk during subsequent trials. Even if that happened, the man would feel no guilt, remaining cold and focused on the result rather than on emotions or the consequences for individual participants. Chaos believed that he would simply have been unlucky at that moment and would have viewed it as a random coincidence with no deeper meaning or impact on the overall course of events. Inhen shouted across the room, overcome by intense fear and anxiety, trying to get the others' attention and find at least some support in the tense situation. Meanwhile, the recruiter stood his ground and smiled, maintaining his calm and confidence, as if the situation were completely under his control and caused him no concern whatsoever. The result was to be their meeting on the other side, where all events and decisions took on their final meaning and became part of a new reality after the trials were over. The lights were still on in the young man's apartment, illuminating the empty rooms and creating the feeling that he was about to return after a long and exhausting absence. A strange temperature emanated from his body, which was sitting on the sofa, felt in the air as an unnatural heat that gradually filled the space of the room around him. At that moment, Inhyun felt intense pain piercing his entire body and preventing him from focusing on the events unfolding around him at this critical moment. Startled by the scream, he flung his glasses aside, trying with a sharp movement to snap back to reality and regain control over his perception of what was happening around him. They fell to the floor with a clatter, shattering the silence of the room and drawing attention to the jarring moment that had shifted the tense atmosphere around him. Peck clutched his heart in fear and anxiety, trying to steady his breathing and cope with the wave of emotions that had suddenly overwhelmed him in that tense moment. It also became palpable that there was someone else present in the room, though there were no visible signs of it, and this caused tension and wariness in everyone who was there. The unknown man stood holding the glasses he had picked up from the floor, examining them closely in the silence of the room, as if assessing their significance for what was to come. He was concerned about the player's condition, particularly whether he was feeling dizzy, as this could indicate severe stress and a dangerous physiological state following the experience. Peck asked the man standing before them sharply, trying to get a clear answer in a tense situation where every detail could change his next move. He wasn't a player, but he liked to occasionally step into the game, observing events from the sidelines and sometimes intervening in the process when he became curious or needed to verify something. The man was one of the game's 5 creators, as well as the CEO of Intocall, responsible for key decisions and overall control over the system's development and operation. Emerging from his memories, the young man stood in the school, trying to quickly return to reality and understand what was happening around him at that moment. In his opinion, Orm had something no one else did, which made him unique among others and evoked mixed feelings of admiration and wariness. But unfortunately, at that time, his former comrade was just as capable, possessing similar abilities and experience, which made their advantage less obvious and created additional tension between them. The rival hated the hero and wished him nothing but harm, constantly looking for opportunities to harm him and ruin his plans in every situation where their paths crossed. Arima, on the other hand, didn't care about anything and didn't even want to know anything, remaining detached from events and completely ignoring any attempts to draw him into the situation. The only question spinning in his head was whether Peck was the one who had accepted the quest, and this wouldn't leave him alone, forcing him to keep returning to that thought. With a smile, he replied that it was so, confirming his words in a calm tone and making no attempt to hide the confidence in his answer. The hero felt intense anger building inside him with every passing second, causing him to tense up and lose control of his emotions in this difficult situation. The hatred was overwhelming. It consumed his entire being, clouding his thoughts and forcing him to perceive the world around him through the lens of rage and inner pain. It was precisely because of Peck's decision that people died, and this became the grave consequence of his choice, which influenced the course of events and left a mark on history. Innocent students were injured and severely harmed, finding themselves in a danger zone where they had no way to protect themselves from the consequences of the events. Feeling no remorse, the former comrade continued to smile, maintaining a cold composure and seemingly ignoring the gravity of the situation around him. It turned out that Arim was wrong in one of his conclusions, and this changed the overall perception of the situation, forcing a reevaluation of some previously made assumptions. Inhen did not kill or injure them with his own hands, remaining on the sidelines without directly intervening in the events unfolding around him. Unable to withstand the tension, the hero lunged at him, acting impulsively and driven by the emotions that had completely overwhelmed him at that moment. The window on the third floor had been smashed, and wind and noise poured into the room through it, creating a sense of neglect and recent violent intrusion. The students were falling to the ground, hitting each other in a chaotic scuffle that took place in midair and ended with a sharp crash onto the surface. The young man did not understand why Peck had changed so much on the inside, and he tried to find an explanation for his new behavior, which seemed unfamiliar and unsettling to him. His personality lacked any trace of humanity, and he behaved coldly and aloofly, as if emotions and compassion did not exist for him. The young man's thoughts did not concern him at all, and he remained indifferent to the inner struggles of others, focusing solely on his own actions and goals in the current situation. The Dragon Slayer's attack engulfed their opponent, forcing him to face a powerful onslaught from which it was difficult to find protection or an opportunity to counterattack. The battle spread further and further, encompassing new areas of space and drawing more and more participants into the chaotic clash of forces. Each of them sustained injuries, gradually losing strength and the ability to continue fighting at full capacity due to the accumulated damage. Orem was at his best and seemed stronger than his opponent, demonstrating an advantage in positioning and confidence during the clash of forces. In turn, the executioner was suffering defeat and screaming in pain, gradually losing control of the situation and unable to withstand further attacks. There was no choice but to accept the ultimatum, as all other options were closed off and the situation demanded an immediate decision. The monster defended its master and lunged at the young man, reacting instantly to the threat and completely ignoring everything else around it. Using his sword, Orem managed to hold off the attack, parrying his opponent's blows and maintaining his balance in the tense battle. Destruction engulfed the ground beneath their feet, gradually altering its structure and creating dangerous conditions for further movement. The young man's primary task at that moment was to eliminate the creature, which posed a serious threat and required immediate removal for the safety of everyone around. He possessed the opposite ability, and it was a flower that stored malice, concentrating negative emotions and keeping them in a stable form for later use. Everything around them was jumbled by the opponent's differing auras, creating a chaotic, energetic background in which it was difficult to distinguish individual sources of power. Peck wanted to destroy Orem once and for all, driven by deep animosity and a desire to finally remove him from his path. With his weapon, he continued to aim it at his opponent, keeping his sights locked and closely watching every move his opponent made in the tense situation. Everything that was happening was completely incomprehensible, and he tried to make sense of the chaotic events that were rapidly unfolding without any apparent logic. The hero wanted the quest to end as soon as possible, eager to relieve the tension and complete all the trials associated with it. Therefore, approaching the enemy, he kicked him in the face, rapidly closing the distance and exploiting the element of surprise in the fight. His balance was lost instantly, and he staggered sharply, unable to regain his footing due to the unexpected blow and the rapid change in the situation. Orem had previously thought that Peck was simply someone who enjoyed bullying him, perceiving his behavior as ordinary cruelty without deeper reasons or hidden motives. However, on that day he realized who he really was, and this realization changed his perception of the events and the people around him. In his eyes, Peck In-hyun was a true monster, and this perception completely defined his attitude toward him and all subsequent decisions in this situation. All those childhood memories, which had been quite pleasant, were overshadowed by hatred for his friend, supplanted by strong, negative emotions that completely altered his attitude toward the past. The young man tried to keep himself under control, holding back his emotions and focusing on not losing his composure in the tense situation. His opponent hadn't expected him to be in such a state at all, and this gave him the upper hand in the unfolding events, altering the course of their interaction. The blow was truly powerful. It seemed to knock Peck out of reality, causing him to momentarily lose his bearings and control of the situation. Exhaling, the young man seemed to allow himself to relax, gradually releasing the stress and letting his body and mind calm down a bit after the intense situation. Orim waited for the quest to end, intently watching the unfolding events and preparing for the moment when the task would finally be completed. A skeleton appeared from the other side, a rather strange color, which immediately drew attention with its unusual appearance and caused alarm among those present. Panic swept through his entire body, making his heart race and robbing him of the ability to think clearly in this critical situation. A voice from behind remarked that the hero had been rather harsh with their new recruit, and this immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room. An unfamiliar girl stood nearby on the battlefield, watching the chaotic clash of forces and remaining calm, even in the heat of the tense skirmish around her. She later explained that Peck had only recently started playing with them, and therefore hadn't yet fully settled into the new group and its rules. The corpse replacement technique allowed them to swap the skeleton for a team member with health below 1%, effectively transferring one participant's critical condition to a new combat unit. She was a necromancer who assisted the opponent, using her abilities to bolster his strength and influence the course of the battle. It also became clear that they seemed to be mocking them, showing contempt through their behavior and facial expressions as they observed the situation. The young man had encountered her before as well, and she was a necromancer from the Chaos Guild, which explained her specific abilities in connection to these events. From this, it was clear that Peck and Hyun had also joined them, becoming part of the same group and sharing its goals and rules. Countless spikes emerged from the ground, drastically altering the terrain and creating a dangerous zone that made any movement in the area difficult. The enemy had to act quickly to avoid getting stuck there, as any delay would mean the risk of being trapped among the dangerous spikes. It turned out that the second team member had hidden at first, only to suddenly appear later, seizing the moment to turn the situation to their advantage. Shivel replied that she had always been nearby, and her appearance only confirmed that she had been observing the events the whole time and waiting for the right moment. The Maze Master acted with confidence and precision, coordinating her steps and decisions as if every element of the space were completely clear and predictable to her. Using her techniques, she intimidated her opponents, creating a sense of fear and disorientation, which made their actions less coordinated and more chaotic. True top-tier players always arrive late, as if deliberately emphasizing their confidence and experience, never rushing even in critical situations. The attack rang out all around, engulfing the necromancer, and the blow was struck, abruptly changing the course of the battle and forcing him to react to the new threat. Perhaps because of this attack, the team could have secured a victory, as the opponents lost their concentration and the defense began to falter under pressure, failing to demonstrate coordinated play. However, the necromancer was no ordinary player either, so she defended herself using dark magic and quick reflexes, creating a barrier around herself at the last moment, just before the attack. In that brief second, the girl even managed to get truly scared, feeling a sudden chill down her spine and an alarming jolt in her heart that made her freeze in place. After breaking through it, Shivel pressed forward confidently, not stopping for a moment, feeling the power of her own actions and the determination to see it through to the end, despite any obstacles. She couldn't let her guard down because her ability was still active, forcing her to watch every movement closely and be ready to react instantly to any threat. Her opponent contemptuously called her a fool, trying to hurt her feelings and shake her confidence in her own abilities, but she merely pressed her lips together and didn't give in to the provocation. By then, a fierce fight had already broken out between them, with each trying to prove her superiority, acting quickly and decisively, leaving her opponent no chance to retreat. Orim simply stood quietly to the side, watching intently as events unfolded around him, not interfering and trying to understand the situation's development and possible consequences. However, even there, the treacherous traps of chaos reached out, lurking unnoticed at every turn, forcing everyone to remain on guard and scrutinize their surroundings. They had to act cautiously and thoughtfully to ultimately eliminate it without unnecessary risk to themselves, weighing every step and trying to avoid any unpredictable consequences. Therefore, he decided to help Shivel, fully aware of the complexity of the situation and the danger hanging over them, and was ready to take a risk to turn the tide in their favor. She couldn't understand how the Avenger could walk through a field of corpses without stopping or breaking under the weight of what he saw, remaining cold and focused on his goal. The trap was designed to slow him down and poison his hands, so he was crazy. But he kept moving forward anyway, ignoring the pain and the effects of the poison. They couldn't wrap their heads around it, for they couldn't comprehend such cruelty and the senselessness of the events unfolding right before their eyes, shattering their usual understanding of the world. Orem asked his companion to finish everything as quickly as possible, realizing that any delay could cost them dearly in this dangerous and unpredictable situation. As in all quests, they acted in unison and as a team, clearly dividing roles among themselves and supporting one another at every step to achieve their common goal without error. Accepting his order, the young lady began to act decisively and without hesitation, concentrating on each step of the task and reacting quickly to changes in the situation around her. The necromancer didn't know who was in front of them or why these players turned out to be so strong, so she carefully analyzed their actions, trying to find a weak spot for a follow-up strike. At first, her mood was positive until the battle erupted in full force, forcing her to quickly change her behavior and focus on survival. 2 against 1 was rather unfair, but the enemy had chosen to act that way, so they had to accept the terms of the battle and respond decisively, not giving him the upper hand. A familiar sound rang out near Shivel, causing her to instantly grow alert and turn toward where it came from, trying to understand its origin and meaning. The system displayed a notification panel that immediately caught the user's attention, forcing them to focus on the text and assess its content and possible consequences. The time to choose a reward had expired, and the system automatically recorded the result, leaving no opportunity to change the decision or review the available options. The players were automatically transported to another location, where they were immediately met with new conditions and unfamiliar surroundings, requiring quick adaptation and attention to detail. The rival was glad she hadn't died in battle and believed that luck was on her side, allowing her to avoid mortal danger and conserve her strength for further action. The timer was supposed to stop when another user intervened, but things went wrong, and the system continued counting down, creating additional chaos and unpredictable consequences for the participants. Earlier, the system had announced that if one accepted the challenge, one could receive a reward, which was supposed to be a valuable bonus for those who dared to complete the difficult task to the end. Simply because it was a rivalry-type challenge, other players were not factored into the calculations, so the system considered only the main rivals and their immediate outcome. Stepping closer, she asked if it was worth beating up the guy, turning to Orem and expecting a clear answer from him regarding their next steps. Later, she added that the next time they had a fight, he was wary of her actions and tried to keep his distance, closely watching her every move. In response, the hero said that judging by what had happened, to win, they would have to try very hard, acting in unison, cautiously, and without making any mistakes in future battles. She explained that she couldn't fight properly because the newbie was getting in her way, constantly tripping over her feet and breaking her concentration during the fight. Next time, she threatened to show what she was capable of, making it clear that she would no longer hold back and would act much more decisively and dangerously toward her opponents. The location emptied out when the players were taken away for transport, and only silence and empty space remained, with no signs of the participants' recent presence. The companions appeared at a familiar location, immediately recognizing the landmarks and focusing on the next steps they needed to take under the new circumstances. As she examined him, Shivel saw a severe wound on his face, evidence of a brutal struggle, which compelled her to focus on a quick assessment of his condition and possible assistance. For Orem, nothing else mattered. He only saw the chaos reigning outside and focused on making sense of the situation and finding at least some order in the chaos. They had to escape the school as quietly as possible so that no one would see them, moving cautiously through the hallways and avoiding any noise that might attract attention. Outside, several fire trucks and an ambulance were working frantically at the scene, illuminating the area with flashing lights and creating a sense of urgency. Moving quietly toward cover, the team shifted positions, moving cautiously so as not to give themselves away and to secure a more advantageous spot for their next moves. Sitting a safe distance from the scene, they finally exhaled, feeling a temporary sense of relief after the tense events and trying to gather their thoughts. Chival was ready to heal her comrade so he wouldn't return home in that condition, focusing on quickly restoring his strength and alleviating the pain from his injuries. He objected, since the danger from chaos still existed, and emphasized that there was no need to rush the recovery while the situation remained unstable and threatening. The young man wanted to use a health restoration item to quickly regain his strength after the battle and be ready for possible new dangers. Thinking of Sojun, the hero asked how she was doing, trying to understand her condition after the events and whether she needed help or support. His friend had treated her and taken her to a hospital in a safe place where she could receive the necessary medical care and recover from what she had been through. His phone alerted him to a call from Ms. Hekyung, causing him to immediately look at the screen and prepare for an important conversation. That was exactly why Chival had to hurry home, because the housekeeper was waiting for her. She couldn't be left unattended for long and needed her presence. The young man understood that people were worried about her, and this made him act more cautiously, taking into account the feelings of others and the general tension of the situation. So he decided to check his phone for missed calls to see if there were any missed calls or important messages that required immediate attention. When he took out his smartphone, it became clear that it was completely destroyed, with a shattered screen and a damaged casing, making the device beyond repair. Outside, it was a dark night that enveloped everything around in a thick silence and created a sense of tension and uncertainty with every step. The Chaos Group gathered in their office, discussing their next steps and carefully analyzing the situation that had developed following the recent events. They realized that the newcomer wasn't as useful as they had thought, so they eliminated him completely, permanently removing any possibility of further influence on their part. The girl said there was no need to be so cruel to him, trying to diffuse the situation and emphasize the importance of a more humane approach even in difficult circumstances. They began arguing among themselves, sharply voicing complaints at one another and raising their voices due to differing views on the situation and how to resolve it. Later, the group was on the verge of a fight when the tension between them reached its peak, and any careless move could have sparked an open conflict. Each prepared their attack, focusing and gathering strength to deliver the most effective blow at the right moment. Fortunately, their senior stopped them when he walked into the room, forcing everyone to instantly halt the conflict and pay attention to his presence. Telling them to go outside where they could even kill each other, he easily intimidated them, forcing everyone to fall silent and reconsider their actions. The players hadn't expected Ryu Yen to return so quickly, and his sudden appearance made them wary and forced them to quickly rethink their next moves. He had no intention of returning to reconnaissance, since Horizon was about to begin, and he wanted to be fully prepared for the events that were about to unfold. He still had many games he hadn't played yet, so he understood that plenty of new challenges and unknown adventures lay ahead of him. First, he needed to check on the newcomer to make sure he was safe and understood the situation before moving on to the next steps. Since the quest had ended, Peck hadn't been able to pull himself together, remaining in a state of deep exhaustion and disorientation after the events he'd experienced. The Executioner and the Avenger, it was interesting to him, even though the latter had a higher rank, but Peck stood higher in the class hierarchy, and this created a certain tension between them. Most likely it came down to skills or experience, which determined their effectiveness in combat and explained the difference in results between different players. The Avenger was also strong enough to afford to ignore such details, disregarding minor limitations and relying on his own skills and combat advantage. If left as is, Orim could interfere with the guild's plans, becoming an unpredictable obstacle that would have to be accounted for in future actions. Yen understood that while Peck dealt with his former friend, it would take a long time, and the situation could shift against them even before this skirmish ended. Therefore, he could intervene in the battle himself to speed up the course of events and prevent the situation from dragging on or spiraling out of control. The longer the trickster delayed the games, the less they interested him, gradually losing their appeal and becoming something secondary. The light was on in the hero's house, indicating his presence inside and creating a sense of life in the quiet of the night all around. In the entryway, the sister was already waiting for her brother, glancing impatiently toward the entrance and listening from time to time for footsteps in the hallway. Her anxiety was evident, betraying itself in every movement and glance, which grew increasingly tense with every passing minute of waiting. Orem approached and caught her attention, forcing her to focus on him immediately and distract herself from her own anxious thoughts. She didn't understand why he had come so late, and this caused her a mixture of surprise and concern about the reasons for his delay. The problem was that the younger man wasn't answering his phone calls, which left the situation uncertain and caused increasing anxiety. The news only served to heighten the anxiety, which gradually intensified with every report, making people worry even more about how events would unfold. It turned out that something had gone wrong at his school. Many students had been injured, and there had even been fatalities, which only intensified the panic and anxious anticipation among those following the news. The building was destroyed, and only chaos remained around it, testifying to the scale of the destruction and the recent catastrophe that had changed everything around them. Orem understood that he couldn't tell her that he had actually been at the school at the time, so he carefully avoided giving a direct answer, hiding the truth. Having grasped something, the woman asked him to wait, pleading with him not to jump to conclusions and to give her time to figure everything out in more detail. Her attention was drawn to a bloodstain on his shirt, which made her look closely and worry about what exactly had happened. Seeing this, she began to demand explanations even more, feeling growing anxiety and wanting to immediately understand the reason for what she had seen. The boy explained that he had simply been playing soccer during recess, had tripped, and then his nose had started bleeding, trying to look calm and convincing. She didn't believe a word he said, watching him closely and trying to find signs that he was hiding something. Nothing added up because there wasn't a single scratch on his face, and this only reinforced her suspicions about the truth of his explanation. The flustered young man didn't know what to say, trying to find words that might convince her, but every attempt sounded uncertain and unconvincing. At first he was silent, mulling everything over in his head, trying to gather his thoughts and find the right way to explain the situation without unnecessary contradictions. Then he said that when it all happened, he was at school, trying to clearly explain his position and clear himself of suspicion regarding the events. He quickly assured her that everything was fine, trying to calm her down and prevent the conversation from taking an even more alarming turn. Not all injuries were visible at first glance, and according to the nurse, the young man might have had internal organ damage, which required immediate further examination. Some people even died from bleeding because they didn't realize they had internal injuries that weren't visible at first glance, but gradually led to a critical condition. After the lecture, the nurse decided to schedule him for a doctor's appointment to ensure there were no hidden injuries and to prevent possible complications. Orem was completely unwilling to agree to her plans, considering them excessive and unnecessary, and tried to convince her to abandon this decision. She also mentioned that the school had been closed for an entire week due to the incident, in order to conduct an investigation and restore safety on campus. His sister asked him to stop acting as if nothing had happened, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to take it more seriously. Hugging him tightly, she admitted frankly that she had been worried the young man might be among the dead, and that anxiety had driven her to search for him relentlessly. The situation unsettled him, and even more so, her actions, which were unexpected to him and left him at a loss, not knowing how to react properly. His older sister had behaved this way only after their parents' death, when her emotions had become much stronger and manifested in a more open and caring manner. The next morning, Orem was already at the hospital, undergoing the necessary examinations and awaiting results that would clarify his condition following the events. Waiting in the hallway until they called him in, he was anxious, constantly glancing at the office door and trying to calm his own thoughts. The problem was that they might find something strange, and that worried him, because any unexplained detail could complicate the situation even further. It might even turn out that the tests had revealed unusual abnormalities that the doctors couldn't immediately explain and had decided to investigate further. The time had come, and the nurse called the patient, inviting him into the office for a further examination and consultation with the doctor. Orem slowly entered the doctor's office, feeling tense and trying to gather his thoughts before discussing his condition. The first thing he did was politely greet the doctor, giving him a brief nod and trying to stay calm despite his inner anxiety. In response, the man was also friendly. He greeted him calmly and gestured for Orem to sit down, creating a more relaxed atmosphere for the conversation. He could see that the young man was Orem's younger brother, and so he treated him with greater care, a bit more gently, as if understanding the additional responsibility that might rest on him. As he studied the patient's face, it seemed to him as though they had met before, and he tried to recall under what circumstances that might have been. They continued to stand in silence in the cramped hospital office, feeling the tension in the air and listening to the distant sounds of the hallway. The young man couldn't for the life of him remember exactly under what circumstances he had seen this doctor before, and this gave him an unsettling sense of uncertainty and doubt. In response, the doctor calmly said that it had all happened last Christmas, trying to recall the details of the event and closely observing his companion's reaction. As if delving into the depths of his own memory, Orem slowly replayed individual moments from the past in his mind, trying to find a hidden meaning in them. Suddenly, a clear memory surfaced in his mind of him and his sister after the celebration, when echoes of joy still rang out around them and his heart was filled with strange premonitions. Back then, Dr. Noah had brought his intoxicated sister to their home, supporting her by the arm and explaining that she needed rest after the exhausting celebration. Because of how much the young man had grown and changed over the years, the man barely recognized him, scrutinizing his facial features and trying to find familiar traits. At his age, it was perfectly normal to grow rapidly, and even the school's senior had grown nearly 10 centimeters in a short time, surprising those around him. After finishing their conversation, they decided to calmly move on to discussing the results, intently reviewing the available data and preparing for further conclusions. Studying everything on the monitor screen, the man carefully analyzed the details and gradually drew cautious conclusions about the information he saw. Everything was fine, and the tests the young man had taken were also sufficient for the doctor to make confident preliminary conclusions about his health. Something turned out to be strange in the results, which forced the doctor to carefully review the readings once more and ponder the possible causes of the deviations. All the results were unnaturally perfect, which looked suspicious even to an experienced doctor and raised additional questions about their origin. Even in athletes, the readings usually fluctuated within the range of 7 point something, but were never exactly 8, as was unexpectedly the case with him. Orem was worried that this situation might be a bad sign, and it made him increasingly anxious and eager to find an explanation for the unusual results. The doctor replied that the young man was indeed in perfect health, and perhaps the reason was that he was a teenager whose body was still actively developing and producing such readings. The young man himself understood that everything looked perfect only because he was a character in a game where the system artificially balanced the stats to maintain the world's equilibrium. Later, the doctor also inquired about his condition, closely observing the young man's reaction and clarifying minor details regarding his well-being and changes in behavior. A terrible tragedy had occurred at the school, and several students had even died, so all the townspeople continued to discuss these events for a long time, filled with fear and sympathy for the victims. He was curious about how Orem was feeling, since Orem had been there during the incident and might have experienced severe shock and stress from what he had seen. The young man pondered this question, trying to recall his own feelings and understand whether he had truly perceived the events back then the way he imagined them now. Vivid images immediately flashed before his eyes of injured students lying on the floor, while panic and chaotic movement reigned all around. Shivel had been able to save some of them, but not all, and this left a bitter sense of guilt and helplessness among those who had been there during those critical moments. Peck also appeared before his eyes as a monster, for by that time it was hard to call him a human being due to his brutal actions and loss of self-control. Orem hated him for what had happened, and this feeling was deeply ingrained in him, causing anger and intense inner tension every time he recalled those events. So he replied that he had been too angry back then, and his state was impossible to describe in words, because his emotions had completely overwhelmed his mind and self-control. If they had put in just a little more effort, they could have inflicted significant damage on the enemy. But that never happened due to a lack of time and coordinated action. Noah assured him that the incident wasn't his fault, trying to lift the burden of guilt from him and explain that the circumstances at the time were beyond anyone's control. Many who survived similar situations felt guilty, as if they should have done more, even when objectively they couldn't have changed anything. They constantly replayed such thoughts in their minds and eventually convinced themselves that they had done everything possible to somehow come to terms with what they had experienced. However, if you think about it seriously, Orem had done everything he could at that moment, acting within the limits of his abilities and the circumstances, which were extremely difficult for him at the time. The young man didn't answer the doctor's questions, as if lost in his own thoughts and trying to gather his emotions after those difficult memories. On the older man's advice, he needed to forgive himself so that, should such a situation arise again, he could focus and give it his all without the internal burden of guilt. And he agreed with his opinion, acknowledging it as reasonable and gradually accepting the need to let go of past mistakes in order to move forward. If such thoughts continued to trouble him, the doctor would likely have referred the patient to a psychotherapist to help him better cope with his emotions and stress. After thanking him, the protagonist prepared to return home, feeling relieved after the conversation and eager to finally rest and reflect on everything in private. Suddenly, the man stopped him because he wanted to ask one more question, looking at him intently and trying to clarify an important detail of the conversation. Orem didn't know what it was about, and this made him wait warily for an explanation, trying to understand his interlocutor's intentions. The man asked if he was still playing the game, closely watching his reaction and trying to gauge how deeply he was immersed in that world. Orem had previously mentioned that her brother was doing well in Ergosphere Online, navigating the game with confidence and adapting quickly to any situation. Without giving himself away, the boy calmly said that by that time he had been logging into the game much less frequently, trying to speak neutrally and without unnecessary details. As it turned out, Noah just wanted to spend some time together and play, suggesting it as a way to take his mind off things and relax a bit after a difficult conversation. Although his skills weren't as good as the young man's, he still tried to stay confident and keep up during the game. After finishing the conversation, he left the office, quietly closing the door behind him and leaving the tense conversation and heavy thoughts behind. His thoughts were all over the place, rapidly shifting from one to the next and creating a sense of inner chaos and intense contemplation. The protagonist hadn't expected the topic of the game to come up at all, so the question caught him off guard and left him momentarily flustered. Or perhaps his sister was so close to him that they sometimes discussed such things, sharing their thoughts on the game and the events surrounding it. It might even be that Orem and Noah had met since they spent Christmas together, sharing the festive atmosphere and discussing the events of that evening. His phone signaled a new call, its sharp ring breaking the silence and forcing him to momentarily lose himself in his own thoughts. The screen showed that Shivel was calling, and this immediately caught his attention, making him wonder if something urgent had happened. The girl was already waiting for him in a beautiful spot, standing patiently and observing the surrounding scenery with a light anticipation of their meeting. Hurrying, Orem immediately drove to his girlfriend, quickly covering the distance and thinking about what might have happened and why she had called him. He didn't understand what had happened or why he was being rushed like this, so he drove with a sense of anxiety and uncertainty, waiting for an explanation from his friend. It turned out that the guild wanted to meet with them that evening to discuss joint matters and clarify future plans following recent events. The reason for his surprise was that the team could easily have met elsewhere, somewhere more convenient and safer for everyone involved. Shivel quietly asked her companion to turn his back on her for a moment, explaining that she needed to prepare for an important and unexpected moment. Not understanding the meaning of her request or her true intentions, he nevertheless silently complied, trusting her words and not asking any unnecessary questions. Suddenly, she rushed up from behind and hugged him tightly, pressing her whole body against him and leaving him flustered by such an unexpected display of affection. Without answering his question, she quietly asked him to simply stand in that position for about 30 seconds, as if it held special significance for her. Of course, such unexpected actions made the young man visibly embarrassed, feeling intense excitement and confusion, for such closeness came as a complete surprise to him. The girl, meanwhile, kept thinking about what had happened to So-jun, trying to understand the reasons behind the event and find answers that wouldn't let her rest even for a moment. She had nearly died at the hands of a terrifying monster, and that horrific sight was forever etched in her memory, making her shudder at every recollection. She also thought about how selfishly she had hesitated when it all happened, blaming herself for her indecision and the lost seconds that could have changed the course of events. Shivel had always wanted to be different from her parents, yet deep down she increasingly realized that she was probably just as selfish as they were. Such thoughts constantly swirled in her head, giving her no peace and forcing her to return again and again to her own actions and doubts. Orem explained that everything that had happened was solely his fault, taking responsibility and trying to protect the others from unnecessary blame. Because if she had used the skill against her, both of them would have been penalized, so any careless decision could have led to negative consequences for both of them. In that short time, her friend had managed to think about both him and Sojun, and in the end, she chose her, making a decision under the pressure of circumstances and her own feelings. It was very hard to call Shivel selfish, since her actions were often driven by concern for others and inner doubts, rather than a desire to act solely in her own interests. So she had no right to blame herself, since her actions were dictated by circumstances and a desire to make the right choice in a difficult situation. Standing together in an embrace, she sincerely thanked him for his words, feeling a sense of relief and support that helped her calm down a little and believe in herself. Later, the young lady didn't understand at all why he turned around and began hugging her in response, perceiving this gesture as something unexpected and genuinely emotional. In the end, he had to buy her 5 of the largest packs of strawberry milk, giving her 1 each day, as if fulfilling a sort of agreement between them. Orem didn't want to argue, so he calmly agreed, deciding not to escalate the situation and to accept the terms without unnecessary objections. Thus, they came to an agreement, reaching a simple and clear compromise that satisfied both sides. The next question was what exactly the guild wanted from them, since the reason for the summons remained unclear and caused additional tension in the conversation. Perhaps it was about information or an exchange of items, which could explain the guild's interest in their group and the summons to speak. Later, Cinna revealed that that night they had intended to hunt chaos, revealing the true reason for the guild's interest and their future plans. The shocked youths stood before the master, not knowing what to say, as the news had caught them off guard and completely thrown them off balance. This meant that the organization had found their base, and now all their previous security measures might prove useless. There were several options, but the situation at their school turned out to be the best, allowing them to carry out the plan unnoticed and achieve the desired result. They searched many places they thought might be a base and noticed members of Chaos entering them, confirming their suspicions. It was unlikely to be a trap, considering how much the enemy was in a hurry. They watched them until morning and saw guild members coming and going, which confirmed their suspicions. Shivel didn't understand how the woman had even told them all this information, as it seemed too strange and suspicious to her in that situation. Cinna remained silent as she pondered how to gently reveal her plan, choosing her words carefully so as not to cause unnecessary anxiety in the others. Stepping closer to the young man, she asked if he would like to take revenge on their enemies, closely watching his reaction and waiting for his answer. Perhaps they wanted to destroy those scum who had ruined their school and injured their friends, driven by a sense of vengeance and a desire for justice. Her eyes were as if hypnotizing the youngest members of the team, forcing them to freeze and listen to every word without being able to look away. For their part, the boys stood there unsure of what to say, flustered under the pressure of her gaze and unable to form a thought quickly. It seemed as though Sinha didn't actually want to take them along, but had mentioned it simply so they wouldn't be offended by not knowing about the opportunity. The main question was whether the young men would join their nighttime raid on the Chaos base, since the rest of the operation depended on their decision. The boy pondered his response, weighing all the possible consequences of his choice and trying to find the right words in this tense situation. A second later, the decision was made in the affirmative, and the young man agreed, choosing to support the proposed plan without hesitation. He knew some of the Chaos members, specifically a former comrade with whom he had worked in the past, and who now found himself on the other side of the conflict. And he didn't want that man to die at the hands of someone else. He wanted to do it himself, believing that he had to personally resolve their long-standing conflict. The guildmaster agreed to this request, acknowledging his right to make a personal decision and accepting his terms without further objection. It was necessary to describe what the enemy looked like before they went inside, in order to better prepare for a possible confrontation and avoid surprises. Shivel, however, did not respond, silently pondering the situation and taking her time to react to the question. Still, she understood that she wanted to follow Orem, trusting him and feeling an inner need to be by his side in this situation. Of course, she shouldn't have agreed, because the confrontation was between Orem and Pekin Hyun, and her interference could only complicate the situation and disrupt their personal resolution of the conflict. The matter was not at all what it might have seemed at first glance, and the true motives behind the situation turned out to be much deeper and more complex. As it turned out, the team had received a message about a quest that was to take place at midnight, which explained their urgent preparations and tense anticipation. The players couldn't refuse it, and there were a number of reasons for that, the first of which was that the task was considered a punishment for their previous actions. They studied the control panel intently, scrutinizing every button, the flashing indicator, and the tiny symbol so as not to miss a single important detail. Most likely, they could have received penalty points for healing, so June without permission, violating the strict rules of the stage and drawing the judge's displeasure. But it wasn't supposed to be that serious, since the hero simply wanted to pay a set amount to avoid the grueling quest and leave this place as soon as possible. In fact, Shivel had healed several other students who had been injured during the trial, which was precisely why they received such a severe and unexpectedly large penalty. At that point, they had a penalty of 1,200 points for using their abilities on ordinary people, which was already considered a serious violation of the system's established rules. To avoid performing the dangerous task, they would have had to forfeit all their status points, accumulated rewards, and valuable items, leaving them with almost no resources. Although there was an option to exchange the money they had won for real currency, in that critical situation, such a decision would not have worked properly anyway. Her friend apologized, acknowledging that this whole unpleasant situation had arisen precisely because of her careless actions, decisions, and desire to help everyone around her. In the young man's opinion, she had done the right thing, because she couldn't just stand by while others were suffering, even if it meant facing severe punishment. The system shouldn't have penalized her for helping people who had been harmed by the game, since her actions were aimed at saving lives, not breaking the rules. With his support, she wasn't as upset anymore, because she felt that there was someone nearby who understood her actions and didn't judge her for the choices she'd made. Cinna listened carefully and analyzed everything, trying to understand the hidden motives behind every word and piece, to gather the full picture of events in her mind. She also offered to lend them 500 million won so they could pay the fine and avoid further problems within the system. But other thoughts troubled her mind, giving her no peace and forcing her to constantly return to the complex situation and the possible consequences of the decisions made. The leader understood that it was better for the team to complete a quest rather than participate in a war, as it was safer and offered a better chance of avoiding serious losses. Although they held a rank, they were still children, and she had no right to incite them to seek revenge, knowing that it could ruin their future and their mental well-being. Cinna wanted them to continue taking on quests, leveling up their skills and gathering information, gradually strengthening their position within the system without taking unnecessary risks. And the guild, in turn, was supposed to take on all the other work, distributing responsibilities among experienced members and ensuring the team's stable development. The boy didn't want to say a word, silently looking away and avoiding conversation, as if every word might betray his true thoughts and feelings. The conversation was over, and everyone headed home, walking down the quiet streets with heavy thoughts and a sense of incompleteness from this difficult meeting. The leader believed they would handle the quest quite well, as they had already demonstrated coordinated teamwork and quick decision-making in difficult situations on more than one occasion. Together, the companions walked back, silently striding side by side and reflecting on the day's events, which had left them feeling tired and slightly tense. The guildmaster was a shrewd woman, willing to do anything to achieve her goals, coldly calculating every move and the possible consequences of her decisions. It was even possible that she had decided they weren't suited for guild warfare and was therefore deliberately keeping them from participating in more dangerous conflicts. Part of the plan was to exclude the young men from the conflict to protect them from unnecessary risk and focus their efforts on development and safer tasks. The hero asked the girl to check her inventory after the additional quest, carefully reviewing all the items received and any new resources. Rewards for the quest were supposed to appear there, so she needed to check carefully whether the system had already credited all the items, bonuses, and extra points for the completed task. Indeed, upon opening her inventory, Shivel saw items that hadn't been there before and began carefully examining their properties and functions. The bell that summoned Argus's ward could be used twice, which significantly increased the chances of success in difficult combat situations. The young lady asked if her companion had the same item, looking at him intently and waiting for an answer regarding the capabilities of an identical artifact. It turned out he had something completely different, much simpler equipment that lacked the same properties and limited his capabilities in combat. The key that unlocked the secret room was old and heavy, with strange carved symbols hinting at hidden mechanisms inside the lock. The players had never seen such artifacts before, so they examined them closely with wonder, trying to understand their purpose and potential value in the game. Until they tried them out, they wouldn't know their usefulness, so they decided to carefully test each item under safe conditions. The team decided to begin testing Arim's rewards to verify their properties and understand how they might affect the game's future course. So the hero took his key in hand, carefully weighing it and feeling a slight tension before using it for the first time. After activating it, they waited calmly, observing the changes around them and preparing for any possible outcome or hidden reaction from the system. At first, nothing happened, and the tension grew as they closely watched every detail in the surrounding space. And then, behind the team, an unfamiliar room appeared, slowly emerging from the darkness, causing surprise and cautious wariness in everyone. Most likely, this was the very room that the key unlocked, as its appearance fully corresponded to its activation and the artifact's operating logic. The system notified everyone in Orm's personal space, instantly sending a message about the event's activation and the appearance of a new hidden location object. There he could rest and train, as well as use the space as a storage area for items, resources, and rare objects obtained during quests. He could also share the room with team members and, if necessary, invite other players, granting them temporary access to his personal space. As it turned out, the game itself had a similar restroom, which existed as a rare space for players with special conditions and access. Shivel was surprised and pleasantly shocked that one could do things there that no one would have guessed, discovering the hidden possibilities of this space for herself. Before quests, the team also decided to meet there and select the necessary items, carefully preparing and coordinating tactics for upcoming tasks. The girl walking around the perimeter studied everything, carefully examining every detail of the space so that nothing important would escape her attention. Orim watched her calmly, not interfering, but closely tracking her movements and reactions to the changes around them. It felt as though she sensed something was wrong, and she was intuitively trying to understand the cause of the strange unease. Everything seemed so real, but the alley outside the window was not at all the one they were actually in, which caused even more doubt and anxiety. This meant one thing: they had been transported there, and now they found themselves in a different place without warning, forced to quickly assess the new situation. There was truth in her words and a thought that made her think carefully about the situation and reconsider her previous conclusions. The hero thought it might be the afterlife, frightening her with his words and making her tense up even more at such a grim version of events. At that moment, they didn't want to dwell too much on everything that had happened, since they couldn't change anything anyway, so they decided to focus on the current situation. Therefore, they wanted to examine the girl's items to understand their properties and potential usefulness in their next steps. The system was supposed to provide a detailed account of the bell that had summoned Argus's student, explaining its rarity, usage restrictions, and hidden activation conditions. It spoke of a great sage and his protege, whose power and connection were shrouded in legends and rare system descriptions. The player had the opportunity to ask her questions about quests and monster locations. And if there were no questions, they could receive a blessing that temporarily boosted their stats. Orim thought it best to ask questions first to gather useful information about quests and monster locations, and only then decide on everything else. Having gathered their strength, they were ready for action, intently checking their gear and planning their next steps before venturing into the unknown. The system activated the item, and a faint glow instantly appeared around it, indicating the activation of a hidden effect and a change in its state. The young man, however, thought that the artifact shouldn't have been used at that moment, believing it could only complicate the situation and draw unnecessary attention from the system. Shivel herself was certain of the questions she wanted to ask, clearly understanding exactly what information she needed to obtain for future decisions. After her words, a realization seemed to dawn in Orim's mind, slowly piecing together the scattered details into a single logical picture. Some magical actions were taking place ahead of the group, accompanied by a faint glow and incomprehensible symbols in the air. And then the apprentice appeared, slowly materializing through the magical glow, drawing the attention of the entire group. She had come to share with those who were unaware the knowledge of the third disciple of the great sage Argus, conveying important information about quests, monsters, and hidden possibilities. The players were shocked by her appearance, as it was so different from anything they had seen before, arousing both surprise and wariness. In the young man's opinion, she was quite pretty, though unusual looking, which aroused his curiosity rather than his fear. Shivel was dissatisfied with this assessment and ordered him to tell her about the young man's excessive enthusiasm, closely observing his reaction. The student could not answer such questions, as they went beyond the scope of her permitted knowledge and violated the system's established restrictions. Once she had calmed down, the girl pulled herself together and began to think more coolly and with greater focus, setting aside unnecessary emotions. Only then did she want to learn everything about the Horizon event, asking for details intently and trying to understand its true meaning. The magical apprentice knew little, only her teacher's prophecies, which sounded enigmatic and left more questions than they provided clear answers. When the 6 pillars fall, thunder will come, the forbidden gates will open, and a moonless night will descend, marking the beginning of an ancient prophecy. Those who were unaware would leave the Holy Lands and set out for the lands of the Citadel, and those who survived the journey would fall prey to beasts in the dark thickets. The only way to satisfy the desires of those who remained in the Holy Lands was a battle that would resolve their disputes and determine the future order. Then the individuals could finish the banquet, calmly concluding their meal after all the events and preparing for the decisive actions to come. Meanwhile, the guild carried out its plan, strictly adhering to the predetermined steps and coordinating actions among its members. They quietly infiltrated the enemy base, carefully avoiding the guards and moving in the shadows so as not to attract unnecessary attention. One of the enemy team members was on the phone, as if on guard duty, paying almost no attention to his surroundings or potential threats. Still, an outside noise caught his attention, forcing him to look up from his phone and listen warily to what was happening around him. It seemed as though he had spotted someone through his glasses, and his gaze shifted abruptly, becoming more focused and alert. An enemy had already appeared behind him, attacking by suddenly stepping out of the shadows and forcing the guard to react quickly to the threat. Suddenly, the opponent's body was thrown backward, as if struck by an invisible force, and he lost his balance. Having eliminated the threat, the guild could move on, cautiously advancing and checking every corridor for new enemies. The path was clear, and the assistant could open the portal, preparing the team for a quick transition to a safe zone. Cinna waited for the command to go first, closely observing her surroundings and preparing for possible changes in the situation. A bright light flashed before the player, bursting sharply from the darkness and momentarily blinding him, forcing him to stop and cover his eyes. The assassin's skill, having appeared in the middle of the room via a secret passage, allowed him to materialize unnoticed in the center of the space without drawing undue attention. Thanks to this technique, it was possible to summon a single team member, instantly teleporting them to his side for coordination or emergency assistance. The guildmaster appeared before him suddenly, as if from the shadows, staring intently into his eyes and assessing the situation. But the information regarding the room being clear was false, for there were people from Chaos already in position, preparing an ambush. The assistant had to deal with them quickly, instantly assessing the situation and looking for the most effective way to neutralize the threat. The guildmaster, on the other hand, wanted to handle everything herself, taking responsibility and not allowing others to interfere with her plan of action. Her power instantly engulfed the room, filling the space with a powerful energy that made everyone present grow alert and freeze in place. Her eyes radiated confidence and years of experience, evident in her calm gaze and the precision of every movement. The Queen's Guard's technique attacked all enemies in her path, swiftly breaking through their defenses and leaving no chance for a counterattack. Scanning everything, she surveyed the area for any opponents, closely monitoring any signs of movement or hidden threats. All the real chaos was inside, hidden deep within the building, where tension and hidden danger hung in the air. So Rezin decided to enter the building, cautiously approaching the entrance and preparing for possible resistance inside. As soon as they took a step, they froze in shock, suddenly realizing what they saw inside and failing to react immediately to the danger. An unknown man stood ahead, calmly watching them with a cold gaze, as if he already knew they would come. He remarked that he had prepared many cups of tea, yet only 2 of them had come, as if to emphasize his strange calmness and control over the situation. In response, Cinna calmly explained that 2 guests would be enough for them, closely watching the stranger's reaction and remaining vigilant. She added that it was too late for tea and that everything had its time, implying that their visit had a completely different purpose. The woman, along with her loyal assistant, stood ready for a fierce battle, closely watching every movement of the enemies and gripping their weapons tightly in their hands. The enemy had always sought to face her specifically, for at that moment she was closest to the long-awaited victory, outpacing all other rivals in the contest. The man himself was an inseparable part of chaos, and her soul-burning desire remained to mercilessly kill everyone who had once voluntarily joined their dark ranks. Satisfied yet defiant, the leader was determined to find out why Sinha was so desperate for revenge, harboring such fierce hatred in her heart. All of this was done solely for the guild's sake, and at the same time, it presented a wonderful opportunity to permanently eliminate potential rivals who might hinder their plans. It was completely unclear what exactly was going through the man's mind, for his gaze remained strangely calm, and his face betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Unexpectedly, he offered to pay them a sum equal to the entire winnings, plus an additional 22 billion won as generous compensation for all the inconvenience caused. In exchange, her guild had to give its final consent to simply leave and never again take part in the event known as Horizon. The woman honestly didn't understand why she should agree to such terms when she was so close to the victory she dreamed of, which she could almost feel in her hands. She had many reasons to strive to win the prize, but the most important one was that she was an ordinary player among the chosen few who wanted to prove her worth. The main rule was that every user had to win solely on their own, without outside help or interference at the decisive moment. The man, having listened to her words, silently accepted his mistake, realizing he was in the wrong and that he had been too overconfident in his decisions. Pointing at them, he decided what to do next, carefully assessing the situation and quickly weighing the possible consequences of each of his next steps. All members of the Chaos Guild had arrived for battle, taking up combat positions and preparing for the inevitable clash with the enemies standing before them. The Emperor's skill allowed him to conceal all nearby team members, rendering them invisible to enemies and completely hiding their presence on the battlefield. Naturally, this spectacle left Sinha and her assistant bewildered and at a loss, as they hadn't expected such a sudden and baffling shift in the situation around them. In the end, she decided to handle everything on her own, relying on no one, and take full responsibility for how events would unfold. Sok-ho was to open a portal and transport everyone else into the building, making sure there were no traps ahead, so they decided to act decisively and attack the enemy head-on. The time allotted to carry out her order was approximately 45 seconds, during which everyone had to act as quickly and precisely as possible, without making a single mistake. The guild leader had participated in many wars between organizations and had managed to survive, weathering the fiercest battles and maintaining her authority among both allies and enemies. If luck were on her side, the leader could eliminate several opponents by seizing a moment of weakness and quickly turning the tide of the battle. The assistant agreed and decided to get straight to work, without wasting any time on doubts or discussing further actions. There was no need to worry about her, for she was confidently in control of the situation and knew exactly what she was doing with every move. And so the battle began suddenly at that moment, filling the air with shouts, movement, and tension as both sides plunged into a fierce confrontation without hesitation. The leader's skills flashed through the air like lightning, slicing through the space and leaving trails of energy in their wake that forced the enemies to retreat. The enemies were engulfed by a field of beautiful flowers that suddenly bloomed on the floor, creating an illusion of calm that concealed the dangerous impact of her abilities. It seemed as though they had lost their advantage for a moment, as the situation had changed abruptly, forcing them to regroup and seek new ways to continue the fight. This ability paralyzed the enemies by 17% and dealt them 1% damage every second, gradually sapping their strength during the battle. The woman rushed at her opponents, attacking them quickly and decisively, not giving them a chance to recover and turn the tide of battle in their favor. Her opponents also wasted no time and tried to eliminate her, responding with swift attacks and striving at all costs to change the course of the clash. The bone spikes flew toward her opponents, slicing through the air and creating a sense of imminent danger that forced them to dodge urgently. Sinha saw everything happening around her, closely watching every movement of her opponents and allies, analyzing the situation right on the battlefield. Yet she, like a queen, moved with ease in battle, wielding her sword masterfully and landing precise strikes on her enemies, leaving them no chance to counterattack. They in turn screamed in pain, and from their injuries, retreating under the pressure of her attacks and trying to gather their strength for further resistance. She liked the situation unfolding before her, for she felt complete control over the battle and relished the advantage she was gradually gaining. Ru Yen, in response, also used his sword as his weapon, skillfully parrying blows and counterattacking, trying to maintain his balance in the fierce battle. It seemed to him that they had met in battle before, and this feeling made him act more cautiously and attentively. However, Sinha did not remember him or that encounter at all, calmly continuing the fight as if she were seeing her opponent for the first time. She usually forgot all the men she had ever met, attaching no importance to them and quickly erasing their images from her memory. Ru Yen did not give up, continuing to apply his combat skills, persistently attacking and looking for the slightest opportunity to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. The surprise box suddenly wrapped around the woman's limbs, constricting them and restricting her movements, causing her to momentarily lose control of the situation in the fight. The trickster's skill was aimed at preventing his opponent from moving or using his experience, completely depriving him of the ability to act in combat. Meanwhile, behind her, another member of Chaos was preparing an attack, carefully waiting for the right moment to deliver a surprise strike and change the course of the battle. Turning around, the woman saw him rapidly approaching, preparing to attack, so she instantly focused and braced for a counterattack. There was nothing she could do about it, but someone suddenly appeared and saved her, intercepting the blow and changing the course of events at the most critical moment. The man noticed the arrival of the other members of Resin, closely watching their approach and assessing the potential threat they might pose to the situation. Ikju himself was worried that the leader might be injured, closely monitoring her condition and ready to intervene at any moment to protect her. From the look on Sinhai's face, it was clear that she was pleased with their arrival, as it fully aligned with her plan and gave her an additional advantage in battle. Before setting out on the mission, the master personally conducted a thorough check of all details to ensure that every team member was fully prepared to carry out the task. As a result, it became clear that all participants were at the peak of their strength, fully ready for battle, and capable of withstanding the most difficult trials without losing effectiveness. Therefore, victory was bound to be theirs, as the team's preparation, strength, and coordination gave them a significant advantage over their opponents in this clash. There were no instructions either, so the players had to act, as always, strictly according to the previously agreed upon plan, relying on their own experience and the team's cohesion. They had already dealt with them once, so now they simply needed to repeat their previous actions, following the well-rehearsed plan without any unnecessary deviations. Ru Yan asked the director exactly how they were supposed to handle the battle, trying to get clear instructions on what to do next in this difficult situation. The man wanted to watch, since this was the first time he'd seen the Reason Guild in action with his own eyes, carefully analyzing their actions and combat skills in a real fight. That was exactly how he wanted to proceed, staying safe while his assistant fought the enemies, carrying out his part of the plan and keeping the situation under control. In his mind, Trickster wasn't entirely confident, since the forces on both sides seemed evenly matched, and any mistake could instantly change the course of the entire battle. Until one of them died and upset the balance, it was impossible to predict exactly how it would all end, since every move could radically alter the course of events. Meanwhile, a rather dark night had fallen over the city. The streets were emptying, and only a few scattered streetlights dimly illuminated the path in the deep silence. The companions were transported to a quest in the university district, where they found themselves among the buildings of the campus and were forced to quickly get their bearings in the new environment. At the time they arrived, no one was supposed to be there, so their appearance caused tension and put everyone on edge. While Arim was at home, he pondered the words of Argus's student, trying to understand their true meaning and hidden subtext. Perhaps the Horizon event was not meant to occur at a specific time, but only under specific circumstances, when all conditions aligned and triggered its course. It was something like a monster that could only be unlocked after completing certain tasks that served as the key to its appearance in the event. The prophecy spoke of 6 pillars that were to be destroyed, heralding the beginning of important changes and inevitable events in the future. These might have been the conditions for triggering the event, and once the players had completed all the tasks, Horizon would have begun, ushering in a new phase of trials. Shivel pondered her companion's words, but nothing specific came to mind, and she remained deep in thought, trying to find the hidden meaning. Meanwhile, the system announced that there was very little time left before the quest began, forcing all participants to quickly gather and prepare for the start. The task was the usual one, defeating monsters, just as before. So the participants followed the familiar rules, preparing for another battle without any major changes to their strategy. But something was new. Other players were set to join them, which could change the dynamics of the quest and required quick adaptation to new allies. They could also cooperate with each other, since in the end everyone was rewarded equally, regardless of who exactly finished the trial first or put in the most effort. Chevol reasoned that she could get valuable items by doing almost nothing, simply by participating in the event and relying on the team's results. The companions could head to the secret room and rest a bit, regaining their strength before the next trials and discussing their next steps. Coming to his senses, the hero snapped at her to stop talking that way, reacting to her words with emotional tension and trying to cut the conversation short. The team had to quickly deal with the monsters before anyone got hurt, acting in unison and as efficiently as possible to avoid any casualties. Opening their inventories, the players prepared for battle, checking their gear and quickly selecting the necessary items for the upcoming fight. They were curious to see exactly which players were joining them, as new allies could either help or change the course of the entire trial. At that time, Chaos was engaged in a battle with the Rezon Guild, locked in a fierce confrontation where each side was trying to gain a strategic advantage. Orem hoped that the new players would turn out to be just as good as the ones they had met last time, counting on the same coordination and reliability in their joint actions. It was easy to work with them, without any tension, because everyone understood their role and acted in unison, maintaining the team's overall rhythm. The preparation time for the mission had run out, and the participants were forced to immediately proceed with the mission, with no time to delay any further. The signal to begin rang out, causing all participants to instantly gather and prepare for the start of the quest. Standing in the middle of the street, the team waited tensely for something, closely watching their surroundings and ready to act at any moment. However, nothing was happening around them, and this silence only intensified the internal tension, forcing everyone to wait warily for the next turn of events. Their thoughts constantly revolved around what might happen next, forcing them to analyze every possible threat and wait tensely for events to unfold. The silence only frightened the players even more, heightening their tension and making them expect sudden danger from any direction. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound echoed through the area, sharply breaking the silence and forcing everyone to look around warily in search of the source of danger. The team decided to check the nearby building, as a monster might be hiding there, so they cautiously approached, preparing for a possible battle inside. Chevol stood still, intently pondering her next move, weighing her options and trying to find the best solution in this situation. She didn't want to go in there alone, so she stayed put, waiting for someone who could come to her aid and support her in case of danger. The sound of footsteps from the other side gradually drew nearer, growing clearer and forcing everyone to listen warily for whoever might emerge from the darkness. Someone was walking or even running toward the group, and with every passing second, the footsteps grew louder, heightening the tension of anticipation. The companions stood frightened, staring into the darkness of the night, trying to make out any signs of approaching danger amid the thick darkness. Indeed, soon a silhouette appeared ahead, slowly emerging from the darkness, causing even more tension among the team. Orem and Chevol readied their weapons, not knowing how else to protect themselves, watching the silhouette closely and preparing for any turn of events. The stranger, in turn, was shouting for help, approaching the team and trying to get their attention in the darkness of the night. Tears streamed from his eyes and his thoughts were consumed by the desperate need for someone to support him, for he desperately needed help and understanding. The team didn't understand what had happened. Their eyes widened in shock and confusion as they tried to make sense of the stranger's sudden appearance and his cries for help. The player ran across the field, oblivious to everyone around him, completely focused on his goal, feeling the tension and speed of every step and not stopping for a moment. Tears clouded his eyes, but when he sensed someone's presence, they flew open, filled with anxiety that grew with every passing moment. Other users stood ahead, and the young man rejoiced, feeling relief and hope, as if he had finally found the company he needed. Calling them over, he asked for help again, pleading earnestly for support and swift intervention in the difficult situation unfolding around him. His companions merely looked at one another, silently exchanging glances, hesitating to speak right away, as if assessing the situation and searching for the right decision in the tense silence. Not understanding his intentions, they raised their weapons, cautiously stepping back and watching his every move, ready to defend themselves in case of danger. The young man, startled by the shock and surprise, recoiled sharply, feeling his heart race as his thoughts became tangled in panic and confusion over what was happening around him. He immediately stated that he was unarmed and genuinely needed assistance, trying to convince them in a calm voice of his safety and sincere desire to receive help in this situation. Orem said that the stranger had become suspicious and might be a hitman hiding behind the mask of an ordinary player, closely observing everything around him and concealing his true intentions. Shivel also wanted to speak only after they had determined his class, carefully assessing the situation and not rushing to reveal all their cards to the stranger. Having no other options, the young man agreed to their terms, realizing he had no other choice, and decided to proceed cautiously, hoping for a favorable outcome. The ice sword rose up in his hands, radiating a cold glow and tense power, as if responding to every movement of its owner in the silence that had suddenly grown even more tense. The weapon was Korea's guide sword, an adventurer's artifact passed down as a symbol of experience and strength, radiating a special energy that could be felt even from a distance. The girl didn't know if it was possible to earn a rank if the class belonged to the merchant type. Doubting the system's rules and trying to understand exactly how such players were evaluated. Not understanding what they were talking about, he played simply for the sake of the game's storyline, not delving into complex mechanics and rules, focusing more on the events and the development of the story. Orem was shocked by everything that was happening during the quest, unable to process the rapidly changing events that were throwing him off balance. The Razan Guild also had unranked players. Perhaps there were even other transfer conditions that most were unaware of, and this raised even more questions among the participants. There was no time for all that talk then. A monster was chasing them, forcing everyone to act quickly and without unnecessary discussion, saving themselves from the approaching danger. Suddenly, an enemy appeared behind the players, abruptly shattering the silence and forcing everyone to tense up instantly, preparing for a possible battle at any second. Its movements became instantly swift and dangerous, drastically changing the rhythm of the fight and forcing everyone around to react with the utmost caution and tension. After assessing the situation, Orem took the first attack upon himself, quickly positioning himself between the enemy and his allies, taking the blow and preparing to counterattack immediately in the tense situation. He had never seen such a creature before, and it was clear that it was anomalous, causing him to be on guard and sensing an unfamiliar threat. Shivel, meanwhile, asked the stranger to step aside if he had no intention of fighting, closely watching his reaction and keeping her distance for her own safety. The chain trap skill wrapped around the enemy's limbs, firmly restraining his movements and limiting his ability to dodge or counterattack. Before he could even look back, he broke the technique with his movements, abruptly breaking free from the restraints and disrupting control of the battle. The enemy's actions caused confusion among the players, forcing them to momentarily lose their coordination and rethink their next moves in the fast-paced skirmish. Most likely, the opponent's defining characteristics were agility and flexibility, which allowed him to quickly dodge attacks and change his position in combat. Therefore, it was necessary to act with the utmost caution while adhering to the strategy, coordinating every move, and avoiding hasty decisions in battle. Orem fended off the attacks as best he could, reacting quickly to every blow and trying to hold his ground despite the enemy's constant pressure. His strikes didn't knock him off his feet, but the attack lacked a predictable pattern, making it difficult to anticipate the next move and find an opening for a counterattack. Ordinary monsters have only one elbow joint, but this one had two, making its attacks impossible to predict, which caused it to move unnaturally and break the usual patterns of combat. It was necessary to figure out the enemy's strategy as quickly as possible, closely watching its movements and looking for recurring patterns in its attacks. The stranger suggested from the sidelines that the torso was a weak spot and that she should aim for the side to weaken the opponent more quickly and turn the tide of battle. That monster had a scar on its right side, so attacks had to be directed straight at the spot where it looked most vulnerable and least protected. Shivel listened intently to the stranger and analyzed his words, trying to quickly assess their validity and determine the best tactics for the battle. Summoning all her abilities, she created a labyrinth that instantly transformed the space and confuse the enemy among the numerous passages and traps. The team acted in unison and with speed, clearly coordinating their movements and reacting quickly to changes in the situation to maintain their advantage in battle. The enemy didn't even consider their plan against him, confidently continuing his advance and ignoring the team's hidden intentions. So, when the hero struck, the enemy's body lurched in surprise, losing its balance for a moment due to the sudden shift in the battle. Indeed, the right side proved to be a weak spot, where a precise strike was landed, immediately affecting the enemy's mobility. Orym continued to attack without stopping, delivering a series of strikes and maintaining constant pressure on the opponent to prevent it from recovering. His assault stunned the creature, causing it to momentarily lose coordination and slow its movements in the heat of battle. That was when Shivel had her chance to act for the team's benefit, and she quickly seized the moment to strengthen their advantage in the fight. The trap with the reward held the magical beast in check, restricting its movements and gradually draining its strength within the limits of the magic cast. A minute later, it became clear that they had managed to eliminate the monster, and the tension slowly began to subside, giving way to a sense of relief after the battle. In that case, the quest was about to be completed, since the main threat had been eliminated and the task was considered accomplished. Approaching them, the adventurer reported that there was another monster on the battlefield, causing tension to rise again and the team to grow wary. They had eliminated the guards of the locked castle to the north, where there were usually two of them constantly guarding the narrow passage, and quickly cleared the area around the castle gate. Orym didn't understand how the young man knew so much information or why he spoke so confidently about events that no one else could have known, arousing suspicion and wariness. Indeed, nothing like this had ever happened in the game before, but if you find a certain special item, you can hear a hidden story about the castle that reveals its secrets and past events. It was about a count whose nephews had broken his heart, so he closed the gates, and if you find a rusty key in the game, it leads to a hidden account of his tragic story. And there was a guard who protected the building, and according to the story, the nephews were wounded, and those injuries never healed, so they remained there with their master, guarding the castle and its secrets. Shivel didn't understand how the young man had discovered that the creature was the very one described in the tales, since its origins were hidden and almost no one could discern the creature's true nature. In the northern dungeon, one could find information about what the creature looked like. There were old frescoes depicting its true appearance and details of its origin. The team didn't even know such things existed in the game, since this information was well hidden in the depths of the locations and revealed only to those who carefully explored every tiny detail of the world. As a result, they realized that the young man knew 98% of the hidden stories of the ergosphere, including those buried in the deepest layers of the world of gaming legends. The stranger's skills seemed very useful to them, as it allowed them to access hidden knowledge and uncover details that usually remained inaccessible to most players. If you looked into other aspects of the game, you could find many hidden details that revealed a deeper plot and connections between events that at first glance seemed random. Everything had a story, even the objects you encountered in passing, because each of them had its own origin, linked to events and its hidden legends. Once, he was so fascinated that he didn't log out for 50 hours straight, completely immersed in exploring the world, its stories, and hidden details without a single break. Shivel didn't understand why the adventurer had run away from the monster back then, since the situation seemed under control, and she saw no obvious reason for such a hasty retreat. In response, the young man said he had simply been frightened by everything that was happening, as the monster's sudden appearance had caused him to panic and forced him to instinctively retreat without thinking. He had barely completed his training, and he was afraid to fight creatures when his life was on the line, since he lacked experience, and every encounter seemed like a real threat. That's why he turned down all quests in order to live a normal life, avoiding danger and risk that could drag him back into deadly battles with creatures. His companions listened intently to his story, trying to remember every detail, as it might contain important clues for their future adventures and for uncovering the world's hidden secrets. Once, the adventurer used a discount skill while buying secondhand items and was penalized for it, as the system interpreted his actions as a violation of trade rules. In conclusion, the young man asked the players to help him complete the quest, since he couldn't handle all the challenges on his own and needed the team's support to finish the task. Shivel consulted with her friend about what they should do next, discussing possible courses of action and weighing the risks of each step before making a final decision. The young man fell deep in thought as he considered the response, carefully weighing all the possible consequences of his actions and trying to choose the safest and most advantageous path for the unfolding events. In the end, the team agreed to help him, deciding to join forces to complete the quest and overcome all the difficulties that lay ahead on their path. Of course, they wanted information about the Horizon event in return, believing that this knowledge would help them better understand the hidden mechanics of the world and future threats. The adventurer thought he was referring to the sanctuary and the sex rituals, linking the hints he'd heard to ancient legends and secret rites rumored among travelers. But the players didn't even know what he meant, so his words only raised more questions for them and forced them to pay closer attention to every detail of the conversation. There were ambiguous moments in the story, so he filled in some of the gaps himself, trying to use logic and his own experience to make the picture of events more complete. The group was pleased that he agreed to share the information, as it gave them access to new clues and allowed them to better understand the hidden events in the world. In conclusion, upon accepting the terms, both sides shook hands, sealing the agreement and confirming their mutual consent to further cooperation on future missions. The adventurer had to do his best to help them, making every effort to complete the joint mission and justify the trust the team had placed in him. Indeed, he strove to do everything within his power, trying not to let his allies down and using all his experience and knowledge to successfully complete the mission. They all stood in the middle of the street exchanging numbers, agreeing on future communication and joint actions to stay in touch during their next adventures. Chival suggested continuing the quest since they had wasted a lot of time and wanted to return to their main objective as soon as possible without further delays. The adventurer wanted to try using a skill that should be useful in the current situation, hoping to gain an advantage and better understand the hidden mechanics of the events. The effect revealed the creature's approximate location, allowing the team to narrow their search and move in the right direction, guided by the skill's faint signals. The sword was like a beacon, pointing the way the team should go, illuminating the direction and helping them stay on course during their search. The beam pointed toward a building, clearly indicating the direction of their movement and drawing the team's attention to the spot where the target or an important clue was likely located. So the team headed to the location to deal with the last monster, gathering their strength and preparing for the final battle that would complete their mission. However, what lay ahead threw them so far off course that they stopped, bewildered as they assessed the unexpected situation and tried to quickly change their strategy. Several creatures were roaming the area near the building, slowly patrolling the space and preventing the team from approaching the entrance unnoticed, which complicated their next course of action. The adventurer apologized, as he didn't know exactly how many monsters there were. The story hadn't specified, and he could only roughly estimate the number of enemies around them. The task remained to eliminate the two opponents, after which the mission would be complete, and the team could finally return to the safe zone to rest and debrief. The initial plan was to lure them out one by one and eliminate them that way, using a cautious tactic of splitting up the enemies to minimize the risk to the entire team. Orim, however, assured them that they knew the enemy's weaknesses and that this wasn't a problem since the information they'd gathered earlier gave them a clear advantage in the upcoming battle. The hero decided to take on two opponents at once, relying on his speed and experience to hold back their advance and give the team the opportunity to act without risk. Meanwhile, Chival was to cover him from behind and provide assistance when needed, closely monitoring the battlefield and intervening at the most critical moments of the clash. The adventurer was shocked that the player had decided to act alone against such powerful opponents without waiting for the team's support, risking a hopeless situation. Last time, the battle took so long because Orim didn't know how they attacked, but later he understood the pattern of their attacks and could easily predict their movements, which greatly simplified the fight. Besides, they were facing nothing more than monsters from a punishment quest, which weren't particularly difficult, so the team could act with greater confidence, using already familiar combat patterns. The clash between them began suddenly when both sides simultaneously launched their attacks, and the battlefield instantly filled with movement, blows, and tense anticipation of the outcome. The other team members stood nearby in case help was needed, closely watching the battle and ready to intervene immediately at the slightest sign of danger. The adventurer was shocked by Orim's actions, his bravery, and his ability to adapt, as he reacted quickly to changes in the fight and made decisions that allowed him to maintain the upper hand over his opponents. He had seen many players with talent, but this was the first time he had met someone so gifted, and perhaps even the young man could carry out his plan, which made him take a closer look at his allies' capabilities. Confidently and swiftly, the young man closed in on his opponent, closely watching every one of the enemy's movements as he prepared for a quick and decisive clash. By attacking from the right angles, he managed to throw the enemy off balance, forcing him to lose control of his movements and leave his defenses open to new strikes. The creature did not expect such a strategy from the players and was forced to quickly change his tactics, trying to find a way out of the dangerous situation that had forced them to improvise. The danger lay in the fact that the hero was forced to destroy two creatures, risking his own life and the fate of the world, which depended entirely on his difficult and painful choice. But he didn't even think about their victory, for his mind was focused solely on his own goal, which seemed to him far more important than any possible outcome. On the other side stood Shivel, ready to intervene in the battle at any moment, closely watching every move and waiting for the right moment to take decisive action. Her trap in the labyrinth rang out in the air like an alarm, forcing everyone to be on guard, sensing a hidden threat that could manifest at any moment. The enemy's limbs were engulfed in darkness, preventing even the slightest movement, and this invisible force bound him so tightly that he could neither defend himself nor escape the inevitable defeat. Acting quickly, he created utter chaos around him, where events changed in an instant, and every move affected the course of the battle, leaving no time for thought. The players had certain advantages that could have allowed them to defeat their opponents if they had been able to make the most of their opportunities and not lose control of the situation. But he couldn't feel that confident at that moment, because the monsters were far from simple and posed a serious threat that demanded caution, focus, and precise calculation of every action. Orem knew what to do, as if someone inside his head was guiding every movement and suggesting solutions, forcing him to act confidently and without hesitation, even in the most dangerous moments. The Avenger's skill dealt 40% more damage on hit, making each of his strikes significantly more dangerous and capable of quickly turning the tide of battle in his favor. Only screams of pain rang out from the creature's jaws, shattering the silence around them and testifying to its suffering from the wounds it had received, which were becoming increasingly unbearable. One of them lay on the floor while the other attacked from above, trying to take advantage of his position and deliver a decisive blow at the decisive moment of the clash. The young man's keen visual memory aided him in the fight, allowing him to quickly memorize his opponent's movements and anticipate his next actions for a more precise reaction. He could see what was happening both in front of him and behind him, thanks to his extraordinary alertness and perception, which allowed him to control the situation in battle from all sides simultaneously. As a result, the monster sustained severe damage, which significantly weakened its strength and reduced its ability to continue the fight, bringing it closer to defeat. The monster easily fell into their trap, unaware of the hidden plan, and thus gave the heroes the opportunity to gain a decisive advantage in the clash. The adventurer saw how perfect the team was, as each member acted in unison, supporting the others and ensuring maximum effectiveness in their joint struggle. That's why he had an important question for them that he could no longer put off, since his next actions and decisions in this difficult situation depended on the answer. He didn't understand how the users could risk their lives like that, assuming that perhaps they had some hidden goal that compelled them to take such dangerous steps. The girl pondered these words, trying to grasp their hidden meaning and find in them an explanation for the events unfolding around her. And then she replied that it was all because people could get hurt, and that was precisely what compelled them to act recklessly, taking on danger to protect others. The monsters which roamed freely across the territory were harming the residents, so players with abilities were forced to hunt them down to stop the destruction and protect defenseless people from further attacks. The young man realized that they were good people, not what he had initially thought of them, and this changed his attitude, forcing him to rethink his own prejudices and conclusions. Shivel herself concealed information about the rewards for the event, not revealing the details and keeping it a secret that could influence the decisions of other participants. The system announced that they had completed the quest and could choose rewards commensurate with their efforts, opening up new opportunities for further development and adventures. The girl wanted the game to choose something for her, since she would have taken an item as a penalty anyway, relying on chance and not wanting to spend too much time choosing from the available options. They were to be transported home a minute after everything ended, giving them a brief moment to process the outcome of events before returning to the familiar world. The only thing left was to listen to the adventurer's account of the Horizon event to fully understand all the details of what had happened during the dangerous encounter. He decided to record everything and send it to them as a file via text message so they could review the information in detail later at their convenience. Orem, however, wanted to hear everything in person to better grasp the nuances and details of the story that couldn't be conveyed through a recording or a file. The problem was that questions might arise during the story that would require immediate clarification and could alter his understanding of everything he heard. The player's expression instantly turned more serious as he realized the gravity of the situation and focused on every detail, ready to make responsible decisions. The young man immediately noticed how expressive the Avenger's eyes were, reflecting his inner resolve and hidden tension, making his image even more mysterious and dangerous. So he replied that he had agreed to a face-to-face meeting because he was unemployed. So he had plenty of free time and could afford to discuss all the issues in detail without rushing. The young man decided to meet with him the next day to calmly discuss all the details and prepare for the conversation without undue haste or pressure. Forgetting that they hadn't introduced themselves, Shivel asked his name, trying to remedy the awkward situation and finally establish a formal acquaintance between them. With a smile, the young man said his name was Pei Shuyen, calmly stating his name and watching his conversation partner's reactions. He was 25 years old and wanted to become a game developer, aspiring to create his own worlds and stories that could captivate players and inspire them to embark on new adventures. When they said goodbye, he headed home, walking slowly down the street and reflecting on everything that had been said during the conversation, which had left him with many new thoughts. Stepping into his familiar room, he exhaled, feeling a sense of relief after a stressful day, and finally allowing himself to relax in the familiar silence. In Chuyen's opinion, the players were good people, and perhaps he could ask them for help if he needed support during difficult situations. In reality, there wasn't much time left, and every minute was becoming increasingly precious for making decisions and preparing for what was to come. His attention was drawn to an old photo hanging on the wall, reminding him of past events and evoking memories long stored in his mind. What was peculiar was that part of the picture was incomplete and cut off, as if someone had deliberately hidden its ending, leaving only a fragment of an unknown story. If the young man hadn't made a decision then, the problem would have spread everywhere, and the end would have come, an end that would have been impossible to avoid due to the irreversible consequences of his inaction. Chuyen had to entrust the lock key he held in his hands to someone else to ensure the safety of the process and prevent a mistake at the critical moment. On the other side of the city, the battle raged on, never letting up for a moment, and every new blow only intensified the chaos that had engulfed the streets. The players destroyed everything in their path, advancing across the battlefield without hesitation, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in their wake. The Berserker's skill increased his attack by 2.5 times and raised the chance of paralyzing an opponent, making each of his strikes significantly more dangerous and harder to block. Xian managed to strike the enemy, shocking him with a sudden attack that broke through his defense and caused him to lose control of the situation for a moment. His body was paralyzed, unable to make a single move, and he was left helpless against his opponent's next moves, having completely lost the ability to defend himself. The Raisin Guild operated skillfully, and most importantly, as a cohesive unit, coordinating their actions seamlessly, which allowed them to effectively overcome even the most difficult challenges. They knew what to do and how to proceed according to the plan, clearly fulfilling their assigned roles and maintaining coordination at every stage of the operation. The wind swirling through the air allowed them to launch 3 attacks in a row, creating a continuous stream of strikes that left the enemy almost no time to defend. The girl still tried to hold on and block the attacks, maintaining her defense with her last ounce of strength and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The opponents didn't give her even a second to catch her breath, constantly pressing and forcing her to act without pause, leaving no chance for recovery. Ikju also supported his colleague and helped her escape, shielding her from attacks and creating opportunities for retreat during the most dangerous moments. Power swirled in the air like a whirlwind, engulfing the surrounding space with chaotic streams of energy that shifted the course of the battle and forced everyone to stay on their toes. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared behind the clearing, moving silently and unexpectedly, which immediately changed the atmosphere of the battle and made everyone wary. He didn't notice it right away, but when he did, he lost his balance, losing his concentration for a moment and allowing his opponent to take advantage of the situation. The monster created by chaos could attack, unleashing uncontrolled power and posing a serious threat to anyone nearby. The unknown young lady stood in the middle of the battlefield, awaiting the clash, remaining calm and closely watching every movement around her, as if preparing for the decisive moment. Her weapon sat firmly in her hands as if becoming an extension of her will, protecting its master and ready to strike at the right moment. The shotgun's bird-hunting capabilities filled the space, scattering multiple shots across a wide area and making it difficult for the enemy to dodge the attack. The attack was long-range and intercepted targets, precisely directing the shot at moving objects and leaving them no chance to evade the strike. The bird, carried by the wind, attacked its opponents, swooping down on them from the air and using its height advantage for sudden and precise strikes. In the end, Qi Yin was knocked aside, and she lost her balance after a powerful blow that suddenly changed the course of the battle. The battle was uneven, so a winner had not yet been determined at that stage, as the balance of power constantly shifted and neither side held a clear advantage. The angel's technique teleported the player to his room, instantly moving him from the battlefield to a safe space where he could catch his breath and regain his strength. The healer was already on the battlefield and ready to heal everyone, quickly supporting allies and restoring their strength during the fight. The girl thanked him for his help, sincerely acknowledging her ally's contribution and briefly expressing her gratitude for his support during a difficult moment. Sinha also came to their aid, attacking the enemies and intensifying the team's offensive, which allowed them to turn the tide of the battle in their favor more quickly. She was certain that they no longer had any health reserves, as their strength was depleted and they could no longer mount active resistance. Yanchong suggested dealing with those on the front lines first to quickly break the enemy's main resistance and gain a tactical advantage. But the master understood that it would be difficult to handle them one-on-one, since all the opponents were standing together in the passageway, blocking the space and making any attempt to break through difficult. Her attention focused on those behind her, in the safe zone, as she tried to identify a potential threat that could appear unexpectedly from the rear. The man standing there, the Emperor of the Chaos Guild himself, calmly observed the events, exuding a sense of control and a hidden threat to everyone present. His face was hidden in the shadows, so his true identity remained a mystery, which only heightened the tension and aroused even more suspicion among those watching him. Most likely, this person was the leader of the organization and possessed a rare class, which explained his influence and exceptional abilities, which could be felt even without a direct display of his power. She tried to get close to him, but the participants blocked all paths, creating a tight defense that made any direct breakthrough impossible. To shake up a stalemated game, players usually try to create an active game by attacking the king, forcing the opponent to react and open up the position. If they suddenly attack the leader, they would quickly destroy their orderly formation, and then the opponent would inevitably go on the defensive. Even if they were completely surrounded on both sides during a tense battle, Haller was still present on the field, and he could significantly influence the course of events. As the leader, she ordered her assistant not to stray a step from her during the battle, after which she immediately activated a technique that significantly boosted the attack's penetration bonus. The man did not expect such a sudden turn of events at all, and was genuinely stunned by how quickly the situation around him had changed during the intense confrontation. His eyes widened in shock and fear, growing so large from what he saw that he could barely believe the reality of the events unfolding around him. The president realized that the enemy had already discovered his true status as a leader, and this revelation could significantly alter the course of events and the strategy of the confrontation. Ryu Yeon suggested using teleportation to escape the dangerous situation, as he understood he would not be able to stop all the players on his own. In the leader's opinion, his plan was disheartening and offered no real guarantees of success, so it raised doubts about the advisability of further action in that direction. He knew this was bound to happen under certain circumstances, so he had tamed a hunting dog in advance to be prepared for the unfolding events and gain an additional advantage. Not understanding exactly what the leader was talking about, Trickster asked him to repeat himself several times, trying to clarify the meaning of his words and correctly assess the situation. A player like the so-called hunting dog would mercilessly sink his teeth into the throats of enemies, demonstrating brutal efficiency and a complete lack of hesitation in battle. He could also instantly turn a seemingly hopelessly lost situation to their advantage, quickly changing the course of events through his actions. While Healer helped the team members treat their wounds, the enemy gradually closed in, shortening the distance and putting increasing pressure on their positions. Hunky-Ho was a warrior and possessed quite strong techniques that allowed him to effectively confront enemies in battle and confidently control the situation on the field. The attack instantly inflicted significant damage on Yunchong, and he was defeated, unable to recover from his opponent's powerful blow during the fight. The Resin Guild did not expect that they could destroy their chief healer so quickly, which came as a serious blow to them and changed the course of events. Sina screamed, unable to believe her eyes or such a sudden and painful loss, which completely stunned her in the midst of the tense situation. The young man's body lost its balance, gradually losing stability during a sudden forward movement, feeling weakness in his legs and trying to stay in place again. However, her friend in the form of the Mary doll appeared nearby, quietly materializing beside him in the dimly lit room, almost like an unexpected image from a distant past. When the health of the player wielding the item dropped below 1%, she instantly restored it to a safe level, saving him from certain defeat and halting the critical condition. The Reaper didn't want the item to help his opponent, so he tried to prevent its activation, closely watching every move and looking for a moment to intervene at the decisive moment. So he further unlocked his skill, amplifying its effect to the maximum possible level to fully control the situation and prevent any interference from the enemy. Healer did not give up and fought for his life to the very end, persistently using his abilities to support his allies and restore their strength even in the most difficult and dangerous combat conditions. If the guild lost him, it would no longer be able to attack, for without his support, they would lose the strategic advantage necessary to effectively carry out offensive actions in battle. Even if he died, they needed to hold out a little longer, maintaining their positions and not allowing the enemy to exploit a moment of weakness until the critical phase of the battle was over. The master ordered everyone to gather nearby, quickly cease scattered actions, and form a single unit for further coordinated decisions and preparation for the next phase. Ikju and Kim Remy were to assist the doctor in dealing with the enemy, coordinating their actions to protect their allies and neutralize the threat in a complex combat situation. The commander and everyone else wanted to try to handle it on their own, relying on their own strength and experience to prove they could overcome difficulties without outside help at the decisive moment. There was absolutely no time for nerves, as the situation demanded immediate decisions and swift action to avoid danger and maintain control of the situation. Sina took charge because she was the leader, confidently coordinating the team's actions, assigning responsibilities, and making decisions during the most difficult and tense moments of the battle. The man observed her decisions and concluded that she was very brave, as she acted decisively, took responsibility without hesitation, and remained calm in a dangerous situation. They split into two groups to carry out the mission more effectively, cover different directions, and respond more quickly to potential threats as they advanced. Ruyan knew how to proceed, and he could be relied upon as he confidently assessed the situation, made well-considered decisions, and guided the team towards safely executing the plan. The guild members had to focus all their attacks on Sinki to quickly neutralize her influence on the battlefield and break the enemy's overall resistance. Once they killed the leader, the players would be unable to do anything else and would lose, having lost their organization, coordination, and ability to continue effective resistance in battle. Razan had no intention of giving up or losing to her opponent, so she fought to the very end, using all her strength, skills, and endurance to turn the tide of the battle in her favor. The battle began anew as both sides mobilized their resources once more, intensified their attacks, and engaged in a more intense and brutal confrontation on the battlefield. By that time, each had their own hidden strategy, which they had carefully devised in advance, concealing their true intentions and preparing to use them at the decisive moment of the battle. The Dragon Hunter was a rather rare class, distinguished by unique abilities and a specialization in fighting the most dangerous creatures, which few dared to pursue. It wasn't possible to defeat such formidable opponents just like that, as they possessed experience, tactical thinking, and training that allowed them to effectively counter any unexpected attacks. Therefore, the man decided to intervene in the battle, having assessed the danger of the situation and realizing that without his participation, his allies could suffer a serious defeat. His hand rose upward, and a soft light emanated from it, gradually expanding in the air, creating a sense of calm yet powerful energy that enveloped the space around him. The Emperor's skill enveloped the enemies, completely immobilizing their movements and suppressing their resistance, creating a sense of absolute superiority and control over the entire battlefield. Cinna didn't understand what was happening. It was impossible to move, for an invisible force completely bound her body, forcing her to remain in place and lose control of the situation. Her assistant also didn't know what the ability was, as he was seeing it for the first time, and therefore couldn't foresee the consequences or find a way to quickly counter the unfamiliar force. The attack reduced strength and defense by 65% and slowed movement speed, making the opponents significantly weaker, slower, and nearly defenseless against further strikes. Their inability to move only bred irritation and hatred, which gradually intensified their inner tension and desire to break free from the restraining force's influence. Well, Yan focused on himself to regain his strength, concentrating his inner energy and restoring his stamina so he would be ready for the next round of combat and not lose control of the situation. In an instant, Ryu Yan, without hesitation, struck him squarely in the face with a sharp, precise movement, attempting to break his opponent's concentration and turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Since no one could respond, he mocked the players, demonstrating his superiority and confidence in his advantage, which further intensified the tension on the battlefield. The Chaos participants had to rally and destroy Xinhua once and for all, coordinating joint attacks and using all available resources to finally eliminate her from the battlefield. At that moment, the woman was in the greatest danger, under pressure from numerous enemies who were relentlessly attacking and trying to break through her defenses at a critical moment. No one expected the small explosion that occurred, suddenly disrupting the course of events and causing everyone present to momentarily lose their bearings. Her aides couldn't believe their leader could be eliminated so easily, as it contradicted their expectations and experience, making them doubt the reality of what they were seeing. Her opponents also kept their eyes peeled, not wanting to miss a single moment, closely watching every move and waiting for the slightest mistake that could decide the outcome of the confrontation. The result threw them off balance and shocked them, completely throwing them off their game and causing them to momentarily lose their bearings regarding their next steps in the rapidly changing situation on the battlefield. The monk's skill nullified incoming damage and all effects applied to her, allowing her to completely ignore enemy attacks and remain unscathed even during the most powerful strikes. Hen Xing came to his leader's aid just in time, appearing at the decisive moment and supporting her with his actions, which helped stabilize the situation and avoid critical consequences in the battle. He asked only that his efforts not be wasted, hoping that his hard work would bear fruit and make a difference in the overall course of events. At that moment, it seemed as though everyone had gained even greater strength, feeling a surge of energy and determination, which made the confrontation even more tense and dangerous. The Guildmaster dreamed only of destroying chaos, focusing all her plans and actions on completely eliminating this threat and restoring order to the world. There had been no chance to use the ultimatum, but the time had come when the situation had changed so drastically that a single opportunity arose to take decisive action in battle. The ability offered its master countless advantages, providing him with significant support in battle, enhancing his capabilities, and increasing his chances of victory in difficult situations. The woman explained that they had to kill her first, as she posed the greatest threat, and her presence alone could determine the course of the entire battle and thwart their plans. Several opponents were eliminated at once, which instantly shifted the balance of power on the battlefield and forced the other participants to act more cautiously, realizing the gravity of the situation. They did not expect such an attack from her at all, so they were caught off guard and did not have time to react in time, which gave her the advantage at the decisive moment of the clash. The leader understood that she needed to eliminate just one person before the spell's effect wore off, as this single move could shatter the enemy's strategy before their strength could be restored. The Emperor and leader of Chaos was her target, whom she sought to eliminate in order to destroy the enemy's command structure and turn the tide of the entire battle in her favor. However, standing before him was Ryu Yen's assistant, who was closely monitoring the situation and ready to intervene at any moment to protect his ally. He prevented her plan from succeeding by saving their leader, constantly intervening at critical moments and thwarting her attempts to finish the attack. The trickster decided to activate the mirror room, which reflected the opponent's attack, turning the enemy's strikes against them and shifting the tide of the battle in her favor. Cinna didn't lose her composure and blocked everything, confidently defending herself against the relentless attacks and maintaining control of the situation, not allowing her opponents to break through her defenses. Her gaze was more confident than ever before, reflecting the determination and inner strength that allowed her to remain calm even in the most tense situations. It only seemed to the enemy that he could destroy her, for she retained complete control of the situation and was far more resilient than he could have imagined. In response, he took damage that knocked him off balance, forcing him to lose his footing and momentarily leave his guard down against further attacks. The woman herself was closing in on the enemy leader, confidently closing the distance and preparing to deliver the decisive blow that would change the course of the entire confrontation. All she could see was the end that awaited the man as she focused entirely on the decisive moment, letting nothing else in the battle distract her. His reaction seemed rather strange, as he did not display his usual emotional response to events, remaining calm and almost detached at the critical moment. The skill he activated had barely left his hand when it was instantly interrupted, before it could fully manifest and influence the situation in the fight. With a single swing of her sword, Cinna decapitated him, delivering a swift and decisive blow that instantly ended the skirmish and turned the tide of the battle in her favor. The guild saw that their leader had managed to do what they had long dreamed of, executing a complex plan and achieving a result that had previously seemed almost impossible. Ryu Yan sat on the ruined floor, observing the aftermath of the battle and trying to collect his thoughts after the intense confrontation that had just ended. One could say his leader had lost as the situation had finally spiraled out of control, leaving no chance to change the outcome of the clash. However, things did not go as they had expected, and the situation changed abruptly, shattering their expectations and forcing them to reevaluate the entire course of events in the battle. Magic had been cast upon him, and his head, like a puppet, flew through the air, subject to an invisible force that completely stripped him of control over his own body. Everyone realized that the puppeteer's soul in a wax figure skill had been cast on him, for his body had lost its will and began moving under the complete control of this technique. On the other side of the city, the leaders stood on the roof of a building, observing the course of events and assessing the situation from above to make their next strategic decisions. The young lady saw that her doll had died, and this realization caused her deep shock, for she had lost an important part of her power and control. By count, she was the 13th, and most likely, such an object could contain only 40% of the director's power, limiting the full potential of his capabilities in battle. The man felt everything that had happened, acutely aware of every event and its consequences, as if experiencing them in real time and analyzing his own mistakes and losses. He controlled the doll, shared all its sensations, and could communicate through it, using the connection as a channel for transmitting thoughts and perceptions of the surrounding world. The assistant knew they were at a disadvantage and had to do something, so she carefully assessed the situation, looking for a way to turn the tide in their favor. Their main goal that day was to gather as much information as possible, closely observing events and analyzing every detail to use it for future decisions. In short, it was a bait that the Rizan Guild had fallen for, failing to recognize the trap and finding themselves in a situation the enemy had prepared in advance. Unfortunately, they lost a few members, but it was worth it to see their rivals in all their glory, fully realizing their strength and the true scale of the threat. Morning heralded a new day, gradually dispelling the darkness and revealing new opportunities that lay ahead after the conclusion of the previous events. The young man stood in the kitchen, washing the dishes, calmly performing his usual routine, which helped him focus and gather his thoughts after an eventful day. His sister wasn't working that day and was ready to cook lunch, calmly planning the menu and doing household chores to create a cozy atmosphere for the family. As it turned out, the protagonist had other plans that differed from those around him and foreshadowed a completely different turn of events in the near future. To help her brother, she decided to go to the nearest store and buy a pack of salt, which had unexpectedly run out just when it was most needed. Another child his age, without a thought for dinner or household chores, would have long since forgotten about responsibility and gone out carefree to play with his friends on the street. Irene was genuinely proud of him, watching his actions and efforts. Yet somewhere deep in her soul, she felt a slight sadness that quietly crept in for no apparent reason. Her attention was drawn to an unfamiliar girl who stood silently in the building's entrance, looking a bit lost and as if she had been waiting for someone for quite some time. Passing by her, she slowed her pace slightly, turned back, and gathering her thoughts, politely asked the stranger who she was and what had brought her here. Shivel calmly replied that she had come to see her friend and was simply waiting for him by the entrance, trying not to look too agitated or impatient. The problem was that the stranger was standing right by the door to her apartment, which made the situation seem strange and caused her to feel cautious and slightly uneasy. After those words, the young lady immediately guessed who this stranger was, because all the details suddenly fell into place and left no room for doubt. However, to be completely sure, she decided to clarify and cautiously asked if it was indeed Arim's older sister standing before her, not wanting to be mistaken in her guesses. The woman's attention was also immediately drawn to the stranger's unusual hair color, which set her apart from the others and added even more mystery and tension to the situation. She had previously asked her brother about him, trying to find out more details that might explain his behavior in some unclear moments. In response, he was flustered and remained silent, unable to find the words to explain the situation, which left an awkward and tense silence hanging between them. After that meeting, she understood everything and had no more doubts, for the details she had received finally came together into a clear and understandable picture of events. When the door opened, the hero was genuinely surprised that Arim had returned home so quickly, not expecting her to appear so suddenly and unexpectedly. Glancing in her direction, he was so flustered by the surprise that for a moment he completely forgot all his thoughts and couldn't remember what he had wanted to say. Standing nearby by the entrance was her sister, who was holding Shivel's hand tightly, as if trying to calm her down and at the same time control the situation unfolding before them. The young man honestly couldn't understand why they had come together, since this meeting seemed unexpected to him and didn't match his previous expectations at all. The woman herself waited patiently for them to finally tell her what had happened earlier, trying not to rush them and to give them a chance to gather their thoughts. Together, they sat quietly in the cozy kitchen, sipping hot, fragrant tea at a leisurely pace, chatting about everyday matters, and listening attentively to one another. The sisters suddenly realized that Shivel had stayed over at their place before precisely because she'd had a huge fight with her parents, was upset with them, and had nowhere else to go at the time. Arim, being a truly kind, compassionate, and sensitive young man, couldn't leave her alone in such a situation, so he sincerely invited her to his place so she wouldn't be left without shelter. With a single stern, warning, and very expressive glance, the girl made it clear to him that he should immediately keep quiet, not interfere in the conversation, and say absolutely nothing right now. So, without any unnecessary objections, he calmly confirmed his girlfriend's words, backing up what she had said so as not to ruin the situation or arouse unnecessary suspicion among those present. The woman understood very well that it was wrong, dangerous, and extremely unwise for a very young teenage girl to be left alone in the house without the supervision, support, and presence of adults. Lowering her head, she quietly, sincerely, and with a deep sense of guilt, apologized for her words, acknowledging her own mistake, feeling embarrassed by the situation, and avoiding eye contact with anyone. Still, she scolded her brother harshly and reproached him for keeping important information from her for so long, not telling her anything and making her worry. The only thing that truly worried her was that Shivel had entered their house without any notice and stayed there overnight without permission, while she considered everything else to be none of her business at all. Later, she turned to the young lady and calmly but seriously said that if any quarrel or problem arose again between her and her parents, she must be sure to let her know. Shivel could have stayed with them for a short while if she had absolutely nowhere else to go, to weather a difficult period and not be left alone in a hard moment. The woman also sincerely offered her support, her willingness to listen, and calm conversations over a cup of warm, fragrant tea so that Shivel wouldn't feel lonely. Later, the companions calmly left the house, leaving behind the warm conversation and the homey atmosphere, and each went their separate ways, reflecting on what they had heard. Each of them walked slowly along their own path, immersed in deep personal reflection, rethinking the events, words, and their own feelings after the conversation in the house. The girl concluded for herself that his sister was a good, kind, and sincere person, as well as pleasant to look at, and even in her own way, very beautiful. At that moment, it became clear to her why the young man had a certain complex about his sister, for she made a strong impression and had always remained an important figure to him. But it was just a joke, born of a slight touch of envy that the girl had never had such an experience or a similar relationship, and she took it with a grain of salt. Orem felt a little embarrassed by her words, lowered his gaze, and felt awkward for a moment, as he hadn't expected such a direct reaction to what he'd said. Earlier, Shivel had calmly mentioned that she'd managed to find out a little information about Peikuyan, but she didn't reveal any details, keeping them to herself. She hadn't been able to find him on social media or messaging apps, despite a thorough search, coming across no profile or trace of him anywhere. Orem calmly mentioned that he also didn't use such apps very often and usually avoided social media and online communication. At first, the young lady thought the same, but it seemed rather strange to her that such an emotional and open young man hardly ever used social media or similar communication apps. From everything she had heard, the conclusion suggested itself that perhaps Chu Yen was deliberately hiding his true identity, avoiding any traces online, and limiting information about himself. It could even be that he was an introvert and deliberately avoided unnecessary communication, preferring solitude in a small circle of trusted people. Shivel herself also noticed his shyness when he behaved reservedly, avoided unnecessary attention, and spoke quietly, as if he didn't want to draw attention to himself. Later, the meeting was to take place in a small, cozy restaurant where everyone could talk calmly and discuss important matters in a more private atmosphere. Chuen calmly described the Red Dragon's dungeon, explaining that traces of the cultists who used the place for their secret gatherings could sometimes be found there. If they continued down the road, they could gradually learn more about an event called Horizon, which was the subject of rumors among the locals and left many questions unanswered. Orem asked with interest what exactly it was and how the Horizon event was connected to the cult, trying to understand the hidden connection between all these events. To understand all these concepts and their hidden meaning, one had to be well-versed in the plot of the game Ergosphere, since that was where the events, symbols, and connections between them were explained. The image showed that there were 3 different worlds in the app, and the players were in the central one, which served as a sort of intersection point between the other levels. Non-player characters regarded the black hole connecting Ergosphere and Xeon as a kind of god, while the latter world was perceived as a separate dimension belonging only to the gods. It turned out that the cultists believed the black hole they worshipped supposedly served as a passageway leading to a third world, hidden from ordinary players. Their goal was to reach the third dimension, where they hoped to find a new god they could worship and receive answers to their beliefs. The image also featured a mark with a question mark, indicating an unknown element or a hidden part of the system whose meaning remained unclear. It was likely the real world in which the users themselves were physically located, which would explain the mystery of the mark and its special status within the system. Xuan initially thought it was just another update, given everything that had happened before, and it was based on those previous events that he came to that conclusion. Thus, the Horizon event was viewed as a means of uniting reality in the Ergosphere, blurring the line between the user's world and virtual space. These words did nothing to comfort Arima, and he visibly grew sad, lowering his gaze in an attempt to hide his emotions and inner disappointment. This meant that monsters from the game world could potentially enter reality, raising concerns about the consequences of such a crossover between worlds. However, if this name truly foreshadowed irreversible changes throughout the world, then everything could unfold exactly as described, with no way to turn back the clock. Shivel realized that all of this was extremely dangerous, and that the consequences of such events could pose a threat not only to the game, but also to the real world. In response, Orem calmly said that all of this was just guesswork and speculation, and that no one had any real guarantees or confirmed facts. If the event was truly meant to change the world so drastically, then its true meaning remained unclear and raised even more questions than it answered. It seemed to the hero that all of this would be just another major plot event dictated by the game's script, with no impact beyond the virtual world. He also asked Chuen about the 6 pillars from the prophecy because it seemed to him that they might be the key to understanding the Horizon event. But Chuen admitted that he hadn't found anything about the 6 pillars, despite all his searches, and he hadn't been able to uncover any specific information or references to them. They were referring to the barrier columns at the entrance to the Prison of Endless History, which served as a protective mechanism and prevented criminals from escaping. All the information he had received quickly came together in Orm's mind, and he tried to logically connect the individual facts into a single coherent picture. It turned out that Horizon was held back by 6 columns, and each was guarded by a separate sentry responsible for maintaining their integrity. As a result, only one guard remained whom they had been unable to eliminate, and it was he who continued to hold the last column. He didn't want to share his thoughts with anyone, keeping everything to himself and pondering what he had heard in complete silence. After thanking Chuyen for his help and detailed account, they decided to move on, leaving the conversation behind and focusing on the next steps. So the new team left the building, but each of them was silent, lost in their own thoughts and emotions after what they had heard. Orem wanted to step away briefly to take care of some business, and his girlfriend was to wait for him near the subway station, having agreed to stay in touch. There was not a single person in the restroom, so it was completely quiet and peaceful, with no movement or extraneous sounds. The protagonist stood there alone, calmly, slowly, and silently washing his hands under the cool water, lost in his own thoughts and paying no attention to the surrounding silence. It seemed he was beginning to understand what Horizon was, but he still couldn't quite figure out exactly what this event would be like and where it would actually lead. Behind him, he heard a quiet question along the lines of whether all this posed any danger, causing him to freeze for a moment and listen to the speaker's tone. Chuen slowly approached, watching him closely and patiently waiting for an answer to his question, never taking his eyes off him. People could die, just like back then at school, and this thought made the situation seem even more alarming and dangerous. It would be much better if such an event didn't exist at all, since it brought nothing but fear, uncertainty, and potential tragedies. Orem didn't understand how they, as mere players, could possibly prevent an event of such magnitude and influence something that seemed to have already been determined by the system. Bowing his head, the young man hesitated, pondering whether he should reveal the hidden information to him, weighing the consequences of his words and his interlocutor's possible reaction. But having finally made up his mind, he said that there was one way that could change the situation, though it was far from simple and by no means guaranteed. He himself knew how to put an end to it all, but he wasn't the kind of player who could do it, and so he remained merely an observer with limited capabilities. Only high-ranking users could do this, and it was precisely such people he was trying to find, hoping they would agree to intervene in the situation. Previously, Chuyen had seen only a fraction of what the team was capable of, but even that was enough for him to understand just how vast their capabilities were and what they could potentially accomplish. In conclusion, he calmly stated that he was now waiting for the young man's response, looking at him intently and taking his time with the decision. Shocked, Orem remained frozen in place, unable to react immediately to what he'd heard and trying to process it all. Turning back to his girlfriend, he was still deep in thought, not quite letting go of what he'd heard and trying to piece everything together into a single picture. What had happened in the restroom was a real surprise to him, since he hadn't expected such a conversation or turn of events at all. Chuyen looked completely different, as if he had finally revealed his true face, which he had long hidden behind a calm and reserved demeanor. Perhaps he had motives entirely different from what they seemed at first glance, and his true intentions were only now beginning to surface. Shivel was on the phone and promised that she would definitely write down everything she had learned later and send it in a more detailed message. The hero realized that the leader of Razan was on the line, and this immediately added tension to the situation and a sense of hidden control. It turned out that during the night they had destroyed the Chaos base and killed several guild members, dealing a serious blow to their organization. Orima wanted to know what had happened to the group's leader after that night's attack, and whether he had managed to survive or escape. The girl replied that at first they thought they had already dealt with him, but it later turned out that it was only his clone. They barely managed to reach him using the ultimatum skill, and the clone turned out to possess about 40% of its master's abilities. However, the organization was able to learn about the Chaos leader's skills, gaining valuable information about his combat abilities and tactics. He was a rare Emperor-class character, a support role, but at the same time he could independently inflict significant damage on enemies in battle. Orem stood there, stunned by the news, trying to process what he'd heard and come to terms with the complexity of the situation unfolding before him. The team had to be ready for a battle against such a player, even if no immediate confrontation was expected and the situation could change at any moment. Once they entered the subway, the companions decided to split up and go about their business, agreeing to stay in touch and be careful. On the way, they also bought themselves a snack so they wouldn't go hungry and would have the strength for their upcoming tasks and travels. The hero was also curious whether Baek In-hyun had been present at the clash and what role he might have played there. Apparently, the battle had been fierce, but no one had seen Kata there, and his presence remained highly questionable. Razan had attacked by surprise, so Baek In-hyun could very well have been elsewhere at the time and simply not made it to the battle in time. The organization's director also strictly ordered the young men to stay as far away from Jen as possible, warning that any contact with him could be extremely dangerous. He was a lone hitman, but had recently joined Chaos, and he was the very same player they had encountered earlier by the river. Orem understood that meeting him was nearly impossible, since the team was currently focused on completing quests and had no plans for random encounters. Suddenly, someone caught his attention, causing him to grow wary and sharply turn his gaze toward the unexpected presence. Cheval, looking at her companion, couldn't figure out what had happened and anxiously tried to understand the reason for his strange behavior. It immediately occurred to her that the young man might have met an attractive girl, which could have caused his behavior to change and make him seem distracted. However, when her eyes focused on the crowd of people, her face suddenly paled, as if she had recognized something or someone very unexpected there. Standing before the group was the very Reaper they had just been discussing, and his appearance immediately filled the air with tension and anxiety. He was calm and composed, standing motionless, watching the group intently without any sudden movements or emotions. His black eyes gazed coldly at the players. Deep within his gaze, a hidden, almost icy hatred was clearly visible, causing everyone to grow wary. The young men were frightened and momentarily at a loss, unsure how to act in such an unexpected, intense situation. The opponents stood facing each other, intently watching their rivals' every move and silently waiting to see what would happen next in this dangerous situation. The young men didn't know if their opponent had seen them and anxiously hoped that he wouldn't dare to start a fight in such an open and awkward place. There were too many people around, as it was rush hour, which made the young men hope even more that the clash wouldn't break out right in the middle of the crowd. The Reaper stood motionless in his place, silently plotting something and keeping his watchful gaze fixed on the young men, who were tensely awaiting his next move. Suddenly, he used a strange object from which a thick fog burst forth, instantly beginning to swallow the light and plunge everything around into eerie darkness. The thick smoke began to spread rapidly right inside the subway, filling the space between people and turning the familiar station into a place of dread. People didn't understand what was happening, so they looked around in fear and began coughing violently from the acrid smoke that was rapidly filling the subway. The players immediately realized that the enemy had decided to start a war, completely disregarding the potential casualties among the innocent people around them. Unexpectedly, he lunged at the young man, trying to take advantage of the chaos and smoke to strike first before anyone could react. The passengers didn't see them, but a sudden explosion that rang out somewhere deep within the station made everyone flinch in fear and freeze in place. Staying on the defensive, the young man tried to act as confidently as possible, controlling his breathing and closely watching his opponent's every move so as not to lose the upper hand. Using his skills, he gradually identified his opponent's weaknesses, and these abilities helped him hold his ground and prevent him from losing control of the situation. The counterattack rang out like thunder, sharply shattering the silence and causing everyone around to flinch at the unexpected burst of force and tension. The Reaper hadn't expected his opponent to dare act so decisively against him, and for a moment he lost the initiative, which changed the course of the battle. So he quickly moved to the side, taking advantage of the chaos and smoke, and left Aram alone to face a new wave of danger. His companion saw that the enemy had suddenly vanished from view and surmised that he might have activated a stealth ability to change position unnoticed. In Cheval's opinion, they still had a chance to escape and prevent the outbreak of war if they acted quickly and didn't waste a single second. Also, according to her plan, ordinary people were not supposed to suffer, as she wanted to ensure they remained alive and uninvolved in the conflict. So the young man agreed to run in the direction where no one was, hoping to evade pursuit and find a safe path for their next move. An enemy appeared unexpectedly, suddenly blocking their path and preventing them from carrying out their plan, forcing them to change course instantly. Continuing his attack, he acted like a hitman, calculating every move cold-bloodedly and precisely, leaving his opponents no chance for error or retreat. The Reaper asked how much longer the student, who looked like a loser on the outside but was still trying to avoid a direct confrontation with him, intended to run. They had to see it through to the end and fight to the last, until one of them died, because retreat no longer seemed like a viable option. Of course, Orem agreed with him, realizing that there was simply no other way out of this situation and that he had to act immediately and decisively. The problem was that choosing the subway, where many residents were present, as the battlefield was a completely wrong decision that could lead to heavy casualties. The enemy didn't want the young man to buy enough time to carry out his plan, so he tried at all costs to thwart his actions and seize the initiative. After consulting with his girlfriend, the team decided to flee the premises as quickly as possible, realizing that any delay could cost them their freedom or even their lives. Before he could come to his senses as the fog cleared, the enemy saw that they were no longer there, and this made him even more wary. Thoughts swirled incessantly in his head, forcing him to search for the best solution on how to proceed in a situation that was rapidly spiraling out of control. It was already getting dark outside, and some streets were growing dark and empty, creating a sense of anxiety and danger for those who found themselves there. Out of breath from how fast they had been running, the young men decided to rest for a moment to regain their strength and catch their breath before taking further action. The girl wanted to hide in a building where there were many people, hoping that it would be much harder for their opponent to find them in the crowd. However, Orem knew that he didn't care about the residents, and he acted as he pleased, regardless of the possible consequences of his actions. The best option was to lure him to a place where there wasn't a soul in sight, to avoid unnecessary casualties and be able to act more safely and decisively. They had no reason to risk their lives, so Shivel understood that, as a last resort, she would have to use the item he had previously given her for protection. A sharp sound rang out behind them, as if a door had been ripped from its hinges, causing everyone to tense up instantly and look toward the source of the dangerous noise. Indeed, standing quietly to the side, the team noticed that an enemy had appeared in the warehouse, and this immediately made them tense up and prepare for a possible fight. Carefully surveying the area, the hitman coldly analyzed every corner and considered where exactly they might be hiding to avoid coming into his line of sight. Previously, in order to locate the young men, he had used a special technique that allowed him to quickly track their possible whereabouts, even under difficult conditions. Shivel didn't understand what exactly they were supposed to do next, so she put her complete trust in the young man, hoping he would be able to make the right decision in this situation. Meanwhile, he decided to take on the entire fight himself, realizing that he would be the one to hold off the enemy while the others got a chance to retreat to a safer place. Of course, her friend wasn't happy with this turn of events, since the plan was changing too quickly, and this created an additional risk for the entire team. The mysterious object would be useful if other members of Chaos appeared nearby, since then its power could change the course of events. But at that moment, the Reaper was alone, and the hero already had a battle strategy in mind, so he was confident he could handle him without outside help. The enemy noticed a barely perceptible movement to his side, and slowly, warily turned his head, trying intently to pinpoint the source of the potential threat. So they stood facing each other, staring intently and silently into each other's eyes, feeling a mutual hatred that only intensified the tension between them. The Reaper waited for the moment when Orem would stop running, while Orem himself was already mentally prepared to engage in open combat and accept the inevitable clash. There was no longer any reason to act hastily, and they decided they could finally sort everything out calmly, weighing every step and its consequences. However, the hitman no longer cared about his words or anything else, and he continued to act cold-bloodedly, fully focused on achieving his own goal. His top priority was to end the battle as quickly as possible, so as not to risk anyone's life any longer, and finally bring this conflict to a close. To avoid wasting any time, he lunged sharply at the young man, trying to end the fight as quickly as possible and seize the initiative. The sound of weapons clashing forcefully echoed across the entire area, shattering the silence and filling the air with a tense metallic reverberation. The assassin possessed the powerful Death Scythe technique, which he activated, instantly amplifying his attacks and posing a tangible threat to his opponent. In response, Orym kept the flower's ability, which stored malice, at the ready, prepared to use it at the right moment to parry the attack and turn the tide of battle. The explosion from their techniques produced powerful sounds that scattered in all directions, causing everything around them to tremble for a moment from the force of the collision. The Reaper was surprised and hadn't expected such actions from the boy, for he had suddenly displayed far greater resolve and strength than he had anticipated. And the boy didn't even want to stop, moving forward with cold determination and deep hatred for everything associated with chaos. Speed, excitement, and malice raged through his body, forcing him to move even faster and more aggressively, completely engulfing his mind in the whirlwind of battle. By then, the room that served as their battlefield had been destroyed, as the blows and explosions had left marks on the walls and turned the space into chaos. Han Ki-ho was furious that he hadn't been able to destroy the young man for so long, and this only fueled his rage further, forcing him to act more aggressively. He had previously thought his opponent was an easy target requiring no extra effort, but now he was forced to reconsider his attitude and tactics. However, things turned out completely differently than expected, and reality shattered his previous expectations, forcing him to quickly adapt to the new conditions. The technique that slowed down players and monsters was directed at Orym, forcing him to react sharply and find a way to evade its effects. His gaze sharpened intently on his opponent, and he coldly analyzed every movement, searching for the slightest weakness to exploit at the decisive moment. Then he closed his eyes and focused on the sensations within himself, trying to feel his own state more deeply and gather his inner strength. The frenzy of a vengeful spirit flared up from within, gradually bursting outward and filling his movements with cold, uncontrolled fury and determination. So the hero struck Kicho, pouring all his accumulated strength and resolve into the blow, trying to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. His movements were incredibly fast, and in a split second, Orym seemed to appear in different parts of the battlefield, constantly changing position and avoiding predictability. Chival, standing on the sidelines, tried to escape their aura, retreating and looking for a safer place so as not to get caught up in the battle. Barely holding on, the Reaper tried to counter the Avengers' attacks, straining every muscle to withstand the relentless pressure and not lose control of the fight. His power seemed to grow with every move, making his attacks even more dangerous and forcing his opponent to retreat under the pressure. There was no other way out, so Han Ki-ho raised the magical orb, preparing to activate its power to turn the tide of battle at the decisive moment. It became clear that this was the ultimatum skill, capable of radically changing the course of the battle and forcing everyone around to feel its destructive power. The rock form accumulated damage that reduced the opponent's health by 44% and additionally applied a confusion status, disorienting him during combat. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, and every passing moment only intensified the sense of threat, forcing everyone to act with the utmost caution. Chival stood there frightened, watching the battle with anxiety and fearing for her companion, who found himself at the center of a dangerous confrontation. The damage accumulation effect itself took away only a few health points, but over time it gradually intensified and eventually triggered a critical attack capable of drastically changing the course of the battle. In addition, the ability applied a status effect that prevented the use of items and skills, as well as nullified all active buffs, significantly weakening the opponent. Seeing the hero standing motionless, the Reaper thought he was likely waiting for someone to come to his aid, holding his breath and staring intently into the distance. However, the hero was quite certain that without outside help, he could handle the dangerous opponent on his own, leaving the enemy no chance of victory. He simply needed a few brief seconds to calmly and intently reflect on all his previous actions, weigh the possible consequences, and make a final decision. The battle raged on with even greater intensity, reaching unprecedented proportions, and every participant felt the tension rising relentlessly, forcing them to act faster and more decisively. Han Ki-ho had not expected such a sudden turn of events in the coming minutes, for everything was supposed to unfold differently than he had carefully planned. Orym, however, attacked with confidence and speed, striking from various angles, constantly changing the trajectory of his movements to confuse his opponent and leave him no chance to defend himself. His eyes burned with a thirst for victory and a ruthless desire to destroy the enemy from chaos, reflecting an inner resolve and cold determination to see the battle through to the end. Something in his mind relentlessly gave him the strength to keep moving forward, despite the fatigue, pain, and danger, urging him not to stop for even a moment. The Reaper saw that the young man was skillfully using the massive stone columns to dodge his opponent's swift attacks, constantly shifting his position and avoiding direct confrontation. Most likely, Orem was simply using the unique features of the factory building, turning its structure to his advantage to maneuver effectively and evade the enemy's attacks. By that point, it had finally dawned on the enemy what the young man was up to, as he realized the boy's cold calculation and hidden strategy, which was becoming more and more obvious with every passing moment. It seemed that he was even more enraged by the fact that he had discovered his opponent's true plan so late, and this belated realization only intensified his fury. Everything was moving fast. Blows followed one after another without pause, but no one could predict which side would ultimately emerge victorious in this fierce confrontation. The flame skill doubled the effect of the ability and also increased the attack power by 4.5 times, making each strike significantly more dangerous and destructive. The young man's next plan was a sudden and decisive attack on the Reaper, designed to catch him off guard and turn the tide of battle in his favor. Only then did it begin to dawn on him that the battlefield and everything that had happened earlier had been carefully planned by Orem in advance as part of his cunning scheme. The Avenger had deliberately lured him there, meticulously setting a trap to destroy him once and for all, leaving him no chance of survival or escape. Everything was going according to plan, exactly as the hero had anticipated. Every turn of events unfolded predictably, confirming his cold calculation and attentiveness. Despite his injuries, he did not give up but continued to fight on, ignoring the pain and fatigue, focusing all his will on achieving victory. There wasn't much time left until the final move, and every second brought closer the decisive moment when everything would be finally decided in this tense struggle. So, gathering his thoughts, the Avenger delivered the final blow, destroying Hong Ki-ho, who could no longer trouble him either in the present or in the future. From the outside, no one would have guessed that such a fierce battle was taking place inside the building, for everything looked calm and normal, as if no fight had ever taken place there. From the dust that swirled around incessantly, Shivel began to cough, feeling the tiny particles irritate her throat and make it hard to breathe in the smoky space. She called out to her companion because she couldn't find him in the thick dust and chaos around her, hoping to hear a response amid the noise and echoes of battle. Upon reaching the right spot, she saw what was happening there and froze for a moment, trying to take in the scene of destruction and tense confrontation before her. The battle was in its final round when every move became decisive and the tension reached its peak, determining the final outcome of the confrontation. Orem timed his attack precisely when the Reaper's damage was still building up, using that brief window for the most effective strike. Perhaps the enemy did possess incredible skill, but by then it no longer mattered, for circumstances and the precise timing of the moment had become the deciding factors. It seemed as though the end was already here, but the situation was only gaining momentum, and the course of events continued to become increasingly unpredictable and constantly shifting. The Reaper did not give up at all and stubbornly tried to stay alive until the very end, never losing hope even in the most difficult moments of his arduous journey. Just a little longer, and if the damage had struck again, the hero would certainly have perished, for his strength was nearly exhausted, and there was practically no chance of survival left. He needed to heal urgently while his temporary invulnerability was still active and hadn't worn off, for after that, he would be defenseless against any subsequent attack. Behind him, he could hear the ominous sounds of the enemy drawing ever closer, forcing him to listen warily for every rustle and prepare for the inevitable clash. His unquenchable thirst for survival did not leave his body until the very end, sustaining his strength even when it seemed that all resources had been exhausted and hope had nearly faded. Rising from the ground, he immediately lunged at the young man, without hesitation and giving him no chance to prepare, guided solely by his instinct to attack and his desire to win. The young man had not expected that his opponent's condition would still allow him to attack so quickly and decisively, for he looked exhausted and nearly defeated. The poisoned dagger lay in his hand, glinting faintly in the dim light, ready at any moment to become the weapon of a treacherous attack on his unsuspecting opponent. However, the opponent was unable to strike, for heavy chains bound his body tightly, restricting every movement and preventing him from even raising a hand for a finishing blow. The blade froze just a millimeter from Orum's head, halting at the critical moment when the slightest mistake could have cost him his life. However, due to a hidden trap, his body jerked backward, losing balance and control, which made it even more difficult to avoid the danger. Shivel appeared when no one was paying her any attention, quietly and unnoticed, influencing the course of events, remaining in the shadows until the very last moment. The Master of the Labyrinths acted skillfully and quietly, carefully making her way through the complex corridors, avoiding traps and remaining invisible to prying eyes. Confidently, the girl told the Reaper to surrender, since his weapon had been destroyed and he had no chance of further resistance in this unequal battle. Did he really want to sacrifice himself just like that? Just like that? None of those present understood his motives or the reasons for such a desperate choice in this situation. Han Kicho wanted to accept his death sooner, so that his opponents would not delay and waste unnecessary time, displaying a strange determination and calmness in the face of the inevitable end. His words cut deep into her consciousness and lingered there for a long time, constantly returning to her thoughts and causing inner tension and doubt. At that moment, the Master of Labyrinths was fully prepared to eliminate the Hoshu participant, coldly assessing the situation and seeking the quickest way to end the conflict. Suddenly, the young man approached and asked her to hold off on such decisive actions, trying to halt the course of events and give another solution a chance. He wanted to question the enemy about everything concerning chaos, as this information was crucial for understanding their next steps in the overall situation. The young lady didn't believe the enemy would simply answer their questions, suspecting hidden motives in a possible attempt to mislead them. Hearing their conversation, Kiho said he was ready to cooperate, showing an unexpected willingness to work together to achieve a common goal. However, it was a mockery of the young women, and he asked the girl to go as far away as possible, unwilling to continue the conversation and openly showing contempt for their intentions. For insulting the young man's girlfriend, he received a powerful blow to the face, which forced him to retreat and momentarily lose confidence in his words. Orim was ready to find the most painful way to destroy him, coldly calculating every move and leaving his opponent no chance of escape. Janet's reaction indicated that he had taken the words quite seriously, carefully analyzing every sentence spoken and not overlooking the hidden meaning of what he had heard. Pressing the blade to his enemy's neck, Orim asked about Chaos's goals and the reason why they were killing people, trying to get answers even under the threat of extreme violence. Not understanding their question, Kicho replied that the guild wanted to prevail in everything, without going into details and, likely, concealing the true motives behind their actions. But the Chaos leader had a completely different goal, one that differed significantly from their intentions, charting a separate path in his own vision of future events. The young man wanted to hear exactly what they were planning, seeking clear and truthful information about their future actions and hidden intentions. The man who led them was a wealthy man and had not accepted the deal merely for some 20 million won, considering such a sum insignificant compared to his vast interests and influence. If it wasn't for entertainment, it meant he was pursuing other goals unrelated to money, driven by hidden motives that went far beyond mere profit. Shivel realized that what he needed was a desire that could be earned as a reward, so she carefully analyzed his actions, trying to understand the true purpose of this complex game. Whatever they might wish for, it meant one thing. Chaos wanted Horizon to succeed, regardless of their intentions and inner resistance, determining the course of events in advance. The game was not merely a simple competition between players, but a complex system of trials where every decision could alter the course of events and influence the final outcome. It seemed to the young man that everything was carefully orchestrated, as if every event and coincidence had a hidden purpose and was leading him toward a predetermined result. He asked why Kicho wanted to win, trying to understand his true motives and the reasons for such a relentless fight to the end. After thinking about the question, his opponent frankly admitted that he hadn't thought about it at all and had acted more on instinct, without a clearly defined reason for his intentions. The first possibility was that this was a game of survival, where every participant was forced to fight for their life with no room for error. That was precisely why he tried to eliminate his competitors, realizing that their presence directly reduced his own chances of survival and victory in this game. In his opinion, the young men lived well and were well fed, so they could afford all those musings and didn't focus on the harsh struggle for survival. From the moment he was born, Kicho was forced to engage in fights to survive, constantly overcoming danger and toughening his character in brutal conditions. Such were the rules at the orphanage where he grew up, where from an early age children were forced to fight for themselves and constantly prove their strength. If you don't step on others, you yourself can become a stepping stone for someone else. So he destroyed his rivals without hesitation to prevent others from using him as a weak link. Shivel didn't understand what orphanage he was talking about, or what it meant to fight to survive, since such an experience was completely foreign to her and seemed far too cruel. The Reaper replied that those who hadn't been there didn't know about the hellish place where dozens of children fought for a place to sleep because there wasn't enough, and every day became a struggle for survival. None of the children were in the habit of looking out for one another, for from an early age they had grown accustomed to relying only on themselves and fighting for their own survival. If someone lost, there was more food and space left for the others, which made the struggle even fiercer and forced everyone to think only of themselves for their own survival. The team listened to his story in shock and confusion, not expecting to hear such a brutal truth about the conditions in which he had to survive from childhood onward. At school, Hong Ki-ho was very well behaved and tried never to fight, staying out of conflicts and avoiding any altercations with his classmates. But all that mattered to everyone was that he was an orphan without a father or mother, which is why he was often viewed differently and kept at a distance from others. No one could protect him, so he was bullied, taking advantage of his loneliness and the lack of support from adults or loved ones. Ultimately, all those trials led to the fact that, aside from fighting, he didn't know how to resolve issues, perceiving conflict as the only understandable way to interact with the world. What was surprising was that his opponent told his entire story, openly sharing what people usually try to hide even in the most critical moments. Orem hadn't expected such a story or anything like it at all, which is why he was momentarily taken aback, trying to make sense of what he'd heard and find some logic in it. In the end, Han Kiko said he was ready to do anything to survive, even if it meant losing his morals, trust, and any familiar human boundaries. In his mind, the hero replayed all the situations that had happened to him, rethinking the events over and over again, and trying to find their hidden meaning and his own mistakes. Memories of the bullying returned to reality, forcing him to relive old grievances and pain that he had once tried to leave in the past. The young man understood that they were similar to one another, sharing a similar experience of struggle and the inner principles that had shaped their characters. Most likely, if his sister hadn't been there, he would have acted the same way, guided by the same instincts and life principles that determined his behavior in critical moments. In response to reality, his hand tightened its grip on the sword hilt, as if he were trying to maintain control of the situation and drown out his inner tension. His companion didn't understand what had happened to the young man, noticing his sudden change in behavior and trying to find an explanation for what was happening. The opponent, meanwhile, watched him closely, trying to catch the slightest changes in his behavior to understand whether his words had truly taken effect and achieved the desired result. His limbs tensed, breaking the trap and activating his skill, allowing him to break free from the restraint and instantly regain control of the situation. Before them appeared the Dark Reaper, summoned by the Master, radiating a cold presence and preparing to carry out the command given to him. The young men could not believe their eyes as they watched what was happening, trying to make sense of what they saw amid the chaos and tension of the situation. It seemed as though the battle would never end. Blows rang out without cease, strength was waning, and neither side was ready to yield, as if time itself had frozen in this endless standoff. However, the monster attacked its master, suddenly turning against the one who had summoned it and changing the course of the battle in an instant. Shivel understood that Han Kicho was destroying himself, gradually breaking down his own body and spirit in a ceaseless struggle that went beyond mere survival. Something incomprehensible was happening all around, so he watched the chaotic events closely, trying to find logic and a hidden order in them. When the enemy rose, a black door appeared behind him, emerging suddenly and adding even more tension to the situation, along with a sense of an unknown threat. Orem knew the situation was spiraling out of control. Every new development only complicated the course of events, and the chances of turning things around were becoming increasingly slim. The Reaper unlocked his Transcendent class, feeling his power rapidly surpass the limits of ordinary capabilities and alter the very nature of his existence. The player possessed hidden skills, abilities, and all other attributes that remained invisible to the naked eye and gradually manifested only at critical moments. The attack unleashed from his weapon was directed at the team, posing a real threat to his allies and forcing them to react quickly to the danger. The young man couldn't believe that a single attack had dealt so much damage, far exceeding his expectations to the point that the situation seemed almost unreal. Most likely, the Black Door granted him such power, amplifying his abilities and shifting the balance of the battle in favor of this mysterious force. The enemy's speed had also increased several-fold, making his movements nearly impossible to track and significantly complicating any counterattack. The young man did his best to defend himself and his girlfriend, putting all his strength into holding the line and preventing the enemy from harming them. It was quite difficult for him to block the attacks, as each strike demanded maximum concentration and drained his strength more and more. Judging by his speed at that moment, he could be compared to a high-level monster, as his movements were so swift they almost exceeded human capabilities. The Reaper refused to retreat in any way, determined to end the war, insisting that only the final conclusion of the battle could bring him peace and resolve the conflict. The young man saw that his opponent wanted to continue the battle, persistently maintaining the pace of the fight and leaving no opportunity for retreat or pause. He was too strong, and at this rate, the team could be wiped out if they didn't find a way to stop him or turn the tide of battle in their favor. Meanwhile, Shivel stood to the side, opening her inventory, quickly scanning the available items and assessing what might help turn the tide of the battle. She held in her hands the very same key the young man had received earlier, examining it closely as if searching for a way to use it at a critical moment. She remembered that before the fight began, her companion had ordered her to do the same, and this prompted her to act according to the original plan at the decisive moment. A glow appeared around them, indicating that the item had been activated, and the space around them shifted under the influence of its hidden power. The space began to dissipate slowly, as if the very boundaries of reality were losing their sharpness. The contours of objects melted away, sounds faded, and everything around them gradually dissolved into an undefined void. The team quickly moved into a secret room, seeking cover and an opportunity to regroup in a safer place. Looking around, the hero realized where he was. Familiar details of the surrounding space gradually came together into a single picture, and with that came the realization of his true location. Shivel was pleased that she had managed to save them, realizing that her timely decision had prevented the worst from happening. The young man also thought in that moment that they needed to retreat, realizing the belatedness of the decision and the danger that was increasingly closing in on him. If the battle had continued, the building could have collapsed, which would have attracted people's attention and jeopardized their hiding place. Orim couldn't believe that the Reaper was capable of opening the Black Door, perceiving it as something far too dangerous and nearly impossible in their reality. Shivel wanted to rest in that room until the enemy left the area, counting on temporary safety and the chance to regain her strength. Doubt swirled in the boy's mind, for he feared the enemy might cause harm, and this forced him to constantly weigh every next move. No one could enter the secret room except the team, so they were temporarily safe, able to rest and plan their next moves. The young lady settled quietly onto the bed, exhaling after a hard day, gradually relaxing her body and trying to calm her frantic thoughts. What she wanted most at that moment was to rest until the sun went down, hoping to regain her strength, even if only briefly, before facing new challenges. This plan only threw the young man further off balance, causing him to lose his inner equilibrium and doubt the correctness of his next moves even more. The young men lay on the bed, clearing their minds of all extraneous thoughts, trying to restore their inner peace after a strenuous training session and lengthy discussions of tactical plans. Shivel was curious about what the young man was thinking at that moment, observing his silent demeanor and trying to guess his hidden thoughts. He wanted to take home the soft blanket that was in the hidden room, imagining how important this item could become to him and how he would carefully carry it outside. In reality, he was thinking intently and with great concentration about the mysterious Black Door and the incomprehensible transcendent class, imagining their significance and the meanings still hidden deep within. Before opening the enigmatic portal, the Reaper deliberately and resolutely wounded himself, accepting the pain as a necessary sacrifice to carry out his dark intent. That is why perhaps this unusual and painful method was chosen by him in order to ultimately achieve such a high and almost unattainable level of mastery. The girl was very worried and couldn't sit still, fearing that her companion might suddenly try to test this dangerous and risky method on himself, unaware of the consequences. In response, Orem calmly and sincerely explained that he was actually afraid to do such a thing to himself, as he understood the danger and the possible irreversible consequences of such actions. Moreover, given the peculiarities of monsters, each class might have its own distinct and unique key to accessing power, which required special understanding, experience, and a careful approach. He didn't remember the exact ending of the story, but he recalled that it involved something like making a sacrifice as part of a mysterious contract with a secretive and dangerous realm of the dead. The girl listened to his story attentively and intently, trying not to miss a single important detail, thoughtfully pondering every word and feeling the tension of the moment. She persistently tried to understand exactly what the master of the labyrinths would need to do to correctly pass all the trials and achieve the desired result without fatal mistakes. In the end, he was left with the mage, who was terrified by his mission to destroy the world, and she deliberately locked herself away in the labyrinth so that no one could ever rescue or find her. Most likely, the master of the labyrinths could not have attained such a high and rare rank, for his skills, experience, and inner strength were insufficient to overcome such a complex stage of development. Orem assured her that they would certainly try to find another, more cautious and well-thought-out way to deal with their enemies, avoiding unnecessary risks and needless losses. One question constantly and obsessively swirled in the girl's mind, giving her no peace day or night, forcing her to return again and again to her anxious thoughts. So she asked cautiously and with trepidation, what exactly had happened to the young man earlier during that brutal battle, trying to understand the reason for his condition and distress. He fell deep in thought for a moment after Jeanette's story, trying to make sense of what he had heard and find the hidden meaning in the words spoken with such gravity. The worst thing the hero could have done in that situation was to pity the enemy, for such weakness could have cost him the victory and jeopardized everything he was fighting for. He firmly assured himself that this was not the case, for despite the past, at that moment the enemy remained a ruthless killer who could not be justified or pitied. Orem was simply a little surprised, since they had both grown up without parents from childhood and were accustomed to relying only on their own strength and mutual support. Not knowing what the future might hold, the boy realized he could end up exactly the same way, repeating the path that had already led to a similar fate once before. He could destroy everyone who had tormented him and ultimately become the very monster that the whole world would later hate, repeating the cycle of cruelty. With a pain in her chest, the girl listened attentively and silently to his thoughts, feeling how every word he spoke echoed heavily in her heart. That was precisely why the young man remained rooted to the spot in the midst of what was happening, unable to move due to the shock and inner conflict that had completely paralyzed him. Chival concluded that he had thought too much and for too long about the situation, which often caused him to avoid decisive action and miss the moment to take the right step. Approaching him, she quietly and gently embraced him from behind, trying to convey support and calm in that tense moment. He didn't turn out like the Reaper because he consciously chose a different path, rejecting the cruelty and inner darkness that defined the man she had known. In her opinion, the young man was a good person and only about 15% worse than she was, so she treated him with a touch of irony but without distrust. The hero was genuinely surprised by such a precise figure and calculation, not expecting that anyone could evaluate people so seriously and literally in percentages. They lay there quietly and peacefully, experiencing a rare moment of comfort and safety, as if the outside world had vanished and only the silence between them remained. That is why the young man decided to openly say that he was genuinely pleased with his meeting with the girl, feeling that this conversation had brought him peace and a certain clarity of thought. If they hadn't met, his life would most likely have taken a completely different course, for this chance encounter had significantly influenced his decisions and the path he would take. The young man rarely said such things, but in truth he was sincerely grateful to his friend for everything she had done for him and for the unwavering support she had always given him during difficult times. Hearing these words, her eyes welled up with tears, for she hadn't expected such a heartfelt acknowledgement and felt a deep emotional wave of gratitude and warmth. Perhaps she expected something more from him than just words, hoping for actions that would confirm his feelings and intentions. So he suggested buying strawberry milk next time, trying to add a bit of lightness and a simple shared plan to their conversation. However, Shivel wanted Orem to back up all his words with actions, because for her, deeds were more important than promises or pretty phrases. The young man was startled and embarrassed by such an outpouring of emotion and a sharp reaction, not expecting his words to be taken so seriously. The young lady herself didn't understand why she had to explain everything to him step by step, since she believed he could figure some things out on his own without further explanation. Out of fear, he lost both his ability to speak and his hearing, as if the world around him had suddenly fallen silent, leaving him in complete confusion and panic. It seemed as though Shivel was mocking him and quietly laughing, though in reality her words were more sharp than truly malicious. Only then did she explain that she had meant for him to simply let her win the event, clarifying that her words were more of a joke than a serious demand. Upon hearing these words, Orem's heart stopped pounding so hard, and he finally smiled calmly and sincerely, feeling relief and inner peace. The girl's desire was so strong and lofty that she was determined to take first place at any cost, regardless of fatigue, difficulties, and possible obstacles along the way. So, for the fact that the hero might yield to her, she was ready to thank him sincerely and beautifully, acknowledging his gesture and appreciating his kindness and support. The team was about to return to the real world, having finished all their business and prepared for the transition that would finally sever their stay in the illusory space. Just before teleportation, Orem mentioned that he had a rather good proposal he wanted to discuss once they returned to the real world. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, bathing everything around in soft, warm light and creating a sense of calm and a new beginning. In the small cafe where they often met, there were few customers that day, and the quiet atmosphere allowed them to talk peacefully without unnecessary noise. Only Chuyen's shout filled the room because they wanted to recruit him to the team, and this unexpected offer triggered a strong emotional reaction in him. In shock, the young man lost everything he had, as if a single sudden moment had completely destroyed his familiar world and left only emptiness and confusion. The adventurer was extremely surprised that such skilled players would take him, a coward since he had never considered himself worthy enough for such a strong team. Shivel explained that his class was very useful in quests, as it unlocked abilities that significantly simplified complex tasks and increased their chances of success. Plus, they could take on trials for 3 players, which allowed them to distribute roles more effectively, support one another, and tackle more difficult tasks together. Chuyen fell into thought, unsure how to respond, wavering between different options and trying to find the best answer in this unexpected situation. He didn't understand how Orem could have come to such a decision after what he'd said, since he'd expected a completely different reaction and was genuinely surprised by this turn of events. It turned out that Shivel also knew the information because her comrade hadn't kept it from her, and she was aware of all the important details of their mission. The team didn't know exactly what Horizon was, and they couldn't just give up on victory since too much depended on the outcome of their actions and their shared goal. They also couldn't trust a complete stranger, as they were wary of the risks and possible consequences that could arise from ill-considered trust. Quinn realized that there was considerable weight to her words and began to think more seriously about what she was actually trying to convey to him. So he decided to ask how they could have invited him onto the team if they didn't even know him well enough and didn't have complete information about him. Orem, however, wanted to deal with such formalities later, putting bureaucratic matters aside for the time being so he could focus on more important matters first. He wasn't a threat to them, and besides, he wasn't a hitman or from the Chaos Guild, so they saw him more as a neutral participant than as a dangerous enemy. One could view this proposal not as an alliance, but as a test of those with abilities to better assess their potential and role in future tasks. Chuyen could also share more personal information about himself once he felt he could trust them enough and was convinced of their true intentions. In conclusion, the young man needed to act more rather than just talk, for it was his actions that could reveal his true intentions and influence the outcome of events. Clutching his limbs, he pondered his decision, trying to gather his thoughts and determine whether he was about to take the right step. And then he firmly declared that he was ready to join forces with them as a single team, making his final decision without doubt or hesitation. Everyone was pleased with this turn of events, as it brought them a sense of unity, mutual understanding, and new opportunities for shared growth. Shivel understood that with the rewards from the quests, they would level up much faster, gaining more experience, resources, and opportunities for further development. So the new group decided to get in touch later, once they received their assignments, to coordinate their next steps and act in a more coordinated and organized manner. In his mind, Orim suspected that Chuyen was slippery, hiding a lot, and that it was better to keep him close to better control the situation and not let his guard down. At that moment, he knew more than anyone else about the game's secrets, having access to information that remained hidden from most other players. The hospital building towered over the city, silently observing its movement and life, standing out among other structures with its massiveness and cold grandeur. Arim sat on a bench, resting after a shift that had been too grueling to feel good, and tried to regain her strength after an exhausting day. Her shift had been too hard for her to feel well, as circumstances weighed on her every day and left no time to recharge her inner strength. A colleague approached her, asking if she was already heading home after a long workday, when fatigue had built up and her thoughts were slowly losing clarity in her usual tasks. Noah was a doctor who communicated well with her, listened attentively to every detail of her condition, kept the conversation going, and created an atmosphere of trust and calm during their meetings. Her plan was to finish her rounds, complete all the necessary documentation, tidy up her workspace, and return home to rest after an exhausting day. He also, as a thank you for helping her brother in a difficult situation, asked her to go out to dinner with him, hoping to spend time together and get to know each other better. Arim didn't understand why she shouldn't pay for herself, when the man simply wanted to go out somewhere without being alone, hoping for pleasant company and casual conversation. He also suggested she bring her brother along if she wanted to feel more comfortable, as he wanted to create a relaxed atmosphere without any pressure or awkwardness. So they agreed to call each other when Arim had a day off to work out the details of the meeting, choose a convenient time and place, and calmly plan their evening together. Quietly, the woman agreed to his proposal, nodding her head barely noticeably and feeling a slight flutter of excitement, mixed with curiosity about the upcoming meeting. She thought he was just sweet and smart, but it later turned out that he was also a schemer who skillfully exploited others' trust for his own purposes. The problem was that Noah was sucking up specifically to her family, not to her personally, carefully choosing his words and actions to impress her loved ones. Still, she liked his attitude, and she found him charming, though she sometimes noticed a hidden calculation in his behavior, which left her with mixed feelings. Suddenly, someone apologized, quietly interrupting the conversation and drawing the attention of those present, who fell silent for a moment, assessing the situation and the unexpected display of sincerity. The stranger wanted to know where the orthopedist was, looking around carefully and addressing the staff in the hope of quickly getting accurate information about the doctor he needed. As it turned out, Arim was heading in the same direction and could show him the way, agreeing to help the stranger find the orthopedist and shorten his route through the hospital. It wasn't far to walk down the corridor of the building, where the light from the lamps reflected off the walls and footsteps echoed in the silence of the busy medical space. The stranger seemed to have been expecting just that and was delighted, immediately perking up and thanking her for her help, because now he could quickly find the specialist he needed without any unnecessary trouble. He thanked her as if sincerely, but his gaze and overly attentive manner betrayed a hidden motive that cast doubt on his true intentions.